In the vast expanse of the martial world, wielding a blade in hand, he commands the respect of myriad heroes, silencing them into hushed reverence residing in the lofty halls of power. With the same blade, he brings submission from distant lands, welcoming nations to pay homage. The protagonist evolves from a mysterious posthumous child to a notorious bandit, and ultimately to a formidable local warlord, culminating in his quest for dominance over the realm. This continuous journey of growth is also one of avenging past grievances and striving for supremacy. Chapter 1. Departure from the Past. Zhang Ruo clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. I urge you to partake in another cup of wine, for once you venture west beyond Yang Pass, you shall find no familiar faces. Yet, the true peril he faced would only commence after he crossed this threshold. This farewell, I fear, may herald an indefinite separation. Scholar, it is time to set forth. Wu De, the official from the Dali Temple responsible for his escort, approached Zhang Ruo, casting a glance at the general still stationed atop the city walls before respectfully gesturing. Although Zhang Ruo was his prisoner, Wu De displayed an unusual courtesy. Once we leave the pass, the path ahead shall prove treacherous. There are still several hundred miles to traverse, and the journey is fraught with peril. Zhang Ruo nodded. Beyond Yang Pass, the territory still belongs to the Great Qin, which boasts a formidable military presence. Yet in reality, its control extends merely to isolated farming outposts and fortified settlements. Countless bandits, rogue factions, and barbarian tribes roam this land with far greater freedom than the Qin soldiers. They appear without warning and vanish without a trace. The authorities are utterly powerless against them. Even with extensive efforts to eradicate them, it seems they can never be completely vanquished, much like spring leeks, which sprout anew after every harvest. Beyond the pass lies a chaotic world. Each year, the Great Qin invests millions of taels of silver in this region, yet their efforts yield no more than a few ripples in a vast ocean, quickly fading into silence. This area resembles a colossal bottomless pit. No matter how much the Qin pours into it, it never seems to fill. Yet, they cannot cease their endeavors. If they do, turmoil will ensue. For the Great Qin, this realm is both ungovernable and indispensable, as it serves as a crucial buffer against their perennial adversary, the Northern Yuan. Without this protective zone, the Northern Yuan could threaten Yang Pass directly, a scenario the Qin cannot tolerate. Consequently, the court has abandoned any aspirations of establishing a settled populace here. Let chaos reign, as long as the Yuan forces do not breach this territory. To the court, this region is a fiscal black, wholly an unworthy yet unavoidable burden. However, to others, it is a paradise, a land of treasures. And it is Zhang Ruo, the Minister of Revenue, who boldly challenges this vast abyss that few dare to scrutinize. He delves into decades-old accounts, unearthing a plethora of irrefutable evidence that directly implicates some of the most prominent figures in the current court, including royal relatives. Amidst the ensuing uproar, Zhang Ruo finds himself defeated in a spectacular fashion. The painstakingly gathered evidence is reduced to ashes by the emperor's direct decree, leading to Zhang Ruo's exile to serve on the front lines beyond the pass. Zhang Ruo was indeed provoking the military faction beyond the borders, yet the ultimate outcome was his own delivery into their hands, a situation so absurd it defied reason. As long as you can stand before Ling Hai, you might have a chance to survive. This was the solitary piece of advice imparted to Zhang Ruo by his mentor before his departure. Ling Hai, the commander of the 100,000 troops outside the borders, if he could manage to stay alive and reach Ling Hai, then regardless of the tribulations that might follow, he would at least be spared from death in that man's presence. Yet could he truly reach him? Zhang Ruo feared the answer was a resounding no. You must be quite unpopular in the Dali Temple as well. Otherwise, this arduous task of escorting me wouldn't have fallen upon your shoulders. Upon hearing Zhang Ruo's words, Wu De nearly shed tears. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? He was merely a judicial officer, someone who took his duties too seriously and, as a result, faced ostracism from his peers. This grueling journey, spanning thousands of miles, had landed squarely on his own shoulders. Fortunately, only 500 miles remained. If he could deliver this man to Jinwu City, he would finally be free. Wu Tixing, if anything occurs along the way, you need not concern yourself with me, just run. Zhang Ruo smiled and cupped his hands in respect. Throughout their journey from Chang'an, Wu had treated him rather decently. Run? Wu had chuckled wryly and shook his head. If I failed to deliver you to Jinwu City, I would be facing the loss of my position, or worse, he touched the hilt of his sword at his waist and continued, Scholar Zhang, our judicial officers at the Dali Temple are not merely skilled with words. Besides, we have those two friends with us, do we not? Following Wu De's gaze, Zhang Ruo noticed two men a few dozen steps away, adjusting their saddles, each with a blade sheathed on either side. The two men smiled and inclined their bodies slightly in Zhang Ruo's direction. The two guardians of the Longjing gang, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong, are exceptionally skilled. According to our Dali Temple records, these brothers have attained the Xian Yuan realm, ranking among the 7th tier of masters. Remarkably, one wields a blade with his left hand and the other with his right together. They can form a formidable sword formation capable of contending even with 8th tier masters with their escort. Who could possibly pose a threat to you? Wu De asserted that you know who seeks my life. Whoever it may be, they cannot mobilize an army. The military bigwigs would surely refrain from losing face by acting personally, Wu De murmured, lowering his voice. Never underestimate the depravity of those individuals. They are capable of the most despicable acts. Zhang Ruo sighed. When circumstances diverge, it is better to flee than to perish needlessly. As he saw Zhang Ruo board the carriage, Wu De felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He simply gripped his sword tightly. The carriage driver raised his long whip, cracking it in the air with a flourish, prompting the two camels pulling the carriage to obediently step forward. Within the carriage, the previously spirited Zhang Ruo's demeanor crumbled in an instant. She gazed sorrowfully at a youthful lady seated against the carriage wall. Qin Yun, why must you accompany me on this journey? You could remain in Chang'an, where your father resides, and there are surely friends and acquaintances who could look after you. Just now, you could have consented to leave with Uncle Ma, Zhang Ruo said, gently closing her eyes, but unable to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. Accompanying me beyond the pass, I fear, is to court death. The acquaintances in Chang'an are not as dependable as they seem. When father charged into battle, those individuals promised to support him. Yet what has come of it? Zhang Qingyun shook her head slowly. Even if I stayed in Chang'an, I would not live long. Those people would see me and be reminded of their failures towards my father, so it is perhaps better that they do not see me at all. By following my father, at least we can die together as a family. If, as you predict, we must perish, then I shall accompany you to find mother. But you are only 16, Zhang Ruo lamented. Though I am but 16, I have witnessed the tumult of these times, Zhang Qingyun said, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe away the tears staining Zhang Ruo's face. Father is a valiant man. How can he be swayed by the affections of his children? Yet true valor is not devoid of compassion. How can one not care for their offspring? Zhang Ruo inhaled deeply. Now, the greatest regret for my father is that he did not take the time to study martial arts. Otherwise, with his talents, he would not need to worry about those who lurk in the shadows. Father has dedicated himself to the profound studies of governance and statecraft. Where would he find the time for martial pursuits? Zhang Qingyun smiled. One cannot easily have both fish and bear's paw. Besides, in my eyes, father's learning is the true path, while martial arts are but a minor way. Zhang Ruo sighed heavily. Beyond this pass, it seems the minor way reigns supreme, and might is king. Lifting the curtain, they both peered outside. Beneath the gray, overcast sky lay an expanse of desolate yellow. A soaring eagle suddenly plummeted like an arrow towards the ground. Just before landing, it abruptly ascended again, its iron claws grasping futilely at a grayish-yellow rabbit. The large feline, undeterred by human presence, fixed its glimmering green eyes upon them for a moment before bowing its head, biting and tearing at its prey, blood-soaked morsels. Falling away. Even for the unusually astute Zhang Qingyun, the sight was enough to drain the color from her face. The escorting soldiers, all from the Dali Temple in Chang'an, were equally unaccustomed to such brutality. One soldier shouted, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow towards the large cat. However, from such a distance, the arrow fell weakly to the ground as it reached the tree. Startled, the large cat leapt from its perch and vanished into the desolate landscape. Zhang Ruo gazed at the bloodied remains hanging from the tree and sighed. Qingyun, this is the reality beyond the pass where the weak are devoured by the strong. If beasts behave this way, so too do humans. Chapter 2. The small temple with a sharp crack. A raindrop struck the roof of the carriage, leaving a mark the size of a coin, followed by a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, a deluge poured down from the heavens as though it were being emptied from a basin. Quickly, put on your rain gear, Wudu exclaimed, flustered as he hastily donned a raincoat and secured a hat atop his head. Despite his urgency, his garments were already drenched, and a gust of wind sent a shiver through him. He glanced at his 8 subordinates, all resembling drowned rats. Had they been in Chang'an, it would have merely required a dose or 2 of medicinal soup. However, out here beyond the pass, falling ill could be a grave matter, potentially leading to a fateful encounter with the King of Hell. Accelerate our advance, Wudu shouted, his voice rising above the roar of the rain, necessitating his loud commands for all to hear. I recall a Bodhisattva temple ahead, called out the driver from his perch. Then why Tari? Came a voice from the group. The 8 men shielded the carriage, pushing through the curtain of rain, hastening onward. After traveling several miles, the rain eased slightly, though the ground had turned to muck, filled with puddles that obscured the path, causing their pace to slow. Their primary concern was for the war horses beneath them, fearing that a misstep could lead to a broken hoof, which would be an unfortunate disaster, complicating their remaining journey of several hundred miles. Wudu dismounted, leading his horse onward. There was no choice. They had to weigh the lesser of 2 evils. Before long, they caught up with the Yuan brothers, who had encountered misfortune of their own, as one of their horses lay on the ground, whimpering. Wudu raised an eyebrow, noting their ill luck. The Yuan brothers silently joined the procession. Fortunately, the driver from Yangguan had not erred. After trudging through the rain for about half an hour, a dilapidated temple emerged in their sight. Though in disrepair, it at least had a roof. Their expectations were modest. A place to shield them from the rain, and perhaps a pot of ginger soup to ward off the chill would suffice. Ginger was a staple for travelers, and these seasoned wanderers had not forgotten such essentials. As they approached, they realized that this former temple was not small. Perhaps in its prime, it had been quite prosperous. However, it now lay in ruins, with the side halls collapsed, and even the statues of the Arhats and Bodhisattvas were left exposed, missing limbs and revealing their vulnerability to the elements. If left unattended, they might soon return to dust. Fortunately, the main hall remained relatively intact, with its 2 large doors still secure. As they drew closer, they noticed a wisp of smoke curling up from the roof, though it was quickly dispersed by the wind and rain. There are people inside. I shall drive them away, Yuan Rong declared, striding forward to push open the temple doors. Wait, Zhang Rua, peering halfway out of the carriage, halted Yuan Rong's intentions, stating, we are all mere travelers seeking refuge from the rain. If we were to consider the order of arrival, it is they who came first. How can we drive them away? Scholar, in this desolate wilderness, one cannot assume all are of noble character. Yuan replied, your status is esteemed. Zhang interjected, what status do I possess? I am but a sinner in this moment. He continued, moreover, with such torrential rain, would it not be cruel to force them out into the storm? One should not impose upon others what one does not wish for oneself. Besides, this temple is ample enough to accommodate us all comfortably. As they pushed open the temple doors, the interior unfolded before their eyes. Within, 2 individuals, appearing to be master and servant by their attire, were seated by the fire, drying their garments. Fortune seemed to favor them, for they had sought shelter just as the rain began, leaving their clothes only slightly damp. Remarkably, for horses stood nearby, evidently brought in to shield them from the downpour. Upon noticing Zhang Ruo and his companions enter, both figures rose to their feet. The young man, clad in flowing robes with a sword hanging at his waist, caught Yuan Rong's fleeting glance, which soon shifted to the robust figure of the servant. The young man's sword was ceremonial, possibly lacking a sharpened edge, serving merely as a symbol of status. In contrast, the servant was equipped in practical attire, with a knife sheathed at his side. Yuan Rong's keen eyes narrowed slightly. The angle at which the knife was positioned suggested readiness for swift action. This man was not to be underestimated. Forgive the intrusion. Yuan Rong clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yuan Rong, traveling with my master. We seek shelter from the downpour. The young man returned the gesture with a smile. We are all wanderers in this world. My companion and I have merely taken refuge in this sacred abode a moment before you. The home of the Bodhisattva is spacious, so please, make yourselves at ease. The temple, albeit dilapidated, did not deter Yuan Rong from his intentions. He promptly dismantled the offering table, dragging in a fallen beam from outside, which he shattered with a few well-placed strikes to rekindle the fire. The scholars, too, engaged in similar endeavors. In recent years, reverence for deities had dwindled. The populace placed greater trust in the blade they wielded. Zhang Ruo settled cross-legged, while his daughter, Zhang Qingyun, donned a hood and nestled close to him. Wuda and others formed a circle around them, inadvertently placing the father and daughter apart from the others. Zhang Qingyun found herself face to face with the young man. Intrigued, she stole a glance at him, only to find him gazing back. Their eyes met, and he smiled, offering a nod, which caused her to blush and avert her gaze. Once everyone had taken their seats, the brothers Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong approached the two individuals, stating, "Our group is quite numerous, making it rather cramped. May we borrow your space to dry our clothes?" The young man smiled and nodded. To facilitate others is to facilitate oneself. Since fate has brought us together under this reign, we are indeed bound by destiny. The two brothers exchanged their thanks and promptly took a seat, drying their clothes while their gazes fell upon the four magnificent horses behind them. Such fine steeds are a rarity, and to encounter four exceptional mounts at once is truly unexpected. It is indeed a challenge for most to acquire such exquisite horses. I have long yearned to possess one myself. May I ask your names? Yuan Rong inquired enviously. Fine swords, formidable blades, and splendid horses have always been the foremost concerns of wandering heroes. The young man beamed with pride. Indeed, they are splendid horses, however, in this region beyond the pass. They are not particularly rare. If one is diligent, they can always be obtained. Brother Yuan, I am surnamed Li, with the given name Dazwai. This is my bodyguard, surnamed Fang. You may simply call him Xiao Mao. Yuan Rong was somewhat taken aback. The young man appeared quite handsome and scholarly, yet his name, Li Dazwai, was truly unexpected. Furthermore, the bodyguard, with a robust physique and towering stature, was whimsically dubbed Xiao Mao, which was utterly inconceivable. A light chuckle emanated from one side of the hall. It was Zhang Qingyun, who, having overheard the names Li Dazwai and Fang Xiao Mao, couldn't help but laugh. Upon realizing the inappropriateness of her laughter, she quickly turned slightly, wishing to hide completely behind her father and Appo's back. Fortunately, the young man displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said to Yuan Rong, "Brother Yuan, as long as you have the means, you will find opportunities to purchase them in Taiyan City. Taiyan City is renowned as the most illustrious town beyond the pass, second only to Jinwu City, which serves as the headquarters for the stationed troops of the Great Qin. There, the commander of the 100,000 troops, Ling Hai, resides. Taiyan City, on the other hand, is famed for its commerce. Individuals from all walks of life can engage in trade there, provided they pay a 20% transaction tax to enjoy the city's protection. Taiyan City is a remarkably unique place. It maintains its operations with only 1,000 guards, a figure insignificant amidst the myriad forces beyond the pass. However, the Lord of Taiyan City is a steadfast presence, rumored to be a master of innate level. Throughout the Great Qin, the number of innate level masters is exceedingly scarce. Even Ling Hai, commanding 100,000 troops, has barely reached the 9th tier. Still a great distance from the innate level. Are there even 10 9th tier masters beyond the pass? It is doubtful. No one wishes to offend an innate master, for extinguishing a life is all too effortless for them. Brotherly, are you from beyond the pass? Yuan Rong tentatively inquired, as it seemed somewhat presumptuous to question a stranger in such a place. Li Dazwai, however, took no offense. Indeed, I have a business in Taiyan City, and I have ventured out this time to explore. I have heard that this area is somewhat tumultuous. That is of no concern. Li Dazwai chuckled. Little thieves cannot match me in Xiao Mao, and no band of robbers can outpace us. Should we encounter a formidable foe, they will likely spare me for being a resident of Taiyan City. Yuan Rong cast a glance at the taciturn Fang Xiao Mao, observing in silence. The so-called petty thief stood no chance against Li Dachui and Fang Xiaomiao, and it is likely that Li Dachui was of little concern. The young man cast a glance at Zhang Ruo, who was not far away. I am Zhang from Chang'an, Yuan Rong stated. The young man slightly tilted his head, furrowing his brow as if recalling something, and after a moment, he suddenly pointed at Zhang Ruo, exclaiming, could it be the esteemed Zhang Ruo, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Qin? Yuan Rong was taken aback, instinctively placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. How does Brotherly know this? Li Dachui clapped his hands in delight, saying, Brother Yuan, have you forgotten where I hail from? I come from Taiyan, where not only goods are traded, but also intelligence. With such significant affairs in Chang'an, how could Taiyan remain uninformed? Zhang Ruo possesses the courage of a leopard. He is indeed a model for us scholars. I admire him greatly. He surprisingly rose, clasped his hands together at his chest, and deeply bowed to the ground. This gesture was quite grand, and even Zhang Ruo in the distance was moved, standing to return the bow, while Zhang Qingyun also rose to offer her respectful greeting. Chapter 3. Li Dachui settling back into his seat. Li Dachui gazed at the brothers Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong opposite him, his face brimming with admiration. You, Brother Yuan, are indeed heroes. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The unexpected praise left the Yuan brothers somewhat bewildered. They had always been active around Chang'an and were well aware of their modest reputation. While they might have garnered some recognition in the vicinity of Chang and Apos, and it was highly unlikely that anyone beyond the borders had ever heard their names. Yet, Li Dachui appeared genuinely sincere, devoid of any pretense. Little cat, do you think they are heroes? Seemingly feeling that his own words might not suffice, Li Dachui turned to his bodyguard, Fang Xiaomao, who was busy retrieving various items and jars from his pack. Pausing at the question, the towering figure replied, "If they can survive the journey to Jinwu City, then they will be even more heroic." Upon hearing this, Yuan Rong inhaled deeply and, looking at the two men, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With a smile, Li Dachui began assembling the items Fang Xiaomao had produced, saying, "Brother Yuan, in Tai and Apos, and City, someone has offered a substantial sum to take Zhang Gong's life. The price is quite hefty, 100,000 taels of silver. Who knows how many would be tempted by such an amount? You and your brother are noble and brave for daring to escort Zhang Gong. That makes you heroes." Wu Da, who had been attentively listening, approached and cupped his hands in greeting. "Brother Li, I am Wu Da, a magistrate of the Dali Temple. May I inquire if you happen to know who wishes to engage in this venture? If you could share even a hint, I would be immensely grateful. Beyond the borders, there are hidden talents and countless factions, but I truly do not know." Li Dachui shook his head. "I merely conjecture that your journey will undoubtedly be fraught with peril." 100,000 taels of silver. Wu Da, being a magistrate of the Dali Temple, held a 6th-rank position. Even with his salary and various benefits, it would hardly exceed 1,000 taels. As for the minor constables, their earnings were even less. For figures like the Yuan brothers, such a sum represented a staggering amount. The temple was modestly sized, and Li Dachui's voice carried clearly throughout the room. However, Zhang Ruo, the person in question, maintained an unperturbed expression. And even Zhang Qingyun remained unfazed, her hand steady as she poured tea for her father, seemingly oblivious to Li Dachui's remarks. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Ruo stated, "Once the rain ceases, you may disperse. Wu, please hand me the official documents. I shall make my way to Jinwu City, if I can get there." Still echoing his previous sentiment, he added, "If circumstances turn dire, do not concern yourselves with me." At that moment, Li Dachui had completed assembling the scattered items, revealing a grill for roasting meat. Fang Xiaomao then produced neatly cut pieces of fresh meat wrapped in oiled paper, unwrapping them and placing them on the grill, while the jars contained various seasonings. Observing the small skewers and brushes in Fang Xiaomao's hands, Yuan Rong could not help but be speechless. He was a vivid embodiment of a young dandy. However, it seemed truly fragrant. In an instant, the aroma wafted throughout the temple. If the Bodhisattva had any divine awareness, one might wonder if it would descend from its pedestal to reprimand them for such indulgences. Yet, the deity currently enshrined above was missing limbs and had lost half of its head, seemingly indifferent to their unruly behavior. Without waiting for anyone to dissuade him, Zhang Ruo stood up, smiling, and approached them. Zhang Qingyun lagged a step behind, yet followed suit. Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong rose to either side, leaving the center space for the father and daughter duo, while Wu Da also approached, but chose to sit beside Fang Xiaomao. Li Dachui raised an eyebrow and produced 4 exquisitely crafted cups from his robes, chuckling, "What shall we do with only 4 cups?" Yuan Rong replied with a smile, "Our brothers do not indulge in wine. That simplifies matters." Li Dachui laughed heartily, retrieving a copper kettle from beside the fire and pouring hot water into the cups to rinse them thoroughly before placing them on a blanket spread on the ground. Then carefully filling them with wine. "Mr. Zhang? And you must be the young lady?" Li Dachui gestured. "And this esteemed official, please." Zhang Ruo lifted her cup, initially admiring the effervescence of the wine within, then brought it to her nose for a deep inhalation, holding her breath momentarily before exclaiming, "Excellent wine." Zhang Qingyun, cradling her cup, was captivated by a vividly carved flower at the bottom, seemingly blooming within the cup without any movement of the liquid. "How is it that the flower within the cup is so lifelike?" she inquired in astonishment. Despite her noble lineage, she had never encountered such a marvel. "Where is this flower?" Wu Da lifted his cup and drank it all in one gulp. only to realize that the three others had yet to sip their wine, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. The craftsmanship of my family as artisan. Nothing remarkable, truly. Li Dachui smiled. Compared to Wu De, Zhang Ruo was a connoisseur of wine. Though the cup was small, containing only a sip, he swirled the liquid in his mouth, savoring it for a moment before swallowing with a satisfying gulp. You are too modest, young brother. Whether it be the art of winemaking or the techniques of crafting and etching these cups, they are worthy of inheritance. It seems your family holds a distinguished status in Taiwan. Mediocre. Just mediocre. Li Dachui refilled a few cups, and this time Wu De scrutinized the bottom. Discovering indeed an exquisitely delicate flower gently swaying in the water, prompting his admiration. From your eloquence, it seems you have received an education. What do you pursue as a profession now? Zhang Ruo inquired. Not much schooling, Li Dachui chuckled. In my youth, my family employed an old Confucian named Yuan Tai to teach me, but after merely 2 years, I managed to drive him away. And thereafter no one came to instruct me, so I just perused books aimlessly. Old Master Yu? Both Zhang Ruo and Zhang Qingyun were taken aback, observing their reactions. Li Dachui remarked, is the old master renowned? He stayed in Taiwan for 2 years at my home, and after I vexed him, he left. I heard from my family that he seemed to have gone to Chong and Appos, and Zhang Ruo could not help but shake his head and sigh. How many have sought to gain entry to Master Yu and Appos, as door, yet you have managed to drive him away? Truly, this is beyond comprehension. Pray tell, how did you manage to offend the master? The beggar has never had 2 wives, nor does the neighbor possess many chickens. At that time, there were still the Zhou emperors. Why then should we speak of Wei and Qi? Li Dachui raised his cup in invitation. Yet his lips began to recite poetry in a casual manner. Zhang Ruo stood there, stunned, while Zhang Qingyun burst into laughter once more. After a considerable pause, Zhang Ruo finally remarked, no wonder, no wonder. After failing to excel in my studies, my family hired a tutor to teach me medicine. Yet after 3 years of study, a single dose of my concoction brought my own teacher down, prompting his furious departure. Li Dachui shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Qingyun lowered her head, though the quivering of her hat betrayed her amusement, and she struggled to suppress her laughter, which was genuinely arduous. Eventually, the old man insisted that I pursue martial arts. After 10 years of training, I have made some progress. Li Dachui proudly patted the sword at his waist, exclaiming, little cat, you cannot possibly best me, can you? Zhang Qingyun laughed heartily for the 3rd time. Yuan Rong and Wu De also joined in the laughter. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Dachui was indeed a remarkable character. It is unexpected to encounter a young brother today and partake in such exquisite wine. Your poem is quite commendable as well, Zhang Ruo remarked. Should I survive this ordeal, I may very well become friends with you, young brother. Master Zhang, observing your temperament, you are not one to be overly rigid. Why then engage in such reckless pursuits? Akin to moths drawn to a flame or a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Li Dachui inquired thoughtfully. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. While the Qin appears resplendent, it is, in truth, a cauldron of turmoil, teetering on the brink of crisis. Zhang Ruo sighed. To the north, the ravenous wolves of the Yuan lie in wait. To the south, the fierce tigers of Chu loom ominously. The domestic situation is precarious, with chaos erupting continuously. We are on the verge of catastrophe. Without a potent remedy soon, it may become irretrievable. So, you intend to take the plunge? Indeed, but alas, I have lost. Zhang Ruo lamented. If they seek my life, let them take it, yet they must also put on various pretenses, dragging countless others into this mess. Truly detestable. Good men do not live long. Calamities linger for a millennium. Li Dachui shook his head repeatedly. Thus, I shall never aspire to be a good man. Little cat, do you agree? Do not be a good man. Little cat offered a piece of roasted meat to Li Dachui. One must first serve the guest. Little cat glanced across the table and extended the meat toward Zhang Ruo, but Yuan Rong snatched it away, declaring, I shall taste it first. Li Dachui chuckled, while Yuan Rong unflinchingly devoured the piece of meat in a matter of moments. Rest assured, brother Yuan, my family possesses some wealth. I do not covet this mere 100,000 taels of silver. Besides, with so many of you, it appears that neither I nor Little Cat could stand a chance. Yuan Rong laughed heartily, offering no rebuttal, merely giving Little Cat a thumbs up. Your skills are top-notch. Little Cat shot him a glare, but then turned to Li Dachui and said, Young master, a cavalry troop approaches. Everyone tensed at once. Chapter 4. Assassination. The sound of hooves grew increasingly distinct, and the individuals within the temple exchanged glances. for it was evident that the approaching force numbered no fewer than 100 riders. "It is Ao Hu," one remarked. "Who is Ao Hu?" This assembly, hailing from Chang'an, possessed not the slightest inkling of this individual. "A band of ruthless brigands." Li Dachui expressed disdain. "The leader, Ao Hu, is a brute whose mind is as thick as his muscles. However, his personal prowess is indeed commendable. As for his minions, they are merely savage and bloodthirsty." After a brief pause, Li Dachui chuckled. "Let this dim-witted fellow scout ahead to test your mettle. It may serve us well." The countenances of the assembly reflected unease. If a mere scout could muster such a formidable force, how much more formidable were those yet to reveal themselves? "Everyone disperse," Zhang Ruo declared. "There is no need for you to recklessly sacrifice your lives for an old man." Yuan Rong shook his head, stating, "My brother, entrusted by others, must dutifully escort the scholar to Jinwu City. Wu decide, if the scholar perishes, I too shall meet my end. To abandon the scholar in flight is equally fatal." Observing the group, Li Dachui cleared his throat gently and proclaimed, "I neglected to inform you all that Ao Hu leaves no survivors. He slaughters all males and, after violating the females, likewise eliminates them. Thus, fleeing from such a fiend is utterly futile. Prepare for battle." Wu De clasped his fists in salute towards Yuan Rong, saying, "That Ao Hu will require your valor, dear brother Yuan." Yuan Rong nodded. "There is little to discuss, but can you few truly withstand his minions? Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." Yuan Rong and Apos, gaze shifted to Li Dachui, who, along with Wu De, Zhang Ruo, and Zhang Qingyun, turned their focus to him. Li Dachui raised his fist, declaring, "I and Xiaomiao shall ensure the safety of Scholar Zhang and Miss Qingyun." "Xiaomiao, you guard Scholar Zhang, while I protect Miss Qingyun." "Yes, my lord," responded Fang Xiaomiao, striding to Zhang Ruo and Apos' side, while Li Dachui resolutely drew the ceremonial sword from his waist, positioning himself beside Zhang Qingyun. Yuan Rong cast a glance, noting the blade remained sheathed. Yet, there was little to contest at this juncture. The addition of one more ally is indeed a boon. After all, Li Dachui had trained for several days, had he not? Would have rummaged through the satchel by his side, revealing to the astonishment of all within the temple a suit of iron armor. Two constables approached, assisting Wu De in donning the armor swiftly. "You, a magistrate, are equipped with iron armor?" Li Dachui inquired incredulously. "A magistrate apprehends thieves across the land, at times. One must besiege strongholds. What is so strange about wearing armor?" As he spoke, his 8 subordinates began to unveil their own satchels, in comparison to Wu De. They donned merely half armors. Though only 8 in number, once armored, their presence exuded a markedly different aura. 3 wielded a small round shield, 3 brandished sabers, and the remaining 2 each held a hand crossbow, their wide leather belts bristling with finely crafted bolts. At this moment, Wu De extracted several segments of iron pipes from his bundle, and with a series of sharp clinks, a spear took shape in his hands. Together with Wu De, 9 individuals assembled in a remarkably organized military formation before Zhang Ruo in a remarkably brief period. Wu pointed out, "Are the constables of the Dali Temple truly this formidable?" Li Dachui gasped in astonishment. To anyone with eyes, it was evident that this small band bore a striking resemblance to an army. "You overestimate them. My brothers have merely been following me, practicing during our leisure time. 10 years ago, we were 9, and 10 years later, we remain 9, Wu De replied. Meanwhile, the other magistrates had seen their subordinates change time and again. Li Dachui erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I thought so. If the constables of the Great Qin were of such caliber, we would have long been invincible in the world, wouldn't we? How could we have descended into such chaos?" Their laughter was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash as the once sturdy temple doors were shattered amidst a cloud of dust. The brothers Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong advanced slowly, one wielding a sword in each hand. Outside, a colossal figure towering 9 feet high clutched a chain, the ends of which bore spiked iron hammers the size of children's heads. This was the fearsome Ao Hu. His head was polished to a shine, surrounded by a ring of hair, with 2 thick black braids cascading over his shoulders. His brows were fierce, and his face, laden with flesh, gave the impression of a nose reddened by drink, making his mouth appear diminutive and delicate. How grotesque! Li Dachui gasped in disbelief. At the brink of life and death, he found himself preoccupied with the adversary's appearance. Casting another glance at Fang Xiaomao beside Zhang Ruo, he noted that the burly man remained composed, betraying no hint of panic. Strangely, Wu De felt a sense of reassurance. While Li Dachui might be unreliable, Fang Xiaomao was undoubtedly a capable individual. Otherwise, Li Dachui's family would never have entrusted such a person with their safety. Without a competent protector, such a lucrative target would surely falter outside the gates within a day. Miss Qingyun, take shelter behind me. Ao, who is exceedingly unattractive. And I wouldn't and oppose. T want to frighten you, Li Dachui remarked, his gallantry eliciting an involuntary twitch from Wu Da. Ahead, Yuan Rong issued a sharp command and leapt forward, determined to prevent Ao Hu from breaching the temple. With the range of that man and amp, Oppo's meteor hammer, they would surely find no advantage if they were to crowd inside. Ao Hu let out a maniacal laugh, raising one of the hammerheads from its resting position on the ground, akin to a venomous serpent. With a resonant clang, the iron chain snapped taut, hurtling towards Yuan Rong. The moment Yuan Rong moved, it triggered Ao Hu's counterattack, and Yuan Tong also sprang into action. Darting low to the ground like a viper, his blade aimed at the opponent and Oppo's lower body. Men, charge in and slay them all, he commanded, even as he faced two adversaries, displaying a remarkable calm. The bandits outside the temple responded with a unified battle cry, rushing towards the temple doors. Without requiring Wu Da and Oppo's command, the two crossbowmen had already raised their hands, releasing two swift bolts. The two bandits fell to the ground, lifeless. Though the crossbow arrows were small, they proved effortlessly lethal to these unarmored foes. Kill! Wu Da roared, and the small military formation surged forward, blocking the entrance. Three shield bearers effectively sealed the door, while Wu Da positioned himself behind them, his spear flickering in the air. Two sword wielders flanked him, guarding both sides. While the crossbowmen crouched, reloading their weapons, rising to aim, shooting, and then resuming their crouched position to reload and aim once more. This entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure, as Wu Da's spear pierced a bandit, sending him flying towards the approaching enemies. The dying man's wretched scream and contorted face were clearly visible to those inside the temple. Do not be afraid, Miss Qingyun. Li Dachui kindly unfurled his sleeve before Zhang Qingyun, yet upon seeing the lack of fear in her bright eyes, he awkwardly lowered his arm. Indeed, Miss Qingyun was a woman of valor, unlike most. It's nothing. In Chang'an, I have witnessed too many deaths, including that of loved ones, Zhang Qingyun spoke softly. My elder brother perished in prison, his fate far more tragic than what we just witnessed. Without a big brother, I must assist my father in holding our ground, ensuring the Zhang name endures. Listening to her words, Li Dachui regarded her with newfound admiration. Outside, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong fought in tandem, exerting themselves against Ao Hu, who, though under duress, sought merely to delay these two experts while his subordinates dispatched those within the temple. After several kills, Wu Da's squad began to sustain injuries as a skilled bandit ensnared him, launching a fierce assault on the shield bearers. After suffering additional losses, a gap was finally found, resulting in a fatal blow to one of the shield bearers. Amidst Wu Da's furious shouts, the bandits laughed maniacally, pressing their attack through the small opening, leading to the deaths of two more constables. Fang Zhuangshi, Zhang Ruo turned to Fang Xiaomao. Sensing his doubts about the reliability of Li Dachui, Fang Xiaomao glanced at Li Dachui, who simply smiled and nodded. Stepping forward, Fang Xiaomao placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The next moment, Zhang Ruo saw a blur before Fang Xiaomao vanished from view, only to be met with a cacophony of anguished screams. Suddenly, the once impassable temple door swung wide open. Fang Xiaomao reappeared in the sight of all. Wu Da leaned on his spear, panting heavily, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Xiaomao. Today, he had witnessed what it meant to kill as effortlessly as one would butcher a chicken. Wherever Fang Xiaomao tread, the bandits fell like wooden stakes, one after another. Truly, a master indeed. Zhang Gong. Chapter 5. Who are you really? The temple's roof had been pierced by a sizable hole, and amidst the cascade of rubble and timber, a shadow descended with a dark, glimmering sword aimed directly downwards, precisely above Zhang Ruo and Oppo's head. It was evident that this individual had been lying in wait atop the roof for a considerable time. The ability to conceal oneself in a space filled with numerous skilled fighters, without being detected, spoke volumes of this person's prowess. Perhaps this person had long conspired with Ao Hu, and everything Ao Hu had orchestrated was merely a facade to facilitate this lethal strike. Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong were locked in fierce combat with Ao Hu outside the temple, while Fang Xiaomao had also been lured away. Meanwhile, Wu Da found himself utterly exhausted, his limbs weak. Even at his peak, the distance was far too great for him to aid Zhang Ruo. Moreover, the level of skill exhibited by the assailant was far beyond his own capabilities. In that instant, Wu Da's heart sank into despair. It was over. He painfully closed his eyes, only to be jolted by the piercing scream of Zhang Qingyun. Clang. Thud. The temple fell silent, only to be interrupted by the irate voice of Li Dazhuai. You foolish scoundrel, thought you could take advantage? This young master is no pushover. How dare you look down upon me? Wu Du abruptly opened his eyes, the scene before him almost too incredulous to comprehend. Had he misjudged the situation? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Indeed, the assassin who had descended from above was now pinned to the ground by Li Dazhuai, who seemed to have employed some unknown technique, rendering the assailant immobile. With his other hand, Li Dazhuai wielded the assassin's ceremonial sword, striking the man's rear repeatedly. In just a few blows, the trousers were shredded, exposing the pale flesh beneath. It was a sight too embarrassing to behold. Yet, everyone in the temple, including Zhang Qingyun, was fixated on this spectacle, not the assassin's exposed backside, but on Li Dazhuai. Seemingly aware of the unusual atmosphere within the temple, Li Dazhuai paused his assault, surveying the crowd with a grin. As I mentioned earlier, I am truly formidable, even Fang Xiaomao cannot best me. Initially, no one had believed him, but now disbelief was no longer an option. Feigning ignorance? Wu Du subdued his astonishment and clasped his hands in respect. Young Master Li, you truly are a master of disguise. I revealed myself, Li Dazhuai replied earnestly. Noticing the awkward expressions on the faces around him, he glanced at the assassin beneath him and cleared his throat. Not that kind of reveal. He lifted the assassin effortlessly and, with a casual flick, hurled him outward. In that very moment, Wu Du distinctly heard the sound of the assassin's neck snapping. A chill ran through him. Li Dazhuai was indeed a cold-blooded killer. The assassin soared through the air, propelled by the momentum of the meteor hammer wielded by Ao Hu, who spun it like a windmill. The meteor hammer flew with a whistling sound, its formidable presence enveloping nearly every inch of the space beyond the temple doors. His intentions were certainly not to inflict harm, but rather to facilitate his own escape. He was acutely aware that Zhang Ruo was not an easy opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been valued at a staggering 100,000 snowflakes of silver. However, he never anticipated the formidable challenge he would face. Was it not said that only the Yuan brothers had recently entered the Xin Yuan realm and barely reached the 7th rank as bodyguards? He, too, was at the 7th rank, and the brother who accompanied him was at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, mere moments away from ascending to the 8th rank. A master in assassination. They had conspired to undertake this venture together, intending to share the reward of 100,000 snowflakes of silver. Yet, now his comrade had met an untimely demise before even commencing the task, and there were indeed experts lurking in the temple. Ao Hu, being a decisive individual, immediately turned to flee for his life. The Yuan brothers drew their twin blades, striking at 1/3 of the iron chain, causing the hammers to lose their momentum and fall with a thud. However, thanks to this obstruction, Ao Hu had already retreated several paces, swiftly mounting his warhorse, leaving the brothers unable to catch up. Fang Xiaomao glanced upward for a moment and then, with a surge of strength, as the enemy and Appo's horse hooves barely took their first step, he released the blade from his hand. The knife soared through the air like a dragon. To everyone in Appo's astonishment, the airborne blade paused momentarily, then abruptly ascended before descending again with precision. Ao Hu could scarcely believe that the knife could change its trajectory while in midair. The brothers Yuan gasped in disbelief. As Fang Xiaomao approached them, the last drop of blood dripped from the blade, which, astonishingly, bore no bloodstains. The brothers and Appo's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. To wield a blade from a distance, even if not at the 9th rank, he was surely perilously close. Just a breath away from ultimate mastery. At the pinnacle of Xian Yuan, a master of the 9th rank. He recalled the commander of the 100,000 troops beyond the pass, Ling Huyi, who was almost a sovereign in that territory. Yet here stood Fang Xiaomao, merely a guard for Li Dazhuai. Who exactly was Li Dazhuai? Perhaps noticing the expressions of the two, Fang Xiaomao halted before them, loosening his grip on the hilt, causing the knife to fall yet remain suspended in midair, twirling gracefully. Do you see now? It is not the manipulation of a blade from a distance. The two gazed in astonishment, realizing that a thread as fine as a spider's silk connected the knife's hilt, with the other end secured to Fang Xiaomao's middle finger. The snow spider silk, finer than hair and stronger than gold or iron, was procured at great expense by my master, Fang Xiaomao stated. Given the poor lighting today, it serves perfectly for deception. Indeed, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if Fang Xiaomao were truly such a formidable master, it would have placed undue pressure upon them. One might wonder if Ao who was also startled by this scene, rendering him helpless and ultimately leading to his downfall. If that were the case, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Would have mourned the loss of two brothers and felt dejected. If Fang Xiaomao and Li Dachui had acted sooner, perhaps his brothers would have been spared. However, these thoughts remained concealed within his heart, never daring to be expressed. This was merely the first wave. It was likely that a second or even a third wave of such formidable allies awaited, whom one could not afford to offend. Yet, Li Dachui seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read others' minds. Addressing the furrowed-browed Wu Da, we are unaware of who lies in ambush outside or the skills they possess. Hence we refrain from acting rashly and must wait passively for them to strike first. I deeply regret the casualties among your subordinates. Wu Da shook his head. A broken jar does not stray far from the well, and a general is bound to meet his demise on the battlefield. For those of us in this profession, it is rare to die peacefully in bed. Young Master Li, I shall depend on you in the future. He had discerned that the initial wave of attackers, who served as mere scouts, was already so formidable that any subsequent assailants would undoubtedly surpass their capabilities. The only concern remained: what was the true identity of Li Dachui, and what were his intentions? At this juncture, to claim it was merely a chance encounter in the temple would be an affront to his intelligence. No one paid heed to the bodies strewn outside the temple. The unclaimed horses outside whinnied, and when ignored, they instinctively gathered beside the horses of Zhang Ruo and his companions, seemingly choosing to abandon their wicked ways and accept the government and Appo's amnesty. Young Master Li Dachui, Zhang Ruo smiled. Might you reveal your true identity, your genuine purpose, and your actual name? Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. You are my savior, and while it may be impolite to inquire, I find it impossible to rest easy without clarity. Li Dachui chuckled. Accepting a piece of roasted meat from Fang Xiaomao and directly offering it to the opposite Zhang Qingyun. Miss Qingyun, food can greatly alleviate the fears and anxieties within. Please have some. Xiaomao's culinary skills are commendable. Of course, all these seasonings were prepared by me, but rest assured, they are not the kind that incapacitated my medical mentor. Zhang Qingyun, somewhat at a loss, hesitated but ultimately accepted the offering. Who is this person? I am sorry, but I cannot disclose his name, Li Dachui replied. At least not at this moment. Very well, Zhang Ruo nodded. I have few friends in this life, and I can usually uncover their identities. So, who exactly is Brother Li? Ah, my true surname is Li. Dachui is merely a nickname bestowed upon me by the martial world. Li Dachui chuckled. Master Zhang, I assure you I am not lying. I do indeed possess properties in Taiyan City. Since Brother Li is reluctant to share, so be it. Zhang Ruo clearly remained skeptical. Yet though they had navigated this hurdle, the path ahead was fraught with thorns. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, Brother Li, feel free to depart. Li Dachui shook his head. Master Zhang, the one who entrusted me with your safe passage to Jinwu City, stated that as long as you reach Jinwu City and meet Ling Huyi, you shall not perish. At least, you will survive. It appears he does not fully comprehend the nature of Ling Huyi. And what of that? Chapter 6. A clash of words. Zhang Ruo's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Li Dachui, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. What difference is there between me and the dead? Zhang Gong, as long as the green hills remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. The name Zhang Ruo embodies a sense of righteousness. Brother Li, I firmly believe that righteousness shall not perish. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that the unscrupulous and vile are left in disquiet, inspiring the noble-hearted of Great Qin to forge ahead with audacity. Even if I must face death, let it be with dignity, let it be resounding. Do you comprehend why I must go to Jinwu City? If Ling Hai truly slays me there, it will unveil his wolfish ambitions to the world, thus validating that my prior actions and words have been wholly justified. Observing the impassioned Zhang Ruo, Li Dachui remained unconvinced. Zhang Gong, the circumstances beyond the passes are far more intricate than you presume. From your vantage in Chang'an, do you truly possess an intimate understanding of the situation beyond the borders? I fear not. Ling Hai and the 100,000 troops stationed outside cannot simply be labeled as loyal or treacherous. With an army of 100,000, consuming the national treasury by millions annually, yet failing to repel the Yuan invaders, unable to maintain peace within the realm, and allowing 1,000,000 square miles to fall into private dominion, wielding military might to coerce the court. How can you, Brother Li, assert that such a person is not a treacherous minister? Zhang Ruo, seething with indignation, seemed oblivious to the fact that Li Dachui had just saved his life. His face flushed with anger as he demanded answers. This caused Yuan Rong to feel a twinge of concern. They had been navigating the intrigues of Chong and Apos, and not merely as common folk, but with an inextricable connection to the court. Listening closely, it seemed that Li Dachui's identity was rather complex. Should Zhang Ruo provoke this individual, the consequences could be perilous. Given the capabilities displayed by Li Dachui, they were indeed outmatched. Fortunately, Li Dachui remained unperturbed. Instead, he meticulously cleaned the wine cup he had previously dropped, refilling it for Zhang Ruo, and spoke in a gentle tone. Zhang Gong is undoubtedly a loyal and righteous minister. I am well aware of this. Ling Hai has his own designs and holds military strength, which is not entirely erroneous. However, one thing is clear. As long as he remains, at least this vast expanse beyond the borders is still under the banner of Great Qin, with no inch surrendered to the Yuan invaders. As far as I know, there are indeed voices within the court advocating for the relinquishment of these lands, claiming that this territory contributes nothing to Great Qin and Apos' coffers, becoming instead a bottomless pit for finances. Such sentiments have only grown louder in recent years. The court has faced increasing difficulties. Domestic rebellions have erupted frequently, and the southern Shu and Apos' incursions have intensified. Compared to the Yuan invaders, the southern Shu poses the greatest threat to the court. It is not unreasonable for some within the court to wish to deploy the forces stationed beyond the borders to quell the insurrections. In my opinion, those who harbor such thoughts deserve execution. Li Dachui scoffed, stating, the Yuan invaders are indeed the most pressing threat to the Great Qin. Should we relinquish the territories beyond the pass, we would lose this strategic buffer, allowing the Yuan to advance unchecked. At that juncture, not only would the Great Qin be in peril, but the illustrious culture of the Central Plains may also face imminent ruin. Zhang Gong, forgive my candor, but our conflict with the southern Shu resembles a mere sibling quarrel, while the Yuan invaders pose a dire existential threat to our nation and our people. Zhang, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, with merely over 100,000 Yuan troops, how can it be as grave as you suggest? They can muster only 10,000 soldiers, while the southern Shu boasts 1,000,000 armored warriors. What comparison can be made? Li Dachui chuckled. It appears the dignitaries of Chong and Apos, and share your sentiments. However, now that you find yourself beyond the pass, a prolonged stay will surely unveil the complexities of the situation, far exceeding your current understanding. He continued. Those like Ling Hai in charge beyond the pass are the very source of the turmoil. In my view, it is not that he cannot restore order, but rather that he is unwilling to do so, nurturing his own power. I would almost welcome him to attempt to eliminate me, for then the court would have a legitimate reason to replace him. Replace him with whom? Li Dachui countered. Who possesses the capability to command the fierce soldiers beyond the pass? General Ma Deshang, the commander at Yangwan. Zhang replied without hesitation. I know of him. He is a skilled strategist, devoted to the nation. Li Dachui shook his head slowly. Zhang Gong, matters beyond the pass are not solely military in nature. They are largely about balance. Whether Ling Hai will rebel is uncertain, but I am certain that if Ma Deshang were to assume command, chaos would ensue, spiraling beyond control. After a brief pause, he added, to navigate the intricacies of the situation beyond the pass requires more than mere loyalty. Sometimes, such loyalty can lead to greater misfortune. At this point, Zhang's expression darkened, and the enthusiasm for discussion dissipated. Li Dachui finally comprehended why Scholar Zhang had stirred such a tempest within the court. Indeed, he was a loyal minister, perhaps even a capable official in matters of finance, but his grasp of the broader situation was woefully inadequate. He was being manipulated without his awareness. The thought of the individual who was so determined to preserve Zhang's life brought a bittersweet smile to Li Dachui's lips. Should Zhang discover the identity of this individual, would he not be consumed by rage? Contrary to Zhang's speculations, the very person seeking to safeguard his life was one of the primary targets of Zhang's recent attacks in the court. Zhang's ally? Li Dachui shook his head. There were those who sought to leverage Ling Hai's name to eliminate Zhang, thereby inciting further turmoil. Meanwhile, Ling Hai indeed desired Zhang's demise to gauge the court's limits. However, such an act could not take place in Jinwu City. Ideally, it should occur outside, providing him with a justification. In such chaos, his allies could exploit the situation to engage in a tumultuous struggle against their political adversaries. Naturally, in times of greater disorder, the opportunities for gain become ever more abundant. In an era of clear governance, the pursuit of substantial gains becomes rather challenging, often resulting in efforts that yield little reward. Presently, such opportunities must be seized. In the city of Tai and Apos, The allure of rewards has attracted more than just a handful of individuals. Zhang Qingyun glanced around. His father and Apos' expression was as dark as water, silent with closed eyes. Li Dachui, distracted, aimlessly poked at the campfire with a stick, while Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong sat in a daze, utterly bewildered. Wu De, though grasping the situation, dared not speak, lowering his head while trying to feign a similar ignorance to the Yuan brothers, a difficult task for him indeed. After all, they had just saved his life, and his father was rather inconsiderate. A few kind words would not cost him dearly. Zhang Qingyun felt a twinge of resentment. They would still need to rely on these people. Brotherly, that person who descended from the sky was quite fearsome. Yet you were even more formidable. I couldn't quite comprehend how you managed to defeat him. Zhang Qingyun broke the uncomfortable silence. The moment the topic arose, aside from Zhang Ruo's disinterest and Fang Xiaomao's earnest grilling of meat, the spirits of the others in the temple lifted instantly. After all, that Ao who could face two opponents and nearly match the Yuan brothers. Yet this sudden assailant was effortlessly subdued by Li Dachui. The Yuan brothers were at the 7th rank of Xian Yuan. What rank did Li Dachui hold? Curiosity sparked among them. It wasn't he particularly difficult. He underestimated my abilities. Li Dachui smiled, adding, he didn't regard me as a threat, solely focused on ending Zhang Gong's life, thus allowing me to ambush him. It was a classic case of misjudging the enemy and losing the initiative. If it had been a direct confrontation, it would not have been so simple. The group in the temple wore skeptical expressions. Li Dachui shrugged, indicating that their disbelief was beyond his control. Along the way, I overheard the two Yuan uncles discussing ranks. Brotherly, what is your rank? Observing the effort to lighten the atmosphere, Li Dachui couldn't help but chuckle. The so-called martial arts ranks are not true boundaries. They have only gained popularity in the last century. In reality, it's quite common for lower-ranked individuals to kill those of higher ranks. Can a 3rd or 4th rank kill someone of the 7th or 8th rank? Zhang Qingyun asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. I and Amp, Apos, V heard that the Lord of Tai and Amp, Apos, and is a congenital master? Yuan Rong inquired. Is it true that he resides in Tai and Amp, Apos, and? Quite likely, Li Dachui replied. Such majesty. It is precisely because of individuals like him that Ling Hai dares not provoke him, and Taiyan enjoys its current prosperity, Yuan Tong remarked with envy. To live to such an extent is to be truly free, to do as one pleases. You are mistaken, Li Dachui interjected. Ling Hai does not refrain from provoking the Lord of Taiyan out of fear. It is simply not worth the trouble. Ling Hai, having only reached the 9th rank, would not dare to confront a congenital master. Does he need to face him himself? No matter how formidable a transcendent master may be. Can he truly contend with an army of thousands? Li Dachui chuckled, stating that Ling Hu need not lift a finger. He could simply mobilize 1,000 elite guards. And if they managed to encircle a transcendent master, they could exhaust him to death. Is it possible for a transcendent master to be surrounded? Indeed. However, a transcendent master would not be foolish enough to provoke Ling Hu Yi amidst a sea of soldiers. Moreover, the Lord of Taiyan City, bearing the burden of his city, would be even less inclined to challenge Ling Hu Yi. In truth, the two share a tacit understanding akin to a cooperative relationship. Are there many forces like Tai and Amp, Apos, and City beyond the passes? Indeed, to my knowledge, there are no fewer than 10 factions capable of negotiating with Ling Hu Yu. Of course, these factions lack transcendent masters, and many do not even possess a 9th-tier expert. Their survival hinges not solely on martial prowess. Just as Ling Hu Yi, despite commanding an army of 100,000, cannot act freely in a territory spanning 1,000,000 miles, for there are far too many entanglements involved. Li Dachui and Amp, Apos, words left everyone in the temple in silence. Previously, they had perceived Ling Hu Yi as a local emperor beyond the passes. Now, it appears the reality is far more nuanced. Chapter 7. Your appearance. Zhang Qingyun cast a troubled glance at her father in the midst of the group. Silently exhaling a sigh, with a gentle pat on the horse's flank, she hastened to catch up with the leading duo, Li Dachui and Fang Xiaomiao. Over the past few days, she had come to recognize the gravity of their situation. Without these two individuals, their party would have likely faced dire consequences many times over. Just 2 days prior, after a long day's journey, they had set up camp beside a small stream. As the water reached a boil, ready for consumption, Li Dachui intervened, warning that the water was poisoned. The group found it hard to believe, as their numerous horses had drunk from it without apparent harm. They had boiled the water. After all, how could it be toxic? This was fresh water. Yet, the truth soon unfolded. a wild rabbit they had captured. After being given a bowl of the steaming liquid, succumbed within moments, its legs kicking as its fur turned black, revealing the deadly potency of the poison, leaving everyone astounded. Li Dachui, brimming with enthusiasm, brandished his sword, though it was more for show, and ventured upstream to apprehend the source of the poison. However, he had no success. The culprit eluded capture. The following day, their party passed by a herdsman's dwelling. The scene was typical: cows, sheep, a woman in cumbersome attire kneeling to milk, children with curious expressions wielding small whips, and a jovial herdsman on horseback greeting them heartily. It was a perfectly ordinary tableau. Yet, as the group relaxed and exchanged pleasantries with the herdsman, 3 crossbow bolts whistled through the air from behind the woman's bent form. The milking woman hurled a massive cow towards them, while the child, now brandishing a short knife, charged in a whirlwind of aggression. The cart was obliterated by the impact of the cow, and a constable, nursing injuries within, was left gravely wounded. Yuan Rong and his brother could scarcely react, and Wuda was trailing at the rear of the group. Zhang Qingyan found herself unable to scream, her body frozen in shock. Only Li Dachui seemed to sense the impending danger. 3 arrows struck, and one by one, the assailants fell. The young boy barely reached Zhang Ruo before he could strike. But Fang Xiaomiao appeared in an instant, severing the boy's knife with a single stroke. The woman, having just hurled the cow and now witnessing her companion's fall, swiftly turned to flee on horseback. Yet Fang Xiaomiao's blade was swift. It pierced through her back, ensuring her demise beyond recovery. After 2 attempts on their lives over the course of 2 days, Zhang Qingyun pondered how many more awaited them. With the weight of 100,000 taels of silver looming over her father's head, her brow furrowed in distress. Men perish for wealth, and birds for food. That sum was enough to drive countless souls to madness. Ultimately, her father's plight stemmed from the lure of money. Yet, Zhang Ruo's disposition was well known to her. During their recent discussions at the temple and in dialogues with Li Dachui, it became clear that Li Dachui held no reverence or loyalty towards the Qin dynasty. This only served to deepen Zhang Ruo's indifference, adopting an air of resignation as if to say, "If I perish, what concern is it of yours?" In this manner, even Zhang Qingyun found it somewhat exasperating. Li Dachui, undoubtedly a proud individual, dismissed any notion of debating with Zhang, exuding an air of superiority that suggested, "If I choose not to let you perish, you shall not." Both of them displayed a certain arrogance, yet Zhang Qingyun found herself in a precarious situation. Should Li Dachui, this haughty figure, suddenly decide to abandon his bravado and flee, her entire group might indeed face dire consequences. The Yuan brothers claimed to be men of the martial world, possessing considerable martial prowess, yet in this desolate frontier it was evident they were ill-suited. As for Wu Da, coming from a noble family, his situation was even less favorable. Moreover, there remained a palpable distance between them. To ease the tension and win over Li Dachui, it seemed that only she, as a woman, could take on this task. Yet, what choice did she have? After all, her father was of a stubborn disposition. "Brotherly," Zhang Qingyun called softly, her eyes peering out from beneath her hood, glistening with a mix of embarrassment and pleading. It seemed she wished to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Li Dachui chuckled, "Miss Qingyun, entrusted by others, I assure you, though I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am a man of my word, and my actions bear consequence. However, does Zhang Gong truly intend to venture to Zhenwu City? In truth, the best course of action would be to conceal oneself, thereby extricating from this tumultuous vortex." Her father was a resolute man, one who would rather perish than bend. Zhang Qingyun sighed softly, realizing that as a daughter, she could not sway him. Her only recourse was to accompany him down this dark path. Li Dachui shook his head. The crux of the matter is, why continue to willingly serve as a pawn when one is clearly being manipulated? He aspires to be a loyal minister who shatters this deception, to etch his name in the annals of history. Why drag along a captivating, educated, and discerning beauty like you to meet such a grim fate? The first half of his statement was utterly serious, yet the latter half abruptly shifted tone, its levity unmistakable to Zhang Qingyun's ears. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her delicate brows arched in surprise, her previously graceful posture on horseback stiffening into an upright stance. Yet, Li Dachui appeared oblivious to her reaction. His gaze fixed intently on her, a look of innocence on his face that almost provoked a desire to deliver a few sharp slaps across his cheek. However, Zhang Qingyun could not act thus. Her rigid form relaxed once more as she lowered her head, inhaling deeply. When she lifted her gaze again, she had made a concerted effort to compose herself. Wearing this hood, How could brotherly possibly discern whether I am beautiful or plain? She endeavored to keep her voice steady, speaking softly enough for only Li Dachui to hear, yet the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her current state of mind. I certainly know what you presume me to be. Li Dachui's words sent Zhang Qingyun's heart racing. How could you possibly know? I have never left Chang'an City. I have never even met you before. Information. Li Dachui gazed intently at Zhang Qingyun, seemingly contemplating her visage. I have encountered portraits of Zhang Gong, and the artist's skill is quite exceptional. The likeness of Zhang Gong is rendered with remarkable precision, thus your appearance must be equally accurate. Zhang Qingyun was taken aback and incensed, yet found herself at a loss for words. The mere thought that her portrait was circulating in the lair of bandits sent an unsettling shiver down her spine. Zhang Qingyun remained silent, and Li Dachui too refrained from speaking. After a lengthy pause, she finally steeled herself. Given the circumstances, there was little choice but to focus on the present. With her life hanging in the balance, what significance did it hold if her appearance was scrutinized by those uncivilized marauders? Brotherly. Uncle Yuan mentioned that you have undergone a transformation. What I see before me is not your true visage. Is it true? I can't discern any difference. Zhang Qingyun scrutinized him from head to toe. What did you originally look like? Li Dachui cleared his throat, suddenly concealing his face with his sleeve, and chuckled. My true appearance is rather fearsome. I wouldn't want to frighten you. I am not so easily frightened. Zhang Qingyun retorted dismissively. As Li Dachui lowered his sleeve, she instinctively gasped. A face marred by an array of scars loomed before her. Are you frightened now? Look at how handsome my previous face was. You insisted on seeing my true self, and now, alas, it has ruined the ambience. Li Dachui laughed heartily. Zhang Qingyun swallowed hard, staring at him intently, and suddenly declared, that face is also a facade. Li Dachui's laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a duck being silenced mid-quack. This young lady indeed possessed sharp insight. As he swept his sleeve across his face once more, yet another countenance emerged before Zhang Qingyun. It was a strikingly handsome face, albeit with a pallid hue, giving it a sickly appearance. Zhang Qingyun shook her head. Then appeared a face that seemed earnest and pitiable, yet she resolutely shook her head again. Next, a rugged visage with a full beard, weathered yet resolute, presented itself to her. All of them are false, Zhang Qingyun asserted. What gave it away? Li Dachui feigned a humble inquiry. These masks were crafted by a friend of mine, a master of disguise, made from the skins of real faces, each taking years to perfect. A shiver coursed through Zhang Qingyun, her eyes involuntarily reflecting a look of revulsion. Your eyes, regardless of how the mask changes. Your eyes remain distinct, making it difficult to detect any flaw in the initial guise. Li Dachui erupted into laughter. Indeed, the most masterful art of disguise is never found in these lifelike masks. These are merely tools for deception. The first face required significant effort and was a true art of transformation. However, dear Qingyun, we have yet to reach the point where we can reveal our true selves to one another. You know my appearance, yet I remain in the dark about yours. This hardly seems equitable. Zhang Qingyun removed the bamboo hat that had been perched upon her head and gazed intently at Li Dachui. With a slight tilt of his head and a smile, Li Dachui remarked, I am inclined to sever the head of that painter. He has captured Zhang Gong's likeness with remarkable precision, yet when it comes to depicting you, he has failed to portray even a fraction of your exquisite beauty. Truly, he deserves punishment. May I behold your true visage, brotherly? You shall see it, Li Dachui replied, but not at this moment. Chapter 8. The pure-hearted most detest above. The air was filled with the gentle cooing of a dove, prompting the crowd to gaze upwards. They beheld a gray pigeon gracefully circling the sky. In the midst of their astonishment, Li Dachui extended his arm, producing a similar cooing sound. The dove, intrigued, descended and perched upon his outstretched arm, eliciting gasps of wonder from the onlookers. First, he retrieved a handful of crushed grains from his pocket to feed the dove. Then carefully removed a small bamboo tube from its leg. Crushing the bamboo, he extracted a rolled piece of paper. My lord, what is it? Fang Xiaomiao inquired. Li Dachui handed him the note, casually placing the dove into Fang Xiaomiao and Amp, Apos, S hands. Gather the people, he whispered. A great battle is imminent. Li Dachui and Amp, Apos, S voice resonated clearly, reaching Zhang Rua, the Yuan brothers, and Wu Da. A battle? Yuan Rong questioned. How significant? Have you ever fought in a war, Brother Yuan? Li Dachui asked. Yuan Rong shook his head, while Wu Da and Apos, S expression turned grave. War? When? I do not know. I only sense the enemy drawing near. It could be tomorrow or the day after, but rest assured, Ling Huyi would not wish for Zhang Gong to cross the Qingshui River. Li Dachui explained. Why can and Appos, Tiwi cross the Qingshui River? Beyond the Qingshui lies Ling Huyi and Appos' territory. Should Zhang Gong perish there, Ling Huyi would face considerable scrutiny. Thus, Ling Huyi will mobilize his troops? Zhang Ruo queried, his face darkening. What else do you know? My lord, I am aware that approximately 1,000 horse bandits, perhaps even more, are currently being pursued by the armies of Daqin. Ironically, the direction in which these bandits flee leads directly to our position. Li Dachui smiled. If we are slain by the fleeing bandits, it is conceivable that General Ling Hu might seek revenge for us. In such a case, heads of some notorious bandit leaders beyond the frontier would surely be sent to Chang'an to account for Zhang Gong's demise. How dare these scoundrels? Zhang Ruo seethed. What is there to fear? Li Dachui replied nonchalantly. The borderlands are inherently chaotic. The lack of order is, after all, one of the charges you have levied against Ling Huyi. With Zhang Gong and Appos' death serving as a pretext, Ling Huyi and Appos' forces might restore order beyond the frontier, potentially bringing several years of peace. Zhang Ruo opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Wuda swallowed hard, his gaze fixed anxiously on Li Dachui. Masterly, you surely have a plan? Can we evade this fate? Evade it? No, Li Dachui declared. This has all been meticulously orchestrated. No matter which direction you choose to flee, you shall encounter bandits. Do you know who the general leading the campaign against the bandits is? Who? The esteemed General Xiao Cha, a commander under Ling Huyi. Li Dachui pronounced each word deliberately. I believe the name is not unfamiliar to you, Zhang Gong. In the span of 3 years, he has fought against the Yuan invaders, achieving victory in every engagement. In his most glorious encounter, he led 3,000 cavalry to decimate over 10,000 of the Yuan's forces, pursuing them for 1,000 miles and capturing the most favored consort of the left sage king. For that triumph, he was promoted to the rank of Jin Cheki General, earning renown both within and beyond the borders. At this juncture, Li Dachui sighed. Ling Huyi truly values you. He has sent such formidable individuals to confront you. Alas, it appears I shall incur losses in this venture. Zhang Ruo clenched his teeth, remaining silent. The brothers Yuan Rong and Wu De, along with the others, had lost all color in their faces. If they had harbored a glimmer of hope when facing the bandits from beyond the pass, the mere mention of Xiao Cha, who presided over this affair, shattered their final hopes into oblivion. The name Xiao Changche resounded beyond the frontier and was equally renowned in Chang'an. After all, he was the ruthless individual who brazenly abducted the beloved concubine of the left virtuous king of the Yuan kingdom and shamelessly kept her as his own. In Chang'an, he was a figure of both admiration and envy. For years, the left virtuous king had endeavored to cleanse himself of this humiliation, sending assassins time and again, not to eliminate Xiao Changche, but to rid himself of this concubine. Yet, each time, they were met with slaughter, as Xiao Changche had evidently turned her into bait, luring wave after wave of skilled assassins to their demise. Despite knowing it was a trap, the Yuan kingdom continued to indulge in this folly, reluctant to lose face. 3 years had passed, and that woman had borne a child for Xiao Changche. While the assassins dispatched by the left virtuous king still lurked nearby, occasionally staging a dramatic assassination attempt, it could be said that the most despised figure among the Yuan people beyond the pass was not Ling Huyi, but Xiao Changche, a veritable embodiment of ruthlessness. Now, they found themselves standing against this merciless individual. Xiao Changche was driving the bandits to confront them, while he himself played the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the subsequent prey waiting in the shadows. Zhang Ruo sighed deeply, lamenting, I once believed Xiao Changche to be a pillar of the nation, wholly unlike Ling Huyu. Little did I know, they are cut from the same cloth. Li Dachui turned to Zhang Ruo and remarked, Zhang Gong, you disparage Ling Huyi in your memorial while elevating Xiao Changche, thinking you could sow discord among the forces beyond the pass and govern them separately. No wonder Xiao Changche has chosen to act personally. It seems he seeks to clear his name before Ling Huyu. How could a dignified third-rank general of the chain stoop to become Ling Huyu and Appos' lackey? Zhang Ruo retorted. Previously, there had been intelligence suggesting considerable conflict between Xiao Changche and Ling Huyu. The Black Ice platform of the Great Qin had long since become a mere decoration beyond the pass. How could you trust the intelligence they provided without verification? Li Dachui chuckled. If one cannot trust the Black Ice platform, whom can one trust? Should we rely on Ling Huyu and Appos' own reports? Zhang Ruo countered. Li Dachui nodded. Indeed. The court could still purchase reliable intelligence from Tai and Appos, and city, genuine and fair. The Black Ice platform beyond the pass has long become a tool in Linghu Yi and Apos' hands. However, it is true that there exists considerable discord between Xiao Changche and Linghu Yi. The latter holds considerable suspicion toward this general. Yet, that does not preclude this general from wishing to eliminate you, for he too desires your demise. Everyone fell into a heavy silence. The group continued onward in quietude. A great sword hanging precariously above their heads, uncertain of when it would ultimately fall. At present, the only hope rests upon Li Dachui. Observing his calm demeanor, the group, steeped in despair, cannot help but nurture a flicker of optimism. This hope, as time unfolds, gradually intensifies. Periodically, bands of knights converge from the periphery. These individuals are Li Dachui's subordinates, sometimes 2 or 3 riders, at other times 10 or more, and on one occasion, as many as 50 arrived in unison. By evening, as they set up camp, a remarkable assembly of over 300 riders had gathered around them. The comportment of these knights is unmistakably not that of ordinary men, but rather resembles that of a well-trained military contingent. As night descended, a bonfire was ignited, casting a beacon of light in the darkness of the wilderness. Outside the modest tent of Zhang Rua, the Yuan brothers, Wu De, and others huddled closely, left with little else to do. The newcomers paid them no heed. In truth, Li Dachui also seemed indifferent to them, while Fang Xiaomiao engaged them in laughter, directing the camp arrangements. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qingyun emerged from the tent and approached Li Dachui, who was roasting meat by the fire. Kneeling beside the bonfire, Zhang Qingyun watched intently as Li Dachui skillfully handled the perfectly cut pieces of meat until he offered her a portion. "Try my roast. It surpasses Fang Xiaomiao and Apos', he said, a grin on his face. "Isn't such an open fire a beacon for those rogues to discern our position?" Zhang Qingyun questioned, visibly perturbed while holding the piece of meat. "Have you perused military texts?" Li Dachui inquired. "I glanced at some in my father's study. Sometimes, adhering too strictly to books can be less beneficial than ignorance," he replied. "The horse bandits are not fools. Those who survive beyond the pass are anything but dim-witted. Their absence is due to fear, lacking sufficient manpower to confront us. If it weren't for Xiao Changche, they would have fled long ago." "Because of you?" Zhang Qingyun asked, astonished. "Did you not mention 1,000 or more horse bandits?" "Sometimes. Sheer numbers do not guarantee a qualitative transformation," Li Dachui retorted disdainfully. "The 7 or 8 factions driven here by Xiao Changche, do you think they can unify their efforts? Initially unaware of my presence, now that they are, do you believe they would dare to act recklessly?" Zhang Qingyun raised her gaze to the red flag fluttering above the camp, emblazoned with a large black hammer stitched in black thread. "Li Dachui? Is it because of this flag?" she asked softly. "Regardless of who the adversary is, this hammer can shatter them to pieces." Li Dachui smiled. "Thus, beyond the pass, I am known as Li Dachui. Then who are you truly?" "Li Dachui is the most audacious of the horse bandits beyond the pass." He took a bite of the fragrant roasted meat, boasting of being so brazen that even Linghu Yi must concede him respect. "Then why do you come to protect me and my father? If I were to say that I was captivated by your beauty upon gazing at your portrait, would you believe me? If you were such a person, you would not be the most formidable bandit beyond the frontier." Zhang Qingyun shook his head. "Is Xiao Changche more challenging than Linghu Yi?" "In certain respects, indeed." Li Dachui nodded and remarked. "Linghu Yi is a politician who weighs his interests, whereas Xiao Changche is a general of the most unadulterated kind, focused solely on one objective, vanquishing the enemy. Thus, dealing with Linghu Yi allows for negotiations, while engaging with Xiao Changche leaves only one option, to act decisively. It seems you hold a certain admiration for the Xiao Changche?" "Certainly. I have always had an affinity for those who are pure in nature. Perhaps it is true that one is drawn to what one lacks." Li Dachui continued. "However, when such pure individuals stand before you, it can become quite irksome. Indeed, your father is also a person of remarkable purity." Chapter 9. Survive first and then consider everything else. Xiao Changche is a man of pure martial prowess. Li Dachui, the most formidable bandit leader beyond the pass, appears to possess significant confidence in ensuring Zhang Rua's survival this time. After several days of silence, during which Zhang Rua ignored Li Dachui, he finally emerged from the tent and sat beside Li Dachui by the fire. The meat was grilled to a crisp golden brown, and the wine was warmed to perfection, mingling aromas of meat and alcohol that instantly stirred one's appetite. The face beside him, adorned with a scraggly beard, bore no resemblance to the refined Li Dachui he had first encountered. The earlier figure, steeped in scholarly elegance, displayed a courteous demeanor that seemed to vanish in the shifting tides of the martial world. During this journey from Chang'an, Zhang Ruo was witnessing a reality starkly different from the first half of his life. Who exactly has arranged for your protection? Zhang Ruo inquired, pondering deeply. None of my acquaintances possess the means to engage someone of your caliber. Certainly not your friends. Li Dachui chuckled, wiping his beard. They are likely calculating the turmoil that would ensue should you perish, using your demise as a pretext to topple political adversaries and assert their so-called justice. My companions are men of genuine virtue, devoted to their country and people. Distinguishing between good and bad is no easy task, Li Dachui continued. But in my view, they hardly qualify as true friends. The bond of gentlemen is as light as water, merely seeking kindred spirits. Brotherly, Zhang Ruo stated. My daughter claims you can ensure my safety. Isn't Zhang Gong afraid of death? Li Dachui retorted with a smirk. Of course, I fear death. But to perish at the hands of bandits and become a mere pawn for someone like Ling Hai is disheartening. If I must die, I would prefer to do so in Jinwu City, Zhang Ruo declared, even if I cannot confront Ling Hai in the end. Staining him with blood and inflicting some injury seems worthwhile. You shall not perish, Li Dachui asserted. Now that I have taken on this task, I will see you safely to Jinwu City. However, what fate awaits you there remains uncertain. That will be my concern, Zhang Ruo replied. Your desire for death leaves me with little to say. After all, the one who engaged me expects your safe arrival in Jinwu City. Li Dachui shook his head. Yet, it is a pity that the enchanting and intelligent Miss Qiyun would accompany you to such a fate. This brings me to my second point, Zhang Ruo stated. Li Dachui raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Once we reach Jinwu City, you shall take her away, Zhang Ruo asserted. Li Dachui was taken aback. I am a bandit, and you would entrust your daughter to me? Your heart is indeed bold. You are no ordinary bandit, Zhang Ruo replied. Though I do not know you well yet, I trust my judgment. At the very least, you can ensure Qiyun and Oppos as safety. My services come at a steep price. Li Dachui raised his wine cup and inquired, what can you offer me? I currently possess neither power nor influence. However, since you have connections with certain individuals in Chang'an, I too can introduce you to some acquaintances of mine. Zhang Ruo replied, perhaps, in due time, they may prove beneficial to you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dachui nodded, agreed. Now, I wish to hear your analysis of the entire situation beyond the frontier. Is your understanding of these matters of any use? Li Dachui expressed his curiosity. Zhang Ruo chuckled. To hear the truth in the morning, I may as well embrace death by evening. It seems our assessment of the circumstances beyond the frontier is entirely at odds with reality. The Black Ice platform has ceased to function, leaving the court blind and deaf to affairs beyond the borders. Even if, as you suggest, I have erred in this matter, I must understand where my mistakes lie. Very well, if that is the case, I shall elaborate in detail. Li Dachui proclaimed with a grin. Come, let us first share a drink. The cold night is heavy with dew, and you, Zhang Gong, are no more resilient than us warriors. Within the tent, Zhang Qingyun, who had been anxious, observed the two by the bonfire raising their cups and toasting with cheerful laughter. A smile crept onto her face as she retrieved a heavy cloak from the tent and approached them. Currently, the estimated population beyond the frontier is around 2 million. However, in my estimation, it should be able to double and then some. Li Dachui remarked. 5 million is indeed substantial, surpassing the population of any prefecture in the Great Chain. Yet, scattered across this vast expanse of land, it appears sparse. For the court, this territory is far too barren. Li Dachui chuckled, neither affirming nor denying the statement. The court established a protectorate beyond the frontier, centered around Jinwu City, with an army of 100,000 as its support. Yet, they can effectively control only 1/3 of the territory, and even that part suffers from heavy taxation and labor demands, leading to a continuous exodus of the populace. In recent years, to curb this flow, Ling Huyi has enforced exceedingly harsh laws. Upon capture, fugitives are immediately condemned to slavery, and even their relatives may face repercussions. The remaining third is under the control of other factions led by Tian City. These factions have varying foundations, each possessing unique characteristics. For instance, Tian City thrives on commerce, becoming the trading hub beyond the frontier. How many people does Tian City protect? Zhang Ruo inquired. Due to the support of formidable individuals, Tian City is indeed flourishing. With an estimated population of around 200,000 under its protection, approximately 50,000 residing within the city and the rest living in its vicinity. About 100,000 are engaged in agriculture and herding, while the remainder are merchants, Li Dachui explained. Over 20,000 people is quite a considerable population within the frontier. Zhang Ruo noted. What about the remaining fortresses? How many can they shelter? Perhaps 30 to 50,000 in the best cases. Or as few as 10 to 20,000 in less fortunate ones, Li Dachui responded. Each town has its own means of survival, with distinct backers behind them. And what of the final third? There remains but a third, a realm devoid of rules, order, and moral distinctions. Li Dachui remarked, the strong reign supreme, while the weak are preyed upon. Zhang Gong, it is rather unjust to place the blame for the chaos beyond the borders entirely on Ling Huyi. To speak candidly, it is indeed commendable that Ling Huyi has managed to thwart the Yuan forces for so many years, although he has requested substantial funds from you. Such contributions are not without purpose, as they are meant to mobilize the entirety of the forces outside the borders against the northern Yuan. Thus, does Ling Huyi intend to employ your services to combat the northern Yuan? Naturally, Li Dachui smiled. My services come at a high price, similarly. If he wishes to enlist the notable forces from beyond the borders to aid him against the northern Yuan, he must pay. It is a perilous endeavor. And who would undertake it for free? So, does this imply that Ling Huyi is a loyal minister? Zhang Ruo scoffed. I did not assert that. Li Dachui replied. From what I have gathered, at least 4 of the top 10 forces outside the borders have covertly allied themselves with Ling Huyi. As for how many of those lurking in the dark realms are his puppets, that remains uncertain. Thus, Ling Huyi is indeed waiting for an opportunity. In this world, it is not only Ling Huyi who awaits such chances. Li Dachui continued. Even within the borders, are there none who wait for their moment? Certainly. The various noble families conceal their fangs like ferocious tigers and retract their venomous fangs like poisonous serpents. Should an opportunity arise, they will not hesitate to seize it. The current Li royal family of the Great Qin, were they not also a noble clan 2 centuries ago? Once they rise to prominence, they exercise absolute authority. If you can achieve the first day of the lunar month, why should they not aspire to the 15th? Listening to Li Dachui's heretical words, Zhang Ruo found himself at a loss for words. He, well-versed in history, understood the veracity of Li Dachui and Appo's claims. Brotherly, do you know how many lives were lost during the turmoil in the Central Plains back in the day? Zhang Ruo inquired. I do not know. The Central Plains lost 20 million people. Zhang Ruo exhaled deeply. When the deer was lost, the world pursued it. 50 years of chaos ensued until the rise of the Li family, followed by a decade of battles north and south, leading to the establishment of the Great Qin. Do you wish to plunge this world into another 60 years of chaos? How many souls would remain in the Central Plains by then? When there is prosperity, the common people suffer. When there is downfall, the common people suffer as well. This has always been the case. Li Dachui declared. Unity will inevitably lead to division. And division will ultimately lead to unity. Zhang Gong, humanity studies history, yet it has never truly learned from it. Thus, our history perpetuates in a relentless cycle. You cannot alter this, nor can I. Yet I wish to prolong this process as much as possible, even if it is by 10 or 20 years. As long as I have done my utmost, I shall find solace. Zhang Ruo asserted. When I pass, my epitaph shall read, I have no regrets toward heaven, nor shame before man. Li Dachui was somewhat moved, though this sentiment flickered briefly in his heart. You cannot achieve that. Perhaps I can attempt. For I refuse to believe that the 100,000 troops beyond the borders are all Ling Huyi's lackeys. That Cha-Cha-Che. Did you not say he is merely a pure warrior? Li Dachui chuckled. Zhang Gong, do you believe that out here, the ones who truly harbor resentment towards you are these pure warriors? What did Ling Huyi say to them? Indeed, in their hearts, you and your companions are perceived as those who wish to abandon this land, those who would forsake them. Warriors like Xiao Cha-Che, who have been born and raised in these borders, cannot tolerate such individuals. Thus, the one who most desires to see your demise is he. My only endeavor is to ensure your survival until we reach Xinwu City. That is sufficient. The rest is my concern. To live is fortune. To perish is fate. There is little to lament. Zhang Ruo responded. Li Dachui nodded. Can you reveal your true identity to me? Your real name? If you manage to survive in Xinwu City and establish your footing, then you shall learn who I am. Should that time come, we may find grounds for collaboration. Li Dachui laughed heartily and stood up, calling out, Xiao Mao. Fang Xiaomao promptly appeared before him. Clear the surroundings. It is quite noisy. And I wish to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Understood. Fang Xiaomao replied before vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 10. Rendered speechless, Zhang Qingyan gently lifted the tent flap and emerged into the biting cold. The frigid wind compelled her to shiver involuntarily. revealing a landscape blanketed in white. The overnight frost had coated everything in a glistening layer of silver. Turning, she spotted her brother Yuan Rong, along with Wu De and several of his subordinates, and an immediate sense of guilt washed over her. Their hair and eyebrows were also dusted in snow, for they had vigilantly remained by the tent throughout the night, dutifully safeguarding Zhang and her father. Uncle Yuan. Zhang Qingyan began to speak, but Yuan Rong raised a hand, pointing into the distance. Following the direction of his finger, her previously rosy complexion drained of color, matching the stark surroundings. Though still far off and appearing somewhat indistinct, she could discern clusters of people gathered together. In such desolate wilderness, a large congregation could only signify trouble. The recollection of what Li Dachui had mentioned about bandits sent a tremor through her heart. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, searching for Li Dachui, for he alone might offer her a semblance of security. Li Dachui leaned against the flagpole, the banner emblazoned with a heavy hammer drooping listlessly, much like his current demeanor, devoid of the spirited fervor he had displayed before the impending battle. His eyelids hung low, suggesting a night of poor rest. In front of the flag, his 300 subordinates sat on the ground, munching on flatbreads. Observing them, Zhang Qingyan felt her eyelids twitching again. Among the 300 horsemen, a contingent was clad in armor, their steeds similarly adorned. These horses, comparable in size to the magnificent steeds Li Dachui had brought to the temple a few days prior, stood tall, measuring at least 7 feet at the shoulder. Typically, such a horse would fetch thousands, even tens of thousands, of taels in Chang'an, treasures to their owners. Yet here they were, mere ordinary war horses. These individuals must have arrived overnight. She had not seen them during the day. Armored soldiers? You tell me these are bandits from beyond the frontier? Zhang Qingyan found the world utterly absurd. Li Dachui lazily waved at her, prompting her to approach. The Tianzi camp under the command of the notorious bandit Li Dachui consisted of 300 riders, including 66 armored soldiers. Quite an impressive sight, wouldn't you agree? Why 66? Zhang Qingyan inexplicably inquired, her curiosity piqued, neglecting to question how Li Dachui could afford such armored troops. Tianzi camp? Is there also a Dizzy camp? Clever. Li Dachui chuckled. There's also a Renzi camp. Heaven, earth, and man, these are the 3 talents. Are they all similarly equipped? Zhang Qingyan gestured to the armored soldiers in the center. Not quite affordable, Li Dachui replied. Each of the 3 camps has its own specialties. Yet they all demand a handsome expenditure. However, when it comes to action, I, Li Dachui, am exceedingly efficient. Every coin of mine is hard-earned. Those bandits across the way? Zhang Qingyan bit her lip, and her crimson lips instantly lost their color. They are mere rabble, not worth mentioning. The true challenge lies with the individuals backing them. Li Dachui snapped a blade of grass and chewed on it, stating, Xiao Chanche has come personally. Why do you say that the one who most desires to kill my father is someone like Xiao Chanche? From what you say, he does not seem to be a villain. The borderlands have indeed become a significant burden on the imperial treasury. The lack of funds is not an issue of the borderlands, but rather a problem inherent to the court itself. Li Dachui asserted, abandonment is not a viable solution. If we were to liken the Great Qin to a person, the borderlands are an integral part of its body. If we slice off a piece today and another tomorrow, how can the whole survive? Moreover, should the northern Yuan seize this land, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Great Qin. The officials of the court are not merely idle figures. I believe that those who hold high positions in the Great Qin and can influence national policy are far from useless. They simply look down upon the northern Yuan. In their eyes, the barbarians are insignificant. Li Dachui waved his hand dismissively. Is the northern Yuan truly formidable? At least the current rulers of the northern Yuan seem to be significantly stronger than our own sovereign and high-ranking officials. Have you encountered them? I have not seen the most powerful, only the lesser ones. Yet, from a glimpse, one can infer the whole, from a single leaf. One can discern the depth of autumn. If the lesser ones are thus, how could their formidable mentors be lacking? Li Dachui sighed. They are my lifelong adversaries. Zhang Qingyan cast a puzzled glance at Li Dachui, as the person he spoke of seemed to be a figure of great importance within the northern Yuan. What connection could a bandit leader like you possibly have with such a person, even if you are the most formidable bandit leader? In the distance, a chilling horn sounded, and Li Dachui shielded his eyes with his hand, pursing his lips in apparent disdain. Rise. The voice of Fang Xiaomao reached Zhang Qingyan and Apos' ears. Upon focusing her gaze, she saw Fang Xiaomao encased in an iron pot, with only his head protruding, clutching an iron helmet in his hands. With each step he took, the armor clattered noisily. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as 65 armored cavalrymen stood up and approached their similarly clad steeds, surrounded by over 200 light cavalrymen. "Are you going to?" Zhang Qingyan inquired. "Since leaving Chang'an, I have ceased to regard myself as a girl. As you have said, the borderlands are a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. If I wish to live longer, I must acclimate to this reality," Zhang Qingyan observed. "With you by my side today, I feel less lonely and thus more courageous." Li Dachui clapped his hands in appreciation. "Well done. To attain such awareness so swiftly. It seems you are indeed teachable. Let us observe the true world together. Compared to the underhanded schemes of Chang'an, here is a realm of genuine blades and guns. Straightforward and efficient. Those who perish deserve it, and those who survive are justified. It is not merely a matter of open confrontation, is it? Even beyond the borders. The subtle machinations are likely a commonplace occurrence." Zhang Qingyan scoffed. "Brotherly, it seems you are quite the adept schemer." Li Dachui laughed heartily. "Your words render me speechless. It appears I have struck a nerve." Zhang Qingyan raised his eyebrows, a hint of pride evident. Those who cannot strategize beyond the borders often end up like the foolish souls before them, sent to their demise. Li Dachui remarked. "The primary distinction between here and Chang and Apos, and is that here, killing is done with unabashed boldness. No justification is required." In the distance, a piercing horn sounded. Its urgency matched by the thunderous hooves of galloping horses as the bandits surged forth. "Mount up," came the command from Fang Xiaomiao. To Zhang Qingyan's astonishment, those heavily armored warriors leaped effortlessly into the air, landing upon their steeds with grace. "Now you understand why there are only 66 of them?" Li Dachui explained. "Though numerous beyond the borders, it is not so simple to summon capable individuals, even with my wealth and generosity. Among these 66, the most formidable is naturally Xiaomiao, a martial artist of the 8th rank in the Xin Yuan realm and the leader of the Tianzi camp. The others are predominantly at the 4th to 6th ranks of Qi mastery. Where could you gather such a number of martial prowess, even with limited understanding of martial affairs?" Zhang Qingyun recognized the significance of this. For instance, the 8 constables escorting them, led by Wu De, seemed barely competent apart from Wu De himself. Now, only 4 remained. Yet, even so, they could be considered elite among the 6 doors. On the battlefield, the Tianzi camp serves as a reaping blade. Li Dachui and Apos' voice deepened. "Xiao Changshe has long sought to ascertain the secrets of my Tianzi camp. This time, let him see clearly. My apologies. We have burdened you." Zhang Qingyun felt that his own matters had compelled Li Dachui to reveal his hand, which was certainly not ideal. "Not at all," Li Dachui replied. "Strength must sometimes be concealed, leaving the opponent in uncertainty. Yet, at other times, it is essential to make the enemy fully aware. To prevent misjudgments that could lead to rash actions, this would be detrimental for all, would it not? Miscalculations by the enemy often lead to losses for both sides. Are you suggesting Xiao Chanshe is nearby?" "Indeed. At this moment, he must be stationed somewhere with a view, waiting to observe the spectacle," Li Dachui said. "Once these bandits are vanquished, he will surely reveal himself." Chapter 11. Xiao Changshe. If one were to inquire about the most renowned figure among the court officials beyond the borders, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Changshe. Although Ling Hu Yi commands an army of 100,000, the average person remains largely unaware of his identity. In stark contrast, Xiao Changshe possesses the extraordinary ability to quell the cries of children at night. His mercilessness towards adversaries has even elicited wary glances from his allies. Whether it was his relentless pursuit of the northern Yuan's left virtuous king across 1,000 miles, compelling the latter's favored concubine to become his own, or his ongoing campaigns against the northern Yuan and the eradication of bandits within the territory, each battle has left a grim legacy, contributing to the growing tally of heads that symbolize Xiao Changshe's glory. In the folklore of the common people, Xiao Changshe is often depicted as a figure with a 3-foot waist, a leopard-like head, and menacing features, notorious for his insatiable lust and fondness for consuming the young. Such tales have persisted to the extent that upon encountering the real Xiao Changshe, some individuals find themselves questioning the authenticity of the man before them. As Li Dachui aptly remarked, Xiao Changshe is a mere few dozen miles away, and for those accustomed to traversing such distances on foot, it may seem quite far. Yet, to them, it is but the brief time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. "General, I was wrong. I shall rush to confront Li Dachui immediately." Zheng Song, a notorious bandit leader beyond the borders, now kneels on the ground, his voice quivering and his body shaking uncontrollably, his face contorted in sheer terror. Perched upon his saddle, Xiao Changshe appears remarkably handsome, Yes, handsome. His features are androgynous, with slender, willow-like brows and enchanting peach blossom eyes, his skin fair and delicate, his tall frame seemingly fragile. In stark contrast, the robust Zhang Song kneeling before him seems far more substantial, almost as if he were cleaved in two. Since when did I require a second reminder for what I commanded? Xiao Changche's voice is neither hurried nor slow, devoid of any emotion. His gaze towards Zhang Song devoid of warmth. Upon hearing Xiao Changche's words, despair flickers in Zhang Song's eyes, and with a roar, he lunges forward like a bear, aiming for the man standing just within reach. To seize him is to seize survival itself. In moments of utter despair, one can often summon courage and strength that even they might find hard to believe. This lunge reveals Zhang Song's prowess, far exceeding his usual capabilities. Yet, Xiao Changche's expression remains unchanged. The officers behind him wear expressions of scorn, not even flinching. With a swift movement, Xiao Changche seizes Zhang Song by the throat, pinning him to the ground like a dog. Why muster the courage to attack me when you could confront Li Dachui instead? Is he true rising to his feet? He strode towards the clear water river, several paces away, to sever the head of this fool and display it alongside those of his minions, allowing all the rabble to witness the fate that befalls those who flout the rules. A soldier approached, dragging one of Zhang Song's legs across the ground as if hauling a wild dog into the distance. Xiao Changche crouched by the riverbank, methodically cleansing his hands. Are you suggesting that our scout was captured by him? The officer inquired, incredulously. Is there any other explanation? Xiao Changche replied, if I do not intervene, your scouts are doomed. What audacity! The officer exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. If he were not audacious, could he have reached this point? Xiao Changche chuckled. General, it seems you hold this Li Dachui in high regard. Over the past few years, we have relentlessly pursued bandits, yet you have never mentioned him, resulting in his growing notoriety. I find it somewhat perplexing. He is merely a horse bandit. Taking a dry cloth from the officer, Xiao Changche wiped his hands and continued. This man is indeed somewhat exceptional. Since we are to meet him today, allow me to share some insights, ensuring you possess a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of him, which may help you avoid unnecessary losses in the future. Since the general is to meet him today, does that mean Li Dachui can escape alive? Another officer jested. His belief was genuine, not mere flattery. Over the years, every bandit leader Xiao Changche had encountered had met their demise at the pinnacle of the capital. I would wish for that, but I fear it is unlikely. Xiao Changche appeared somewhat regretful. Do you recall the battle 3 years ago, when we pursued the left virtuous king of Buan? At the mention of this battle, several of the surrounding officers grew animated, for it was one of Xiao Changche's most celebrated victories. Nearly a month of relentless pursuit, with sustenance and rest nearly all achieved on horseback, yet the rewards were immense. Each participant garnered significant prestige and even wealth from the endeavor, a capital they could boast of for a lifetime. The officers exchanged glances. We believed it was merely your good fortune and strategic prowess that led to the deception of Wu Tu, causing their tactical blunders, one one-eyed general remarked, adjusting his eye patch. Can one deceive for a moment, yet sustain it for so long? Xiao Changche replied with a smile. Such matters were difficult to disclose in the past, but with time, there is little left to hide. At that time, I paid 50,000 taels of silver to employ this Li Dachui to intercept Wu Tu. Everyone was taken aback. 50,000 taels was all it took to enlist Li Dachui to thwart Wu Tu? I recall Wu Tu commanded over 10,000 elite troops from Biyuan. The one-eyed general and Appo's mouth fell agape. Moreover, did Li Dachui possess such capability back then? General, you know far more about Li Dachui than I do. Xiao Changche replied nonchalantly. When I devised this operation, the general could not spare troops to assist me, so he facilitated my connection with Li Dachui. Xiao Dawei widened his eyes. Indignant. Is this something one can endure? A chorus of laughter erupted among the officers. Nevertheless, the money was eventually paid, courtesy of the Grand Marshal, as Xiao Changche noted. Why? The collective inquiry mirrored the astonishment of all present. Because at that time, that fellow went with the Lord of Tai and Appo's, and to Jinwu City to lodge a complaint against the Grand Marshal. Xiao Changche continued, in the Grand Marshal and Appo's private residence. It was there that I first encountered the Lord of Taiyan and this Li Dachui. I had no funds to repay my debts, and ultimately, it was the Grand Marshal who settled them for me. Does he have connections with the Lord of Entai? The crowd had grown somewhat numb. It was said that the two had crossed paths midway, but who would believe such a tale? Xiao Changche chuckled. Li Dachui's meteoric rise from obscurity to prominence. Could it truly have occurred without the backing of formidable figures? Within the entire region beyond the pass, few possess such capabilities. And the Lord of Antai is undoubtedly one of them. How formidable is a congenital master? Xiao Dongwei licked his lips. The Grand Marshal remarked that in a face-to-face confrontation, should the Lord of Taiyan wish to kill him, he would have little capacity for resistance. The difference between congenital and the 9th rank of Xianyuan may seem but a single step, yet that step could very well be an insurmountable chasm. The officers fell into silence. If the Grand Marshal, a 9th rank expert, felt this way, their own prospects were hardly worth mentioning. What price did that treacherous Zhang Ruo pay to enlist Li Dachui for his protection? Xiao Dongwei suddenly grew agitated. General, do you think those horse bandits can accomplish this task? If they fail, it matters not. Utilizing Li Dachui's hand to eliminate these bandits would yield satisfactory results. Li Dachui had unleashed a wave of slaughter beyond the pass, rendering him unable to coexist with the other bandits any longer. But what of Zhang Ruo? If this opportunity to kill him truly passes, then I, Xiao Che, shall seek another. If the Grand Marshal is unwilling to intervene, then it falls upon me to act. A fierce intent shone upon Xiao Chao's delicate features. He bore no fear of attracting infamy. What is so extraordinary about a few officials dying beyond the pass? Was it not common for dozens to perish in a single year? If others have met their demise, why should Zhang Ruo be exempt? Chapter 12. Frightened, at least 2,000 bandits approached. Wu Degan, the magistrate, had been in his position for many years. With a mere glance, he could estimate the number with remarkable accuracy. The Yuan brothers, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong, were far superior in martial prowess compared to Wu Da. Yet they remained mere figures of the Jianghu, as they beheld the vast horde of bandits galloping towards them. The thunderous sound of hooves and the deafening roars caused their faces to pale. While a gathering of 1,000 or 2,000 individuals might not occupy much space, the sight of such a cavalry was undeniably intimidating. When a charge of this magnitude commenced, it could easily overwhelm one's entire field of vision. The Yuan brothers swallowed hard. Accustomed as they were to solitary combat, even in brawls, a dozen or 100 combatants sufficed. Beyond that, they would likely be treated as bandits by the authorities. They had never witnessed such overwhelming might. Given their recent entry into the Xianyuan realm, barely qualifying as 7th-tier practitioners, they pondered the futility of their skills against such a tide. Even those who had advanced to the innate stage would find themselves compelled to retreat amid such a throng. As martial artists, the Yuan brothers were perturbed, and Zhang Ruo and her father were even more so. In contrast to Zhang Ruo, her companion Zhang Qingyun, though trembling, exhibited a surprising strength, managing to support Zhang Ruo despite her evident weakness. Do not worry, Zhang Gong. Wuda's voice was somewhat hoarse. The location chosen by Surly for our encampment is quite strategic. Apart from our front, the other 3 sides are marshy, making it perilous for cavalry to charge. Moreover, we have Surly's formidable forces at the front. They cannot break through. Ha ha, Wuti Xing, I did not realize you possess such knowledge, Li Dachui chuckled. It's a professional habit. Upon arriving anywhere, I always scout the surroundings, Wuda replied. Yuan Rong inhaled deeply, regaining some color. Surly, what if they possess higher martial abilities and decide to charge directly? Li Dachui regarded him with a look of confusion. Do they not see me standing here? Which of them would dare to challenge me alone? They can only hope to overwhelm us through sheer numbers, breaking through our main forces. Li Dachui's pride swelled. Yet his confidence seemed to instill a sense of calm among the others. Yuan Rong's gaze fell upon the ostentatious sword still hanging at Li Dachui's waist, and he recalled the scene in the temple, where the descending assassin was pinned down and chastised by Li Dachui. That assassin's skills were not inferior to his own. He instinctively touched his backside, feeling a twinge of insecurity. With Li Dachui's unwavering confidence, they shifted their focus to the battlefield ahead. 200 light cavalry accompanied 66 heavy cavalry, advancing at a steady pace, gradually picking up speed. Surly, these bandits do not know you possess heavy cavalry, do they? Wudu inquired. Zhang Qingyun observed Li Dachui's melancholic expression and felt a surge of irritation. Brotherly, do you secretly wish for certain individuals to witness your prowess, thus enhancing your bargaining power? Alternatively, this could serve as an opportunity to demonstrate to others, as you mentioned, lest there be any misjudgment. Li Dachui awkwardly chuckled. Did you see through me? Zhang Qingyun rolled her eyes at him. Li Dachui muttered softly, being this beautiful is already commendable. Why must you be so clever? Brotherly, what are you saying? Zhang Qingyun released Zhang Ruo, took a few steps to the side, and fixed her lively gaze upon Li Dachui. Li Dachui laughed heartily. I merely said you were intelligent. I meant no ill. Look, the cavalry is charging. 1,000 steeds surged forth, their gallant forms filling the horizon, the thunderous sound of hooves and the desperate cries echoing in their ears, causing the very ground to tremble. Witnessing such might, the ever-composed Zhang Qingyun finally gasped in alarm, her legs weakening, ready to collapse. Li Dachui swiftly reached out, catching her, and Zhang Qingyun instinctively grasped his garment. Li Dachui focused intently on the approaching armies, seemingly oblivious to his own actions. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Zhang Qingyun realized, loosening her grip, only to discover that her slender waist was still enveloped in his hold, nearly leaning against him, her embarrassment overshadowing her fear. She felt a warmth radiating from his palm through her clothing, and her legs, once steadied, threatened to give way again. Li Dachui tightened his grip, supporting her firmly. His gaze fixed ahead, yet his words flowed unceasingly. Do not fear. I am here. No one can harm you. Zhang Qingjun and Appos, cheeks flushed crimson, her form stiffening like a wooden post. However, in the next moment, she managed to forget her embarrassment, for the two sides were now clashing in the distance. The light cavalry of the Tianzi camp suddenly spread out in AV formation, revealing within their ranks 66 heavily armored knights. The marauders across the way naturally took notice. The leading marauder let out a desperate roar. Having never faced such fierce opposition, they were acutely aware that against heavy cavalry, they stood no chance. The distinction between armor and no armor was glaringly evident. Dressed in simple cloth, they were akin to a lone individual hurling themselves against a blade. Fang Xiaomao drew two blades from behind, gripping the hilts backward, positioning the blades horizontally before his elbows, bending slightly forward, his spurs lightly tapping against his steed. The dual blades in his hands were unlike those he typically wielded. They were thicker and longer. The 66 heavy knights brandished twin swords, mirroring Fang Xiaomao's stance. It was like tigers among sheep. 1,000 to 2,000 marauders, unable to evade the onslaught, met their demise as the 66 heavy cavalry cut through them, leaving a gruesome path in their wake. Meanwhile, the light cavalry flanking the sides effortlessly harvested those marauders who had narrowly escaped the charge of the heavy knights. On a distant ridge, Xiao Chache, Xiao Dongwei, and others paled at the sight. Heavily armored cavalry? No wonder they dared to invite me. Xiao Chache scoffed coldly. To one's astonishment, there exists a contingent of armored cavalry, with a garrison of 100,000 stationed beyond the pass, which implies that General Linghu commands 500 heavy cavalry in the center. Xiao Dongwei gazed incredulously at the opposing side. It is no wonder they dare to challenge the great general. Heavy cavalry is not particularly formidable. On the battlefield, there are myriad strategies to counter them. Their cumbersome nature is their most fatal weakness. Xiao Chache expressed disdain, yet in the next moment, his words faltered, as if a hand had seized his throat. Indeed, armored cavalry is cumbersome and exorbitantly costly to maintain, with their operational deployment severely limited, which is why Xiao Chache had always been averse to their use. However, the heavy cavalry he witnessed today exhibited a remarkable difference. As they charged forth, the heavy cavalry dispersed to eliminate the disordered bandits. This should have been an opportunity for the bandits. With the heavy cavalry losing formation and speed, the light cavalry should have easily dealt with them. Yet, what Xiao Chache observed was that those knights clad in heavy armor could still leap gracefully, mounting and dismounting as if treading on solid ground. If it were merely one or two individuals displaying such agility, it would be forgivable. But the reality was that all 66 heavy cavalrymen exhibited this remarkable prowess. Xiao Chache fell into silence. At that moment, Xiao Dongwei and the others turned pale. This signified that these 66 armored cavalrymen, without exception, had achieved a martial cultivation of at least the chi manipulation stage, with the weakest among them being at the 4th rank. Only those who have reached this level can channel their inner energy throughout their bodies, bearing such heavy armor with ease. From where did Li Dachui, a mere bandit, recruit so many martial experts? Moreover, these individuals willingly serve as his subordinates. Finally, a commander voiced the thoughts of the assembly. Xiao Changshe exhaled deeply, realizing at last why. 3 years prior, this individual was able to hold off Wichelil. Previously, he believed this fellow must possess extraordinary schemes, but now it appears to be sheer strength. The Tianzi camp, indeed, it lives up to its name. I am now curious about the Zidi camp and Rinzi camp. What level do they represent? Could they possibly be of a similar caliber? Everyone was struck with astonishment. It was not surprising that Li Dachui possessed formidable cultivation. It was understandable that his generals were powerful, but the fact that his ordinary soldiers also exhibited considerable prowess was rather alarming. The martial arts of the world can be categorized into 4 levels: solid, chi manipulation, xin yuan, and innate. Solid, chi manipulation, and Xian Yuan each have 3 tiers, commonly referred to as the 1st to 9th ranks. The 1st to 3rd ranks represent solid, the entry into martial arts, where one strengthens their body and hones their skills. To those who are merely ordinary, they appear as weak as fledglings before these individuals. The 4th to 6th ranks are known as qi manipulation, where one enters the realm of mastery, achieving a significant level of inner strength, enabling them to channel inner energy throughout their bodies. With a single punch, they could effortlessly slay a charging bull. Those who attain the pinnacle of qi manipulation can dominate a region as formidable figures. The 7th to 9th ranks are termed Xian Yuan, where one can project their inner strength externally, striking from a distance, wielding energy as a sword. At this stage, one becomes a person of great significance in the world. Those at the 9th rank are particularly sought after by various powers, as the peak martial prowess of nations is predominantly composed of 9th rank experts. As for those with innate abilities, their existence has become almost mythical due to their rarity. Take, for instance, the Lord of Tian City, who is said to possess such powers yet has never demonstrated them, leaving the true nature of innate strength shrouded in mystery. Individuals of this caliber seem to have transcended mundane concerns, perhaps having ascended to a higher plane of existence, where they pursue far more profound truths. Few choose to reveal themselves, and even fewer, like the Lord of Tian, are willing to act as protectors for ordinary people. In an army, the majority remains composed of common soldiers, who, through extensive training, have developed stronger physiques and honed their skills in the art of combat. The number of elite soldiers capable of reaching a distinguished rank is limited, typically comprising the most skilled within the ranks. For example, the personal guard of Ling Hai is predominantly made up of such distinguished soldiers. Xiao Dongwei, while merely a peak 6th rank, possesses the potential to advance to the realm of Xian Yuan within the next couple of days. Conversely, Xiao Changche, despite being younger than Xiao Dongwei, stands as a formidable peak 8th rank, yet individuals of his caliber are exceedingly rare and serve as exemplars in the frontier army, even under Xiao Changche and Appos as command. It is challenging to assemble a considerable number of those who have attained the level of qi manipulation, as they are genuinely intimidated. The bandits, those who confront these harbingers of death, are paralyzed with fear. The Yuan Rong brothers and Wu De, discerning individuals, have turned their attention away from the battlefield, fixated instead on Li Dachui. Is he truly a bandit? Who is this enigmatic figure? Chapter 13. Compelling reasons the Great Qin is shrouded in black. Resembling a flock of ominous crows, remarked Li Dachui with a hint of disdain. Earlier, Zhang Ruo, who had appeared weak-kneed, now stood upright, and upon hearing Li Dachui's contemptuous remarks about the Great Qin army, could not help but retort, not by disputing the comparison to crows, but by launching an attack on the attire of Li Dachui's subordinates. Although Li Dachui claimed to be a bandit, his men were uniformly clad in brown, which, in its simplicity, exuded a higher aesthetic than the garish red and yellow worn by Li's own crew. Isn't this a sign of poverty? Lacking funds? One can only adorn oneself in such plain garments. Once I strike it rich, I shall certainly procure a more refined wardrobe for them, Li Dachui conceded, nodding in agreement. The two of them presented contrasting perspectives. One found solace in the presence of the Great Qin army, whereas the other appeared to dismiss the forces stationed beyond the Great Qin's borders. However, the others did not share their sentiments. The burdens they bore were trifling. Yet the weight of over 200 pounds upon a warhorse would inevitably tire even the finest steed. Horses do not practice martial arts nor comprehend the essence of energy manipulation. As for Yuan Rong and his companions, their bodies were taut with tension. For them, the forces stationed beyond the Great Qin were potentially harbingers of death. At that moment, the Black Crows methodically harvested the fleeing bandits, having been scattered by the Tianzi camp's onslaught. If the Tianzi camp's assault on the bandits could be likened to a brutal slaughter, then the current operations of the Great Qin's garrison resembled an assembly line of grim efficiency, each soldier a seasoned veteran, honed by countless trials. In contrast to the oppressive tactics of the Tianzi camp, the cold, detached harvesting now left Yuan Rong and the others profoundly shaken. While the heroes of the martial world often profess a calm acceptance of life and death, witnessing such a large-scale slaughter, akin to the reaping of chives, sent chills down their spines. Although there were those among them with formidable martial prowess capable of inflicting harm on these soldiers, each time one was felled, two more would close in. Slaying those two would only summon four, or even more, of the relentless black shapes, an unending tide until one was utterly exhausted. Throughout this grim tableau, the black banner fluttering atop the distant ridge remained motionless. The Tianzi camp dispatched thousands of bandits in the span of a single incense stick burn. And the garrison beyond the Great Qin managed to eliminate every last bandit in a similar time frame. The distinction lay in the fact that the Tianzi camp employed 300 men, while the Qin army utilized nearly 3,000. Not a single life was spared. Even those who had been unseated and lay dying after the Tianzi camp's initial assault were now lifeless. The soldiers of the Great Qin dismounted with grim resolve, methodically severing the heads of the fallen and meticulously stacking them, observing their fastidious attention to the distance and angle of each severed head, even ensuring to wipe away the bloodstains. Zhang Ruo's face paled once more. Zhang Qingyun could not suppress a wave of nausea. Before them stood a grim spectacle, a monument composed of over 2,000 severed heads. Witnessing the construction of the capital fortification before one's very eyes is far more impactful than merely observing its formidable presence from the outset. In light of this, Brother Yuan Rong suddenly felt that all his previous bravado and reckless courage were utterly meaningless. In the face of such a brutal military apparatus, what significance does martial prowess hold? As Li Dachui aptly stated, confronted by legions of soldiers, even the most skilled cultivator has no recourse but to flee. One must acknowledge that the limits of human strength are finite. Once the fortification was established, 3,000 troops formed ranks behind it. The foremost battalion of nearly 3,000 cavalry maintained an exceptionally high state of alertness. None dismounted, blades remained sheathed, and arrows were poised. All eyes fixated on the distant Tianzi camp. The remaining soldiers, however, dismounted and sat cross-legged on the ground, amidst the thousands, apart from the neighing of steeds. There was an eerie silence, a testament to the strict military discipline that instilled a sense of awe in onlookers. How does Zhang and Amp, Appos, forces compare to the imperial guard of Chang and Amp, Appos, and Li Dachui remarked with a smirk, clearly laced with derision. This mockery was not directed at the ravenous creature he referred to, but rather at the imperial guard of Chang'an. Zhang Ruo's countenance grew exceedingly grave. Although he was an outsider, merely observing the spectacle, he recognized the combat capability of the troops, discernible from their daily comportment. Moreover, he had witnessed how effortlessly these soldiers had decimated a band of several thousand marauders. The fierce generals stationed at the borders displayed audacity, daring to threaten the court. Treating it with disdain, Li Dachui scoffed. Since the establishment of the Great Qin, the Imperial Guard was a formidable weapon to suppress the four corners and secure the dynasty. When did the Imperial Guard become a mere shadow of its former self, while the border forces grow increasingly formidable? Is this not the fault of the emperor, the chancellor, the court? Why has the court lost its firm grip on the border forces, allowing them to become the private tools of great generals? The frost of 3 feet does not form within a single day. Zhang Ruo remarked, thus, we must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the court and Amp, Appos, preparations seem less about strengthening its core and more about undermining its branches. Li Dachui continued. The reason the northern Yuan is still kept at bay is due to the existence of this strong army. Even if Ling Huyu harbors treasonous thoughts, he is not currently inclined to collude with the northern Yuan. But should the court push too hard, Zhang Gong, have you considered the consequences? What if 100,000 troops from beyond the pass invade? How would the court respond? Are there no loyalists among the 100,000 troops? Zhang Ruo questioned, his confidence wavering. Surely, not all of them could be Ling Huyi and Appos, lackeys? Indeed, Li Dachui pointed to a distant black flag approaching from the ridge. Xiao Cha-che is a general under Ling Huyi, but he is certainly no lackey. His intent to eliminate you may even surpass Ling Huyi's. The abandonment of the border region was indeed a notion born from the minds of the court and Appos, as higher-ups. Zhang Ruo refrained from arguing this time. The black flag drew nearer. Crossing over the thousands of seated soldiers, the 500 knights standing at the ready, in the still-bloodied fortification, the little cat remained steadfast. While the Tianzi camp stood immovable as a mountain, as Xiao Cha-che stood at a distance of over 10 zhang from Fang Xiaomiao, he reined in his horse. Behind him, the grand banner billowed in the wind, flanked by 2 formidable generals, with a dozen officers arrayed behind at a respectful distance, creating an imposing aura. Li Dachui mounted his horse, brandishing a ceremonial sword and tapping it against the horse and Amp, Appos' flank, maintaining a languid demeanor as he slowly advanced. What heinous act had Li Dachui committed to warrant such a disguise? Xiao Changche raised his whip, pointing at Li Dachui's bearded face. I did not force anyone to their demise, nor did I scheme to use another as a pawn. What, then, is so shameful? Li Dachui stroked his beard and replied, I simply believe this rugged visage exudes a certain masculinity. Should I encounter an enemy, Perhaps I could sway them to surrender without a battle. Xiao Dongwei's face flushed with rage as he pointed his spear at Li Dachui, exclaiming, "Do you wish for death?" Xiao Chache, with his feminine features, possessed an undeniable beauty. If dressed as a woman, he would surely be a stunning beauty. Li Dachui and Apos' remark was a blatant jab at Xiao Chache. Indeed, life has been lived to the fullest. Perhaps I should invite this one-eyed general to escort me to the afterlife? Li Dachui chuckled. Hearing this, Xiao Dongwei instinctively moved to charge forward, but Xiao Chache swiftly placed a hand on the horse's head, preventing it from advancing and causing it to retreat a few steps instead. Are you frightened? Dare you not approach? Li Dachui laughed heartily. Xiao Dongwei's face turned purple with fury, and as he glared at Xiao Chache, he seemed poised to speak, but Xiao Chache coldly interjected. What? Do you wish to challenge him one-on-one? To be captured by him and bargain with me? Not just this fellow, but even that armored cap beside him could subdue you within 10 moves. This one delights in fresh catches. Xiao Chache, if he cannot, then why not you give it a try? Let us seize this opportunity and test each other's mettle, shall we? Li Dachui continued to provoke. The day I relinquish my military post, should I not have slain you or seen you killed by another, I shall certainly engage you in combat. Xiao Changche and Apos' charming eyes narrowed, revealing his simmering fury. Those familiar with him understood that he was at his breaking point. It is you who provokes me, not the other way around. Li Dachui disregarded this, asserting, after all, we have collaborated quite well in the past, have we not? 3 years ago. If it were not for me, could you have achieved such merits? Could you have captured the renowned beauty of Beiyuan and fathered your only son? Xiao Changche scoffed. No profit, no early rise. I have yet to inquire where those tens of thousands of souls have disappeared to. They are all my Qin subjects. Unknown to me. Li Dachui spread his hands. Xiao Changche, do you intend to settle old scores? Very well, let us discuss them in detail. I have no time to engage in idle chatter. Xiao Changche declared. Li Dachui, I desire the death of certain individuals. Speak. What benefits do you seek? Impossible. The benefits promised to me by others cannot be matched by you. Li Dachui resolutely shook his head. Then consider it a favor owed to you. The last favor you owed me remains unsettled. Li Dachui declared resolutely. Old debts have yet to be cleared, and now you wish to incur new ones. Such reasoning is absurd. So, are you truly intent on engaging in combat with me? Xiao Changche raised his hand, and behind him, thousands of knights rose in unison. You startled me. Li Dachui pounded his chest, yet his expression bore no hint of fear. Xiao Changche, do you genuinely wish to confront me? Do you believe you surpass Wutu by a significant margin? Even if you and your troops are formidable and have triumphed in a previous encounter with me, how many of those soldiers, with whom you share daily camaraderie, do you think will remain? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Changche inquired, what benefits have they ultimately provided you? They have even offered me their daughter. Now that you have a son, must I remain without one? Li Dachui chuckled. Can you truly provide me with that? Perhaps you might send me that beauty from Beiyuan? She possesses a generous figure, clearly suited for childbearing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changche wore an expression reminiscent of constipation. General Linghu intends to eliminate this person. It is only a matter of time. Then let it not be at your hands. Li Dachui replied coolly. Xiao Changche, should this individual meet his end by your hand, you will find there is no retreat. You will indeed become a mere hound for General Linghu. Though a molting phoenix may not rival a chicken, it remains a phoenix nonetheless, followed by a retinue of splendid creatures such as the Yuanzhu, Weihua, and Honghu. Stirring this hornet's nest would delight General Linghu. Furthermore, it is not certain that General Linghu even desires this individual dead at present. I have never witnessed the general rescind an order once given, Xiao Changche asserted. You shall soon witness it, Li Dachui retorted. Xiao Changche appeared somewhat perplexed. Look. Here they come. Li Dachui gestured toward the direction of Jinwu City, and upon turning, Xiao Changche beheld a flurry of autumn leaves as a cavalry unit galloped swiftly toward them. Linghu Jishu? What have you done now? Xiao Changche gazed at Li Dachui, incredulous. Chapter 14. The mask of change. The number of knights galloping forth was scarcely more than a mere 100. At the forefront was Linghu Jishu, a figure not widely recognized. Yet in the lands beyond the passes, the surname Linghu itself embodies a unique significance. No one dares to show this name anything but the utmost respect and courtesy. In the expanse beyond the frontier, many bear the Linghu surname, encompassing commanding generals, advisors of the military, and local dignitaries. Over the years, Linghu Yi has evolved from operating in secrecy to boldly establishing a vast network composed of his kin, which encompasses all aspects of power. The Linghu clan is a prominent lineage, replete with exceptional talents. Since Linghu Yi assumed control of the situation beyond the passes, numerous elite descendants of the Linghu lineage began to depart en masse, leaving behind those who remained in the heartland, primarily the idle offspring of the wealthy and the aged, who could be regarded as hostages. The nominal head of the Linghu clan, Linghu Qiu, still holds a position in Chang'an. As Linghu Yi's power has solidified and grown increasingly formidable in recent years, Linghu Qiu's official rank has steadily ascended, advancing from a 5th-rank counselor to a 3rd-rank censor. When Zhang Ruo was demoted from Chang'an, it was rumored that discussions within the court even proposed elevating Linghu Qiu's title to a 2nd-rank nobility, intended to placate Linghu Yi. Those remaining under the court's jurisdiction from the Linghu clan are considered expendable, including their current patriarch, Linghu Qiu. Should Linghu Yi decide to act, they would undoubtedly become sacrificial offerings. Yet, what significance does this hold? The individuals who remain live lives of luxury and indulgence, and their contribution to the family is limited to the prospect of sacrificing themselves for the Linghu name when the time arises. This is their paramount value and the greatest offering they can provide to the Linghu clan. Thus, among the Linghu beyond the passes, there exists a dearth of incompetence. Those who occupy high positions in this region are, without exception, elites. Individuals like Linghu Zhishu, who are not widely known, yet hold immense importance to figures such as Li Dachui and Xiao Changche, can be deemed as individuals of great influence. Linghu Zhishu serves as a military secretary within the Grand Marshal and Apos' office. Although his rank is not particularly high, he wields genuine power. What sets Linghu Zhishu apart is his responsibility for coordinating intelligence for the military beyond the passes, as well as handling matters that the Grand Marshal prefers to keep concealed from outsiders. The private organization known as the Iron Curtain is recognized by Xiao Changche and is infamous among the various powerful factions beyond the passes, as all engage in unsavory dealings. Interactions are often laced with duplicity. While affectionate terms may be exchanged in person, the moment an opportunity arises, betrayal is executed without a second thought. Nevertheless, when cooperation is required, it is executed with unwavering commitment. In instances of mutual deceit, there is no hesitation whatsoever. Linghu Zhishu stands as a figure of paramount importance within the military conglomerate beyond the passes. However, this individual has seldom ventured beyond the confines of Jinwu City. Yet, he has now arrived. Xiao Changche cast a profound glance at Li Dachui, a figure entangled with the Marshal and Apos' estate and possessing deep ties to the Lord of Tai and Apos, and wielding an immense military power concealed from the public eye. Despite having known this person for several years, Xiao Changche has never truly discerned his intentions. Li Dachui chuckled. Do you genuinely wish to know? Xiao Changche inhaled deeply, the corners of his eyes lifting, and his lips pressed tightly together, accentuating his handsome visage, rendering him unforgettable. As a 3rd-rank cavalry general, Xiao Changche, though a subordinate of Linghu Yi, has remarkably maintained a degree of independence. He stands as a representative figure of the local faction beyond the frontier, possessing extensive local roots, exceptional martial prowess, and outstanding military skills, making him a figure of both respect and wariness for Linghu Yi. Xiao Changche himself strives diligently within this military faction to uphold his autonomy. Linghu Yi, aside from his martial and military abilities, far surpasses Xiao Changche in political acumen. As the local forces increasingly gravitate towards Linghu Yi, the pressure on Xiao Changche has mounted over the years. This is also the reason he hesitates to confront Li Dachui. Li Dachui is an exceedingly complex character with connections to nearly all factions beyond the frontier, yet he does not seem to owe allegiance to any particular party. According to Xiao Changche's knowledge, certain businesses under Linghu Zhishu have been repeatedly raided by this individual known as Li Dachui, and each time, the matter concluded without resolution. Remarkably, Li Dachui has even appeared openly at the Marshal and Apos' estate, enjoying the honor of being a guest of the Marshal. Xiao Changche pondered the intricate web of relationships, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Dealing with these entanglements proved far more arduous than subduing bandits or resisting the Northern Yuan. He suddenly loathed himself. Had his martial skills progressed rapidly into the innate realm, he could have effortlessly severed these troublesome ties. The sound of hooves resonated like thunder as 100 riders swiftly approached the midpoint of the two armies. Linghu Zhishu, just over 30, with neatly groomed facial hair and a black cap atop his head, bore the marks of hardship etched into his face by the elements. His square visage, defined and angular, made him appear older than Xiao Changche, as though they belonged to different generations. Halting his steed, Linghu Jishu first glanced at the towering fortifications of the capital, his lips curling downward with increasing severity. He clasped his hands in greeting towards Xiao Changche, saying, "General Xiao, you have endured much. Subduing bandits and eradicating thieves is merely my duty. It cannot be deemed arduous. How fares the marshal?" Xiao Changche nodded, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile, embodying a demeanor of official business. He is a third-rank general of the court. Although Linghu Jishu holds significant power, he is merely a personal aide to the commander. His failure to return the gesture does not constitute a breach of etiquette. "The commander is well," said Linghu Jishu, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace his face. "The celebration for Siem Yuan's first birthday is approaching, and the commander has prepared valuable gifts that are sure to please General Xiao. Siem Yuan is the son of the favored concubine of the left virtuous king, whom Xiao Changche had forcibly taken, making him Xiao Changche and Apos' only son, aptly named Siem Yuan, simple and straightforward. Please convey my gratitude to the commander. Once this busy period passes, I will visit Jinwu City to report to the commander." Regardless of Xiao Changche's nature, as long as he remains respectful towards the commander, it is a favorable outcome. Linghu Yi and Apos' unusual tolerance toward Xiao Changche stems from the latter and Apos' lack of fondness for the court in Chang and Apos'. His greatest ambition is to annihilate the northern Yuan and behead its nobles, stacking their heads as a grim monument. Hence, as long as Linghu Yi continues to oppose the northern Yuan, waging war against them, and dedicates himself to their destruction, Xiao Changche will undoubtedly serve him with utmost loyalty. Xiao Changche's gaze shifted to an old man, wrapped tightly in a large cloak, huddled on horseback behind Linghu Jishu. With an uncommon display of respect, he clasped his hands together and said, "Elder Chang, it has been a long time since we last met." The elderly man on horseback smiled warmly, replying, "General Xiao, it has been a year and a month. The last time we met was during your report to Jinwu City last year. Elder Chang pointed out the deficiencies in my martial arts last year, and I believe I have made significant progress since then. I hope to seek your guidance when time permits." "I can see it. I can see it. The youth is indeed formidable." Elder Chang nodded repeatedly, smiling kindly at Xiao Changche. "Thank you for the gifts. It was merely some ginseng and FOTI, trifles not worth mentioning," Xiao Changche replied nonchalantly. This Elder Chang, whose full name is Chang Jian, is the top-ranking offering in the commander's court, reputed to have reached the pinnacle of the Xian Yuan realm at the 9th rank. However, he has struggled to cross the threshold of congenital mastery, and with age, his physical capabilities have begun to decline, raising concerns of a potential setback. He relies on numerous precious medicinal herbs to maintain his bodily functions and sustain his current level of health. Yet, if he cannot step beyond the threshold of congenital mastery, no matter how effective these medicines are, they will eventually lose their potency. Chang Jian allied himself with Linghu Yi for 2 reasons. Firstly, he is a remarkable talent from beyond the borders, with a large family to support, and his association with Linghu Yi ensures his family and Apos' prosperity. Secondly, his status as a revered offering to Linghu Yi grants him access to rare medicinal herbs that would otherwise be difficult to acquire, thus serving a dual purpose. I have heard that Scholar Zhang has arrived. The commander has sent me to welcome him. Scholar Zhang holds some misconceptions about our forces beyond the borders, and the commander wishes to clarify matters personally. Scholar Zhang is a renowned scholar. If we can mend relations with the soldiers of the border, it would greatly benefit our 100,000 warriors and millions of citizens, as well as the overall situation in our struggle against the Yuan, Linghu Jishu remarked. On the road, I heard rumors of bandits congregating along the way, leaving me no choice but to hasten my journey. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changche's countenance darkened, as if it were about to rain. He gestured with his whip towards the opposite side, saying that one named Zhang is over there, if you wish to meet him. Then go ahead. Having said that, he abandoned Linghu Jishu and rode directly to Li Dachui, declaring, "Li Dachui, I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 15. You must embrace darkness. Xiao Changche and Li Dachui rode side by side, gradually veering away, observing their silhouettes. One would find it hard to believe that moments ago they were poised for confrontation, ready to clash at any moment. Behind them, Linghu Jishu gazed at their retreating figures, wearing a contemplative expression. Xiao Changche, Li Dachui, and you, Linghu Jishu, are all distinguished figures beyond the borders. It is rare to witness the 3 of you gathered together. Chang Jian also watched the duo, pondering the potential if the 3 could collaborate sincerely. Linghu Jishu chuckled. I indeed yearn for such a day. though I fear achieving it may prove challenging. Xiao Changche is straightforward and agreeable, yet Li Dachui is far more enigmatic. Even the great general claims he cannot fathom him. Chang Lao, what level of martial prowess does Li Dachui possess? What path does he tread? Ninth grade? Ling Hu Jishu furrowed his brow, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He shook his head. I cannot ascertain. Chang Lao, you merely lack the final piece to the puzzle. You often engage in discourse with the great general. Perhaps one day enlightenment will dawn upon you. Ling Hu Jishu reassured. At that moment, the heavens will unveil a new vista. Let us hope so. I appreciate your kind words. Chang Jian smiled warmly. Now, you may attend to your duties. Ling Hu Jishu nodded slightly, turning towards the direction where Zhang Ruo waited. Zhang Ruo rose, adjusting his robe. His expression stern as he regarded the young man approaching him. Though youthful and of modest rank, he truly represented Ling Hu Yu beyond the borders. Xiao Chache dismounted, replying coldly. I am indifferent. Whether good or bad, I have endured these years regardless. Li Dachui chuckled. Is this akin to swallowing one's own teeth or keeping family scandals under wraps? Xiao Changche, if you could spare a modicum of your loyalty to the great general for me, our collaboration would be far more enjoyable. A mere bandit shall one day be vanquished. Xiao Changche snapped, breaking a dry twig beneath his foot. This land beyond the borders, free from the northern Yuan's covetous gaze and your ilk's havoc, would be a splendid realm. Xiao, let me be frank. I, Li Dachui, can be deemed a chivalrous thief who robs the rich to aid the poor. I have never harmed the common folk. In fact, the lives I have saved in this region may well rival yours. Li Dachui asserted. Xiao Changche turned, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Li Dachui, leaving him perplexed. He scratched his head and glanced down at himself, finding nothing extraordinary. Xiao Changche, as a man, do refrain from looking at me in such a manner. Of course, if you were to don women and oppos, as attire and gaze at me thus, I would gladly accept the appraisal of an unparalleled beauty, perhaps even more. Li Dachui said with a grin. Xiao Changche, incensed, retorted, from a dog's mouth. Nothing but ivory can emerge. Li Dachui, your words are 1,000 times more detestable than your very being. Your sharp tongue will inevitably lead you to grave misfortune one day. Few individuals in this world can bring me to ruin. Li Dachui chuckled and said, Speak, General Xiao. What is it you wish to inquire? Xiao Changche took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. At his level of status and martial prowess, it is, to be honest, quite challenging for anyone to easily unsettle his composure. Yet, oddly enough, every encounter with Li Dachui leaves him vulnerable, often igniting his temper. Where have the tens of thousands of citizens gone? Xiao Changche inquired. Those were able-bodied men, women, and young children, with no elderly or infirm among them. Li Dachui scratched his head and replied, If I were to say they scattered and fled during our battle with Wu Tu, would you believe me? Xiao Changche and Appos, S teeth ground together, his brows furrowing, appearing as if he might explode at any moment. So, it follows that you indeed harbor a secret base we have yet to uncover. Where those people reside and toil, does it not? Xiao Changche asserted. Li Dachui nodded in affirmation. Good citizens have been forcibly transformed into bandit subordinates by you. Xiao Changche stated coldly. Do not even attempt to say it was voluntary. I would not believe such a tale. Initially, they were indeed reluctant, but now, they have grown fond of me. When I ask them to leave, they weep and wail, refusing to depart. Li Dachui remarked, If you do not believe me, you may see for yourself. Am I permitted to go? Of course, but whether you can return is another matter. Li Dachui cleared his throat. Xiao Changche's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. His gaze fixed coldly on Li Dachui. A place capable of hiding tens of thousands cannot remain unknown to the world. I shall find it, and at that moment, I will bring 3,000 valiant men with me. 3,000 is insufficient. Li Dachui replied. It is well known that I, Li Dachui, command 3 battalions, heaven, earth, and humanity, though they total merely 1,000. Your 3,000 would be fortunate to engage in a mutually destructive battle with them. Do not blame me for being ungracious when that time comes. And what will you do to me? Li Dachui narrowed his eyes mischievously. When the time comes, I shall dress you in women and oppos, as attire, and parade you through Tai and oppos, in city, proclaiming that without 100 taels of silver, no one shall witness your dance. The blade gleamed momentarily before vanishing. Xiao Changche drew his sword, and Li Dachui unsheathed his. The sword severed by Xiao Changche could fetch 100 or so taels in Taiyan City. Xiao Changche's phoenix eyes widened, rendering him speechless with indignation. Brother Xiao, to speak frankly, your appearance is truly difficult for others not to form peculiar thoughts about. I suggest you craft a fierce demon mask. When you next take to the battlefield, don this mask, and you shall achieve twice the result with half the effort. Li Dachui earnestly proposed, should brothers shall be interested. You may entrust me. I have skilled artisans who can create a mask that perfectly fits your visage. Xiao Chache inhaled deeply once more. I find myself somewhat intrigued. If I were to fall into your grasp, how could you possibly compel me to dance in Tian City? Death may be preferable to humiliation, should that day ever arrive. Xiao Changche would not consider himself capable of enduring such existence. Li Dachui solemnly remarked, Brother Xiao, individuals like us possess no justification for weakness. To be weak is to bear original sin. To fail is also original sin. Do you truly believe that death could resolve your problems? No, you cannot easily perish. For the burdens you carry bind you to life. What difficulty is there in compelling you to act? I cannot fathom it, Xiao Changche replied coldly, his complexion turning ashen. I am a villain, and I am indeed capable of such actions. Li Dachui continued, General Ling Hu is even more wicked than I. Thus, should the day come when you defy him, he possesses far more ruthless means to deal with you. Does that mean I must grow stronger? Xiao Changche inquired. Indeed, Li Dachui affirmed. We are alike. Should we weaken, it is not merely our own loss, but also that of those who stand behind us. Xiao Changche contemplated for a moment, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply to Li Dachui with solemnity. I have received your teachings. Henceforth, I shall grow stronger and embrace my darker side. Li Dachui accepted the gesture with equanimity. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? What connection do you have with the general, that you could summon someone like Ling Hu Jishu with a mere messenger? It is simple. Your general has left me with leverage. And now I intend to use this leverage to exchange for Zhang Rua's life. Li Dachui declared. To your general, Zhang Rua is insignificant compared to this leverage. He will not kill him, but he will hand Zhang Rua over to you, permitting you to execute him. Xiao Chache chuckled. Then what significance does your scheme hold? Li Dachui laughed in return. In the past, you would have killed. Now, will you still do so? To spare this individual is your first step towards becoming stronger and embracing your darker self. The smile faded from Xiao Changche's face. Brother Xiao, consider the mask. It is available for a mere 1,000 taels of silver, complete with lifetime after-sales service, Li Dachui shouted from behind. Chapter 16. Forceful seizure. Upon hearing that Commander Ling Hu sought to take his life, Zhang Rua stood before Ling Huji with unreserved candor. Ling Huji, with a beaming smile, shook his head repeatedly, asserting that such rumors were mere fabrications. With the wisdom of a scholar, one should be able to discern the underlying intricacies. It is merely certain individuals within the court who thrive on chaos, tirelessly scheming to sow discord. The Northern Yuan and Apos' ambition to undermine our great Qin remains unquenched. And they have secretly colluded with certain factions within our borders to spread slander and harm. These individuals have their agents beyond the frontier. Yet most have already been apprehended by us, with the remainder having fled. It will not be long before they are all brought to justice, at which point, you, esteemed scholar, may personally conduct an inquiry. Hearing this, Zhang Rua felt a momentary pause. Ling Huji's polite words dripped with sarcasm, almost accusing him directly of being an accomplice of the Northern Yuan. I am but a condemned criminal, relegated to serve in the military far outside, hardly a scholar. He felt a profound sadness wash over him. You overstate, esteemed scholar. Ling Huji continued to speak with courtesy. Our commander is well aware of your unmatched loyalty, and the world knows of your character. Look, even in disgrace, you are accompanied by the renowned Yuan brothers, a privilege not afforded to just anyone. Ling Huji smiled and bowed in respect to the Yuan brothers, who returned the gesture with equal respect. The fact that such a prominent figure was aware of their names filled the Yuan brothers with unexpected joy. In the world they traversed, reputation was everything. Standing tall, Ling Huji declared with solemnity, Scholar Zhang, the days ahead are long. You shall see for yourself. Commander Ling Hu, having joined the military at 18, was now 51. Having spent 31 years beyond the frontier, from a mere squad leader, he rose to command an army of 100,000, bearing 12 scars, 3 of which had nearly cost him his life, his survival attributed to sheer fortune. Over the past 31 years, 17 members of the Ling Hu clan had perished on the battlefield. To claim Commander Ling Hu was disloyal to Great Qin was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Ruan nodded. I am aware of what you speak, but the past does not dictate the present or the future. If Commander Ling Hu harbors no guilt, he need not fear the light of my inquiry. Ling Huji nodded in agreement. It shall be as you wish, scholar. I have come specifically to escort you to Jinwu City. Shall we set forth at once? Indeed, Zhang Ruo replied without hesitation. Then I shall leave the subsequent journey in your capable hands. An obligation I gladly accept, Ling Huji responded. Please wait a moment while I relay a few final words to General Xiao and the others. Of course, Zhang Ruo replied. I too have some matters to attend to. General Xiao, what mischief has that rascal stirred to vex you? I inquired about those tens of thousands of able-bodied men from 3 years ago, and he flatly denied it. General Xiao Changche said darkly. Naturally, he would deny it. Linghu Jishu paid little mind to the matter at hand. Observing that Xiao Changche and Appos' demeanor suggested he would not be angered by such trivialities. Li Dachui was nothing short of a nuisance. Yet the individuals capable of reprimanding him were unable to do so for various reasons, even going so far as to protect him, while others were simply outmatched. The disappearance of tens of thousands of able-bodied men left one wondering. Linghu Jishu, has it truly been 3 years, and you have accomplished nothing? It is said that the Iron Curtain spins hundreds of thousands of tales each year. What exactly has been achieved? Xiao Changche exclaimed in fury. The whereabouts of Li Dachui's stronghold have begun to take shape. Linghu Jishu raised an eyebrow, and since matters of state were now in discussion, he would not allow Xiao Changche to casually criticize him. As for the expenses of the Iron Curtain, if General Xiao has questions, he may inquire directly with the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander's office undergoes annual audits. Xiao Changche looked skyward, exclaiming, You truly squander money like water, while my men, when it comes to equipment, cannot even rival a bandit. General Xiao, such words cannot be uttered without conscience. With 100,000 troops stationed beyond the pass, the equipment of your subordinates must surely rank among the top 3, no? And as for Li Dachui, can he be measured by common logic? Linghu Jishu retorted indignantly. Xiao Changche cast a sidelong glance at him. How much should the Commander-in-Chief allocate to me this year? And how much has actually been provided? This year has indeed posed certain difficulties, which you must have observed. Do you not understand why Zhang Ruo has come here? Linghu Jishu responded, General Xiao, you too have territories under your control. Feel free to gather resources independently. One cannot rely solely on the Commander's office for every necessity. To gather resources independently, you mean to resort to plunder? If this is the case, how do the imperial troops differ from bandits? Li Dachui dismounted and approached, prompting both men to cease their quarrel. Regardless of their disagreements, this was an internal matter concerning the station troops, and they were reluctant to allow Li Dachui, who straddled the line between ally and adversary, to witness their discord. General Xiao, the price remains negotiable, Li Dachui said earnestly. Begone. Xiao Changche erupted in anger. What kind of business is this? Might I partake? Linghu Jishu inquired with a smile. It is such that I intend to. Silence. Xiao Changche's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his blade, his brows furrowed in fury, a lethal glint in his eyes. This was no mere pretense of anger. Li Dachui promptly fell silent. Linghu Jishu cleared his throat repeatedly. After casting a fierce glare at Li Dachui, Xiao Changche turned away, and Xiao Dongwei led forth his warhorse. Without uttering a word, he mounted and, with a squeeze of his legs, spurred the horse into a loud neigh before galloping away. The sound of horns echoed as 3,000 cavalry shifted from the rear to the front, departing in an orderly fashion, leaving without a trace in mere moments. What a loss! Li Dachui lamented as he surveyed the towering rampart and the ground strewn with corpses, his expression one of dismay. Xiao Changche emerged as if from a den of beggars, stripping the dead of their garments, taking their horses, and collecting weapons with ruthless efficiency. By heavens! Not even the dead horses were spared. Has this man gone mad from poverty? At that moment, Feng Xiaomao approached with a clatter. Young master, there is more to consider. We still need to dispose of these corpses. The loss of life has been staggering, and the wild beasts outside are beyond our control, accumulating outside, which could lead to the spread of disease, a grave concern. This place is, after all, a thoroughfare. If contagion spreads to humans, the situation would be dire indeed. What a significant loss. Li Dachui turned to glare at Linghu Jishu, his eyes glinting with menace. Linghu, in his capacity, was oblivious to the principles of propriety. Did he not understand that one should share the spoils? Just moments ago, he had summoned me for a conversation, only to covertly engage in this unscrupulous act, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate me? Unfazed, Linghu Jishu met Li Dachui's gaze steadily. Li Dachui, this matter pertains solely to you and Xiao Changche. It is of no concern to me. I have fulfilled all your requests. Scholar Zhang will safely arrive in Jinwu City, and the general will receive him with due respect, introducing him to the dignitaries beyond the pass. But what are the commitments you made to me? Very well. Let this matter end here. Linghu Jishu declared, do not let me catch you by the tail. If that time comes, I shall show no mercy. What do I have to fear? Li Dachui retorted, looking skyward. You would dare act against me? If so, why not inquire with the Lord of Tian City first? Shameless. Ling Hu Jishu shot back. What is shameless about it? Li Dachui fumed, pointing at Chang Jiandao in the distance. Were it not for your surname Ling Hu, were it not for that old man shielding you, do you believe I wouldn't have dispatched you with a single stroke? We are of the same ilk. Why do you only cast aspersions upon me and not upon yourself? Ling Hu Jishu fell silent, for when one truly considers the facts, is it not accurate? In terms of martial prowess, he had merely entered the realm of Xin Yuan, at the 7th rank. Beyond the pass, all who encountered him treated him with deference, not due to his cultivation, but because of his authority, which stemmed from the general. This was akin to Li Dachui being supported by the Lord of Tian City. You dare not speak ill of him. Bring Miss Chiyun, we are leaving. Ling Hu Jishu was still contemplating when he heard Li Dachui's shout. Before he could react, Zhang Chiyun was seized by Fang Xiaomao and tossed into the air toward Li Dachui amidst her terrified screams. What are you doing, Li Dachui? Ling Hu Jishu cried out in fury. What is so surprising about bandits abducting maidens? Li Dachui laughed heartily, holding Zhang Chiyun close. Ling Hu Jishu. Xiao Chanshe has caused me great losses. I must make amends. Who knows? I might even become Scholar Zhang's son-in-law. Should anything happen to my future father-in-law while under your care, I shall not let you off easily. Amidst his laughter, Li Dachui rode off into the distance. Fang Xiaomao whistled, and 300 knights from the Tianzi camp spurred their horses to chase after, leaving a crowd of onlookers in stunned silence. Changlao. Ling Hu Jishu cried out. Chang Jin smiled. It seems to me they are quite willing participants in this affair. Besides, the general has only tasked me with ensuring your safety. He has not instructed me to do otherwise. I have no desire to offend Li Dachui. I plan to visit Tian City this year and pay my respects to the old lord there. Ling Hu Jishu cast a glance at Zhang Ruo. Like willow fluff drifting in the wind, my heart resembles floating duckweed carried by the water's flow. Zhang Ruo casually remarked, we have been traveling together for some time now, and this Li Dachui seems quite commendable. My daughter will be safe. There is no need for concern, keeper. Ling Hu Jishu let out a disdainful grunt, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that Li Dachui would take such a turn. Yuan Rong chuckled. It is a rare opportunity to venture out. Zhenwu City is renowned far and wide. My brother and I cannot simply pass by without paying a visit. We must behold it for ourselves. Wuda hesitated for a moment before adding, keeper. I too wish to broaden my horizons. In that case, let us all go together, Ling Hu Jishu replied, his smile tinged with irony. Chapter 17. The weeping maiden Zhang Qingyun felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Although her father had previously discussed the matter with Li Dachui, and she was aware that she would not accompany her father to Zhenwu City but rather follow Li Dachui, she never anticipated being taken away in such a manner. In broad daylight, by him. The absurdity of being referred to as a father-in-law by this brigand was beyond her comprehension. For him, a mere horse thief, it mattered little. But for her, a virtuous maiden, it raised profound concerns about her future. The wind whistled past her ears, and countless dry branches and withered grass flashed by like lightning, causing Zhang Qingyun to feel somewhat dizzy. When she looked up, all she could see was Li Dachui's chin and his thick beard. This frivolous man towered over her. Standing before him, she barely reached his shoulders. At this moment, this rogue held her tightly in front of him, and she could only glimpse his chin and bushy beard. Unable to see his face at all. This face is a facade, Zhang Qingyun thought with irritation. The fact that this brigand could alter his appearance at will only rendered his words even more nonsensical. She closed her eyes, hoping to find solace in ignorance, but instead, her sense of smell became acutely heightened. The robust scent unique to masculinity surged through her nostrils, infiltrating her lungs, and her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. Since she had come of age, she had never been this close to any man, not even to her father or brother. Her brother was now lost to the void, and her father's journey to Zhenwu City was fraught with uncertainty regarding his fate. The embarrassment and fury dissipated like lightning, replaced by an uncontrollable wave of sorrow. Put me down, Zhang Qingyun suddenly screamed, her voice startling even herself. The steed whinnied loudly and reared up suddenly. In such a swift motion, it halted on command. Zhang Qingyun found herself unexpectedly tumbling against Li Dachui's chest. While previously riding, there had been a certain distance between them. Now, they were in complete contact. Instinctively, she clutched tightly around Li Dachui's waist to avoid being thrown off the horse. The body's reflexes often outpaced the mind's deliberations. The rearing warhorse turned half a circle before finally dissipating its tremendous momentum. With a thud, its large hooves hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Behind them, Fang Xiaomao and his 300 cavalry from the Tianzi camp began to slow down, having just arrived at the scene. They reined in their horses, closing the distance to just over 10 paces. Fang Xiaomao bore no expression on his face, though his tightly pressed lips betrayed a struggle to suppress laughter. Meanwhile, the knights behind him, witnessing Li Dachui being tightly embraced by Zhang Qingyun atop the warhorse, erupted into a cacophony of whistles and cheers. Zhang Qingyun, with her eyes still shut, had yet to process the situation. "Miss Qingyun, you may release your hold now." The gentle whispers of Li Dachui reached Zhang Qingyun's ears, causing her to suddenly open her eyes. She first glanced at Li Dachui, then, with some difficulty, turned her head to see the knights slowly encircling her from behind. It was then she realized she was still tightly embracing Li Dachui. Like a venomous insect sting, she released her grip, pushing him away with both hands, and subsequently fell from her warhorse. Fearing for her safety, Li Dachui swiftly caught her, gently lowering her to the ground. Once on the ground, Zhang Qingyun lowered her head. Yet the keen-eyed Li Dachui noticed that the young girl was actually in tears. Alas, the jest had gone too far. The young lady was genuinely upset. Meanwhile, the knights from the Tianzi camp had yet to realize the situation. They galloped closer, whistling, shouting, and hollering, having never witnessed Li Dachui treat a girl in such a manner before. In the three camps of heaven, earth, and man, there were certainly many women. But could any of them be called young ladies? They were more akin to fierce tigresses or formidable she-demons. Before Li Dachui could intervene, Zhang Qingyun suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her face, yet her gaze remained fiercely fixed on the onlooking ruffians. Consequently, the whistling ceased, the shouts faded, and instead, the sounds of sniffles and dry coughs began to fill the air, accompanied by a chorus of mundane conversations among the crowd. "The weather is splendid today. I'm so hungry. Oh dear, someone cut me with a knife, and now my clothes have a huge tear. Huang Laowu, it's time to repay me for the wine you owe." The knights of the Tianzi camp, in groups of 3 or 5, chatted idly while their eyes gazed at the sky or the horizon, oblivious as they passed by the young girl and Li Dachui. Eventually, even Fang Xiaomiao lowered her head and quietly walked past them. Dismounting, Li Dachui retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Zhang Qingyun, feeling somewhat awkward as he said, this truly was not intentional." The tearful young girl did not accept the handkerchief. Instead, she squatted down, hugging her head and crying even louder. The knights stared wide-eyed, each pair of eyes reflecting an insatiable curiosity about the incident. What had the leader done to the young lady while on horseback to evoke such distress? Indeed, their earlier appearance and the miles they had traversed together could suggest countless possibilities. Their leader was hardly a paragon of virtue. As for the young girl, she was not conventionally beautiful at first glance, yet her charm grew with each passing moment, becoming increasingly captivating. Having spent several days together, this impression was palpable. It echoed the leader's saying, "A heart rich in literature and poetry radiates elegance." She was undoubtedly a refined woman from a well-to-do family, a stark contrast to the fierce women in their lair who would readily roll up their sleeves and draw their swords. Even Xiaji, the commander of the Dizzy camp, paled in comparison. Although the summer solstice is universally acknowledged as the most captivating beauty of the lair, possessing remarkable martial prowess, it is highly probable that she has been the subject of the youthful fantasies of many impetuous individuals in their prime. However, such aspirations can only reside within the realm of dreams. Anyone daring to express even the slightest inclination towards her in the waking world would likely find themselves transformed into a mere eunuch by her hand. Furthermore, the subtle affections that Commander Xia harbors for Chief Li Dachui are evident to all observant eyes. Previously, one might have thought that the chief refrained from developing a close relationship with Xia due to a desire to maintain professional boundaries. However, it now appears that the chief simply lacks any fondness for a formidable woman capable of delivering a punch to a mountain tiger or a kick to a sea dragon. Observing the current situation, it is quite remarkable how the chief, typically known for his irritable temperament, exhibits an abundance of patience towards this timid young lady. He is actually squatting down beside the girl, extending his hand to offer her a handkerchief, which she, surprisingly, gently pushes away. "I truly did not intend to," Li Dachui remarked with a hint of helplessness. He had never before encountered such a delicate girl, unlike Xiaji, who would resort to physical confrontation when angered. Though she always ended up on the losing side, this young lady seemed as fragile as a mere finger could topple her without the need for any exertion. Be it through mystic energy or even the simplest touch. Zhang Qingyun's sobs grew louder. You know I have a certain reputation beyond the borders. And my backing is the Lord of Tian City. I fear no one, not even Ling Hai. So, you can bully me at will. When have I ever bullied you? Li Dachui sighed. Isn't this all for your father's safety? Zhang Qingyun raised her head, her tear-streaked face confronting Li Dachui as she stammered through her cries. What does this have to do with my father's safety? I possess some leverage over Ling Hai. I could exchange this for your father's life. But once this matter is settled and we arrive at Jinwu City, what will happen to your father with Ling Hai in charge? That Xia Chanche harbors deep resentment towards your father. If Ling Hai were to hand your father over to him, that man would not hesitate to act ruthlessly, disregarding any notions of courtly decorum. I claim your father as my father-in-law. They cannot discern the truth from the falsehood, and thus they would think twice before acting against him. After all, I am not someone to be trifled with. I am a prominent figure beyond the borders. When the time comes, I could casually stir up trouble with them, and they would eventually relent, wouldn't they? Li Dachui expressed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, your father is currently in their hands. Killing him would merely serve to vent their anger and provide fleeting satisfaction, which pales in comparison to the consequences of offending me. Who is going to stir up trouble for you? Zhang Qingyun retorted through gritted teeth. My father is renowned throughout the land, and his bold admonition has earned him immense praise. How could that possibly be inferior to you? Out beyond the borders, reputation is of little consequence. Li Dachui replied softly. One swift strike, and even the grandest of reputations would vanish without a trace. Power is the foundation of all. Look at Xia Chanche. Though he is not a direct subordinate of Ling Hai still spares no effort to win him over, and that is the essence of strength. The individual you speak of, Xiao Chanche, ought to be a virtuous person, much like my father, who is also a good man. Zhang Qingyun remarked. If he is indeed a good person, why would he take the life of another good person? Upon hearing your assessment, Xiao Chanche might find joy for several days. Li Dachui laughed and added, moreover, who says that a good person cannot slay another good person? Sometimes, when paths diverge, collaboration becomes impossible. It matters not whether one is merely a good person or even a sage. If one must be slain, then so be it. In the grand contest of righteousness, there is no room for personal sentiments. Chapter 18. Relax a little. Zhang Qingyun stared wide-eyed at the single tent before her. Why was there only one? Li Dachui observed Zhang and Appo's expression, and it seemed he had come to a realization of sorts. Feeling somewhat awkward as he explained, the little cat overlooked it. I usually travel alone, so he only prepared one set of outdoor equipment. Zhang Qingyun lowered her head, recognizing that it was not mere oversight but rather a deliberate act by that band of horse bandits. With so many bandits, each riding 2 horses, one for riding and the other for carrying supplies, they had deliberately left behind only one. As the thieves took their leave, each wore a grin reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, and at that moment, she thought Li Dachui lacked authority as a leader. In retrospect, however, their smiles clearly concealed an inscrutable intent. It's all right. The weather outside isn't too cold. She mustered her spirits and declared. Li Dachui was taken aback. Did this imply she intended to spend the night outside? Then I thank you. Zhang Qingyun promptly responded with a smile, bending low as she swiftly entered the tent, leaving Li Dachui momentarily stunned. Was she not going to offer any polite refusals? Li Dachui couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps the events of the day had made Zhang Qingyun shy, for after entering the tent, she did not emerge again. The tent remained silent, and Li Dachui felt it inappropriate to lift the curtain to see what she was doing. The cold night stretched on, and sleeping outdoors was indeed unwise. Fortunately, there was no shortage of firewood nearby. In no time, Li Dachui gathered several large bundles of wood and piled them up, determined to prepare thoroughly. The rigors of the world could still threaten one's health, and he had no desire to suffer from any lingering ailments at such a young age. What a prime example of a well-intentioned deed going awry. Here I am, forced to spend a cold night outdoors. The bonfire crackled brightly, and the game they had hunted during the day sizzled on the grill, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma, while golden millet bubbled in the hanging pot, releasing a fragrant steam. Casting a glance towards the tent, Li Dachui smiled broadly. It had been a long while since he had eaten, and such delectable scents would surely entice her out. He recognized that despite her youth, Zhang Qingyun possessed a bold and chivalrous spirit, unpretentious and straightforward. Her audacity to journey alongside Zhang Rua to the distant Jinwu city in search of a glimmer of hope was something he greatly admired. Had she remained in Chang and Apos, and her lifespan would undoubtedly have been short. No matter the faction in Chang'an, she would stand out like a sore thumb. An untimely death or sudden illness would be all too expected. Nevertheless, she was ultimately a daughter raised in a prestigious family, and the conventional etiquette and perception still influenced her, which explained her breakdown during the earlier incident. Yet, she recovered swiftly. Now, she must be reflecting on the day's events, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, Li Dachui had yet to encounter a woman of her kind. Countless women are entirely subservient to Li Dachui, yet he finds their lack of autonomy rather tedious. In contrast, Xiaji, who requires nothing from him and often alleviates his troubles, is merely regarded by Li Dachui as a companion on his journey. Although Xiaji possesses striking beauty, if one were to find flaws, it would merely be that her hands are slightly larger and her limbs a tad robust. However, to expect perfection in the physicality of someone who has achieved such mastery in martial arts is indeed excessively harsh. Zhang Qingyun, on the other hand, is a woman of resolve, with her own convictions and the courage to act upon them. Yet, at times, she exhibits a delicate vulnerability that evokes an instinctive desire to assist her. The juxtaposition of such contrasting traits within a single individual undeniably captivates Li Dachui. Dinner is served, Li Dachui announced, tapping a small spoon against the soup pot. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he revealed a large box from his bundle. Upon opening it, one would discover an entire set of exquisite tableware, indicating that the contents were far from commonplace. Li Dachui skillfully diced the roasted meat into fine shreds, then split a flatbread in half, filling it with the meat before presenting it to Zhang Qingyun. This is the culinary prowess of a true chef. You seldom get to taste a meal prepared by me. Holding the flatbread, Zhang Qingyun appeared momentarily dazed. Li, as a bandit, you live with such refinement? The elegant tableware reminded her of the delicate wine cups presented in that dilapidated temple. Is it inconceivable for a bandit to appreciate the finer things in life? Li Dachui countered with a smile. Do only the privileged have the right to indulge? That's not what I meant, Zhang Qingyun quickly clarified, shaking her head. I simply meant that you seem markedly different from other bandits, like Ao who fits my preconceived notion of what a bandit should be. That's because I am the most formidable bandit. Li Dachui raised an eyebrow. While ordinary bandits might appear fierce, they often suffer from scarcity, rarely knowing where their next meal will come from. As for me, I relish in the exquisite and the delicate. Try this, meat and flatbread paired with millet porridge. A match made in culinary heaven. Thank you, Li, this is quite an effort on your part, Zhang Qingyun exclaimed. No need for gratitude, Li Dachui replied with a chuckle. If all goes well, you'll find yourself seeking my assistance quite often in the future. If you keep thanking me, you might run out of words. Zhang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, still unaccustomed to Li Dachui's manner of conversation. He was an enigma wrapped in many mysteries. Having exerted considerable effort throughout the day, her hunger swiftly compelled her to devour the meat flatbread and finish the millet porridge, a flush rising to her fair cheeks. Meanwhile, Li Dachui swiftly cleaned and organized all the utensils, while Zhang Qingyun merely observed him with keen interest, not feeling the inclination to assist. I have always been perplexed as to why you have come to protect us, father and daughter. As Li Dachui took a seat, Zhang Qingyun inquired. Surely, someone must have paid for this. I refuse to believe it. Well, to speak candidly, I have long desired to establish a trading route into the interior, but regrettably, despite my considerable influence beyond the borders, I find myself rather constrained within them. This time, fortune has favored me. Someone is willing to exchange the protection of you two for a passage into the heartland. To me, this is a considerable gain. Naturally, I am obliged to agree. Li Dachui responded with a smile. It seems that there are those in the interior who recognize your capabilities and wish to support your growth. At the right moment. This could even serve to restrain Ling Huyi, Wuden and Apos. Do you agree? Zhang Qingyun pondered thoughtfully. Li Dachui clapped his hands and remarked. Indeed, Qingyun, you are exceptionally astute. They wish to intervene beyond the borders, and I, in turn, aspire to make my mark within them. This is a perfect alignment of interests. Each party stands to gain. So, we father and daughter are merely pawns in this game, a mere pretext? Zhang Qingyun felt a tinge of sorrow. Do not overthink it, my dear Qingyun. Li Dachui reassured her. In truth, the individual who contacted me holds Zhang Gong in high regard and expressed a desire to do everything possible to keep him alive. Everything possible, rather than must, Zhang Qingyun sighed softly. I can discern the subtlety in that distinction. Thank you, brotherly. Such great kindness does not require thanks. but I wonder what I might do in return to repay you in some small measure. Zhang Gong has already received his due. Li Dachui poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Qingyun. Zhang Gong has many friends, and regardless of how many among them are sincere or mere pretenders, for me, establishing connections with those who possess influence or reputation in the Great Qin is yet another avenue to pursue. It prevents me from relying solely on one fragile link upon entering the interior. I have always believed in diversifying my investments. Thus, dear Qingyun, you need not bear any burdens, simply take things at your ease. If Zhang Gong can truly establish a firm foothold beyond the borders, our opportunities for collaboration will only increase. Though I recognize your attempts to comfort me, I nonetheless feel significantly lighter at heart. Zhang Qingyun smiled. However, I cannot simply be idle forever, can I? I am no longer the sheltered young lady who avoids all toil. Moreover, I wish to undertake some endeavors that may aid my father, even if my assistance is limited. Let us first settle in. You, with your illustrious background, must certainly have many talents to offer. Soon enough, I fear you will be overwhelmed with tasks. If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid. A smile finally graced Zhang Qingyun and Apos' face. Brotherly, what do you truly look like? Surely, you will not always present this visage to me. Li Dachui chuckled, brushing his hand across his face, and his bushy beard vanished without a trace. The refined gentleman who appeared before Zhang Qingyun was reminiscent of the one she had encountered in the dilapidated temple. Is this not also Fade? Allow me to remove my disguise. Chapter 19. I want it all in a basin of hot water. Li Dachui poured in an unknown concoction. After stirring it for a while, he leaned down and submerged his face in the liquid. Moments later, he lifted his head, his face transformed into a riot of colors, with some areas bubbling up while others sank in. Zhang Qingyun covered her mouth, although she understood that all of this was merely an illusion. The sight of such a terrifying visage on a night like this sent shivers down her spine. Li Dachui rubbed his face vigorously, causing the bizarre substances to flake off. He then reached into his mouth, retrieving 2 items that he tossed into the fire, summoning a burst of green flames as the objects incinerated completely. After pinching his nose, the originally sharp and prominent feature collapsed. Finally, he took a damp cloth and carefully wiped his face. Before Zhang Qingyun stood a face that appeared quite ordinary. Not handsome at all, I presume? Disappointing, isn't it? Li Dachui chuckled. This is my true visage. This is the real you. Zhang Qingyun exclaimed, feeling inexplicably exhilarated. This is quite nice. It reassures me that not all good fortune is reserved for you alone. You too possess an ordinary side. Upon hearing her words, Li Dachui and Apos' expression darkened. So, you mean to say, I am indeed not handsome at all. Brotherly, you Don and Apos, rely on looks for your livelihood, do you? Zhang Qingyun laughed heartily. Finally, I get to see you flustered. Touching his own face, Li Dachui felt somewhat disheartened. Just as women wish for unparalleled beauty, men also desire to appear extraordinary. However, I shall never have that luxury in this lifetime. I can only indulge in my fantasies. ISN and AMP. Apos, it true that the universe has its imperfections? Not everything can go as one wishes. Zhang Qingyun giggled, covering her mouth. Perhaps even Xiao Changche, with his striking appearance, has his own burdens. Is he truly handsome? No, he is beautiful, even more so than many women. Upon mentioning Xiao Changche, Li Dachui found some solace in his own appearance, realizing that a man with such beauty could indeed be rather tiresome. One day, I shall capture him and make him don women's attire and dance. Brotherly, do you often present this face of yours? In Tian City, I use this face more frequently, especially when acting as a bandit. I often employ my previous visage. Curious about the colors swirling in the basin, Zhang Qingyun inquired. Is this what you call the finest art of disguise? Indeed, but the skill involved is anything but simple, Li Dachui replied, shaking his head. Masterful disguise requires practice in relevant techniques. At an advanced level, one can easily manipulate a person's muscles and bones, altering height and modulation of voice at will. Coupled with exceptional makeup skills, even those who interact daily would be unable to discern the truth. Is such a thing even possible? Zhang Qingyun and Apos' eyes widened. Brotherly, have you mastered these skills? Li Dachui shook his head vigorously. I have merely scratched the surface. I can only make slight adjustments to the muscles and a few bones of my face to attain the level of proficiency I speak of. The accompanying suffering is beyond what the average person can endure. For me, sufficiency is enough. Brotherly, do you find that you excel in whatever you learn? Although Brother Li Dachui presents it as simple, Zhang Qingyun's intuition tells her it cannot be as effortless as he suggests. Otherwise, those skilled in disguise would be ubiquitous. The thought is indeed daunting. Li Dechui chuckled. Now, allow me a moment of pride. In literature, I can outpace my teacher. In martial arts, well, among my peers beyond the borders, I am considered quite exceptional, though I have yet to surpass my martial arts instructor. In medicine, I have triumphed over my medical teacher. And in the art of disguise, I have amazed my instructor who wishes to pass on his teachings to me, though I have declined. Haha, Miss Qingyun. It seems I have discovered I am quite the genius. Zhang Qingyun couldn't help but feel exasperated. Praising this man only serves to inflate his ego. What are you most proud of? She inquired, her hands stretched out to warm by the fire, her head tilted as she gazed at Li Dechui. What I take the most pride in is my ability to earn money. And what is your greatest dream? To earn even more money. Zhang Qingyun rubbed her face vigorously and remarked, Brotherly, how is your thinking akin to that of a merchant? How can this be merely a merchant and oppose? S mindset. Li Dechui replied earnestly. Most matters in this world can be resolved with money. Just think of your father. If the treasury of the great Qin were overflowing with silver, would he have fallen to such depths, exiled to the borders and living in constant fear? If there were ample wealth, could the unrest within the borders flare up like wildfire? If there were sufficient riches, would there be so many bandits beyond the borders? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to happily engage in trade and cultivate the land? In times of plenty, who would willingly risk their life for a meager existence? His barrage of questions left Zhang Qingyun speechless, unable to counter his assertions, which starkly contrasted with her usual education. Thus, earning money is of utmost importance. Brotherly, how do you earn your wealth? Through robbery? Zhang Qingyun suddenly recalled that this man was a bandit. Robbery cannot sustain my followers. Li Dechui added more firewood, intensifying the flames. In time, you will gradually understand how I accumulate wealth. Amassing riches also requires considerable knowledge and wisdom. If not for my burdens being somewhat heavy and the time being too short, I certainly would not be as impoverished as I currently find myself. I cannot discern your poverty. Zhang Qingyun pointed to the exquisite items scattered on the ground. These are but a trifle. Li Dechui laughed. I, too, am not one to deprive myself. Having come into this world, while engaging in legitimate pursuits, I must also treat myself well. I would never willingly sacrifice my own interests for the sake of the world like your father. I seek to pursue my own aspirations while contributing to the greater good. Should I find it detrimental to myself, I will not hesitate to take my leave and retreat to a secluded place. Observing the disdainful gaze of Zhang Qingyun, Li Dechui hastily added, Of course, I hold great admiration for those who dedicate themselves to the greater good, and I am willing to assist them in any endeavor. Fish is what I desire. The bear's paw is also what I desire. When one cannot have both, one must forsake the fish to obtain the bear's paw. Life is what I desire. Righteousness is also what I desire. When one cannot have both, one must forsake life to uphold righteousness. Zhang Qingyun intoned. Li Dechui waved his hands dismissively, stating, I am an adult. I do not engage in such dilemmas. I want the fish, and I want the bear's paw. I want life, and I want righteousness. The world is rife with dissatisfaction, with 8 or 9 out of 10 matters not going as one wishes. Is there truly any situation where both can be achieved? Miss Qingyun, if we cannot have both, it merely indicates that we are not yet powerful enough. As long as we possess sufficient strength, we can attain both. He seized a burning log from the woodpile and waved it, sending sparks flying into the air. To achieve what you speak of seems an insurmountable task. Brotherly, can you accomplish it now? Let us first set our sights on a more modest goal. Li Dechui proposed, for instance, ensuring your father survives while also allowing him to pursue his desires. Is that truly feasible? Zhang Qingyun's eyes sparkled with hope. How can we know it is unachievable without even trying? Li Dechui replied. Xiaochanger is indeed somewhat obstinate, yet he is not devoid of reason. As long as one can articulate the truth to him, he can be quite amiable. Do you believe my father would fall into Xiaochanger's hands? Zhang Qingyun trembled with fear, recalling how Li Dechui had repeatedly expressed that Xiaochanger was among those who most wished to harm her father. Well, I suspect Ling Hu Yi might act in such a manner. In fact, I suggested to Xiaochanger that he should take your father away. Why is that? Let Xiaochanger engage with your father closely. Perhaps he might alter his perspective. What if he cannot change his mind? It is unlikely he would resort to killing him. After all, one should consider the person rather than merely the monk. If Xiaochanger truly finds your father intolerable, he might simply hand him over to me. I imagine the news of your father being my father-in-law has reached Xiaochanger by now. Zhang Qingyun's face flushed crimson in an instant. She sprang to her feet and darted into the tent. Outside, Li Dechui erupted into laughter. Indeed, Li Dechui was not one to deprive himself. Within the compact tent, All essentials were present. Reclining on a thick hide mat, Zhang Qingyun perked her ears to listen to the sounds outside. To her surprise, Li Dachui had begun to sing. Grasping a stone, he rhythmically struck a half-burned tree stump, providing a percussive accompaniment. Though his voice was far from melodious and he sang in a tongue unfamiliar to her, the melody carried a poignant and heroic resonance, further accentuated by the distant roars of tigers and howls of wolves, alongside the whistling northern winds. Zhang Qingyun exhaled softly, her mind drifting back to a profound conversation she had shared with her father not long ago. Her father believed that Li Dachui might be the pivotal element in breaking the deadlock beyond the Great Qin. If given the opportunity, he would willingly place himself beside Li Dachui. Contemplating these thoughts, Zhang Qingyun could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears once more. Her father ventured to Jinwu City with a resolute determination, fully aware of the peril that awaited him. She fervently hoped that Li Dachui's words held truth, that Ling Hai and Xiao Changche would be wary of their actions and refrain from inflicting harm upon her father. As long as he remained alive, there would inevitably come a day when they could reunite. Chapter 20. The power of choice. The sharp glint of blades has dimmed, and the resounding echoes of drums and horns have faded into the distance. Before me, vibrant faces dance in the air, obscuring the ancient paths of yellow dust and desolating the besieged cities. Ah, time, you cannot carry away the familiar names, a string of memories that linger. Who determines the rise and fall of fortunes? Is there truly no evidence of prosperity and decline? As the page of turbulent winds disperses, the fabric of time and space shifts. The gatherings and partings are all intertwined by fate, and separations are forever bound by emotions. Embrace the affairs of the present. Why bother with the evaluations that follow one's demise? A slightly hoarse melody seemed to possess an invisible enchantment, as Zhang Qingyun, lost in her reverie, unknowingly closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The fragrance wafting through the air roused her from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze wandered, as if contemplating her whereabouts. In the next moment, she abruptly turned over and sat up, casting her eyes toward the tent flap, where sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating her face. "Are you awake? Then come out. After breakfast, we shall set forth," called the refreshing voice of Li Dachui from outside. Zhang Qingyun, gathering her somewhat disheveled hair, took a deep breath before lifting the flap and stepping out. After so many days, the weather was finally splendid. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun was rising gently from the east, transforming the frost of the previous night into a mist that rose and swirled in the sunlight, creating an ethereal haze in the distance. I slept so soundly. I had no idea it was this late, Zhang Qingyun said somewhat sheepishly, glancing at Li Dachui, who was busily ladling porridge into a bowl. "It's not late at all," he reassured her, handing her the bowl. "I merely have a habit of rising early. But you truly slept well last night. You were snoring." Holding the bowl, the initial sense of apology in Zhang Qingyun's heart towards Li Dachui evaporated in an instant with his remark. Snoring is trivial, but why must he bring it up? Had he kept silent, she would have remained oblivious. Now, how could she face him? That wretched bandit. His words indeed provoke irritation, even causing someone as composed as Xiao Changche to lose his temper. Nevertheless, what a shameful revelation. Did she really snore in her sleep? The maidens of her past had never mentioned such a thing. As she sipped her porridge, her peripheral vision caught Li Dachui swiftly dismantling and packing her resting tent, loading it onto the horse. He may be bothersome, but inexplicably, he provided her with a sense of security. Despite appearing untroubled, she had been deeply worried, having not slept well for even a single night. Last night, however, was perhaps the most relaxed she had felt, thus she had fallen into a deep sleep. And to think she had snored. A bead of sweat emerged at the tip of Zhang Qingyun's nose, and she felt a flush of warmth spreading across her body. Unsure whether it was from the porridge or the embarrassment consuming her. Under the blue sky and white clouds, with the sun shining brightly, her spirits lifted considerably, allowing her to cast aside many worldly worries. The scenery before her was indeed refreshing. Compared to Chang'an, this place was a world apart. Not only the scenery differs, but the people do as well. Desolation possesses a unique beauty, and the unknown and wildness intertwined within it can indeed captivate one's heart even more. In the days when I was still a noble lady of high status, I was accustomed to the charming young gentlemen whose eloquence flowed like pearls. They effortlessly discovered topics that piqued my interest, making interactions feel as refreshing as a spring breeze. How unlike this bandit before me, whose few words could ignite a firestorm of frustration within me. Even when he uttered a compliment, it always bore an undertone of mockery. compelling me to clench my fists and yearn to strike that perpetually grinning face, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Yet how shall I put it? In the company of those charming young men, I always harbored a sense of caution, speaking with a degree of reservation. With this rogue, however, I felt a surprising ease and relaxation. I truly am a wretched creature. Zhang Qingyun chastised herself inwardly. Miss Qingyun, you cannot ride like this beyond the pass. You must straddle the horse. Indeed, that fellow wasted no time in finding fault. Zhang Qingyun sat sideways on the saddle, which, in truth, was a rather ladylike manner of riding. Upon hearing Li Dachui and Apos' words, she rolled her eyes at him. She would have considered it, but yesterday, when that little cat had unceremoniously tossed her to Li Dachui, she had been dressed in a skirt. How could she straddle? Should she lift her skirt? Despite the horse's imposing stature, it was quite responsive and galloped smoothly. Without jolting its rider, he insisted she could try. Li Dachui continued his incessant chatter. Zhang Qingyun pouted. Tugging at her skirt, Li Dachui blinked, finally grasping the situation. I truly hadn't thought of that. But fret not, by the day after tomorrow, someone will come to fetch us. I have already notified them to bring women's attire for you to change into later. Riding like this beyond the pass will reveal you as an outsider. What do you mean by outsider? Zhang Qingyun inquired. That means you are not a local. Li Dachui chuckled. Where are we headed? Zhang Qingyun asked. Currently, the only way Zhang Qingyun could discern direction was by the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Without the sun, and with inclement weather, fog would render her utterly lost. We are going to Tai and Apos, in city, Li Dachui replied. I will introduce you to the most bustling and lively city beyond the pass, the safest one, where you can settle down for the time being. Are you not taking me to your hideout? Zhang Qingyun questioned. Taiyan City offers the best insight into the entire situation beyond the pass. Li Dachui explained. There, you will encounter government officials, bandits, people from the northern Yuan, and those from southern Chu, as well as various forces you have never heard of and that remain below the radar. Never underestimate these factions. Some are genuinely formidable, while others may not seem so. Yet their destructive capabilities are significant. Therefore, it is best to avoid offending them whenever possible. They are more likely to hinder your progress than help. Did you not just assert that Taiyan City is the safest place? Zhang Qingyun retorted. Indeed, if you were to spend your entire life within the confines of Taiyan City, you would naturally be under the protection of others. However, what if you ventured beyond its gates? Li Dachui replied. The Lord of Taiyan City has an agreement with those of significance. Within the city, grievances are set aside. Outside, one must rely on their own abilities. In other words, are there individuals who, provided they possess the means to reach Taiyan City, can remain unscathed? Precisely, Li Dachui chuckled. To escape to Taiyan City while being pursued already signifies a person's capability. Such individuals can never truly leave the city, which is beneficial for Taiyan City itself, as they must ensure its continued stability. Otherwise, they too would face dire consequences. Are there many such individuals? Quite a few. Several are enemies of Ling Hai. And there are also those wanted by Beiyuan. These individuals possess considerable skills and hold positions of authority within Taiyan City, Li Dachui explained. So, where would you place me? If my father were to encounter trouble, I would undoubtedly be safe within Taiyan City, correct? Zhang Qingyun questioned, perplexed, as she glared at Li Dachui. What do you mean by sunk cost? Do you regard me as a mere servant girl? Zhang Qingyun seethed with anger. I could appoint you as the chief steward right now. Would you be capable of fulfilling such a role? Li Dachui's expression turned serious as he replied. Moreover, under my command, no one ascends without effort. Everyone must commence from the grassroots. Of course, you are exceptional. If you so desire, I can arrange another place for you. Even provide maidservants to attend to you, offering exquisite meals and garments daily. Would you accept that? Zhang Qingyun exhaled sharply. I would rather sell goods at the store. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To obtain those luxuries effortlessly, one must consider what they are willing to sacrifice. Presently, I possess nothing of value, save for my own being. I have no choice. Yet, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Li Dachui for granting her the opportunity to choose. The world is indeed harsh. Some individuals are deprived of even the chance to choose and must drift along, subject to the whims of fate. Those who possess the opportunity to make choices are truly fortunate. If, in the future, one can seize their own destiny, only then can they be deemed strong. Whether it be Xiao Che or Li Dachui, their ability to choose stems from their strength. That is the true selection. Li Dachui smiled. Every acquisition comes at a cost. The more easily something is obtained, the greater the price one pays, and it is all too simple for it to be taken away. Only what is earned through arduous labor and perseverance can truly be called one's own. Miss Qing-yun, if you can attain a position above that of a steward in Tian City, then I can take you to my stronghold. Only then will I genuinely acknowledge you as a partner, rather than someone in need of protection. Zhang Qingyun silently lifted her skirt, swung her leg over the back of the chestnut horse, and with a firm slap upon its flank, commanded, "Go." The horse surged forward, charging ahead. To earn the respect of others and avoid being regarded as a mere appendage or ornament, one must strive for self-reliance and resilience. With no eldest son to depend on and no elder brother to guide, the Zhang family must forge their own path and establish their own identity. Chapter 21. A personal disgrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays, Zhang Qingyun, with flushed cheeks, gazed at a pot of congee before her, though whether it could still be called such was debatable, for its contents were now an unrecognizable, murky mass. Once a distinguished lady of the household, she had resolved to become self-sufficient and diligent, thus volunteering to prepare the congee and griddle cakes, while Li Dachui opted to procure some game to enrich their dinner. Upon his return, Li Dachui beheld the charred remnants in the pot, his facial muscles twitching in dismay. The burnt congee was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the specialized cookware he had painstakingly crafted for this very purpose, now rendered unsightly. Given Li Dachui's experience, it seemed unlikely that it could be salvaged. Zhang Qingyun looked up at him, her face a portrait of grievance. Before Li Dachui could utter a word, tears cascaded down her cheeks, though she resolutely bit her lip, determined not to succumb to despair. Under his watchful gaze, she quietly carried the sooty pot to the creek to wash it. In that moment, he felt that to kick a person when they were down would be exceedingly unkind. Regrettably, one of his sets of utensils was now rendered useless, losing its value in the absence of its counterpart. With a rabbit and a wild chicken in hand, he squatted beside Zhang Qingyun. They worked in silence. One washed the pot while the other prepared the fowl. By the time Li Dachui had roasted the rabbit and chicken to a tantalizing aroma, Zhang Qingyun was still diligently polishing the stew pot with a smooth stone. "Well, it's not a precious item, is it? Dinner awaits," Li Dachui called out. Regardless of the situation, her tenacity and refusal to yield were commendable. It was indeed rare for a lady of her stature to possess such spirit. The once garish appearance had only worsened, far less appealing than the previous darkened state. "Enough of this, let us eat," he declared, tearing off a rabbit leg and offering it to her, while he casually began gnawing on the rabbit's head, taking sips of wine between bites. Zhang Qingyun watched him intently. "What is the matter?" Li Dachui inquired. She shook her head, observing her expression. He suddenly burst into laughter without warning. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? I will compensate you for the broken utensil. I realize that this set is incomplete, and I promise to make it right," Zhang Qingyun retorted angrily. No, I merely recalled a joke," he replied. "What joke could possibly be that funny?" she asked, vexed. "I thought you were about to say, ha ha ha. I thought you would exclaim how adorable the rabbit is and question why one could eat such a creature." Li Dachui laughed uncontrollably, doubling over. Zhang Qingyun regarded him with the incredulous eyes one might reserve for a fool. Eventually, sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Li Dachui gradually subdued his mirth, chuckling awkwardly like a duck. "But rabbits are just a type of meat. What is so cute about that? Your joke lacks any humor." Zhang Qingyun bit fiercely into the rabbit leg in her hand. "If you intend to amuse me, perhaps you could share another joke." Li Dachui sipped his drink while gnawing on a rabbit head. This woman is decidedly unappealing." The two dined in silence until the darkness of night enveloped them completely. Zhang Qingyun rose and made her way toward the tent. "Miss Qingyun, won't you show a little humility?" he called out. "What humility?" Zhang Qingyun turned to inquire. "Let me sleep inside the tent while you keep watch outside?" Li Dachui exclaimed. "If I freeze to death, wouldn't that increase your sunk costs? If I die from the cold, you would be left with nothing." Zhang Qingyun replied earnestly. "Moreover, should my father establish himself beyond the gates and become a prominent figure, your losses would be far greater than mere capital." Li Dachui chuckled heartily and gave her a thumbs up. "Indeed, you learn swiftly. It seems I must continue to keep watch outside." His laughter was utterly lewd, bordering on depraved. Zhang Qingyun's body stiffened abruptly, and after a long moment, she relaxed amidst his raucous laughter, diving into the tent, though her movements appeared somewhat unsteady. Just so. Miss Qingyun, may you sleep soundly tonight, for I will be keeping watch over you." His final words drew out excessively. Inside the tent, Zhang Qingyun struck the ground with her fist in frustration. Fully aware that he was merely jesting, yet she feared she would not find sleep this night. This bandit harbored a formidable desire for retribution, half reclining on her fur mattress. Zhang Qingyan constantly reminded herself to remain awake. What if that scoundrel sneaked in? After all, he was a bandit. Even if he had good character, he was still a bandit. Outside, the banditess singing resumed, though this time the melody lacked any grandeur, sounding instead mournful. The song seemed to recount the tale of two lovers who, despite traversing lifetimes, could never reunite, bringing tears to Zhang Qingyun and Apos' eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she became ensnared in the narrative, imagining the love story unfold before her. Eventually, she succumbed to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was the sunlight streaming through the tent seam, blinding her momentarily. Had he not called for her? There was no breakfast today. It appeared she had genuinely offended him yesterday. Zhang Qingyun cleared her throat softly, signaling her awakening. Given the man and Apos' prowess, he would undoubtedly notice any slight movement. His silence now suggested he was indeed angry. After several more attempts to clear her throat without response, she grew irritated. How could a grown man possess such a petty temper? With a sudden sweep, she flung aside the tent flap and stepped out boldly, only to find herself taken aback. Outside stood a middle-aged, rotund man clad in blue garments. Despite his earnest attempts to conceal his considerable belly, he was not very successful. Zhang Qingyun lowered her head, realizing that she could not possibly see her own toes. Behind the plump man stood two neat rows of young men clad in azure garments. Zhang Qingyun was momentarily engulfed in a state of stupor. Had Li Dachui sold her while she was asleep? This was her initial thought. Before she could entertain a second notion, the plump man bent deeply at the waist, addressing her. Miss Qingyun, you are awake? I am called Li Kaisen. Zhang Qingyun lifted her gaze to behold several horse-drawn carriages parked not far from the tent. In front of one of the carriages, two women were busily preparing something that appeared to be a meal. Just the sight of the numerous bowls and dishes laid out on the adjacent table left Zhang Qingyun in disbelief. Surely this was an illusion. She had yet to awaken and was still ensnared in a dream. She pinched herself. The pain was sharp and penetrating. Time for the young lady to freshen up. Li Kaisen's voice echoed in her ears. Shortly thereafter, a man in azure brought forth a copper basin, while another presented a mouthwash cup and some salt. Li Dachui, Zhang Qingyun exclaimed. In a sudden motion, the window of one of the carriages was flung open. Who called me? A groggy head appeared, its expression somewhat dazed. Although she recognized the pretense, Zhang Qingyun still let out a long sigh of relief. With a fierce glare, Li Dachui chuckled awkwardly, his body slumping like a rag doll as he emerged from the window. Ah, Miss Qingyun, they arrived last night. Seeing you sleeping soundly, they chose not to wake you. I had them keep watch outside your tent while I returned to the carriage to sleep. You know, I haven and Apos. T had a good night and Apos. Rest lately. Li Dachui spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhang Qingyun felt her teeth grind almost to the point of shattering. Had she really been snoring again last night? Had these people heard her? Miss Qingyun slept quite soundly last night and did not snore. Li Kaisen beamed, his round face resembling that of a laughing Buddha. Our young master enjoys a jest. Zhang Qingyun instantly felt a fondness for Li Kaisen, who said that an improper foundation leads to a crooked structure. This Li Kaisen was far more earnest than Li Dachui. Miss Qingyun, please freshen up. Then you can have breakfast. If we hurry, we should reach Tian City today. Our young master has been away for half a year, and the family has missed him dearly. Li Kaisen and Apos' voice was melodious, soft yet not effeminate, carrying an inexplicable charm that was certainly more pleasant than Li Dachui's discordant tones. Li Dachui's singing, while possessing an ethereal quality, lacked substance in every other aspect. Zhang Qingyun approached the copper basin, preparing to wash her face. It was then that she caught sight of her disheveled hair and the unsightly corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she felt utterly disheartened. She looked up at the 7 or 8 individuals surrounding her. Aside from Li Kaisen's beaming countenance, the other 8 young men were all exceedingly solemn. Swallowing hard, Zhang Qingyun began her morning routine. Such matters are indeed familiar territory. During my time in Chang and Apos, and when my father was still in service, was it not the case that I was always attended to in this manner? Chapter 22. Progressing a little each day, the carriage jolted violently, tilting to one side before crashing down heavily. Zhang Qingyun, caught off guard, struck her head against the wall of the carriage with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the interior of the carriage was unexpectedly luxurious. Although the padded walls retained some firmness, they spared her from serious injury. However, the impact was unavoidable, and pain coursed through her. Clutching her head, Zhang Qingyun gasped softly. Beside her, the The long legs of Li Dachui stretched out, and he chuckled at her predicament. Miss Qing Yun, I may lack the beauty of Pan Un or Wei Jia, but why do you stare at me so intently? Are you wishing for my demise? That is quite impossible. While Wei Jia may be a hollow fool, my physique is sturdier than that of a wild bull. You could gaze upon me for a century, and I would not lose a single hair. Who would want to stare at you for a century? Zhang Qingyun retorted, lowering her hand from her head to point towards the window. I was merely speculating why a horse thief like you would possess such grandeur. After all, I am a person of some renown beyond the frontier. Even Ling Huyi and Xiao Chanche regard me with respect. Is it so inappropriate for me to maintain some semblance of dignity? Li Dachui huffed. Or do you believe that we, as bandits, must be covered in filth and grime? I know that is not what I meant. Zhang Qingyun exclaimed in frustration. Who on earth are you? Who else could I be? I am, of course, Li Dachui. He replied earnestly. Did I not inform you this morning? I have enterprises in Tian City. It may be a den of decadence, yet it is also a place where one can earn gold by the day, provided one possesses the skill. And I, indeed, am a person of capability. Zhang Qingyun shook her head. That is not entirely accurate. Li Dachui, do you realize that whenever you speak insincerely, your eyes blink rapidly? Just now, you blinked again. Impossible. Li Dachui protested. I am always calm and composed, my emotions hidden from view. Where would such blinking come from? Zhang Qingyun pouted, turning her gaze back to the window. Fatty, Li Dachui called out. Li Kaisen's round face promptly appeared at the window, her large head nearly filling the entire space. Is what you said true? Li Dachui inquired. Li Kaisen beamed with delight. Young master, Miss Qingyun speaks the truth. You knew for quite some time? He asked. I have always known, she replied. Then why did you not tell me sooner? Li Dachui exclaimed, suddenly rising, pinching the flesh on Li Kaisen's cheek between his fingers. What a glaring flaw. If outsiders discover this, how will I continue to deceive them? What is there to worry about, young master? Even if outsiders realize you are deceiving them, they will still pretend to be unaware, merely allowing you to continue your ruse. In this world, how many are truly worthy of your deception? If you desire something, simply ask for it. If they dare refuse, just take it by force. Ouch, that hurts, let go, she cried. Li Dachui chuckled. Indeed, how many people are truly worth my deception? However, I must amend my habit of winking. Yes, I shall remember to remind the young master. With that, Li Kaisen promptly produced a small notebook and an exceedingly fine charcoal pencil from his pocket, inscribing a line that left Zhang Qingyun utterly astonished. This is what is known as daily self-reflection. Do you understand why I am so formidable? Li Dachui gestured towards Li Kaisen. By making slight improvements each day, one can gradually become ever more powerful. Zhang Qingyun replied with a hint of annoyance. While your words are indeed wise, they sound somewhat hollow when uttered by you. You still have not revealed what it is that you truly do. I mean, aside from being a bandit, do you hold any other identity? Li Dachui chuckled again. What does a mere shop assistant like you need to know about my affairs? What you ought to know will surely come to your ears in due time. I have yet to agree to visit your establishment. Zhang Qingyun retorted. Did you not say that Tian City is brimming with opportunities? That one could make a fortune daily? If I were to go there, it is not certain that I would need to rely on you to survive. Quite right, Li Dachui praised, raising his thumb. In Tian City, there is a place called Yingchun Tower, where the top courtesan, Xiangling, excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. A mere glimpse of her costs 10 taels of silver, while 50 taels will afford you a cup of tea with her, and 100 taels will secure a meal. As for the additional expenses, your knowledge is quite extensive. Do you frequently visit her? Zhang Qingyun's face blanched with anger. Miss Xiangling has invited our young master on numerous occasions, but alas, our young master has never taken an interest in her and has never set foot in Yingchun Tower. I can attest to that. Li Kaisen interjected, his round face pressed against the window, speaking loudly. What does it matter to me whether he goes or not? Zhang Qingyun remarked. That place is quite lucrative. Li Dachui insisted earnestly. In truth, I have long desired to establish a similar establishment, perhaps named something like Tanchuan, Shaichuan, or Lichuan. But I have yet to find a courtesan who could rival Xiangling's prowess. I believe in only producing the finest or not at all. Miss Qingyun, should you have an interest, I am willing to invest. Before he could finish, Zhang Qingyun seized a nearby dish and hurled it at him. With a hearty laugh, Li Dachui effortlessly caught the airborne dish, and with a flick of his wrist, the delicacies within were neatly arranged once more. Returning the dish to its rightful place, Li Dachui declared, You now owe me a set of tableware. Do you wish to incur further debts? Or perhaps you believe that having many debts is of no concern. I have stated before that I do not support idlers. You must choose one. I shall become a salesgirl. Zhang Qingyun spat through gritted teeth. I demand to disembark. Why not? Can a mere salesgirl ride in such a fine carriage? Until you officially assume your position, you remain my guest. And guests, of course, deserve the utmost hospitality. Li Dachui remarked. Once we enter Tai and Amp, Oppos, and City, you shall be the vendor in my shop. Zhang Qingyun, incensed, chose to remain silent. Li Dachui, with a playful smile, observed her puffed-up demeanor, his head slightly tilted, lips pressed tightly together, and chest rising and falling as he struggled to contain his amusement. It was indeed quite endearing. However, there was one flaw. She had inexplicably mastered the art of throwing things, showing an inclination towards the temperament of Xiaji. The carriage creaked along amidst their silence. The vehicle was splendid, yet the road was abysmal, swaying precariously as they advanced. Unlike Li Dachui, who sat with an unyielding composure, resembling a steadfast anchor regardless of the carriage's tumult, Zhang Qingyun found herself grasping the handrails to maintain her balance. Ah, such is the way of martial arts, she thought, a twinge of envy stirring within her. Had the carriage not been cushioned, she would have been jostled beyond recognition by now. What a dreadful road this is. That fellow opposite her could occasionally be quite exasperating. Yet, he was also her and her father's savior, or perhaps, more accurately, their creditor. With a sigh, Zhang Qingyun acknowledged the reality. Under someone else and Oppos' roof, one must bow their head. It seemed that in the days to come, she would have to rely on him even more. Recalling the days of suffering, she bit her lip tightly. A brother she had once considered a confidant shamelessly sought her submission as his concubine, all while deluding himself that he was taking great risks to protect her. The memory of the resounding slap she had given him once brought her a sense of satisfaction. Glancing at Li Dachui, she felt it necessary to ease the tension. What of your subordinates from the Tianzi camp? They resemble tigers. Zhang Qingyun exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Using a cat as a symbol is rather rare. Taiyan City is a place of commerce. After all, it is prudent to foster gentleness and harmony for prosperity. Having a fearsome tiger as a symbol contradicts the very principles upon which our city was founded, does it not, Fatty? Li Dachui casually replied. Thus, Fatty's visage obstructed the entire window. Indeed, Miss Qingyun. However, wealth without formidable martial support is nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Zhang Qingyun sighed. Therefore, if anyone dares to provoke Taiyan City, this amicable cat shall sprout wings. Fatty Li exclaimed with a grin. Wings sprouting, what would that be called? Ashio. A tiger with wings is a shao. Zhang Qingyun interjected. So, it remains a tiger, does it not? Clearly, it is a cat. Li Dachui retorted stubbornly. Chapter 23. Rules are rules. Since the emergence of the corpulent Li Kaisen, Li Dachui has seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Previously, as the infamous bandit Li Dachui, he commanded authority with a formidable presence, striking with ferocity and regarding human life as mere trifles. Now, however, he has assumed the persona of the spoiled young master, exuding an air of reckless indulgence akin to the aristocrats Zhang Qingyun had encountered in Chang'an. The seamless transition between these two disparate characters is striking, lacking any trace of awkwardness. This individual is a master of performance. Zhang Qingyun silently cautioned herself to remain vigilant. Every utterance from Li Dachui must be mentally discounted, treated with skepticism. The thought of having to navigate life under the influence of such a person filled her with unease. What importance does her extensive knowledge and clever stratagems hold against the blade of a barbarian? Better to be a centurion than a mere scholar. Since the upheaval, Zhang Qingyun has come to appreciate these words more profoundly. The original author of this maxim must have undergone considerable trials to express such sentiments. Her father remarked that the Qin dynasty, having endured for centuries, now teeters on the brink of collapse. A single misstep could lead to the downfall of the realm. In the quest for dominance, heroes inevitably emerge. Yet, the rise of a hero often heralds a decade of suffering for the populace, perhaps even longer. Centuries ago, when Daong lost its stag, it plunged into chaos for a full 60 years. A careful examination of historical texts reveals the harrowing events concealed within seemingly innocuous phrases. If I wield a sword, I shall eradicate all heroes. This was once spoken to her by her father. Would the elimination of all heroes truly lead to a better world? This was a question she had posed to her father. And now it seems the emergence of heroes is already underway. Within the borders, uprisings and revolts are rampant, recurring year after year. Beyond the frontier, Ling Huyu stands as a formidable power, commanding an army of 100,000 across vast territories, too large to rein in. The court, aside from offering appeasement, is at a loss for solutions. Xiao Chache, though a subordinate of Ling Huyi, retains a degree of independence, while the northern Yuan's young master, Tai Lo, earns Li Dachui's admiration. And this Li Dachui before her? Zhang Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at him. What hero is he? Merely a bandit. Li Dachui, perceptive as ever, noticed Zhang Qingyun's fleeting gaze and turned to meet her eyes. She quickly redirected her attention to the desolate landscape outside the window, where a solitary road stretched endlessly into the distance. Compared to before, the condition of the road had improved significantly, at least devoid of sudden jolts. Where there was once no path, the passage of many is forged away. Li Dachui murmured to himself, we are quite near Taiyan City now. As more people traverse this path, the road naturally improves. A few dozen miles ahead, we will enter the jurisdiction of Taiyan. And only then can this road truly be called a road. Zhang Qingyun closed her eyes, choosing to disregard him for the moment. Afternoon. The number of travelers noticeably increased. Pedestrians, horseback riders, robust warriors donning blades, merchants with burdens, and farmers pushing carts. All manner of folk appeared before Zhang Qingyun. This sight filled her with joy. After so many days beyond the pass, she finally beheld the vibrancy of the human world. Yet, it was evident that these travelers were not entirely ordinary. Wherever their caravan went, those in front immediately stepped aside, as if intimidated by their presence. As they passed, many even bowed in deference, exhibiting profound respect. Why do they regard you, a bandit, with such reverence? Zhang Qingyun could no longer contain her curiosity as she observed the composed Li Dachui, who was resting with his eyes closed. The wealth-attracting tiger? You mean the wealth-attracting cat? Li Dachui corrected her. I recall telling you that I, Li Dachui, have my connections. Your connection is the lord of Taiyan City, a master of innate prowess. Someone even Ling who you must regard with respect. Zhang Qingyun realized, no wonder. I thought it implausible that others would show such respect to a bandit. Perhaps if they knew the infamous bandit Li Dachui was here, some righteous souls among them might seek to rid the world of evil. There are many who wish to eliminate evil, but those individuals would never dare to provoke me. For in my grasp, their fate would be far worse than death. Li Dachui replied, we are nearing the boundary marker. Once we pass it, we shall officially enter the territory of Taiyan. Compared to other lands beyond the pass, Taiyan City is truly a place of order, law, and justice. At this, Li Dachui insinuated, it is far more just than the Chang'an you grew up in. Zhang Qingyun pouted, leaning out of the window to gaze at the scenery beyond. The desolation and decay had vanished. In the distance, rolling mountains rose, winding rivers flowed, and villages emitted wisps of smoke from their chimneys. This was her first encounter with such villages. While commonplace within the pass, they were a rare sight beyond it. The vastness of land and sparse population meant one could traverse 100 miles without encountering a soul, a truth not to be taken lightly. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. To the side, the sound of thundering hooves approached. Ahead, a rider fled on horseback, pursued by a throng of horsemen. Arrows whistling through the air like a swarm of locusts aimed at the fleeing man. There, Zhang Qingyun exclaimed, pointing towards the commotion and addressing the oblivious Li Kaisen, who continued to ride leisurely. Do not worry, Miss Qingyun, it is merely a common pursuit. It appears the man ahead wishes to escape into Taiyan City. Such occurrences are quite frequent, Li Kaisen remarked nonchalantly. Until we enter Taiyan's domain. We need not concern ourselves with it, he added with a smile. Does it matter even if they kill that person? Zhang Qingyun inquired. If he wanted to intervene, it should be a trivial matter, shouldn't it? Why should he bother? Behind her, Li Dachui and Apos' voice resonated. How do you know whether the one being pursued is virtuous or malevolent? Perhaps he is a scoundrel deserving of his fate. The ones chasing him might very well be righteous individuals. Aren't you the one who revels in the gallant deeds of heroes punishing villains? Zhang Qingyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What if he is a good person? If you possess the ability, you ought to inquire thoroughly, Li Dachui replied. There are far too many injustices in this world, and I certainly lack the capacity to address them all. You are indeed a carefree soul, he added. As they conversed, the two factions had already vanished from their sight, one pursuing and the other fleeing. Miss Qingyun, it seems the young master was indeed correct. The one fleeing ahead is not a commendable character. It must be Yang Dian, notorious beyond the border. What is wrong with him? Who can say? Li Kaisen remarked. The ones pursuing him are no better than Yang Dian, and they are certainly in greater numbers. If such a villain manages to escape into Taiyan City, would you truly protect him? Zhang Qingyun's eyes widened in indignation. If he escapes into Taiyan City, Li Kaisen said earnestly, Miss Qingyun, rules are rules. Once established, they must be adhered to without exception. Otherwise, the integrity of our principles will crumble like a dam breached by an ant's hole. Setting a precedent today will invite further exceptions tomorrow, and soon, the rules will cease to exist. May that Yang Dian be struck down by an arrow before he even sets foot in Tian City. Zhang Qingyun exclaimed vehemently. Li Dachui shook his head. Just moments ago, you lamented our inaction in the face of death, and now you curse for another and Appo's swift demise. I was unaware he was a villain. Thus, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions. Observe, listen, reflect, and only then draw a conclusion. Sometimes, this approach may lead to outcomes contrary to your initial intentions. Miss Qingyun, the world is far more intricate than you imagine. Some truths cannot be grasped even if you read every book in existence. Are you beginning to chastise yourself again? Zhang Qingyun muttered, her head lowered in frustration. Yet, she conceded that he spoke with reason. Her previous words had indeed been rash. Observe, listen, reflect. The caravan continued onward. Within the carriage, one person dozed with closed eyes, while another rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, both ignoring one another. Time passed swiftly. After about an hour, Li Kaisin and Appo's voice rang out from outside. Yang Dian is quite skilled, having truly evaded the boundary marker. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyun felt a pang of distress. She leaned out to see a bloodied man slumped behind a boundary stone, gasping for air. While those pursuing him were now merely a few steps away, their faces contorted with rage, yet astonishingly, none made a move to strike. Chapter 24. The remarkable fat man. The tiger's head boundary marker stood silently, dividing the region into two distinct halves. No one obstructed the pursuers from crossing this boundary to reach Yang Dian's side. Yet, they refrained from doing so, fully aware of the consequences. The rules of Tian City were well known. Over the years, the fates of those who defied these rules were vividly etched in everyone's memory, especially those from beyond the borders of the royal capital. It was simple to take a life. At this moment, Yang Dian appeared utterly defenseless, bloodied and gasping, with wounds bleeding profusely. Not only a martial arts master, but even an ordinary person could easily extinguish his life. Yet, no one dared to act. Among the pursuers, a young boy even began to weep. If Yang Dian were never to step foot outside the borders of Tian City again, they would forever lose the chance for vengeance. Unless they were willing to pay with their own lives. Li Dachui and his entourage drew closer. All eyes turned towards them, and the pursuers' expressions darkened further. In Tian City, many recognized this rotund figure. With him present, could they still face death? Those who would willingly exchange their lives to kill him could not harm them. Mr. Luo, your sister committed suicide. How can you place the blame on me? Yang Dian rose and shouted. She insisted on following me. What could I do? I merely assisted her. If anything, she disregarded her virtue. Yang Dian. The leader's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his hands, his entire body trembling. In the carriage, Zhang Qingyun's eyes were also filled with tears. But Lurly, she cried out. Li Kairen shook his head helplessly. Even the most despicable of villains, as long as they abided by the rules in Tai and Appo's and city, would be assured safety. Brotherly, Zhang Qingyun turned to the still half-closed eyes of Li Dachui. You are a bandit, not a resident of Tian City, and the city lord is not your backing, right? Others fear the rules, but do you not? Li Dachui opened his eyes, gazing at Zhang Qingyun for a long moment, before suddenly wiping his face, revealing his bearded countenance before her. Brotherly, are you willing to take action against this villain? Zhang Qingyun asked, her voice filled with hope. Li Dachui chuckled. For the sake of your calling me brotherly, I might be inclined to intervene, but one must first save oneself before saving others. Everyone is watching us now. Even if I wish to help, how could I proceed? To openly violate the rules of Tai and Appo's and city? That would be unacceptable. To be frank, these rules were established by me. Zhang Qingyun was taken aback. How? How can they? Li Dachui smiled, but fell silent. Outside, Yang Dian and Appo's maddening voice continued to echo, recounting certain affairs with that woman, causing Zhang Qingyun to grit her teeth in frustration. At that moment, a sudden roar pierced the air. Among the pursuers, a figure soared skyward, drawing a gleaming blade midair. Its radiance as brilliant as snow, striking down toward Yang Dian with the weight of Mount Tai. Although Yang Dian was lost in his own triumph, he remained vigilant against these assailants. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The pursuers from the Luo family were the elite of the Luo clan beyond the borders. Even if they failed to kill him today, as long as they lived, Yang Dian would never experience a moment of peace. Though Tian City lacked nothing, it was a veritable den of indulgence, where outsiders without mountains of gold and silver simply could not endure. With only a meager sum to his name, Yang Dian feared that his money would soon dwindle upon entering Taiyan, leaving him desperate. What then? In seeking employment, his tarnished reputation would likely deter any potential employers. His sole escape lay in enlisting with the city's guard. However, the discipline of the guard was notoriously strict. Could Yang Dian endure such hardship? Outside, he longed for the freedom to revel, surrounded by countless beauties awaiting his charm. Human desire knows no bounds. Initially, he merely sought to escape with his life. Yet soon he craved a life of luxury. To provoke them, especially that young lad, the sole male heir of the Luo family's generation. Let that youth cross the boundary to seek his demise. The plump one would surely act. Thus, their doom would be sealed. If the Luo clan was wiped out, he would be free once more. Hence, he unleashed a torrent of vile insults, hoping to incite the hot-blooded youth. Indeed, he succeeded. Upon seeing the boy charge at him with a raised blade, Yang Dian was nearly overcome with laughter. Everything was under his control. He rolled away several times to evade the lethal strike, then cried out, "Butler Li, save me." As the youth attacked, the Luo family gasped in shock. For they had all witnessed Li Kaisen and Appos as presents. They were all too aware of who Li Kaisen was. His expression darkened. At this moment, a crowd had gathered on both sides of the boundary stone, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Rules, he murmured to himself, and then, before Zhang Qingyun's incredulous gaze, the hefty figure descended from his mount like a wisp of smoke, crossing the boundary stone. With a swift motion, he seized the descending blade from the young Luo Ying, twisting it gently until it slipped from the youth's grasp. This display instantly drew gasps from onlookers on both sides of the boundary stone. The Luo family members were no mere amateurs. Their strongest among them had reached the pinnacle of chi manipulation, a formidable sixth-tier cultivator. Yet he was so easily dismissed like refuse. Zhang Qingyun's eyes nearly bulged from her head. Li Kaisen, the jolly, obsequious rotund man she had just seen was, in fact, such a formidable master. Just then, she turned abruptly. Li Dachui, who had been beside her, had vanished. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a hidden door beneath the cart. Realizing that Li Dachui had slipped through it unbeknownst to her, hastily pressing against the window, a familiar bearded face came into view. Swaying as he carried a bundle towards the interior, Zhang Qingyun exchanged a glance with him, and the bearded man even raised an eyebrow in her direction. Indeed, Li Dachui had arrived. A surge of warmth flooded Zhang Qingyun's heart. After all, this individual could not be devoid of compassion. Yet, the rules were firmly established. How could he possibly punish that scoundrel? He claimed that these rules were of his own making, but now he was faced with the dilemma of breaking them himself. Zhang Qingyun was not one to be oblivious to the weight of such matters. Li Dachui's assertion that a 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant-hole rang true. Furthermore, from her understanding of him since their acquaintance, it was clear that he was indifferent to the loss of 1 or 2 lives. If preserving the order and rules he valued required human sacrifice, she sensed that Li Dachui would not hesitate. Yet now, was he truly willing to disrupt the established order of Taiyan City merely because of her plea, calling him brother? At that moment, a bearded man nonchalantly crossed the boundary marker, heading towards Taiyan City. Yang Dian observed this scene and suddenly harbored malicious intent. The Luo clan members had transgressed the boundary, provoking Li Kaisen, who retaliated against them. All those individuals were cast beyond the boundary marker by Li Kaisen. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his blade. Eliminating these individuals would eliminate any lingering concerns. Once that thought took root, it became unstoppable. They were beyond the boundary marker. Seizing upon their vulnerability, he contemplated slaying them. Secure in the knowledge it would not violate the rules of Taiyan City. With a swift draw of his blade, he soared into action. An aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Gasps of astonishment arose around him. Among those who traversed this path, how many were not seasoned foxes with a millennium of cunning? In an instant, they grasped Yang Dian's intentions. Li Kaisen remained motionless. Outside the confines of Taiyan City, it was not his concern. As the steward of the Tai and Amp, Appos, and City Lord and Amp, Appos' residence, refraining from meddling in external matters was also a rule. The bearded man stood but a few paces from Yang Dian. Watching as he leaped into the air, a smirk suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. The faces of the Luo clan members, lying incapacitated on the ground beyond the boundary, reflected despair. Only Luo Ying struggled to rise. In that fleeting moment, he realized he could move once more. As he beheld the ferocious Yang Dian charging towards him, Luo Ying roared, merging his being with his blade, lunging forward without a hint of defense. He sought only to perish alongside this villain. With a thunderous crash, Luo Ying collided with Yang Dian, his blade piercing through the latter's chest with a sickening squelch. Yet at that moment, Yang Dian's weapon remained suspended in midair, failing to descend. This sixth-tier master had been slain by a mere half-grown youth who had only just attained the chi manipulation realm. Chapter 25, The Strong Explain the Rules. The phrase joy leads to sorrow perhaps finds no better illustration than this. When one fails to leave a path for others, it is highly probable that they themselves will find their own path severed. While one may endure the calamities wrought by fate, those of their own making are insufferable. Young Luo Ying could scarcely believe the reality before him. Yet now, the nefarious Yang Dian lay slain by his own hand. He stared blankly at the blade embedded in Yang Dian's chest, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he truly dispatched this villain with such ease? Yang Dian, head bowed, gazed at the weapon lodged in his torso, and suddenly let out a scream that echoed through the heavens and sent chills through the netherworld. The formidable warriors of the Luo clan lay incapacitated on the ground, while this youth was hardly worth mentioning. Familiar with the martial prowess of each member of the Luo family, Yang Dian recognized that this boy, Luo Ying, was the weakest among them. How could he have fallen to such an insignificant opponent? Despair washed over him as he raised his weapon, intending to take another down with him before his demise. Just as the ferocity flickered in his eyes, Luo Ying had already withdrawn his blade. As the sword slid free, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yang Dian and Apos' throat gurgled as he took a step forward, aiming his weapon at Luo Ying, yet he lacked the strength to do anything further. After a brief tremor, he collapsed to the ground, his legs twitching a few times before silence enveloped him. Li Kaisen approached, striding with a confident gait until he stood before Luo Ying. With a smile, he remarked, "Well done. At your age, to possess such skill is commendable." He chuckled heartily before mounting his horse and signaling for their group to resume their journey. Luo Ying, in a daze, turned to watch the slowly advancing carriage. At that moment, the window opened, revealing a woman and Apos' face peering out at him. She too was observing him. The procession continued onward, unaware that one among them was now missing. Luo Liang struggled to his feet. Even at this moment, his legs trembled with fatigue. When Yang Dian lunged at him, and when Luo Ying charged forward with the blade, he had been engulfed in despair. Luo Ying represented the greatest hope of the Luo clan. Having begun his martial training at 5, he had diligently practiced for a decade. Now, at the tender age of 15, he had already attained the 4th rank of chi manipulation, with the potential to reach the profound realm before turning 20. Only with a master of such caliber could the family truly establish its standing beyond the borders. Had Luo Ying perished here today, Luo Liang felt he would have no reason to continue living. The outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Luo Ying had indeed slain Yang Dian. "Uncle." Luo Ying's voice trembled. "Ah Ying, you have avenged your sister by vanquishing this vile scoundrel. Well done, well done." Luo Liang stroked Luo Ying and Apos' dark hair, filled with immense relief. Moments ago, he had been terrified. This villain, at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, would have posed a significant threat even to him. Indeed, when Yang Dian had raised his blade with a malevolent grin, it had felt as if he had lost his breath. The opponent raised his weapon, and he too had prepared to strike, yet as the adversary faltered, he had thrust forward decisively. Luo Liang turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of Yang Dian on the ground, then lifted his eyes to the retreating carriage, as if suddenly grasping an elusive understanding. Luo Ying, with a semblance of comprehension, nodded subtly. The death of a single individual was but a trivial matter beyond the frontier, hardly worth mentioning. The only source of amusement for the populace during their leisurely gatherings would be the tales of Yang Dian's past romantic escapades. The road, now restored to its former tranquility, once again teemed with throngs of people. The bloodstains on the ground were soon trampled to obscurity. Among the caravan ahead, a figure caught up with Li Kaisen and whispered a few words into his ear. Li Kaisen chuckled, aware that this favor would inevitably require repayment in due course. It was merely a matter of timing. "Uncle." The voice of Zhang Qingyun rang in his ears. Ah. Li Kaisen instinctively responded, only to abruptly realize something amiss. Zhang Qingyun had always addressed him as stewardly. How had she suddenly begun to refer to him as Apos, Uncle Apos? "Flattering me for no reason, Miss Qingyun. Please continue to call me stewardly, or like the young master, you may call me Fatty. Either will suffice," Li Kaisen urged, riding alongside the carriage, his face donning once more that greasy, professional smile. Zhang Qingyun's expression stiffened. "What sort of person are you? Is it a crime to call someone uncle? You're so formidable, yet you masquerade as a steward to deceive people. What sort of steward behaves like this? Earlier, you mentioned that Yang Dian was a 6th rank expert. The pursuers of Yang Dian must be at least his equal. Yet, how could such a large group of people be tossed about like fledglings? Crawling on the ground and unable to rise? What rank does that make you? Zhang Qingyun queried, her tone incredulous. Uncle, are you truly a steward? Zhang Qingyun pressed on. Li Kaisen's jowls quivered slightly as he replied, Miss Qingyun, I assure you, I am indeed a steward. What rank are you? She inquired further. You understand the ranks of martial arts? As for my rank, I am uncertain. I usually just follow the old master and the young master, practicing haphazardly. And no one has ever informed me of my rank. His smile remained, though his words seemed increasingly dubious. Zhang Qingyun pouted. You're deceiving me. Li Kaisen wore a pained expression. I am not deceiving you. Truly, no one has ever told me. I have merely followed the old master and the young master, practicing aimlessly, and somehow ended up like this. Perhaps I am a 9th rank? I do not know. In any case, the old master has little regard for these ranks, and the young master has always scoffed at them. Is the lord of your city also surnamed Li? Zhang Qingyun suddenly asked. No, our city lord is surnamed Zhou. Li Kaisen replied, astonished. Why would you think our city lord is named Li, Miss Qingyun? I was merely guessing. Zhang Qingyun responded. If he was not the son of the lord of Taiyan, then what was their true relationship? How had the lord of Taiyan become an ally of Li Dachui? Many of the regulations in Tai and Apos and city had been established by Li Dachui, indicating his extraordinary status within the city. Moreover, the attitude of the steward, Li Kaisen, towards Li Dachui resembled that of a servant towards his master. A servant possessing such high martial prowess? Who exactly was this Li Dachui? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. The young master has departed. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed to Tai and Amp, Apos, and City. And when the time is right, we shall meet naturally. Li Kaisen replied, his words imbued with a certain Zen wisdom. Uncle, regarding the death of Yang Dian today, was it brotherly who struck him down, or was it you? Zhang Qingyun inquired. Certainly, it was not my hand that dealt the blow. At that moment, I represented the laws of Taiyan City. How could I violate them? Li Kaisen replied, Miss Qingyun, you may continue to address me as stewardly. Very well, uncle. So, it follows that it was brotherly who acted. Zhang Qingyun nodded. However, I was watching him closely and did not see him make a move. Li Kaisen cast an awkward glance at Zhang Qingyun. She was indeed quite stubborn. Naturally, it was the young master who intervened. His cultivation is profound. Even if one were knowledgeable in martial arts, they would struggle to perceive his level. Even if someone suspected foul play, without evidence, it would be of no consequence. That Yang Dian, in a moment of malicious intent, attempted to act against the Luo family, but at that very instant, the young master sealed his acupoint, rendering his vital energy motionless. How did he achieve that? Zhang Qingyun asked, her curiosity piqued. It seemed to be a pine needle he picked up from the ground. Li Kaisen stated, though he had not observed it closely. Does that not contravene the rules? Zhang Qingyun questioned. That does not count at all, Li Kaisen asserted confidently. No one witnessed it, nor did they even guess. They merely thought Yang Dian was too severely injured, allowing that young man of the Luo family to seize the opportunity. Ah, so the rules possess a certain flexibility, Zhang Qingyun mused. As long as it is executed covertly, it does not breach the regulations. The fellow earlier spoke so earnestly to me. Li Kaisen chuckled. We establish the rules. We possess immense power and the authority to interpret them. Most importantly, everything must be conducted reasonably and seamlessly, leaving no room for outsiders to speak ill. If you deem this flexibility, then so be it. Ultimately, it is the strong who prevail. Indeed, must we then adhere to truth? Li Kaisen remarked. If we were to discuss reason, your esteemed father should be flourishing in Chang'an, while Linghu, ye ought to be languishing in prison. Alas, I am but a woman, and having never practiced martial arts, I shall never possess such formidable strength. That is not necessarily true, Li Kaisen replied. Miss Qingyun, do you know of Jiang Qian from the South Chu? She is as delicate as a flower yet stands among the most powerful in the world. Chapter 26. Women can be unmatched in strength. Empress Jiang Qian of Nanchu. Zhang Qingyun leaned against the carriage wall, her eyes brimming with admiration. Historically, Nanchu has been regarded by Qin as a formidable adversary, while Beiyuan has merely been perceived as a trivial nuisance, hardly worthy of mention. 3 years prior, Qin had a chance to severely weaken Nanchu. However, their efforts faltered, and it was this very Empress Jiang Qian who thwarted their ambitions. Though she bears the title of Empress Dowager, she is but 22 years of age this year. She became the crown princess at 15, ascended to the role of empress at 18, and by 19, she found herself a widow, thus becoming the Empress Dowager of Nanchu. The Emperor of Nanchu had always been in poor health and, shortly after his ascension, faced an unprecedented flood disaster that struck once in a century. Out of 26 prefectures, 11 were ravaged, leaving a multitude of corpses and countless starving citizens. Civil unrest erupted, and southern tribes revolted, plunging the empire into turmoil. The young emperor, overwhelmed by state affairs, eventually succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed in the court. Most critically, he left no heir. Chaos ensued in Nanchu, with peasant uprisings, southern unrest, and a struggle for the throne among the royal family. He Chi-ku, the commander of Daqian's southern forces, recognized the rare opportunity. He presented petitions to the court while independently mobilizing troops to assault the critical stronghold of Xianqing. In this instance, Daqian displayed remarkable unity. Within a remarkably short time, various factions reached a consensus, not only endorsing He Chi-ku's military actions, but also dispatching tens of thousands of imperial guards from Chang'an to assist in the siege of Xianqing. Should Xianqing fall, the gates of Nanchu would swing wide open, and the coveted Jianghan Plain, which Daqian had coveted for centuries, would become ripe for the taking, a feast for the entire empire. A victory in this conflict would undoubtedly alleviate Daqian's internal strife, and even the military factions beyond the borders would likely revert to their former compliance. Everyone anticipated that Nanchu was on the brink of annihilation. At this critical juncture, the previously overlooked Empress Jiangqian suddenly emerged into the public eye. Unbeknownst to many, she swiftly garnered the support of seasoned generals, Xiang Ying and Prime Minister Xiong Yi. And within a month, she quelled the chaos within Danyang City, the capital of Chu, capturing the rebellious royal family with remarkable efficiency. Subsequently, in a flash of brilliance, she adopted a 3-year-old royal child as her son, elevating him to the throne as the current young emperor of Nanchu. Henceforth, the military and political power of Nanchu fell entirely into Jiangqian and Appo's capable hands. Jiangqian and Appo's subsequent maneuvers were nothing short of astonishing. She, as the revered Empress Dowager, personally led reinforcements to Xianqing, engaging He Chi-ku in a decisive battle on both land and water. The forces involved exceeded 200,000. Ultimately, the battle-hardened general He Chi-ku faced defeat. The imperial guards from Chang and Appo's, at odds with He Chi-ku and Appo's southern troops, disregarded his commands at a crucial moment in the battle, resulting in their being lured into a trap and subsequently annihilated by the Chu army. The 50,000 imperial troops were fully mobilized, and the Chu army seized the opportunity to advance, facing off against He Chi-ku's southern garrison. At this moment, the morale of the southern troops had plummeted to its nadir. Should combat ensue, defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, Jiangqian dispatched envoys to negotiate peace. He Chi-ku found himself with no alternative. Should war break out, and should he lose, the southern strongholds would undoubtedly collapse like a house of cards, leading to chaos in the south. Presently, He Chi-ku could discern no glimmer of victory. Although the state of Chu was also in disarray, a victory at Xianqing had afforded the southern Chu a respite. Conversely, the Qin forces could ill afford to lose. Ultimately, He Chi-ku acquiesced to Jiangqian's demands for an armistice, and both sides ceased hostilities. Had it not been for the vehement outcry from the 80,000 garrison troops, He Chi-ku's life would have been in jeopardy. Nevertheless, he was ultimately stripped of all titles and returned to a life of farming under surveillance in Chang'an. Following this confrontation, Jiangqian's standing within the nation solidified, particularly her prestige within the military, soaring to unprecedented heights, with a multitude of officers becoming her staunch supporters. In the ensuing 3 years, Xiang Ying retired from military service, receiving the title of Duke of Loyalty, while the ailing Prime Minister Xiong Yi relinquished his position. Bestowing the title of Duke of England upon himself, both venerable officials retained hereditary titles. Thus, both military and political power in southern Chu fell entirely under Jiangqian's control. How could such a woman not inspire admiration? Remarkably, she was merely 22 years old. Heaven's favor, once squandered, would surely invite divine retribution. The Qin dynasty failed to seize the optimal opportunity and would inevitably face formidable challenges from southern Chu in the future. The military leaders on the southern Chu side were predominantly youthful and eager for battle, making it inconceivable for oneself to rival such an individual. Zhang Qinyan's side. She was a woman favored by fate, and it was truly difficult to envision the allure of such a talented and beautiful figure. Indeed, she inspired envy and resentment. The corpulent uncle was truly detestable for using such a paragon to spur himself on. One could fear that even with utmost effort, one could not compare to her slightest achievement. This left Zhang Qingyun feeling profoundly disheartened, and she soon succumbed to drowsiness amidst the sounds of the creaking carriage. It was not until the clamor outside roused her that she stirred. Peering through the carriage window, she beheld a throng of people outside. The wide road lay smooth and even, flanked by orderly rows of white poplars. Although the trees were bare of leaves, their reaching branches offered a different kind of beauty. In the distance, a majestic gray-blue city wall emerged into view, illuminated by the setting sun. The last golden rays of sunlight cascaded down from a distant mountain peak, casting a shimmering glow upon the entire city. That was the city of Tian, the most resplendent jewel beyond the pass. It was the wealthiest city in the region and served as the commercial epicenter, the hub for the distribution of commodities, and a center for intelligence. Regardless of the expansive road beneath her feet, the white poplars lining the way, or the vast fields on either side, already marked by earthen ridges, all whispered to her that this was a world governed by humanity, in stark contrast to the savage lands she had recently traversed, rife with the presence of tigers, leopards, and wolves, where bloodshed was a daily occurrence. "Uncle, is that Tian City?" Zhang Qingyun inquired, her finger pointing towards the resplendent city ahead. Indeed. The pride in the portly man and Apos' voice was unmistakable. Over 20 years ago, when the city lord arrived here, carrying the infant young master along with our group. This place was merely a small castle, barely able to accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 souls. It has taken over 2 decades of arduous toil to achieve what we see today. "Are you also from within the borders?" Zhang Qingyun expressed her surprise. "I had assumed you were all native to the lands beyond." Li Kaisen appeared unguarded, and although their conversation was simple, Zhang Qingyun gleaned much information that perhaps outsiders were unaware of. Li Dachui, though not the son of the city lord, had been raised by him since infancy. What difference does that make? Zhang Qingyun mused internally. Yet, what was the true nature of their relationship? It was indeed a question worth exploring. It was intriguing how Li Dachui, a figure regarded as the young lord of Tian City, simultaneously held notoriety as one of the most infamous horse bandits beyond the borders. Clearly, while Tian City proclaimed a ban on all forms of violence and focused solely on commerce, it secretly harbored such a fearsome band of marauders. If they claimed to harbor no ulterior motives, one would be hard-pressed to believe it. She glanced at Li Kaisen, who was also observing her. "Uncle, why do you trust me so implicitly?" Zhang Qingyun thought it improbable that Li Kaisen was merely a gossiper or a simple man. For how could one so unassuming hold the position of steward in the city lord's manor? Li Kaisen erupted into laughter. "Because Miss Qingyun is not an outsider. A little bird told me that the young master refers to Scholar Zhang as his father-in-law. Hence, the secrets that outsiders could never fathom need not be concealed from you." As far as he knew, this was the first instance the young master had openly expressed his affection for a woman. A crimson hue immediately spread across Zhang Qingyun's cheeks, akin to the evening sky to the west. She felt both embarrassed and indignant. "Uncle, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Brotherly speaks thus merely to safeguard my father and Apos' life. Is that so?" "Ha." Li Kaisen laughed even more heartily, though every expression on his face conveyed disbelief. Zhang Qingyun ceased her explanations, realizing that each person around her held an unwavering confidence in their judgments. When they were convinced of something, no amount of reasoning would sway them. It would be futile to argue. This collective conviction among them might not necessarily be detrimental to her. At the very least, it will improve her future circumstances. Zhang's daughter has become the consort of the bandit Li Dachui, and Zhang Qingyun believes this news will soon spread beyond the borders, reaching even Chang'an. For Ling Hu Yi and his companions, they would not hesitate to exploit this opportunity to tarnish the reputation of Scholar Zhang. "We are home." With the cheerful shout of the chubby man, the grand characters of Tian City appeared larger and clearer in Zhang Qingyun's eyes. Chapter 27. The most disciplined place. Tian City stands as the wealthiest locale beyond the pass. Even the garrison commander of the 100,000 troops, Ling Hu Yi, stationed in Jinwu City, pales in financial strength when compared to Tian City. Rumors abound that within the subterranean treasury of Tian City lie 10 colossal silver orbs, each weighing tens of thousands of Jin. Of course, no one has ever truly witnessed them, nor would anyone dare to investigate this matter furtively. Tian Apos' city neither affirms nor denies these claims, which only serves to bolster the belief in their veracity among the populace. Consequently, countless merchants from beyond the pass transport their goods to Tian Apos' city for sale. regardless of the nature of the merchandise, as long as it arrives in Tai and Appos, and city. One is assured of a fair price, free from coercive buying or selling. Vendors need not traverse the perilous lands beyond with vast sums of wealth. They may deposit their earnings in the city's banks and receive a banknote, which can be exchanged for the corresponding silver in any locale beyond the pass. It is rumored that Tai and Appos, banknotes are also widely accepted in the Northern Yuan. For those purchasing bulk goods in Tai and Appos, and city, simply displaying the tiger flag, waving atop its seat, grants them unimpeded passage through the lands beyond, ensuring safe arrival to their desired destinations. No one dares to provoke Tai and city's authority. Initially, there were instances of brigands plundering caravans bearing this flag. However, following such incidents, Tai and city promptly compensated the merchants for their losses and apprehended the culprits, using their dire fate to exemplify the city's unparalleled credibility. From its humble beginnings to its current illustrious reputation, a span of 2 decades has witnessed this transformation. This journey parallels the rise of Zhou Ji, the lord of Tai and city, whose martial prowess advanced from the 8th to the 9th rank of Xin Yuan, ultimately transcending to a preeminent existence revered by all. With each stride Zhou Ji took, Tai and city flourished correspondingly, elevating its status further. With his ascension, Tai and city solidified its extraordinary standing beyond the pass. The citizens of Tai enjoy a unique status in the lands beyond, but becoming a formal citizen is no simple feat once one achieves this status. The benefits they receive are the envy of many. The commonly cited figure of 200,000 inhabitants does not imply that all are citizens of Tai and city. To attain citizenship, one must first submit an application to Tai and city. Eligibility to apply necessitates possessing a specific skill, whether one is a skilled artisan, an adept farmer, a martial artist of considerable achievement, or a scholar with knowledge. All may apply, though approval is not guaranteed. Tai and city's standards for evaluating talent markedly diverge from societal norms. There was a time when a well-educated gentleman with a prosperous family fortune and a mere farmer, skilled only in agriculture, submitted applications simultaneously. Surprisingly, it was the dark-skinned, lean farmer, scarcely possessing a few pounds of flesh, who received the coveted approval. However, at this juncture, you are yet to enjoy the other benefits of Tai and Appos, and city. If you lack special opportunities or merits, the probationary period lasts 3 years. Upon approval after this period, you shall become a formal citizen of Tai and Appos, and city. As a formal citizen, you will be assigned a suitable position corresponding to your expertise. In fact, during the probationary period, those deemed fit have already been allocated appropriate roles. The transition to formal status is merely a formality. Each individual will receive a talisman in the form of a wealth-bringing tiger badge, symbolizing their citizenship in Tai and city. Once you become a citizen, your income will multiply, and at the end of each year, you will receive a substantial bonus based on your rank. Indeed, citizens of Tai and city are categorized into ranks, determined by their contributions to the city. The ranks consist of jade, gold, silver, bronze, and iron badges, representing the 5 tiers under Tai's governance. The iron badge is the most basic level, primarily held by the common folk who have resided here since the city's inception. Aside from recent arrivals, they may lack specialized skills but possess unparalleled fortune. When Zhou Ji first arrived with a few individuals, they were already present. The leader of the original stronghold, Xin Yuan of the 7th rank, was considered a formidable figure, yet he paled in comparison to Zhou Ji, who was at the peak of the 8th rank. Furthermore, Xin Yuan and Appos' cruelty towards his subordinates and the populace led to his downfall. When Zhou Ji defeated him, few followed, and the citizens surged forth to annihilate him. Zhou Ji then became the new leader of the stronghold, which eventually evolved into the nascent form of what is now Tai and city. The indigenous inhabitants found a more capable and compassionate leader, ushering in a truly blissful existence. Sometimes, the world is profoundly unjust. No matter how hard you strive or how diligently you work, it can never rival the fortune of being born into the right circumstances. Your conclusion is merely the beginning for another group. While many toil relentlessly to become citizens of Tai and city, some are born with an iron badge adorned with a charming little tiger raising its paw. Aside from these individuals, several other types reside within Tai and city. Business people, anyone aspiring to expand their enterprise beyond the borders, must establish a shop in Tai and city. Here, the rent for each shop is incomparable to those along the bustling streets of Chang'an, and these establishments are strictly for rent, never for sale. Contracts are signed annually, with a mandatory 10% increase in rent each year, unyielding as thunder. Even so, The demand for these shops far exceeds the supply. The second significant group consists of those seeking refuge in Tai and Amp, Apos, and City. There exists an unbreakable decree. Once within the jurisdiction of Tai and Amp, Apos, and City, regardless of past enmities, mutual bloodshed is strictly prohibited. In Tai and City, committing murder is a grave taboo. Should one take a life and it come to the attention of the City and Apos, as inhabitants, even if one flees to the farthest corners of the earth, Tai will send emissaries to exact retribution upon the perpetrator. As the city lord Zhou Ji aptly states, Tai is a place that thrives on harmony and wealth, where bloodshed is abhorred. This rule, though seemingly unreasonable, is cleverly exploited by many, rendering Tai a sanctuary for numerous fugitives. Once one escapes to this haven, survival is assured. However, the cost of living here is exorbitant, far beyond the means of the average individual. Over the course of a year, expenses easily surpass 1,000 taels of silver. In contrast, the impoverished in regions beyond the gates can live comfortably on merely a few dozen taels annually. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to deem Tai a veritable den of extravagance. Should one find themselves devoid of silver, dire consequences await. Tai is not inclined to shelter those destitute to the point of clinking. In such cases, expulsion is the most likely outcome, leaving one vulnerable to adversaries who may be lurking just outside the city walls. Tai is a realm governed by reason and rules. Yet it is also a place devoid of mercy. From the highest echelons of the city lord's court to the most junior officials overseeing the city's management, all are steadfast in their adherence to regulations, prioritizing order above all else. Presently, the number and intricacy of rules in Tai have proliferated significantly. We have reached a point where even the act of spitting on the street could lead to apprehension and fines. Those adorned with red armbands, concealed in the shadows, vigilantly monitor all activities. Upon spotting an offender, they spring forth with the swiftness of a startled cat, ready to impose penalties. Even if the one demanding payment is a frail elder, the caught individual submits to the fine, for these enforcers typically bear copper or, at the very least, iron badges. The older generation of natives, having long since lost their ability to labor, possess neither special skills nor literacy and have reached an age where mere survival is their goal. However, the city lord's office has ingeniously created positions for them, allowing them to contribute meaningfully to society, thereby enhancing Tai fiscal revenue while securing rewards for themselves. Amidst the myriad regulations that may seem incomprehensible to outsiders, the sanitary conditions of Tai surpass even those of the imperial palace. For those who have resided here for an extended period, any venture to other locales becomes intolerable, particularly in terms of hygiene. Conversely, Zhang Qingyun, who has just stepped into Tai, is genuinely astounded. The city's splendor overwhelms this individual, born and raised in the grand capital of Chang'an. On the broad street, where a multitude of people flowed ceaselessly before her eyes, the shops lining the way displayed an array of dazzling goods, and colorful signs fluttered in the breeze. Yet what captured her gaze most were the houses, remarkably identical, each comprising 2 stories adorned with red bricks, azure tiles, and white walls. Expansive avenues divided the dwellings into neat, square sections. In Tai and Apos and City, it seemed even the houses were bound by rules. Miss Qingyu noted that there were no private residences within the city. The cheerful visage of the rotund Li Kaisen radiated happiness as he explained. All the houses were uniformly constructed by the city lord's estate, subsequently rented or allocated. Those fortunate enough to possess a home in the city were either esteemed contributors to Tai, original inhabitants, or individuals indifferent to wealth. All? Zhang Qingyun found this notion difficult to fathom. Of course, Li Kaisen replied with a smile. Currently, the city harbors approximately 20,000 inhabitants, with no more than 5,000 being citizens of Tai and Apos, and the remainder are outsiders. The ambitious young master aspired to double the city's size within the next decade, enabling this grand city and its surroundings to accommodate 500,000 souls. 500,000. Zhang Qingyun exhaled in awe. Chang'an barely housed 1 million, and yet it served as the capital of the Great Qin, an epicenter of political, economic, and cultural life. Even Danyang in the South Chu could hardly compare. It was indeed hard to imagine that in this frontier, deemed barbaric by many, such a magnificent city could emerge. Chapter 28. The Hidden Truth Suddenly. Zhang Qingyun comprehended the significance of a remark made by Li Dachui during their journey. He had mentioned that the young Prince Tai Lu of Beiyuan and Zhang Qian of Nanchu would be his lifelong adversaries. Notably, he had not once alluded to Ling Huyi, the most formidable force beyond the borders. Clearly, he held Ling Huyi in contempt. Initially, Zhang Qingyun had assumed Li Dachui was merely a reckless bandit leader, youthful and untested by the trials of life. However, his perception had shifted. Such a robust stronghold is the foundation of his existence, and it is evident that his capabilities extend far beyond the surface. On the surface, Tian City appears to possess little martial prowess. The martial skills that reign supreme in the realm of rivers and lakes offer scant assistance in the quest for dominion over the world. A master of innate strength may wield decisive influence in localized skirmishes, yet when confronted with the broader tides of power, such prowess becomes insignificant. Thus, Li Dachui, the bandit, conceals his true status within Tian City, allowing others to believe he merely enjoyed fortune by aligning himself with an innate master as a patron. In the interplay of light and shadow, Tian Oppos, and city accumulates wealth, and judging by the current display, it is likely that a significant portion of the wealth beyond the borders converges here. Such immense riches and a steady stream of resources form the bedrock of any aspiring magnate. The concealed martial strength serves as their extended claws. Had Tian City possessed both vast wealth and formidable military strength, Ling Huyu would have eradicated its existence long ago, regardless of the cost. For he would not tolerate such a rival. This dual approach of manifesting both overt and covert growth has propelled Tian City to its present state. Observing the current circumstances, it appears that Li Dachui is not inclined to continue his facade of obscurity. Rather, he seems to be intentionally revealing Tian City's strength. This indicates two vital truths. Firstly, their power is now sufficient to challenge any faction, including Ling Huyu's. Secondly, turmoil looms beyond the borders, or rather, great upheaval threatens the Qin dynasty, prompting everyone to devise their own strategies. Remaining hidden would undoubtedly deprive Tai and Oppos, and City of a swift opportunity for advancement. In essence, one may wish to play the role of a pig to ensnare the tiger, but if one portrays that role for too long, others may genuinely perceive them as a true pig, leaving no one inclined to ally with them. Such a scenario would indeed backfire. Hence, at an opportune moment, it becomes imperative to unveil one and Oppos' true strength to the world. A partial revelation allows those who can comprehend to do so, while those who cannot are likely not the audience Li Dachui desires. Having grasped these insights, Zhang Qingyun felt a slight perspiration on his brow. Had it not been for some information inadvertently shared by Li Kaisen, he might have remained oblivious to the intricacies of this situation. His father, though equally unaware of these matters, had cultivated a sense of intuition from years of political struggle, subtly discerning that Li Dachui is pivotal to breaking the stalemate beyond the borders. However, it appears that this Li Dachui is far more intricate than his father could ever imagine. He is certainly not the dutiful son and worthy grandson of the great Qin that his father envisions. Rather, he is likely an ambitious individual, much like Ling Hai, lurking in the shadows, sharpening his teeth and observing everything under the guise of grand aspirations. "Uncle, where are we going now? Are we to meet with Brotherly?" Zhang Qingyun inquired. "No," Li Kaisen replied with a cheerful smile. "The young master has instructed that Miss Qingyun is to first gain experience at the shop. I shall escort Miss Qingyun there. As for when the young master will see you again, I cannot say." "Well, what's the big deal about being a shop assistant? It's just selling goods, isn't it?" Zhang Qingyun pouted. "I genuinely wish to see what sets Tian City apart from other places. This is the foundation upon which Li Dachui stands. Comprehending this place will likely reveal the secrets behind his schemes. That insufferable fellow, the next time I encounter him, I shall surely unearth his true nature and see if he dares to play tricks before me again." The carriage halted before a grand edifice. Contrary to the smaller shops previously observed, this establishment, as described by Li Dachui, exceeded Zhang Qingyun and Oppos' expectations in size, occupying an entire block on the square. It boasted 4 imposing entrances on her side alone. Massive columns, as thick as a person's embrace, supported this vast store. In other areas, similar blocks contained dozens of smaller shops. Zhang Qingyun gazed upward at the flag fluttering atop the building, adorned with a design of a hammer. Li Dachui Supermarket. Beneath the flamboyant sign, it bore the name Zhou Ji, the Lord of Tian City. "Everything you could possibly desire for daily life is available here," Li Kaisen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Even if there are no goods at the moment, you can place an order, and within the shortest time, Li Dachui Supermarket will provide you with satisfactory service. Anything at all. Certainly. Even if you were to place an order to eliminate Xiaochangche, we could certainly consider it." "Nonsense," Zhang Qingyun scoffed. "It's true. The reason no one places such orders is that they cannot afford the deposit, Li Kaisen chuckled. One might place an order only to meet a sudden demise shortly thereafter, I suppose? Zhang Qingyan remarked, eyeing Li Kaisen. If one were to die, it wouldn't disrupt the rules of Tian City, would it? Indeed. As long as a certified physician from Tian City confirms that the cause of death was a sudden illness rather than any unnatural cause, it would not violate the rules. Apparently, these rules are rather subjective. Li Kaisen smiled but did not respond. Shall I begin as a mere assistant, then? Zhang Qingyan continued. That is merely jesting. Your status is distinct, Miss Qingyun. How could you possibly start from the very bottom? Li Kaisen suggested, young lady, settle down first. Then familiarize yourself with the particulars before making a decision. Each business here can yield quite a profit over the year. The lesser ones may earn around 1,000 or 2 silver coins, while the more prosperous ones can rake in hundreds of thousands. He continued. There are also losses to consider. What is the most significant loss incurred? Zhang Qingyan inquired, her resolve unwavering. The room was enveloped in a gentle mist. The temperature at least a dozen degrees warmer than the outside chill, truly reminiscent of a spring day. Wrapped in a large piece of cloth around his waist, Li Dachui lay face down on the soft cushion. He picked up a small mallet beside him and gave a gentle tap, producing a soft chime as the door swung open. A petite woman entered, gracefully carrying a tray, which she placed beside Li Dachui before kneeling at his side. She retrieved a small bottle from the tray, poured its contents into her palm, and began to massage the liquid into Li Dachui's bare back, ensuring it penetrated thoroughly before switching to another area. Li Dachui emitted a contented hum. Quietly, Li Kaisen slipped through the door and settled cross-legged beside him. The young woman tidied up the tray and quietly exited the room. Is everything arranged? Li Kaisen asked. Yes, everything is in order. Miss Qingyun has chosen the Jiqiu courtyard. Li Kaisen chuckled. The moment I mentioned the losses in our business, she made her choice without hesitation. This girl is quite proud. Li Dachui chuckled, and remarkably resilient. I truly admire her. I never expected the Jiqiu courtyard to be lucrative for us. As long as they spend effectively, I will be content. Does the young master truly have some feelings for her? I find her quite intriguing, especially regarding her father. My interest is even stronger, Li Dachui remarked. If Zhang truly becomes the aide to Xiao Changche as we desire, then the game beyond the walls will become even more engaging. What I mean is not what you imply. It is a different kind of meaning. The city lord has been rather anxious, has the Endapos. Teehee? I'm merely 25 or 26. What is his rush? Li Dachui replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. The city lord merely desires a grandchild sooner rather than later, Li Kaisen laughed. He fears that I might inadvertently pass away. Li Dachui grunted. So he is eager for me to leave behind a legacy. The young master possesses profound fortune, surely. You will live a long life. I hope so, Li Dachui mused. Yet, I observe that the old man still refuses to divulge what my parents truly did. Who they were, or how they perished. Who are my enemies? This raises significant concerns. He is a congenital master. What astonishing truths must he conceal? Now, I, Li Dachui, am also a figure of some standing, with a formidable force at my command, yet to him, I am still deemed inadequate. So who exactly is this enemy? Fatty, you must know. Please share your insights. Li Kaisen wore a bittersweet smile, yet his lips were tightly pursed. He thought to himself, you truly believe I cannot uncover the truth? Li Dachui, with a look of disdain, replied, just wait and see, my friend. It won't be long before I expose the truth in its entirety. At that moment, I shall confront the old man with the undeniable evidence. Chapter 29, The Elder with the Red Armband. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kaisen had yet to respond when Li Dachui let out a peculiar cry and leaped up, entirely unperturbed by his nakedness. Alas, although his reaction was swift, it was still too late. The water in the hot pool surged forth with a hissing sound, resembling a snake, and then burst into the air with a splash, dividing into numerous slender streams. These streams of water intertwined, forming an expansive net that enveloped the small bathroom completely. Yet, astonishingly, it fell without touching Li Kaisen. Clearly, Li Dachui's every reaction was futile in the face of such overwhelming force. As the water net descended upon Li Dachui, it bound him as securely as a real rope would. Li Kaisen, having already reached for his sleeve, immediately lowered both his hands and his head upon witnessing the water rope. Li Dachui was gently placed upon the ground. And then another stream of water was drawn forth from the pool, transforming this time into a whip-like form. Li Kaisen pressed his lips tightly together. The water whip then struck forcefully against Li Dachui's raised backside. Elder, do not go too far. Be cautious, or I shall not let this matter rest. Li Dachui shouted defiantly, lifting his head. But before his words could finish, the water net yanked him over, leaving him sprawled on the ground. While the water whip dangled ominously over a sensitive area, the situation was decidedly against him, and Li Dachui quickly surrendered. Elder, I was wrong. Please just whip my backside. I will never speak thoughtlessly again. Only then did Li Kaisen rush over to retrieve a robe and wrap it around Li Dachui. In the hallway outside the bathroom, an elderly man with a radiant complexion sat with his legs crossed, his hair carelessly tied into a bun, held in place by a wooden hairpin. He donned a brown cloth garment, casually cinched at the waist with a white belt, and wore a pair of cloth shoes, resembling the elderly folk on the streets who sported red armbands, ready to impose fines. Wait a moment. Wasn't he that red armband the very one he was twirling in his hand? Li Dachui stood at the door, cursing under his breath. Yet his face was alight with joy as he approached the elder and plopped down beside him. How much have you fined today? Business was good today. We collected a total of 1,200 coins, which nets us 120 coins. The elder beamed with pride. Is this your best harvest of the year? Li Dachui clapped in approval. Then tonight, shall we not celebrate? Indeed, we must celebrate. The elder nodded vigorously. A jug for the two of us, half for each. At this point, he glanced at Li Kaisen and added, we'll keep 4 ounces and leave 2 ounces for the rotund fellow. Li Kaisen, beaming with delight, bowed and said, thank you, city lord, thank you, young master. After a day's toil, we earned 120 coins. Then, to savor a pot of worldly pleasures. It merely costs 10 taels of silver, a treasure of value yet unattainable, utterly impossible to procure outside. By any calculation, this venture is an unfathomable loss. Yet, therein lies the old man's delight. The old gentleman's surname is Zhou, his name Shi, the lord of Taiyan City, and the only known innate master beyond the borders. No one could have anticipated that this innate master finds his greatest amusement in masquerading as an old man to collect fines in the streets. Lord, young master, I shall prepare the food and wine. Li Kaisen bowed slightly and hastily departed. Zhou Ji, with a gentle smile, turned to Li Dachui. Word has spread far and wide beyond the borders, claiming that the bandit leader, Li Dachui, has abducted the daughter of the esteemed scholar, Zhang Ruo, to be his wife. What of your captive bride? Li Dachui rolled his eyes. Zhang Ruo, a man of considerable qualifications and abilities, boasts a fine reputation in the great chain. Securing his favor would undoubtedly be advantageous for your future. Zhou Ji gently tapped the railing, saying, it seems you are quite confident that this fellow can establish himself beyond the borders, hence you have taken the liberty of bringing his daughter over. Should Zhang Ruo rise again, becoming your son-in-law would not be a poor choice. Old man, my current endeavor is solely to ensure Zhang Ruo's survival. Not for my own ambitions, but to create a significant rift between Ling Hai and Xiao Cha-che, Li Dachui replied. Zhang Ruo oversees the finances in Great Qin, and he is indeed adept at generating wealth. Were it not for his skill in patching the gaps, the kingdom would have collapsed long ago. As for Xiao Cha-che, while he excels in military training and martial arts, he lacks in management. Were it not for his status as a local power, propped up by others, he would have been thoroughly consumed by Ling Hai long ago. Zhou Ji laughed heartily. Once Xiao Cha-che has Zhang Ruo's support, bolstering his financial strength, Ling Hai will surely be troubled, won't he? What if Xiao Cha-che had 10,000 elite troops? This man possesses an unparalleled acumen for warfare. Truly the most formidable individual I have encountered in my lifetime. Zhou Ji nodded. With a force of 10,000, he could indeed contend with Ling Hai. However, Zhang Ruo and Apos' political stance advocates for the abandonment of territories beyond the borders, a notion that would be deemed treasonous by Xiao Cha-che and his compatriots. Would he be able to accept Zhang Ruo? Moreover, Ling Hai would undoubtedly sow discord in this matter. Should Xiao Cha-che truly eliminate Zhang Ruo, he would face the ire of those within. Thus, I claim him as my father-in-law. Li Dachui retorted, in this manner, Xiao Cha-che will have to deliberate carefully. He owes me a considerable debt, one he cannot repay in the short term, thus he will be compelled to heed my influence. You are buying time for Zhang Ruo. Previously unfamiliar with the circumstances beyond the borders, once he spends more time there, his perspective will undoubtedly shift, not only regarding the situation beyond the borders but also in his view of Xiao Cha-che. When the time comes, the choice will be clear. If Zhang Ruo is willing to dedicate himself to assisting Xiao Cha-che, it would be a perfect union. Xiao Cha-che has grown formidable, and Ling Huyi is certainly unable to tolerate him. When the time comes for their conflict to unfold, it will indeed be a spectacle to behold. And what of Biwan? Are you not concerned that their strife may allow Beiyuan to profit as an opportunist? Surely, Linghu Yi would not simply bow to Beiyuan. My current apprehension lies with the potential internal issues within the Great Qin. Should such problems arise, Linghu Yi may turn and march southward, and for him to do so, he would need to sell off the territories beyond the pass to Beiyuan, lest he find himself trapped. Li Dachui remarked, "Old man, do you think Linghu Yi might be driven by greed and lead an army of 100,000 southward? The chair in Chang'an, without question, far surpasses the one beyond the pass." Zhou Ji chuckled bitterly, recalling how, for the sake of that very chair in Chang and Apos, and rivers of blood were shed. Families turned against each other. Enmity reached its peak, not to mention the opportunity for a change of dynasty. Even if it were not Linghu Yi, someone else would surely act similarly. Thus, we must not allow them to succeed. Li Dachui asserted, "Currently, we lack sufficient strength, so we can only support Xiao Changche. He possesses a reputation, fame, and legitimate territory, and his prowess on the battlefield is unmatched by anyone I have encountered. Are you not afraid of nurturing a tiger that may turn on you?" Zhou Ji replied, "If Xiao Changche truly manages to replace Linghu Yi, he may prove far more difficult to handle. His character is exceedingly pure. Our intention is merely to have Xiao Changche distract Linghu Yi. This way, even if issues arise within the borders, Linghu Yi would lack the capacity to join the fray. This fellow and Apos' fate is forever tied to guarding the gates of the Great Qin." Li Dachui laughed. "Moreover, in 5 to 10 years, our strength should also rise. You are indeed quite audacious. To conspire against the two mightiest individuals beyond the pass simultaneously." Zhou Ji laughed heartily, "But I admire your boldness. You are truly her son. Daring to dream big. Human endeavors depend on effort, while their success lies in the hands of fate," Li Dachui stated. Zhou Ji nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Changche is indeed someone deserving of significant effort to win over. His talents are truly rare in this world, setting aside his military leadership. Even in martial arts, it is likely that few, past or present, could rival him. Upon hearing Zhou Ji praise Xiao Changche so highly, Li Dachui interjected, "Old man, I am no less formidable. Do not forget, I am of similar age to him, yet my martial prowess exceeds his." Zhou Ji scrutinized Li Dachui from head to toe, his expression one of disdain. "Am I mistaken?" Li Dachui's confidence faltered. "Old man, in this world, will there be anyone else who shares my fortunes? I do not know. But do you grasp how arduous that task is?" Zhou Ji sighed. "It requires someone of extraordinary ability, akin to your mother, willing to sacrifice her life for your success. I do not believe there exists another who would forsake their life for you as your mother did." Why did mother do such a thing? Was it because she was gravely injured at that time? Li Dachui pondered. Her injuries were indeed capable of healing. Zhou Ji lamented, "At that time, you were still in the womb, yet your vitality was already compromised. In order to ensure your survival, she had no choice but to make that singular decision. She chose you. When I witnessed her transform into countless flickering stars, departing from this tainted world, my heart was truly shattered. Yet, this was her decision. And what of my father?" At that moment, that ineffectual man was already deceased. Zhou Ji said, exasperated. Chapter 30. The struggles of existence. What kind of person was my father, and why do you never wish to speak of him? Li Dachui gazed intently at Zhou Ji, seemingly searching for answers upon that countenance. He was an utterly useless individual. "I refuse to believe that," Li Dachui asserted vehemently. "If he were indeed as despicable as you claim, how could a woman of such unparalleled beauty as my mother ever be drawn to him? Old man, I suspect you harbored a secret affection for my mother yourself, but since she chose my father, jealousy has clouded your judgment, leading you to slander him." "Jealousy? Without a doubt, but I have not slandered him," Zhou Ji replied. "If your mother had not married him, how could she have met such a tragic fate in the end?" "Old man, you once said that my mother's cultivation had transcended the innate level, reaching a higher realm. Was she not invincible then? How could she have sustained such grave injuries? Who could possibly harm her?" Li Dachui pondered, perplexed. There are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Above the innate level, there exists yet another world, Zhou Ji explained. Thus, for all these years, I have tirelessly endeavored to ascend. Only by reaching the level your mother once achieved will I be worthy to seek vengeance on those who harmed her. You know of such beings and where they can be found, do you not? Zhou Ji shook his head. Even if you reached your mother's former level and found them, would you truly stand a chance against them? That is not certain. Your mother's defeat was partly due to you being a burden, a pregnant woman. How much combat power could she possibly wield? Moreover, the enemies were not singular. Zhou Ji continued. Furthermore, I will operate from the shadows while they remain in the light. Ha ha, and with you as my cunning little assistant. The prospects for revenge seem promising. How formidable could that wretched man's martial prowess have been? Back then, he was likely only at the 8th or 9th tier of the Xin Yuan realm. Zhou Ji scoffed, his irritation palpable at the mere mention of Li Dachui's father. Yet he must have excelled in some other aspect, or how could he have won my mother's affection? Li Dachui asserted confidently. Your mother, you see, was a compassionate woman, tragically deceived by your father, that scoundrel, and thus she unreservedly followed him into that wretched realm. Your mother was a person of grace and radiance, while your father, that hopeless dreamer, spoke grandly yet executed his plans with numerous flaws, ultimately falling into someone else and Oppos, S-trap, irretrievably lost. Enough of this. Discussing these matters is infuriating. Having uttered these words, Zhou Ji waved his sleeve and stood, departing with an air of indignation. Old man, we still have the world to enjoy this evening. Li Dachui called after him, for the world was a cherished possession of the old man. One that even Li Dachui lacked. Enjoy what? Mentioning that deceased wretch of a father has drained my enthusiasm. Zhou Ji's voice echoed in his ears. Li Dachui shrugged. Fine. The plump one is overly delighted. Though Zhou Ji was reluctant to delve into his own father's affairs, it was evident that his father was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could he have captivated a woman as formidable as his mother? From a young age, Zhou Ji had instilled in himself an understanding of the formidable nature of his adversaries. To survive, one must continually grow stronger. And thus my daily existence has become a relentless cycle of training, and more training. Due to his unique physique, Li Dachui and Oppos' progress in cultivation has been astonishing, advancing at an extraordinary pace. At the tender age of 15, while the average individual might only begin to break through into the realm of Qi, Li Dachui had already reached the 7th rank of Xin Yuan. It was during that very year that he was cast out by Zhou Ji, embarking on a journey into the wilderness alongside Feng Xiaomao and several others. From that point forward, the young lord of Tai and Oppos and city, Zhou Dao, rarely made an appearance, while the bandit Li Dachui began to emerge as a significant figure. Over the span of a decade, the notorious bandit Li Dachui transformed into a formidable force beyond the Great Wall. Meanwhile, Tai and Oppos and city flourished into a thriving commercial hub, propelled by Zhou Ji's ascension to innate mastery. However, Zhou Ji's elevation merely granted Tai City a distinguished status. Its emergence as a commercial center was primarily orchestrated through Li Dachui's meticulous planning. Upon leaving Tai City, Li Dachui had crafted an elaborate blueprint. And while he diligently operated as a bandit in the wilderness, Zhou Ji and his companions, including Li Kaisen, were diligently executing this plan. 3 years prior, Li Dachui led a raid on a merchant convoy belonging to Ling Huyi, initially intending merely to seize a fortune. Unexpectedly, he acquired incriminating evidence that could bring about Ling Huyi's downfall. As Ling Huyi prepared to mobilize forces to eliminate Li Dachui, Zhou Ji intervened, escorting Li Dachui to Jinwu City. It was at that moment that Ling Huyi realized that the bandit Li Dachui was none other than Zhou Dao, the young lord of Tai City. There was no recourse left for Ling Huyi. Unless he could simultaneously eliminate Zhou Ji, targeting Li Dachui would prove impossible. No one desires to have an innate master lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. A compromise was reached. Ling Huyi's secrets would remain concealed, while Li Dachui would continue to bask in his freedom. However, should an opportunity arise to eliminate Li Dachui, Ling Huyi would not hesitate. If Li Dachui were to perish in an accident, Zhou Ji could hardly hold Ling Huyi accountable. For instance, 3 years ago, during a transaction, Li Dachui led a surprise attack against Wu Tu, providing an opening for Xiao Chanshe to pursue the left sage king of Biyuan. In that battle, despite numerous attempts to subdue Li Dachui, Ling Huyi's forces repeatedly failed, resulting in several seasoned assassins becoming victims under Li Dachui's blade. It was this confrontation that unveiled Li Dachui's true prowess to the world. The fusion of formidable martial might and a city wealthy enough to rival nations forged an immense power. Now, even if Ling Huyu desired to act against Tai City, he found himself unable to do so. Engaging in mutually destructive endeavors was not in Ling Huyi's character. Should he proceed with such a course, it would inevitably lead to his own downfall. Faced with the impossibility of eliminating Li Dachui, cooperation became the only viable option. Moreover, compared to Li Dachui, Xiao Chanshe posed an even greater headache for Ling Huyu. As a local representative, Xiao Changche naturally stood as an adversary to outsiders like Ling Huyi. And he was not easily ensnared. Xiao Changche is a person of remarkable purity, so pure, in fact, that should Ling Huyu seek to trouble him, all those beyond the borders would perceive General Ling Hu as eliminating dissent. This poses a considerable dilemma. General Ling Hu regards those outside the borders as the foundation for his future, and this reputation is of utmost importance to him. Fortunately, Xiao Changche is relatively compliant and is singularly focused on subduing the northern Yuan, rendering him quite amenable for the time being. By controlling the size of his military and managing his financial resources, Xiao Changche becomes akin to a tiger restrained by a muzzle. The arrival of Zhang Ruo has afforded Li Dachui an opportunity to break the impasse. Presently, all is proceeding smoothly, with events unfolding step by step according to his design. Li Dachui is firmly entrenched at the 9th rank of the Xin Yuan. His ability to conceal his true strength from Chang Jian, Xiao Changche, and others is a result of the peculiarities of the martial arts he practices. However, Li Dachui harbors another secret, one that even Zhou Ji remains oblivious to. This secret belongs solely to him. Contemplating this, Li Dachui let out a sigh. The multitude of secrets he holds is indeed a burden, particularly when surrounded by formidable individuals. He remains uncertain about the differences in perspective that those at the innate realm possess. When he inquires of Zhou Ji, the latter cannot elucidate the matter, merely stating that once Li Dachui attains that level, his perception of the world will naturally shift dramatically. This thought weighs heavily on Li Dachui and Appo's mind. He worries that Zhou Ji may discern his anomalies. If that were to happen, the old man might not hesitate to eradicate such an aberration as himself. The true nature of his parents' past remains a mystery that Zhou Ji has never disclosed, but over the years, Li Dachui has surmised some of it from Zhou Ji's actions. If self-preservation were the sole motivation, then attaining a certain level in martial arts would allow him to roam freely in the world. Yet, Zhou Ji's intentions appear to be more ambitious. He brought Li Dachui beyond the borders, leading to the establishment of Tian City. When Li Dachui began to show promise in martial arts, Zhou Ji encouraged him to secretly cultivate military strength. Throughout those arduous years, during every fierce battle, Li Dachui was aware that Zhou Ji lurked in the shadows, quietly safeguarding him. Now that Tian City boasts considerable strength, Zhou Ji has openly urged him to seize control beyond the borders. As Zhou Ji has articulated, should Li Dachui one day become the king beyond the borders, what then shall he do next? It goes without saying, he would naturally march into the heartland and vie for dominion over the realm. Consequently, the identity of his adversaries becomes glaringly obvious. That old rascal. Do you think I cannot uncover the truth without your guidance? You underestimate my capabilities. Setting aside other matters, merely the presence of Li Kaisin represents a significant flaw in this scheme. For the rotund fellow is, after all, a eunuch. Furthermore, he has stated that he followed his mother closely since a tender age. Thus, who in this world would employ a young eunuch? Some matters are better left unexamined, for dwelling on them can lead to a splitting headache. Instead, it is through a steady and methodical approach, taking one step at a time, that one may inadvertently draw closer to their aspirations. Life in this world is undeniably challenging for everyone. We all grapple with our struggles. The only distinction lies in the nature of our objectives. Living is indeed a formidable endeavor, yet it is also remarkably intriguing. This holds particularly true for Li Dachui, for whom life is even more captivating. Chapter 31. A leaf reveals autumn. Zhang Qingyun realized that she had fallen into an enormous trap, and she could blame no one but herself for this predicament. It was no surprise that when she expressed her desire to join the department known as Jiqiu Courtyard, the corpulent Li Kaisin wore a smug grin, a visage brimming with a sense of malicious delight, relishing the thought of her misstep. In retrospect, it was apparent that Jiqiu Courtyard at Li Dachui's supermarket was merely a public trading venue. The true heart of Jiqiu Courtyard, however, was concealed beneath the surface, manifesting as an unassuming Sihiyuan, with its crucial structures hidden underground. Having spent over 10 days here, Zhang Qingyun had yet to encounter the elusive head of the courtyard. Qianjia, a name that seemed utterly contrived. The individual responsible for her reception and accommodation was the deputy head, Zhou Yi. The names Qianjia and Zhou Yi certainly reeked of insincerity. With an awareness of the growing unease in her situation, Zhang Qingyun was determined to familiarize herself with the environment. Zhou Yi presented her with a golden token, granting her access to most areas of this vast subterranean edifice. She observed meticulously that within the entirety of Jiqiu Courtyard, aside from the absent head Qianjia, It was only she and deputy head Zhou Yi who bore golden tokens at their waists. The remaining occupants sported a scant few silver tokens, while the majority were adorned with copper and a few iron tokens. Those bearing such insignias were restricted to their workspaces and certain commonplace areas. Indeed, it seemed she had been afforded a privilege. According to Zhou Yi and Apos' self-introduction, Jiqiu Courtyard had been established for a decade, and he had been a part of it since its inception, a founding elder. Prior to this, he had been under Li Dachui's guidance for many years. It was remarkable that a newcomer like her could possess the same level of authority as him, which perhaps explained the peculiar glances he cast in her direction. Though he was her superior, he treated her with an unexpected courtesy, considering the rumors that had likely begun to circulate outside. Zhang Qingyan felt a flush of embarrassment and anxiety. The multitude of voices could tarnish gold and obliterate bones. Li Dachui was no ordinary individual, and her own status was worlds apart from that of an average person. When it came to the whispers concerning such notable figures, the longer they persisted, the more difficult it would be to cleanse her reputation. Yet, what could she do? In her current circumstances, she was compelled to bow her head beneath the eaves of another. Besides, Li Dachui's rationale for her presence here was not without merit. She could not afford to be ungrateful. Zhou Yi was quite busy. He only accompanied Zhang Qingyun on her first day, after which he vanished from sight. Left to her own devices, she wandered through the building, her only interactions with others being brief encounters where they would bow their heads in respect, likely due to the golden token adorning her waist. During these past days, her sole focus had been to comprehend the intricate structure of Jiqiu Courtyard. The revelations she uncovered were astonishing, leaving her both startled and apprehensive. The so-called Jiqiu Academy is, in fact, a vast intelligence network, comparable to the Black Ice platform of the Great Qin Empire. As someone hailing from an official family, Zhang Qingyun is acutely aware of the formidable power of the Black Ice platform, although she is not privy to the specific departments within. She has now grasped the general structure of the Jiqiu Academy. The academy comprises 5 divisions. The intelligence division specializes in information gathering, further categorized into various offices based on different classifications. This division employs the most personnel, with over 30 core members referred to as the Grand Managers, who delegate responsibilities to the second managers, junior managers, and numerous assistants, alongside a significant number of peripheral members. The Operations Division is a quintessential enforcement agency, excelling in lethal tactics, primarily coordinating actions with the Intelligence Division. It oversees 4 major action teams, designated as Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each further divided into several smaller teams of varying sizes, ranging from a mere 2 or 3 members to larger groups comprising dozens. Notably, many of these teams bear names consisting solely of numerals, indicating that their identities are confidential and omitted from official documentation. The Logistics Division serves as the support unit, a commonplace entity within any organization. However, when Zhang Qingyun perused the records, she was astounded to discover that this department manages over a dozen merchant fleets, operating hundreds of shops across various cities beyond the borders, their influence having even encroached within the confines of the capital. Among the listings, she recognized a familiar shop in Chang'an, where she had previously shopped for furs. This establishment generates an annual revenue exceeding 1 million taels of silver, covering the academy's expenses, which still reportedly incurs a deficit of 120,000 taels. This illustrates the staggering financial demands of the Jiqiu Academy. The Statistical Analysis Division is dedicated to scrutinizing intelligence. It assesses the information collected by the Intelligence Division, which includes classified, public, and hearsay data, rife with both truth and deception. This division's purpose is to discern the authenticity of intelligence and distill genuine insights from a plethora of information. The Geography Division is particularly intriguing to Zhang Qingyun, as its sole function is the creation of maps. Notably, there exists a dedicated department within the Great Qin Court for this task. Yet, the fact that Li Dachui, a mere bandit, also engages in this endeavor underscores his restless nature. Upon discovering rows of shelves lined with meticulously crafted maps in the archives, Zhang Qingyun was genuinely taken aback. The moment she casually opened one, the level of detail astonished her. It sent chills down her spine, as she had previously encountered military maps in her father's study, which now appeared rudimentary by comparison. If all the maps on those shelves are of such caliber, the work accomplished by the Geography Division over the years is nothing short of extraordinary. Uncertain as she was, Zhang Qingyun pondered which places these maps encompassed. In just over a fortnight, She had managed to familiarize herself with the intricate details of Jiqiu Courtyard. At this moment, she finally grasped how naive her earlier assertion to Li Kaisen was regarding the department's ability to turn its losses into profits. The phrase ignorance is bliss aptly described her former self. She imagined Li Dachui would surely find great amusement upon hearing of this matter. The thought of his mocking demeanor irritated Zhang Qingyun. This dossier contained all the official reports dispatched by the court to the frontier over the years. From these public documents, one could glean a significant amount of information. While these texts might seem obscure and perplexing to the average person, Zhang Qingyun navigated them with ease, effortlessly discerning the shifts in the court and Oppo's stance towards the frontier throughout the years. Coupled with the changes in policy, analyzing these reports rendered the situation remarkably clear. A firm knock resonated at the door, prompting Zhang Qingyun to glance up before rising to her feet. An elderly gentleman stood at the threshold, a jade plaque hanging from his waist. Zhang Qingyun felt her cheeks flush, lowering her gaze as she spoke. It appears I have been rather presumptuous, and Master Qian must have taken this as a jest. Master Qian chuckled heartily. It seems you have indeed been doing some homework these days. That is splendid. I was worried you might take this matter too seriously. If you insist on pursuing it, I wouldn't dream of stopping you. However, perhaps my concerns were unwarranted. After all, the young master possesses an exceptional eye for discerning talent. That rotund fellow simply enjoys toying with others. Zhang Qingyun bristled slightly. Master, do not heed the rumors circulating outside. Li Dachui and Oppo's judgment is hardly commendable. Master Qian cleared his throat and said, enough of such trivialities. Though we may be a loss-making entity, each individual here is quite occupied. Now that you are here, you cannot afford to be idle. Pray tell, what do you wish to undertake? Zhang Qingyun nodded and replied, I have given this considerable thought over the past few days. The position most suited for me within Jiqiu Courtyard is undoubtedly in the statistical analysis department. During my time in Chong and Oppo's, and I assisted my father in the study, compiling and analyzing financial reports from various regions and identifying discrepancies is my forte. Master Qian responded, excellent. Your aspirations align perfectly with my own. The statistical analysis department may seem tedious, yet it is where one and Oppo's capabilities are truly honed. The exposure to information is unparalleled compared to other departments. If you can excel there, you will undoubtedly be qualified for any position within Jiqiu Courtyard. Both Zhou Yi and I have served in the statistical analysis department ourselves. Is it truly your and Vice Master Zhou's real names? Zhang Qingyun exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. A name is merely a designation, a moniker for others to call out. It matters little, Master Qian replied with a smile. Chapter 33. Grounded and honest. It was still early October. Yet snowflakes had already begun to dance through the air in Tian City, swirling gracefully with the wind. Zhang Qingyun pulled back the curtain of the carriage window and extended her hand, watching as the delicate snowflakes settled upon her palm, only to quickly dissolve into little droplets of water. The biting cold wind streamed through the window, brushing against her face with a slight sting. Yet it also invigorated her mind, rendering it clearer. During these days, she had been ensconced within the vast underground complex of the Jiqiu Courtyard, poring over the myriad pieces of intelligence that streamed in daily from various sources. Qian Jia was indeed correct. The breadth of information accessible within the Statistical Analysis Division was remarkably extensive. The gathered intelligence was a hodgepodge, ranging from the latest edicts released by the Grand Marshal's residence, troop movements across different sectors, to fluctuations in market prices of various goods, encompassing a veritable cornucopia of details. What intrigued Zhang Qingyun was the inclusion of certain romantic entanglements within this intelligence. Individuals who appeared to be adversaries often shared surprisingly close ties in private. The information was not limited to the Qin forces beyond the borders, but also encompassed the various tribes of the barbarians, with a significant amount of intelligence emerging from the northern Yuan, while information from within the borders was rather scant. It was evident that the Jiqiu Courtyard was currently directing its focus more on the territories beyond the borders and the northern Yuan, as these regions were intricately linked to the fate of Tian City. Any changes occurring in these areas would undoubtedly impact Tian City. Zhang Qingyun had been appointed as the deputy director of the Statistical Analysis Division, where the director, an elderly man with a goatee, was taciturn and displayed no emotional response to her arrival, treating her as merely one amongst several deputy directors. Beneath the Statistical Analysis Division were dozens of analysts, each responsible for specific tasks, synthesizing and distilling relevant intelligence to formulate their conclusions before submitting them to their superiors. Zhang Qingjun and Amp, Oppos. S responsibilities mirrored her previous experiences working alongside her father, focusing primarily on financial matters. Her work involved extracting truths from the flow of currency in the market. The movement of bulk goods, price fluctuations, and shifts in demand across various regions. Zhang Qingyun was no stranger to this realm. Behind the monotonous accounts often lay the truths of all matters, waiting to be unearthed by the discerning. Her team of 7 or 8 intelligence analysts was remarkably astute, certainly more so than the officials her father had worked with in the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, it was possible that those officials were not lacking in acumen. They might have merely feigned ignorance. After reviewing the summaries provided by her analysts, Zhang Qingyun immediately set aside any dismissive notions, realizing that even if she were to undertake the task herself, her results would likely not surpass theirs. This revelation heightened her vigilance. Those who engage in such tasks are not easily trifled with. It is quite possible that the intelligence they submit conceals hidden traps. Should one fall into such snares through negligence, it would not only invite their ridicule, but also diminish one and Oppos' own stature in their eyes. Conversely, if one can extract flaws from their submissions, the authority of the deputy director may truly be established. Dignity and power must sometimes be earned through one and Oppos' own efforts. And here, this holds especially true. It is likely that figures like Qian Jia and Zhou Yi emerged through such means in their time. Zhang Qingyun, like a diligent little bee, busily attends to her work, refraining from any ostentatious displays, particularly as she has yet to fully comprehend the complexities beyond the borders. Acting otherwise may lead to embarrassment rather than distinction. Any intelligence must be grounded in local realities, contextual backgrounds, and even human sentiments. Only by weaving intelligence into these elements can one begin to glimpse the underlying truths. Such a workload is not burdensome for Zhang Qingyun. In fact, it feels quite manageable. Beyond dutifully executing her responsibilities with caution and strategy, she dedicates all her remaining time to perusing the archives of past records. Today, while studying intelligence from the Northern Yuan, she has just begun to grasp the power structure of the current Northern Yuan court when the director's messenger arrives, indicating that someone has come to see her. It is unnecessary to inquire further. One knows instinctively who it is. Has Li Dachui finally remembered her existence after nearly a month? In the eastern, western, and northern districts of Taiyan City, the layout is remarkably similar, characterized by a uniform planning style, with streets laid out in precise grids that transform the city into distinct wards. Entering these areas imparts an immediate impression of cleanliness and simplicity. Emerging cities always evoke a sense of novelty, and Taiyan has developed significantly over the past 2 decades. From the onset of its extensive construction, it has exhibited a unique elegance, standing apart from other cities of the Great Qin. Yet now, as the carriage travels along the streets of the southern district, a different sensation arises. The uniformity is absent here. The roads are indeed wide, but the buildings flanking them showcase a diversity of styles. Each structure may appear modest from the outside, yet they differ greatly in design. Such diversity signifies a form of privilege. Unlike the bustling crowds and myriad shops of the other 3 districts, this area is notably tranquil. The streets of the other districts are meticulously swept, while here, the fallen leaves from the trees blanket the ground in a riot of colors, reds, yellows, and greens, creating a distinct and picturesque scene. Even the patrolling guards clad in dark attire seem to tread lightly and silently. This place likely houses the city and Oppos' elite. The carriage halts before a grand door. The robust woman driving the carriage opened the door, exclaiming, "Miss, we have arrived." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingyun stepped down from the carriage. Before her stood an imposing mansion, with towering walls extending endlessly on either side and a grand row of doors, indicating that this residence was indeed extraordinary. As soon as Zhang Qingyun alighted, the doors swung open to reveal a beaming Li Dachui. "Qingyun, I've been waiting for you for quite some time," he announced, gesturing for her to enter. "Upon arriving in Taiyan City, I have been swamped with various affairs and regrettably could not find the time to properly welcome you. It is truly a shame." Zhang Qingyun blinked, responding, "I am no longer a guest, but rather a subordinate under your command, Li Gu. There are many layers separating us now." Li Dachui burst into laughter. "Just by calling me and Oppos, Li Gu, and Oppos, there is but a thin veil between us, is there not, Fa Kai?" "Indeed. You speak the truth," came the voice of the robust woman behind Zhang Qingyun. It turned out her name was Fa Kai, a name that perfectly reflected Li Dachui and Oppos' penchant for naming. Li Dachui chuckled with pride, See, she agrees with me. Sister Qingyun, do take a look at this house. Does it not appeal to you? Zhang Qingyun paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Simply that I have prepared this residence for you. You shall reside here from now on. Li Dachui explained. This was my former abode, the finest in the southern city, and since I will not be spending much time in Tian, I bestow it upon you. No, I live very comfortably at Jiqiu Courtyard. Zhang Qingyun instinctively declined. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or opportunistic. Every time Li Dachui extends his goodwill, it is inevitably accompanied by ulterior motives. Accepting a house from him could only mean trouble, she mused. Really, is your living situation that pleasant? Li Dachui teased, his gaze piercingly playful. I hear you have not bathed in a month. Zhang Qingzun and Amp, Appos, face flushed crimson. The communal living at Jiqiu Courtyard was manageable, except for the bathing arrangements, which she, a former noblewoman, found intolerable. The first time she was led into the steamy communal bath, surrounded by a throng of naked women, she had turned and fled in horror. Her embarrassment deepened as she realized how Li Dachui had spun her living situation into a tale of neglect. You, she stammered, pointing at him, at a loss for words. She recognized that Li Dachui always seemed to discover her vulnerabilities, leaving her speechless. Here, there is a private kitchen and a separate bathing area. His voice dripped with temptation, in a space where you shall not be disturbed. Are you certain you do not wish to accept it? Zhang Qingyun hesitated, caught in a web of conflicting thoughts. An independent and undisturbed space. A luxury that has become utterly unattainable in the wake of Zhang and Appos' family downfall. Since her childhood, she had grown accustomed to residing in a grand mansion. Even amidst the challenging circumstances of Chang'an, their residence boasted 3 courtyards. With her delicate teeth biting down on her lip, the hesitation and internal struggle were unmistakably etched on her face. Come, allow me to show you your new home, exclaimed Li Dachui with a hearty laugh as he took the lead. After a moment of indecision, Zhang Qingyun finally decided to follow suit. Having already incurred a debt of gratitude to others, what would it matter to owe a little more? Chapter 34. The gift. Li Dachui opened the main door wide to welcome Zhang Qingyun, instilling in her a mix of unease and a hint of delight. Upon reflection, she considered that perhaps this Li Dachui was merely a provincial rustic, utterly ignorant of the finer points of etiquette, which explained why he had so easily opened the door. The rise of Tian City had only occurred in the past 2 decades, primarily through martial prowess, making the absence of decorum quite understandable. With this thought, her heart settled a bit more at ease. However, observing Li Dachui at this moment, he appeared somewhat more agreeable. Although lacking in manners, he nevertheless treated others with genuine sincerity, making any faux pas easily forgivable. Allow me to show you your new home. Li Dachui beamed, leading the way. Crossing the threshold and traversing the courtyard, they entered a spacious reception hall. Gazing at the 6 massive pillars within, Zhang Qingyun scrutinized their material and could not help but acknowledge the remarkable wealth of this nouveau riche. All 6 pillars were made of golden silk Nanmu wood, each as thick as a person's embrace. In Chang'an, such substantial golden silk Nanmu was priceless and rarely seen, even if one occasionally encountered a single piece. No one dared to use it for fear of overstepping boundaries and being caught. Yet here stood 6 pillars at once, raising her gaze to the intricately carved beams above. Though a bit distant, the vivid craftsmanship was breathtaking. If these were also made from golden silk Nanmu, it would indeed be astounding. You are truly extravagant, Zhang Qingyun exclaimed. Earlier, you were lamenting your poverty. If you truly were out of money, you could dismantle these beams and pillars to fetch a handsome sum. I would sell them if I could, but no one is interested. Li Dachui shrugged. The materials in this house were acquired by my father many years ago. I initially intended to sell them to Ling Hai, but he refused. I even considered selling them to the elderly emperor of Beyuan, but he lacked discernment, preferring his gold tent. Hence, I had no choice but to keep them for myself. You even attempted to sell to the emperor of Beyuan? You truly have a flair for exaggeration. Zhang Qingyun pouted, her eyes drifting to the couplets adorning the 6 grand pillars. To abide by the truth is to honor one and Amp, Appos' ancestors. Those who remain self-disciplined are indeed virtuous descendants. Cherishing clothing and food is not merely about wealth but rather about blessings. Seeking fame and fortune should depend on oneself rather than others. The scholar is not to be demeaned. The farmer shall not go hungry. The virtuous shall not falter, and the discerning shall not fail. Pointing at the 3 couplets, Zhang Qingyun and Appos' eyes widened in recognition. Such familiar handwriting. Could it be? Li Dachui nodded vigorously. You can guess that? Indeed. They were pinned by Master Yu himself. When this house was completed, he happened to be here teaching me to read, so he inscribed these 3 couplets. Master Yu's calligraphy is worth its weight in gold. Zhang Qingyun marveled, adding, moreover, at over 80 years of age, he has long since laid down his brush. To say nothing of such grand characters, even a small piece would be sought after by countless nobles and dignitaries. You possess 3 couplets here. Li Dachui's eyes lit up. Is Master Yu and Appo's writing really that valuable? In this room, all the couplets are pinned by him. If I were to take them down and sell them, wouldn't I amass considerable wealth? Zhang Qingyun gazed, speechless, at Li Dachui, whose face was alight with greed. After a lengthy pause, she remarked, do you not cherish what others regard as treasures to be passed down through generations? If Ling Hu you would not dare purchase them, who else would engage in such a transaction with you? Zhang Qing let out a cold snort. Indeed, the average person would not appreciate their worth. The Emperor of Beiyuan is unversed in such matters, and I fear the gentleman from Chang'an would be unwilling to part with his coin. Thus, the potential client may very well be the Empress from the south, though it remains uncertain whether she holds a fondness for the calligraphy of Master Yu. Li Dachui contemplated. This matter requires further inquiry, but the items are rather cumbersome and difficult to transport. Perhaps we shall leave it for another time. Come, Qingyun, my apologies. I am so impoverished that I often forget the important matters when money is mentioned. The second chamber was the study. Zhang Qingyun and Appo's gaze lingered on the couplets adorning the pillars. The virtue of a gentleman is like the wind. He engages with the way and greets with propriety. A robust individual, in his leisure, recites poetry and reads books. Indeed, they were all in the handwriting of Master Yu. She found it astonishing and could not comprehend why this man had earned Master Yu's favor, causing him to remain in this remote town for several years to teach and compose so many couplets. You shall study, write, and attend to affairs here from now on. Although my education is scant, the collection of books here is truly vast. I dare say, beyond the pass, there is no place with as many books as I possess. Li Dachui boasted, gesturing proudly toward the adjoining rooms filled to the brim with volumes. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Qingyun shook her head, assuring him that there would be ample time for that in the future. Next was the tea room. When one tires from reading, writing, or working, one may come here to brew a pot of tea and relax. The tea room of the 3rd chamber unfolded before Zhang Qingyun. In this serene space, one can discern the exquisite fragrance of fine tea while leisurely enjoying the splendid scenery of the 4 seasons. It was still the calligraphy of Master Yu, and Zhang Qingyun found herself numb to it all. There was little of interest here. It merely served as a place of respite. Come, let us see your quarters. Li Dachui urged as he led the way. The main room was spacious and bright, fully equipped. You shall reside here, he declared. I shall manage with the side chamber. Zhang Qingyun replied. Do not worry, said Li Dachui, though Zhang Qingyun did not respond, her cheeks warming slightly. Such a large house, can I really occupy it alone? How is that possible? Li Dachui clapped his hands together. Fa Kai, summon everyone. Moments later, over 20 individuals stood before Zhang Qingyun. Fa Kai, who previously served me and managed this house, shall now assist you. Li Dachui smiled. For all matters, simply give her your instructions, and she will handle the trivialities. Li Dachui clapped his hands again, achieving a satisfying sound. Now, shall we retire to the tea room and discuss matters over a cup? Fa Kai, arrange for a banquet. I wish to share a few drinks with Miss Qingyun, and tonight, let us provide everyone with an additional meat dish and a pot of wine. As a token of appreciation from Miss Qingyun, with a mere wave of the hand, a group of individuals quietly dispersed, and in an instant, the entire house seemed devoid of human presence. The bright yellow tea was poured from the teapot into the white porcelain cup, accentuating its vivid hue. One need not taste it, for the color alone was a clear indication of its premium quality. This Li Dachui, while lamenting his poverty, exhibited an extraordinary attention to detail in his lifestyle. Upon their initial encounter in the dilapidated temple, he was evidently there to commit murder. Yet he arrived with a complete set of barbecue equipment and an array of dining and tea utensils. This individual was not merely a poor man with pretensions. He was genuinely refined. However, whether he truly comprehended the elegance that permeated the residence remained a mystery to Zhang Qingyun. Observing his single-minded pursuit of trading Yufuji and Appo's as calligraphy for money, it seemed likely that he did not grasp the full depth of its value. Perhaps he recognized it as good, even excellent, yet could not articulate why. Such precious gems cast into darkness, this splendid treasure wasted in his hands was indeed a pity. When the old man presented the tea cake, he remarked that it had been aged for at least 50 years. Li Dachui lifted the teacup and gestured towards a delicately crafted wooden box on the low table beside him, its material unknown, yet adorned with gold and silver inlays. Clearly beyond the means of an ordinary individual. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Zhang Qingyun inquired softly, taking a gentle sip of tea. He recalled that the fellow had ultimately been stabbed to death by a young man surnamed Luo. At the thought, a smile crept across Zhang Qingyun and Apos' face. It was indeed a gratifying event. I understand you orchestrated this, but what relevance does it hold for me? It holds significant relevance. Li Dachui replied. Were it not for your urging, I would not have intervened. When you departed, did that young man catch a glimpse of you? Zhang Qingyun paused, momentarily taken aback, and then replied, I believe I briefly lifted the curtain to glance at him as I passed. Precisely. Li Dachui burst into laughter. That young man is called Luo Ying. Upon arriving in Taiyan City, he has been inquiring about you everywhere. What connection does that have with me? It is connected. Li Dachui insisted. He believes you ordered this deed, as at the time, it appeared you were the master and Li Kaisin merely the servant. I was but an inconspicuous bystander, entirely unknown to him. And so? At merely 15 years of age, Luo Ying has already attained the 4th rank of Qi manipulation in martial arts. Given that his family's inferior techniques allow him to reach such a level at this age, he can indeed be deemed a genius. Naturally, we must seek to cultivate such talent. Do you expect me to subdue him for you? It is for your own benefit, Li Dachui asserted. Luo Ying possesses immense potential for investment, and the Luo family, beyond the borders, wields considerable influence. By winning over Luo Ying, you effectively gain the Luo family as well. I believe you should not overlook this opportunity. What is to be done? This is Taiyan City, our territory. Orchestrating a chance encounter is a mere matter of skill. Li Dachui chuckled. The arrangements for this venture will be handled by Fa Kai, and after the meeting, you may proceed as you see fit. Chapter 35. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others after draining his cup of tea. Zhang Qingyun remarked pensively. So, what you imply is that the role I am destined to play in this drama has already been predetermined, correct? You may add your own embellishments to the script. Li Dachui replied, a sly smile playing on his lips. If you can make Luo Ying your trusted confidant, I have no objections whatsoever. However, should you fail, do not blame others for undermining you. A word of caution, do not be deceived by Zhou Yi's seemingly amiable demeanor. He is quite adept at undermining others. Am I capable of such a feat? Zhang Qingyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why not? Li Dachui responded. As long as you possess the requisite skills, it is entirely possible. Of course, we do not condone infighting among ourselves unless you prove incapable. I must acquire strength, Zhang Qingyun declared, setting down her teacup and gazing intently at Li Dachui. Since my departure from the mountains, the most profound realization I have come to is that only through personal strength can one achieve their aspirations. Relying on others is far less effective than relying on oneself. This mindset indicates that you are beginning to transform into a quintessential individual of the outside world. Li Dachui noted as he filled her cup with tea. Yet, I must remind you of one crucial point. Your strength must be founded upon a solid platform. The height of this platform will ultimately determine your own elevation. Zhang Qingyun nodded in agreement, fully comprehending this truth. Only a sufficiently elevated platform could provide her with a broader stage, and only on such a stage could she perform the most resplendent of dances. Her father had once served as the Deputy Minister of Finance in the Great Qin, wielding the power to determine the fates and fortunes of countless individuals with a mere stroke of a pen or a simple statement. Yet, once he fell from grace, he became a target for bandits who sought to claim his head for a bounty, despite his previous authority. Reflecting on the current lord of Taiyan, Zhou Ji, she pondered why Ling Huyu exhibited such remarkable tolerance towards him. Was it solely due to Zhou Ji's innate prowess? Certainly not. Li Dachui had previously asserted that in the face of overwhelming forces, a master of innate abilities has but one option, to flee. What truly elevated Zhou Ji above others in the outside world, earning him Ling Huye's respect, was the synergistic relationship between the platform of Taiyan and Zhou Ji's martial prowess. Is Taiyan amp, Apos, and merely a bastion of wealth? Absolutely not. Beyond its own martial strength, Taiyan amp, Apos, and is also home to the mysterious and formidable Li Dachui and amp, Apos, bandit group. Understanding the connections between these entities, Ling Huyi had no choice but to maintain a facade of cordiality in Zhou Ji and amp, Apos, presence. Over the course of 20 years, Zhou Ji and Li Dachui had meticulously crafted a platform upon which they could contend with Ling Huyu. Prior to this, they had been remarkably low-profile and patient. To lack the strength to assert oneself is the folly of the ignorant, or, more aptly, the mark of a complete fool. Zhang Qingyun recalled her father, who had once been such a fool. He had believed he could challenge those entrenched in power, failing to realize that attempting to shake the foundations of the power structure was, in fact, an assault on the very platform he occupied. He had grossly overestimated his own abilities and significance, ultimately leading to his downfall. One must never mistake the advantages bestowed by a platform as mere manifestations of one and oppose's own abilities. It is imperative to harness the power of this platform while simultaneously contributing to its growth, striving to elevate it to greater heights through mutual support and shared accomplishments. Consequently, 3 days ago, I submitted a report to Dean Qian regarding the establishment of an intelligence framework within the inner realms. Zhang Qingyun remarked, over the past month, I have meticulously examined several crucial intelligence summaries and directories from the Statistical Analysis Division, and I discovered that the presence of the Skiyuan in the inner regions is nearly non-existent. The few established points are at a rather rudimentary level, offering little assistance in the collection of valuable intelligence. Preparation is key, particularly in intelligence gathering, which requires years of unwavering accumulation. While it may seem futile now, when the time comes to utilize it, lacking such resources would spell disaster. Listening to Zhang Qingyun's words, Li Dachui erupted in laughter. Miss Qingyun, you are indeed a perceptive individual. Having only been at Skiyuan for a month, you have already identified our weaknesses and can prescribe the necessary remedies. Do you know? It is precisely due to this report that you have received the privilege of residing in this estate. Zhang Qingyun fixed her gaze upon Li Dachui. Without this report, would I still be confined to that modest chamber in Skiyuan? What do you think? Li Dachui replied with a smile. Unless you truly become my father-in-law, then you could reside here. Zhang Qingyun's charming visage immediately turned serious. That was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. Li Dachui, observing her feigned irritation, noted that when she was upset, her brow would arch slightly, her nostrils would narrow, and the corners of her mouth would dip ever so slightly, creating an alluring charm that he found particularly delightful, prompting him to tease her whenever possible. In our establishment, corresponding achievements lead to corresponding privileges, Li Dachui declared. No one can reap rewards without effort. Whether it be Qianjia or Zhou-Yi, even the little cats you know, they all possess such estates in Tai and Amp, Opos, and City. Of course, the size varies, and the interior arrangements depend on individual preferences. For instance, Zhou-Yi's residence is resplendent, exuding the stench of wealth, while the little cat's abode is filled with an air of martial valor. As for Dean Qian's home, upon visiting, one might mistake it for a rural farmstead. Does this imply that I, too, can eventually acquire a residence of my liking through my own merits? Zhang Qingyun inquired. Do you not find this one appealing? Li Dachui chuckled. This belongs to you. I prefer the satisfaction of earning my own. Zhang Qingyun asserted earnestly. I shall be watching with keen interest. Li Dachui responded. Now, do share your plans. I am aware that our intelligence network within the inner regions is virtually non-existent, with the few existing points lacking prominence. While Taiyan City enjoys a formidable reputation beyond its borders, few are aware of it within. This creates exceedingly narrow pathways for our advancement. To speak candidly, there are times when we wish to engage in bribery, yet they refuse our offers, even when we know the individual is notoriously corrupt. Our Zhang family, once a noble lineage in Chang and Amp, Opos, though now diminished, remains acutely aware of the prevailing rules of the game there. Zhang Qingyun remarked. I require additional personnel and a sum of initial capital. If you can provide me with these two necessities, I shall swiftly establish a foothold in Chang'an, from which I can radiate outward. Li Dachui pondered for a moment, who specifically are the targets for this initiative. Naturally, it is those idle scions in Chang and Amp, Opos, and who waste their days indulging in dog walking, bird fighting, and cricket matches. Zhang Qingyun replied. What are your thoughts on this? Those who can afford to be dandy in Chang and Opos, and undoubtedly hail from distinguished backgrounds. Li Dachui responded. While their capabilities may be questionable, they are certainly adept at gathering intelligence. Even the information they overhear at home could yield a wealth of valuable insights. Your approach is commendable. This is merely the first step. Zhang Qingyun continued. Our true objective is to infiltrate their households and social networks through these individuals. Moreover, brotherly, it is crucial to note that among these so-called dandy youths, there exists genuine talent. They have received a comprehensive education from a young age, but for various reasons, they have gradually adopted their current lifestyles. If we can uplift those among them who possess substantial abilities, the future holds great promise. I must admit, I had not considered that. Li Dachui expressed his intrigue. Some of these youths may indeed be true dandies, while others might have been compelled into such roles, and some may even be masquerading as dandies. You speak with precision. Brotherly, Zhang Qingyun chuckled. I have always believed that no individual is entirely without merit. Every person possesses inherent value. Great minds think alike. Come, let us raise our cups in a toast. Li Dachui smiled, lifting his teacup. After finishing the tea, Zhang Qingyun fixed his gaze on Li Dachui. And what of personnel and funds? With a clear objective and an execution plan, securing both will no longer pose a challenge. Li Dachui assured him, give me a year, and I shall present you with tangible results. Zhang Qingyun replied, by this time next year, a steady stream of intelligence from within the borders will flow into Zikiyuan. Li Dachui nodded. If you truly accomplish this, then next year you shall become another deputy head of Zikiyuan, dedicated to managing internal affairs. Your golden plaque will indeed reflect your true status. There is one matter I wish to inquire about, Zhang Qingyun said thoughtfully. The public information states that the military strength of Taiyan City consists of merely 1,000 patrolmen. Is this accurate? It is both true and false. Li Dachui clarified. Taiyan City boasts a population of 50,000 official citizens, with over 100,000 prospective citizens. Additionally, there are many more aspiring to join. Should the need arise, we could swiftly assemble a formidable force. Simply gathering people and distributing weapons and armor does not constitute an army, does it? Indeed. Tai and AMP, Oppos, and City possesses a system to ensure that any military force formed post-conflict retains its combat effectiveness, Li Dachui affirmed. Absolutely. Li Dachui chuckled. Every neighborhood, every district, every street is meticulously organized. In times of peace, it serves as an effective urban management system. In times of war, it transforms into a military apparatus that operates with precision and coordination. Chapter 36. The sudden enemy. Zhang Rua gazed ahead with a pale complexion at the battlefield not far away, although the total number of combatants was fewer than 300. The ferocity of the conflict surpassed that of an ordinary skirmish. The assassination Zhang Rua had previously encountered in the temple paled in comparison to the current battle, which seemed mere child and Oppos' play, a trivial game, had it not been for the presence of the 9th-level master Chang Jian and the 2 7th-level experts Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong in their ranks. Defeat would have been inevitable. At this moment, only Linghu Jishu and a few others remained to protect Zhang Rua, while the rest had joined the fray. Upon witnessing Chang Jian finally dispatch the 2 marauding chieftains who had besieged him, Linghu Jishu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although the fighting continued, the situation was now firmly under their control. No one could have anticipated encountering a tribe of nearly 200 marauders so far from the borders. Over 100 miles away. This is the land beyond the pass. Welcome to this brutal slaughterhouse, Linghu Jishu remarked with a smile. Is this the army of Buan? Zhang Rua endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his voice betrayed a slight tremor, filling him with a sense of shame. Nonetheless, Linghu Jishu regarded this former court official with newfound respect. After all, anyone who could stand and witness such a battle deserved a modicum of admiration. Not quite, Linghu Jishu replied. These are the Hu people from the further north or west. Compared to them, Beiyuan is but a bashful maiden. These individuals are the true savage, blood-drinking barbarians. Zhang Rua was taken aback. How did they arrive here? Is Beiyuan intentionally allowing this? Linghu Jishu shook his head. Who knows? Scholar Zhang, your understanding of the geography beyond the pass may not be entirely clear. The expanse beyond the pass is nearly as vast as that within. When I refer to the interior, I include the lands of Nanshu. And within this territory, there are perhaps 20 million souls. Yet, beyond the pass, there are merely a few million inhabitants. With such a vast area and so few people scattered across it, how much ground can they truly cover? Thus, the land beyond the pass resembles a sieve. These Hu people are not under Beiyuan's control. In Chang'an, the prevailing belief was that all barbarian tribes were subordinate to Beiyuan. Certainly not. The relative tranquility on the lands within the past 3 years is due to Beiyuan deploying their elite forces to the northern and western fronts, countering these marauding tribes advancing southward. Linghu Jishu exhaled deeply. We owe our gratitude to Beiyuan for holding back these savages. Otherwise, our plight would be dire. Why are they advancing southward? Zhang Rua inquired, astonished. The weather. Linghu Jishu pointed to the overcast sky above. Compared to last year, this winter arrived earlier, with the Qishui River freezing 10 days sooner. The temperatures further north and west have dropped even more drastically, forcing the marauding tribes to seek sustenance in the south. Beiyuan has borne the brunt of their assault. The group we currently encounter likely traversed through some crevice, a stroke of fortune that led them here. However, along this journey, the unfortunate citizens under our jurisdiction have surely suffered greatly. These individuals are attacking Northern Yuan. Do we not share a common objective? Zhang Ruodo inquired. Has General Ling Hu not considered allying with these people to eradicate Northern Yuan first? Despite knowing this individual posed little threat, Zhang Ruodo instinctively took a step back. Ling Hu Jishu advanced, placing his foot upon the face of the captured Hu man, demanding answers in a torrent of strange languages. Switching between 3 or 4 in mere moments, the Hu man struggled fiercely, clearly unwilling to submit. Subsequently, 4 or 5 more captured Hu men were thrown before him. Ling Hu Jishu, brandishing his blade, killed one on the spot, then continued his fierce interrogation. After several exchanges, tears finally welled in the eyes of the Hu chieftain. Between questions and answers, a satisfied smile graced Ling Hu Jishu's face. The true battle had concluded. The troops were now pursuing the fleeing barbarians on horseback, and it was nearly impossible for them to escape death. This was an unexpected skirmish, and it was fortunate that our soldiers were the most elite in the frontier. Despite being outnumbered, they achieved victory, though the toll was a staggering 30%. Over 30 men perished in battle, with more than 40 wounded. Among the combatants, Yuan Rong had a large gash across his back, while Yuan Tong had an arrow lodged in his thigh. The shaft seemingly coated with some form of poison that caused his entire leg to swell. Nevertheless, the spirits of the 2 men remained invigorated. The vendettas of the martial world pale in comparison to such battlefield strife. Ling Hu Jishu dispatched the wounded barbarian leader, discarding his bloody blade, and addressed Zhang Ruodo, Zhang Gong. This group is the advance force of the Western barbarians, preparing for a mass migration. They have traversed through the gap between Northern Yuan and us, slaughtering 3 of our villages along the way. They truly deserve to perish. Does this imply we must engage in war with this faction of barbarians? Zhang Ruodo surveyed the fallen barbarian warriors, their hair disheveled, clad primarily in animal skins, wielding crude weapons. Yet, each one towered with an imposing stature. Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong, robust Qin men, appeared almost frail in comparison, let alone Zhang Ruodo, who was inherently slender. The thought that these individuals would simultaneously wage war against us and Northern Yuan puzzled Zhang Ruodo. To speak of war seemed an overestimation of their capabilities. Ling Hu Jishu remarked, to the far north and west lies a land of uncivilized savagery, where tribes abound like grains of sand. There are people who consume raw flesh and drink blood, with no one willing to submit. The only thing that inspires fear in them is the blade. As the weather grows colder each year, they must descend southward, yet they lack any unified strategy, acting purely on instinct. In a frenzied rush southward, they engage in mutual attacks and annexations. Whether it be Northern Yuan or Great Qin, they perceive both as enemies, and hence, they wield their blades. Ling Hu Jishu invited Zhang Ruo into the grand tent. Once the fire was ignited, its warmth swiftly dispelled the chill within. The 2 men settled cross-legged by the fire. Although we have also been assailed, the Northern Yuan has endured far greater assaults. This should be advantageous for us, should it not? Zhang Ruo inquired. If both sides suffer equally, would that not be splendid? Ling Hu Jishu chuckled. You overthink, Zhang Gong. These barbarians are indeed fierce in battle, yet their minds are simplistic. When confronted by a state like the Northern Yuan, they will soon be subdued. That is precisely what we fear, Zhang Ruo began to understand. Are you implying that if these barbarian tribes are conquered by the Northern Yuan, their combat prowess, combined with the Northern Yuan and Apos' governance and strategic capabilities, would yield an overwhelming advantage beyond the borders? Indeed, you are a sagacious man, Zhang Gong. These tribes cannot forge a significant impact on their own. But if they are subjugated by the Northern Yuan and become their vanguard, we will find ourselves in dire straits. Ling Hu Jishu continued. The main forces of the Northern Yuan are currently engaged in battles to the north and west. This conflict, presided over by their emperor, began 3 years ago and has now reached its zenith. It may conclude within the next 2 or 3 years. Then why do we not launch an attack against the Northern Yuan at this juncture? Zhang Ruo queried. Ling Hu Jishu erupted in laughter. Is it not true that the court has long been dissatisfied with our propensity for militarism? They accuse us of instigating border conflicts at every turn. Zhang Ruo's face flushed slightly, as he seemed to recognize himself among those critics. Of course, were it not for you, I would have perished at your hands long ago. Surely, you too have a share in the bounty offered in Tai and Apos, and city? Zhang Ruo asked coldly. Ling Hu Jishu smiled. But do you know? Beyond the borders, Taiyan City is a formidable power that can stand toe-to-toe with our great general. Militarily, They are not inferior to us, and economically. We might even have to bow to them. Were it not for the annual supply of provisions and military funds from the court, we would have ceased to be their match long ago. Zhang Ruo regarded him skeptically. Ling Huyi, who claims to be the king beyond the borders. Can a mere city and a band of horse bandits truly wield such influence? Zhang Gong, since there is little else to occupy us at this moment, allow me to elaborate on Tian City. Chapter 37. The fierce soldiers. Several bonfires blazed fiercely, their heat rising and causing the falling snowflakes to transform into vapor, drifting away gracefully. The air was filled with the haunting cries of wild beasts, suggesting that their numbers were considerable, drawn in by the sin of blood. In the earlier battle, over 200 souls perished here, and the pungent aroma of blood was an irresistible invitation for these keen-sensed predators. Yet, as they approached, they were deterred by an invisible aura of lethal intent. Despite being wild creatures, their instinct for danger surpassed that of humans. They yearned for a meal, but never at the cost of their own lives. Surrounded by the encroaching beasts, the warriors by the fire remained undeterred. At this moment, they indulged in hearty drinks and feasts, laughter echoing around them. To the beasts, the warriors appeared as insignificant insects, unworthy of concern. Zhang Ruo sat cross-legged before the fire, observing the scene unfold. Earlier in the day, 31 had fallen in battle, and later 4, gravely wounded, were hastily put to rest by their comrades' merciful blades. The sight had drained the color from the faces of Zhang Ruo and his companions from Chang'an. Even the seasoned fighters, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong, were shaken. They were unafraid of combat with enemies, but the act of wielding their blades against wounded allies was beyond their imagination. Yet here, such actions seemed commonplace. Both the executor and the executed appeared eerily calm, with the latter expressing gratitude. 35 lifeless bodies were tightly wrapped in cloaks, fashioned into cylindrical shapes, and lined up neatly. The living feasted and conversed merrily beside them. Deep within, Zhang Ruo found it profoundly difficult to accept this callous disregard for human life. Among the deceased were several familiar faces, including a young man who was cheerful, handsome, and well-spoken, rumored to have received some education. He was assigned to converse with Zhang Ruo by Ling Hujishu. Today, he too had met his end. Zhang Ruo gazed at his lifeless form, noting the flattened head, a result of a brutal blow from a crude wooden club wielded by the enemy, which had crushed half of his skull. Wuda and the remaining 3 constables were similarly affected, still reeling from the shock. From a distance, raucous laughter echoed, soon followed by the hearty guffaws of Yuan Rong. During the meal, the 2 brothers were summoned by a lieutenant, who bore the scars of battle, including a deep gash across his face and the loss of one ear. This man, his face mostly bandaged, still clutched a wine jar as he dragged the Yuan brothers away. The Yuan brothers are indeed remarkable individuals, both skilled in martial arts at the 7th rank. Among this group, aside from Chang Jian, they are the 2 with the highest level of martial prowess. Thus, during the daylight skirmish, their synchronized efforts with dual blades undeniably contributed significantly to their success. They dispatched no fewer than 20 formidable foes. Many soldiers owe their survival to the valor displayed by these 2. In the realm of bloodshed, regardless of the intricacies of higher authority, any man who has fought alongside another and shed blood in unison becomes a true brother, a steadfast friend. As for potential future conflicts arising from differing allegiances, those matters are for another day. The revelry of today is to be enjoyed in the present moment, while future troubles can be dealt with in due course. Wu De gazed enviously at the Yuan brothers, who were surrounded by admirers like stars clustered around the moon. The 2 were somewhat tongue-tied in their exchanges. He could have joined them during the day, but upon hearing Ling Hujishu's request to protect Zhang Ruo, he decided to acquiesce and abstain. Consequently, they were left out of the festivities, merely sitting beside Zhang Ruo. Although food and drink were plentiful, the experience felt lacking in some intangible way. Zhang Ruo, however, was oblivious to these sentiments, preoccupied with different concerns. In the public eye, Ling Huyi appeared as one figure, yet today, Ling Hujishu seemed to portray another. One was a treacherous rebel, harboring malicious intent, while the other was a loyal subject, enduring humiliation for the sake of his country. And what of Li Dachui, the man who saved his life and took away his daughter Qingyun? In Zhang Ruo's memory, this individual, despite having strayed onto a dark path, retained a sense of righteousness and courage to protect the weak and challenge the strong, certainly a figure worthy of admiration. Yet today, he encountered an alternate narrative, portraying Li Dachui as someone with ulterior motives, suggesting collusion between Tian City and him, capable of countering Ling Huyi and Appos as formidable forces, at least enough to restrain the imperial army from acting recklessly. It was precisely due to Taiyan City's influence that Ling Huyi found himself unable to execute certain plans, left with nothing but helpless exclamations. Which version is true? Zhang Ruo found himself unable to discern. He certainly would not take Ling Hujishu's account at face value. If such a person were to convey the entire truth, that would indeed raise suspicions. The balance of truth and falsehood requires personal judgment. What puzzled Zhang Ruo was the intent behind Ling Hujishu's revelations. Not long ago, they had sought his life. Had their change of heart truly stemmed from Li Dachui's forceful intervention? As night deepened, the once lively camp fell into a hushed tranquility. The remnants of burnt grass and dung were spread across the tent floor, topped with a blanket, allowing the soldiers to succumb to slumber, their snores resonating through the stillness. The distant cries of beasts grew increasingly frequent. With a mind burdened by thoughts, Zhang Ruo found sleep elusive, his ears picking up peculiar sounds, as if a creature were stealthily approaching nearby. As dawn broke, the clarion call resounded, rousing the soldiers from their slumber, who promptly set about dismantling their tents and securing their carts in preparation for departure. 35 fallen warriors lay piled upon several carts, their bodies bound with ropes like mere firewood. What of those slain? The sound of galloping hooves traversed the battlefield of the previous day, where the bodies of the vanquished lay strewn haphazardly across the ground. The pools of blood now congealed to a dark hue. Zhang Ruo finally discerned the source of the peculiar sounds from the day before. Some audacious beast had crept in, and now certain corpses bore the marks of gnawing. These souls, indeed, had been claimed by the heavens. Ling Hujishu remarked, "Beyond the pass, we may lack in many things, but we are not short on wild beasts. Once we depart, it won't be long before the creatures of earth, sky, and grass will come to assist in the matter. With the cooling weather, we need not fear the outbreak of plagues. Were it summer, we might have to resort to fire to eradicate the evidence." Zhang Ruo nodded, offering no sympathy for the slain. The spoils collected from these marauders after the battle ignited a profound anger within him. It was evident that all the treasures had been seized from their victims, and the sheer volume hinted at the countless lives they had extinguished along their path. They met their just fate. The prolonged sound of the horn accompanied Ling Hujishu as command to set forth. The contingent now numbered little more than 60. Yet they remained organized as before, dispatching a dozen riders as scouts, with another dozen trailing behind. This left a corps of over 40 individuals. Yet they were accompanied by nearly 200 horses and a dozen carts laden with provisions and the fallen. Snowflakes began to descend, soon cloaking the carts and horses in a shroud of white. As Zhang Ruo gazed upon these formidable soldiers, he couldn't help but reflect on the imperial guards of Chang'an. "Wuda, you are more familiar with the imperial guard situation. How do they compare to the soldiers beyond the pass?" he inquired in a hushed tone. Wuda chuckled ruefully. "Scholar, there is simply no comparison." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Ruo responded with a stern expression. "Speak freely about your sentiments. I cannot speak for the martial leaders, but I fear that an ordinary soldier from beyond the pass could easily best 10 of the imperial guards," Wuda replied quietly. "Moreover, scholar, combat in a military context differs vastly from individual dueling. Valor, vigor, and ferocity outweigh mere equipment and martial prowess. Just yesterday, those beasts dared not approach our camp, paralyzed by the aura of ferocity emanating from us. What of Li Dachui's so-called Tianzi camp compared to them? Perhaps they are marginally stronger, given their heavy cavalry," Wudu acknowledged. "Scholar, there is also that army led by Xiao Cha-che. Their mere presence sends a chill down my spine. The soldiers beyond the pass are indeed fierce, while those within are often complacent, indulging in frivolity. If a crisis were to arise, what then?" "Scholar, the soldiers beyond the pass are still part of the Great Qin army," Wudu asserted. "Indeed, the troops beyond the pass are also part of the Great Qin army, but it requires the court to possess the strength to keep them in check. If the branches and leaves overshadow the trunk, can mere righteousness truly subdue these proud and valiant warriors? In times of peace, all may seem well. However, should chaos ensue, it is likely that disaster will arise from within. Yet, achieving a state of tranquility is no simple feat. Many, in their idleness, seek to stir trouble, especially now, as we find ourselves in a particularly tumultuous season. Countless individuals are secretly exerting their efforts, fixated on drawing their swords and vying for supremacy in the realm. Alas." Chapter 38. The general beyond the pass. Shenwu City stands as a pivotal stronghold beyond the pass, serving as the headquarters for the commanding general of the 100,000 stationed troops. It is a quintessential military city, with a combined population of approximately 100,000, including both military personnel and their families. Among the significant towns beyond the pass, it ranks second only to Tai and Apos, and in terms of populace. However, the true number of inhabitants far exceeds the official count, as a substantial number of slaves reside here. Although the Great Qin forbids the existence of slavery within Jinwu City, these individuals are referred to as captives or criminals. Whether they are prisoners of war, bandits captured during anti-bandit campaigns, or offenders apprehended for their crimes, they are not kept in prison merely to consume resources idly. Jinwu City does not harbor idlers. Captives are either executed to serve as fertilizer or sold to soldiers as slaves, while criminals, primarily of Great Qin origin, cannot be treated as slaves. Even the powerful Ling Huyu refrains from such actions. These offenders are typically employed in agricultural labor at government reclamation sites. Naturally, it is not uncommon for individuals to succumb to illness and die in such environments. Military officers and soldiers possess extensive tracts of land in and around Jinwu City, which they are unable to cultivate on their own. Consequently, they rely on the labor of these captured individuals. To the residents of Jinwu City, these captives are regarded as mere human livestock, devoid of any status. Among the 100,000 stationed troops, they are dispersed across various strategic locations, vital transportation routes, and border strongholds. Only Ling Huye's personal troops, numbering around 10,000, are garrisoned in Jinwu City. However, families of officers ranked above the rank of school lieutenant are required to reside in the city. Ling Huyi, a general conferred by the imperial court, stands at the pinnacle of military authority. In the realms beyond the pass, he wields both military and administrative power, effectively governing both troops and civilians. Beneath the command of the general, several formally appointed generals by the court exist, such as General Xiao Changche, the cavalry general. In theory, these formally appointed generals possess the authority to command their own forces and establish their own offices, but in practice, only Xiao Changche has truly accomplished this within the realms beyond the pass. Of course, those entitled to benefits receive their due share without fail. Some rejoice at their promotions while others wear frowns at their demotions, and some are even dragged to the training grounds for execution. When one ascends, their associates rise with them. Conversely, when one falls, countless others associated with them are cast into despair. This time of year represents an opportunity for the redistribution of power and wealth. Yet, for some, such matters hold little significance. Take Xiao Changche, for instance. The foremost figure on the left, General Xiao Changche, presently occupies himself with boredom, delicately filing his nails with a small rasp. Beside him sits General Wan Feng. Opposite Xiao Changche sat a middle-aged man attired in the garb of a civil official. His complexion was rosy, and his 3 long whiskers were neatly groomed. He gazed at Xiao Changche with a constant smile, resembling a crafty strategist, especially if he were to wield a fan. This was Chief Secretary Li Guohua, a figure of considerable authority, second only to Ling Huyi. The affection in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Changche was palpable. However, Xiao Changche appeared quite indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids. To Li Guohua's right sat General Wang De. The sound of footsteps resonated from the rear hall as recorder Ling Hu Jishu emerged, casting a cold glance around the room before announcing loudly, "The Grand General has arrived." With a clamor, all the generals turned partially to face the tiger skin armchair at the head of the table, and Li Guohua, Wan Feng, and Wang De all rose in respect. Ling Huyi, though short in stature and only reaching Xiao Changche's neck, had a sturdy physique and a round face, with the corners of his mouth perpetually turned downward, giving him a perpetually distressed appearance. Most striking were his thick, black eyebrows, which arched like a single line above his eyes. While the other generals donned formal attire, he appeared in a casual robe. "Greetings to the great commander." Everyone bowed in deference, even the rebellious Xiao Changche, who complied with the customary respect. "This is a matter of duty. I dare not voice my grievances," Xiao Changche remarked. "However, this year, we are still owed half of our expenses. I implore the Grand General to show compassion for us sons, as it is not easy to provide for our families. Please allocate the funds early so that we may enjoy a prosperous new year." Ling Huyi erupted into laughter. Changche, you begin our conversation with a request for funds before we've exchanged more than 3 sentences. Ha ha ha. Do you think our relationship hinges solely on a matter of coin? The 3 seated above also chuckled heartily, observing their mirth. The subordinate officers below attempted to join in the laughter, but when Xiao Changche turned his gaze upon them, their laughter diminished significantly. Even Wan Feng and Wang De stifled their amusement. Xiao Changche was indeed a man of unyielding temperament. If angered, he would confront others directly. It was not only the subordinate officers who feared him, even Wan Feng and Wang De had felt his wrath. And it was only through Linghu Jishu wielding the Grand General's command medallion that Xiao Changche had been persuaded to leave. Guohua, is it truly only half that is missing? Linghu Yi inquired with a smile. Chief Secretary Li Guohua nodded in affirmation. This year's harvest has been poor, and there has been much discord within the court. The funds that should have been allocated to us have only reached 70%. Furthermore, with the relentless infiltration of barbarians, many villages within the borders have suffered, resulting in numerous soldier casualties, which has drastically increased the compensation expenses. Alas, Xiaocheki, it is not merely your situation. We are all in the same predicament. Indeed, my forces have only received 40%. General Wan Feng quickly echoed, while several subordinates standing below bowed their heads, their faces betraying their indignation. They were likely under the command of General Wan Feng, in contrast to the formidable General Xiao Changche, who boldly demanded his due. Wan Feng found himself in a position of reluctant acquiescence, though he, as the commander of the guards, was not lacking in resources. The majority of his troops depended heavily on their salaries and various allowances for their livelihoods. As you command, Li Guohua replied with a respectful gesture. I shall ponder further to see if there are additional means to procure some funds. My lord, as your humble clerk, I am merely a mortal, not a sorcerer. And I cannot conjure money from thin air. It is not a scarcity of resources that troubles me, but the inequity of distribution. General Che has already received 50%, which is the highest among our ranks. Should we allocate more, it may incite unrest among the other troops. Having keenly observed the atmosphere, General Wang Deli interjected, Indeed. My lord, you must not show undue favoritism towards General Xiao. We have endured our fair share of hardships throughout the year. Xiao Changche merely snorted disdainfully, dismissing Wang and Appos, as remarks with indifference. Well then, LNGHY chuckled, it appears that I, as the commander, must truly find a way to generate some funds. The assembly turned their gazes toward LNGHY, whose smile gradually faded, his brows knitting into a stern frown, transforming the room into a tense silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping would be distinctly audible. Everyone understood that this demeanor signified impending danger, although this was customary each year. The moment always instilled a sense of dread. ZHSH, you speak. LNGHY and Appos. S voice resonated ominously, sending chills down the spines of those present. Recently, I went to welcome scholar Zhang Ruozhang. ZHSH reported. However, along the way, we encountered a band of marauders. After a fierce battle, we suffered the loss of nearly 40 soldiers before we completely annihilated the bandits. Since infiltrating our territory, they have slaughtered 6 villages, leaving over 1,000 innocent civilians dead or wounded. Well done, Wan Feng exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, my clerk exhibits great valor. These marauders are formidable foes, and our victory against them is nothing short of exemplary. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. ZHSH replied with a smile. The key lies in the manner of their infiltration and the peculiarities surrounding their actions. Is that so? These savages, known for their brutality, act without regard for reason. Even if there are inconsistencies, they can be understood, Wan Feng remarked. General, do you truly believe that my men and I are mere idlers? ZHSH's expression turned icy. This band of marauders only slaughtered 3 impoverished villages. The 3 affluent ones, however, were attacked by different perpetrators. Someone must have witnessed the marauders' entry, mistaking it for an opportunity to brazenly murder our citizens, seize their wealth, and pin the blame on the bandits. Is there such treachery at play? Wan Feng inquired incredulously. Could it possibly be that Li Dachui again? ZHSH chuckled coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 2 rows of lieutenants below. Tell me, who do you believe is responsible? At this juncture, the meaning becomes abundantly clear. The perpetrator is one of the generals present today. Considering the previously disclosed direction of the marauders and Appos infiltration, the conclusion is unmistakable. A certain lieutenant appeared pallid, his body swaying unsteadily. Chen Liang, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Inquired Linghu Jishu. Chen Liang, in despair, cast a fleeting glance towards Wan Feng. Suddenly, Wan Feng leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Chen Liang, could it be you? What audacity you possess. Chapter 39. Digging a pit outside the command tent, the anguished cries of women and children resonated, casting a pall over Chen Liang's countenance as he repeatedly struck his forehead against the ground. Linghu Jishu's subordinates acted with remarkable swiftness. Perhaps it was at the onset of this meeting that the soldiers under the Iron Curtain had already encircled Chen Liang's residence. Otherwise, they would not have apprehended his entire family so expeditiously. Linghu Yu leisurely perused the list presented by Linghu Jishu, which detailed the valuable items seized from Chen Liang and Appos. home. To his astonishment, it revealed merely 30,000 taels of silver. Qin Liang, where have you concealed the plundered treasures? Ling Huyi and Apos' voice was characteristically soft, compelling everyone within the tent to strain their ears to catch his words, for a mishearing would undoubtedly incur blame. Commander, the funds have been distributed to the soldiers. Qin Liang rasped desperately. Ah, splendid. What a fine justification, Ling Huyu chuckled. You've allocated it to the troops below, which makes it rather inconvenient for me, your commander, to demand it back. If I were to insist, it might incite a mutiny. I recall you have 3,000 men under your command. How much did each receive? Qin Liang raised his gaze, noticing that Xiao Changche had propped his head against the back of a chair, seemingly lost in thought, while Li Guohua maintained a perpetual grin. General Wang De intermittently glanced at Qin Liang and then at Ling Huyi, while Wan Feng fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Liang. I cannot recall. I did not keep track. I am doomed. Qin Liang lamented, bowing his head heavily once more. 3 towns, over 2,000 lives slaughtered without mercy. Ling Huyu sighed deeply. Qin Liang, what do you reckon your punishment should be? Please, Commander, considering my unwavering commitment in the battles against the Northern Yuan, spare my family and only punish me. I vow to serve you in my next life, like a beast of burden. Qin Liang, observe the valorous warriors gathered here. Who among them is not decorated with honors? Who does not bear scars from battle? Ling Huyi sneered coldly. If you had plundered from the Northern Yuan, from those barbarians, I would advocate for your commendation. But you have turned your blade against your own kin. Do you truly believe that your life alone suffices to absolve your transgressions? Even beyond these borders, would you not face annihilation of your entire clan? Qin Liang collapsed to the ground, trembling, rendered speechless by despair. Cha-che, what do you propose we do? Ling Huyi inquired. Turning to Xiao Changche lazily lifted his head. Commander, the principles of reward and punishment fall under the purview of the record keeper. The decision to execute or spare lies in your grace towards your subordinates. I cannot overstep my bounds. You always maintain such a clear distinction, remaining aloof when it does not concern you. Ling Huyi jested. Guohua, what say you? Li Guohua cleared his throat and said, Commander, Qin Liang has committed a grave offense, and naturally he faces the death penalty. However, he is ultimately an officially appointed general by the Ministry of War. The court is currently accusing us of arrogance, claiming we disregard their orders. If we were to execute Qin Liang, it would undoubtedly provide them with a pretext. My suggestion is to thoroughly investigate his crimes, then report to the court for their resolution. Whether he is to be escorted to Chang and Apos, and/or executed on the spot, let the court decide. What do you think? Ling Huyi sighed. We endure the harsh winds and biting cold beyond the pass, shedding blood for the Qin dynasty to fend off the Northern Yuan and various barbarian invasions. Yet, those gluttonous officials in Chang'an continue to plot against us. It is truly disheartening. Very well, Jishu. Ensure that Qin Liang's transgressions are meticulously documented and presented as an ironclad case to the court, so they cannot accuse me of eliminating dissenters. Understood, replied Ling Hu Jishu, clasping his hands in salute. Qin Liang was taken away, his eyes filled with relief at having survived the ordeal. The other generals were equally astonished, given the commander's temperament. It was unusual for him to spare a general of Qin Liang's rank. Why this sudden change of heart? The notion of an ironclad case meant little to the powerful in Chang'an. It was merely a matter of words for them. Enough of this disheartening talk. What purpose does it serve? As long as I, Ling Huyi, remain the commander of the 100,000 troops beyond the pass, I must diligently guard the borders of the Qin dynasty, ensuring the enemy finds no opportunity. Let us discuss the specific conditions in various regions. Do not concern yourselves with finances. Before the new year, we will at least distribute 70% to everyone. Is that acceptable? 10% is out of the question this year. Thank you, Commander. The generals in the room expressed their joy. 70% was already remarkable, aligning with previous year's distributions. Given the current adversity, receiving 70% was more than satisfactory. The year's difficulties stemmed not solely from the Northern Yuan, but rather from the court's suspicions towards those stationed beyond the pass. The funds allocated for us had been slashed by half. Although Zhang Ruo, the finance officer, had been sent to the frontier by the court, the arrival of personnel without the accompanying funds held little significance. The malice of certain court officials was truly astonishing. Zhang Ruo, having criticized Ling Huyi, was sent to him as a demonstration of absolute trust. Yet, the urgently needed resources were withheld. It was a classic case of empty promises. If Zhang Ruo were to perish at Ling Huyi's hands, his reputation within the court would be irrevocably tarnished. Under the court's deliberate or inadvertent promotion, Ling Huyi had already become a powerful figure. Should he kill the renowned Zhang Ruo, the repercussions would be dire. In truth, Ling Huyi desired Zhang Ruo and Apos' demise. Yet he could only afford for him to fall to bandits or assassins, never by his own hand, nor within the confines of Jinwu City. Regarding the disposition of Zhang Ruo, Ling Huyi has already formulated his own strategy. If one cannot eliminate him directly, then one might as well employ another in Apos' hand to do so. The court has shown considerable interest in Xiao Changche these past 2 years, so why not offer Zhang Ruo to him? Given Zhang Ruo's notoriously foul temperament and Xiao Changche's disdain for those who dare to abandon the frontier, coupled with his own volatile nature, it is likely that within a few days, Zhang Ruo would meet his end by Xiao and Apos' blade. At that point, all would be resolved. Aside from the court and Apos' obstructions, there remains the infiltration of the barbarian tribes from beyond the borders. The expanse beyond the pass is vast, and these tribes skulk like subterranean rodents. One never knows when they might encroach. Despite years of efforts to capture and eliminate many, these tribes continue to proliferate, seemingly in ever-increasing numbers. It is said that due to the drastic drop in temperatures in the northwest, which has rendered the region inhospitable, these tribes are compelled to migrate southward. As it stands, these individuals do not pose a significant threat. However, what if they ultimately align with the Northern Yuan or fall under its conquest? Commander, we cannot afford to be complacent. Xiao Changche rose, exclaiming, 2 years ago, we received pertinent intelligence. A year ago, the information was corroborated. The Hu tribes to the north and west have surged southward, and the Emperor of Northern Yuan has personally led his forces to engage them, resulting in a protracted conflict. We have already lost a year, Commander. If we allow Northern Yuan to subjugate these Hu tribes, it will be us who suffer in the end. Xiao Cheki, are you about to advocate for an offensive against Northern Yuan once more? How do you propose we engage? We have fought before, when our army ventured beyond the pass. The main forces of Northern Yuan retreated precipitously. Our long-distance logistical supply lines are our Achilles and Apos' heel. Not to mention that our current resources are woefully insufficient. Even if they were ample, we lack any assurance of victory. Northern Yuan can afford losses, but we cannot. Wangda glanced at Ling Huyi seated above and remarked. What he meant by we cannot afford losses was not a reflection on the Great Chain's capacity, but rather on Ling Huyi's own. Commander, there is no necessity for a large-scale offensive against Northern Yuan. Xiao Changche asserted, if we can secure Shaju Ridge and the Bronze Gorge, at the very least, we will be positioned to either advance or retreat should we face conflict with Northern Yuan in the future. Xiao Cheki, Shaju Ridge, and the Bronze Gorge are indeed pivotal. We are aware of this, and so too does Northern Yuan. An assault on those locations would be tantamount to declaring open war against Northern Yuan. What difference would that make from a full-scale invasion? Li Guohua interjected. The second son of the Northern Yuan Emperor, Tiela, is stationed at the Bronze Gorge precisely to secure this strategic point. If the commander consents, I, Xiao, am willing to make an attempt. Xiao Changche turned to Ling Huyi. Ling Huyi slowly shook his head. Changche, this matter is of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. We shall deliberate further on this. Commander, once Northern Yuan completes the integration of these Hu tribes, we will find ourselves in a precarious situation. Our troubles are already considerable. To defeat Northern Yuan, the Great Qin must devote itself wholeheartedly. Ling Huyi stated. Otherwise, even if we achieve 1 or 2 victories, it would merely be scratching the surface. What purpose would it serve? Northern Yuan recovers swiftly, while we would only grow weaker with each engagement. Changche, tell me, what benefit does this hold for us? In essence, Ling Huyi's assertion is not without merit. To utterly vanquish the Northern Yuan, it necessitates the Qin dynasty to mobilize its entire national strength. The 100,000 troops stationed beyond the pass, merely maintaining their position, are insufficient for an offensive. Their forces are decidedly meager. What if they could unite with Taiyan City and Li Dachui? What if all the forces beyond the pass could be consolidated? This thought flickered through Xiao Changche's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Such a feat is utterly implausible. The relationships among the various factions beyond the pass are intricately tangled. Some have ambiguous ties with the Northern Yuan, while others are directly supported by them. How could one possibly consolidate these forces? The commander harbors no intentions of attacking the Northern Yuan. His thoughts are solely focused on augmenting his own power. He awaits an opportunity, should one arise within the pass. This individual would undoubtedly abandon the forces beyond and march inward. This was what Li Dachui had conveyed to Xiao Changche. Subsequently, the discussions of the other generals became a mere background noise to him. The sole piece of good news from today's assembly is that they could still secure 20% of the grain and funds. However, from where would Ling Huyu procure this money? Qian Liang, that fellow, is incapable of providing it. The commander and Li Guohua are once again digging pitfalls for others. Reflecting on Li Guohua's earlier impassioned rhetoric, Xiao Chanche could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Chapter 40. The Scythe of Darkness and the Blade of Light. As the gentle spring breeze invigorated the air, Xiao Dongwei twirled the horsewhip with his fingers, his face alight with joy. It was indeed a testament to his general's stature that they had managed to secure an additional 20% of the grain supply. Coupled with the spoils acquired from the marauding horse bandits this year, the soldiers under his command would find their lives considerably easier. Yet, the biting cold of this accursed weather grew more relentless by the day. Winters were becoming ever longer, and with it, the cost of survival escalated. The men had families to care for. Without sufficient provisions, how could they endure? Grain was the lifeblood of men. Without it, how could one expect their comrades to fight for them? The slaughter of so many innocent lives would warrant nothing less than the annihilation of their kin. Behind him, a guard spoke with indignation, questioning whether the lives of the common folk held no value. The burdens of taxes and donations rendered the people unable to lift their heads, only to be met with such calamity in the end. Where has all the money gone? Xiao Chanche suddenly inquired. Those 3 towns were relatively affluent, housing some merchants of considerable repute from beyond the borders, yet they have all been obliterated. What of their wealth? Chen Liang's household possessed merely 30,000 taels. Do you truly believe he would distribute the remainder to the common soldiers? Xiao Dongwei rubbed his eye patch, chuckling as he replied. It seems a significant figure is about to face misfortune. However, even a high-ranking general would hesitate to act against him, would he not? Hence, Chen Liang has been retained, under the pretense of being handed over to the court for judgment. This will surely incite urgency among some, eager to see Chen Liang meet his demise. Thus, they would be caught red-handed. Xiao Chanche responded nonchalantly, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone has always been our general's style. But who, pray tell, is the second bird? Xiao Dongwei inquired, puzzled. Chen Liang. But why him? Did you not just mention his prowess in battle? Once the true culprit is unveiled, men like Chen Liang will surely be exonerated. Just consider it. A condemned prisoner suddenly exonerated and reinstated to his former position. Whom would Chen Liang be most grateful to? Xiao Chanche laughed. Ah, that is quite regrettable, Xiao Dongwei lamented. It seems I shall lose yet another drinking companion of quality. Drinking is merely a diversion. What harm could that bring? I may not care, and neither do you, but I fear that Chen Liang may come to care in due time. Sighed Xiao Dongwei. Your relationship with the general is no secret beyond the borders. Xiao Chanche tilted his head, gazing at the one-eyed general with a smile. Are you regretting following me? Aside from enduring some hardships, there is little else. Yet this thrill is something one cannot find elsewhere. Xiao Dongwei laughed heartily. In truth, compared to the average person, we live quite well. Those who are content find joy. Xiao Chanche patted Xiao Dongwei on the shoulder without uttering a word. Yet it felt as though he had conveyed much. I grant you a 10-day leave. Xiao Chanche waved his hand. Thank you, General. Xiao Dongwei exclaimed joyfully, hastily clasping his hands in salute, and with a squeeze of his legs, his horse leaped forward. Behind him, the sounds of his comrades' teasing shouts echoed. Yet he paid them no mind. Xiao Chanche maintained strict military discipline. Violations of morality typically led to severe consequences, often resulting in the loss of one's head. Even a trusted and formidable general like Xiao Dongwei would not dare to overstep the boundaries, let alone others. The mere thought of having 10 days off would undoubtedly bring a smile to Xiao Dongwei and Apos' face. In the back hall of the chief and Apos' headquarters, Ling Huyi sat cross-legged at a low table, personally brewing tea. However, Ling Hu Jishu politely declined the tea prepared by Ling Huyi, while Li Guohua seemed to relish it. Although Ling Hu Jishu harbored deep suspicions that Li Guohua's enjoyment was merely an attempt to curry favor with his uncle, Ling Hu Jishu preferred the simplicity of a cup of water infused with roasted tea. His uncle and Apos' method of crushing the tea leaves before boiling them in a pot, then adding milk or goat's milk, ginger, roasted grains, and an array of spices, resulted in a peculiar-tasting brew that Ling Hu Jishu resolutely refused to drink. Ling Hu Yi enjoyed serving his subordinates such tea, and only a select few had the privilege to decline. Would he fall into the trap? Despite having orchestrated the scheme himself, Ling Hu Jishu felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the plot seemed rather simplistic, and a modicum of thought would reveal the malicious intentions hidden within. Rest assured, within 2 days, the outcome will be apparent. Li Guohua sipped the tea, chewing and swallowing the contents. Greedy individuals are often blinded by their desires and, in times of peril, cling to a sense of luck. Let us hope so. If the trap fails, the resources promised to the generals today will come to naught. And losing their trust would not bode well, Linghu Jishu remarked. Capturing that fellow not only would satisfy the officers this year, but could also yield a surplus. Linghu Yu unexpectedly gulped down a steaming cup of tea, smacking his lips in satisfaction. What about next year? Surely, one cannot simply capture another? Wang De has always been exceedingly cautious. Linghu Jishu lamented. Do not entertain such delightful thoughts. Li Guohua chuckled, stating that Wang De was diligently seeking to ingratiate himself with high-ranking officials in the court, hoping to be reassigned from the frontier. Over the years, he has gifted that official treasures amounting to as much as 100,000 taels. Linghu Jishu felt a pang of regret. Such a fortune seemed squandered. If Wang De truly needed money, he would not engage in such behavior. Wan Feng was not short of funds, but was insatiably greedy. Wang De relentlessly cut corners with his subordinates, indifferent to the lives of the soldiers, as he plotted his escape from the frontier. Furthermore, the burden would ultimately fall on the chief. Wan Feng had already established roots beyond the frontier and had to manage the sentiments of the soldiers, fearing to impose too harshly upon them, thus resorting to other dubious schemes. Yet, in the end, it would only benefit the chief. Li Guohua grinned like a nocturnal owl. Linghu Jishu sighed. In truth, Wang De and Appo's departure would not be advantageous. With one less left general, the court would have reason to send another. And what if a formidable one were to arrive? Hence, he cannot leave. Linghu Yu smiled and said, I disagree. Where could he possibly go? In recent years, the grievances of the soldiers under General Zhua have accumulated heavily. When the opportune moment arises, making him a scapegoat could quell the soldiers' resentment and ultimately foster their loyalty. Linghu Jishu nodded repeatedly, saying, Uncle, today Xiao Chanshe has proactively proposed an attack on the Bronze Gorge and the Pig Slaughter Ridge. Why not allow him to attempt it? If successful, it would be a tremendous boon. If unsuccessful, his strength would wane, thus curbing his audacious demeanor before you. Jishu, are you envious of him? Linghu Yi inquired with a chuckle. What I have to be envious of? Jishu shook his head. I merely feel that you have been too lenient with him. You are my covert scythe, while Xiao Chanshe is the blade I wish to wield openly, Linghu Yi remarked. Those with capability and talent are invariably esteemed and tolerated. Jishu, you must understand that to achieve greatness, one must possess a broad-minded spirit. If one and Appo's subordinates are merely sycophants, it may not bode well. Xiao Chanshe is so unyielding. I fear it may be challenging to make him your visible blade. Why not? Linghu Yi countered. Xiao Chanshe harbors little affection for the Great Qin. His sole concern is to vanquish the northern Yuan and avenge his grievances. As for whom he follows, it holds no significance for him. However, uncle, if an opportunity arises, we will entirely abandon the frontier and march inward. Jishu lowered his voice. This is in direct opposition to Xiao Chanshe and Appo's aspirations. He may turn against us. So we must prepare in advance. Xiao Chanshe is indeed a clever man, Li Guohua remarked. He clearly understands that those currently at the helm of Great Qin have no intentions of launching a northern expedition. And the strength of Great Qin is far from capable of such endeavors. In a few years, it is likely to become even weaker. How will he seek vengeance then? To lead troops north independently would be to invite humiliation. Thus, he will come to realize that he requires a robust court and a wise, resolute leader. Linghu Jishu suddenly grasped the implication. If turmoil befalls Great Qin, his desire for a northern expedition will become even more elusive. To undertake such an endeavor, one must swiftly resolve the chaos within Great Qin. This is a point we can exploit. Precisely, Linghu Yi affirmed. Xiao Chanshe is the most formidable general I have encountered in training and warfare. When the time comes, if he can serve as my vanguard in the interior, what weaklings within could possibly stand against him? Uncle, your foresight is truly admirable. Jishu expressed his deep respect. In that case, I must treat Xiao Chanshe even better. Even if it means presenting a warm front to a cold back, so that he perceives our Linghu family as genuinely favorable towards him. Chapter 41. Deliberate difficulties. Zhang Ruo and his companions experienced the exorbitant prices of Zhenwu City firsthand. In the most ordinary of inns, 3 cramped rooms charged per person rather than per room, each individual required to pay 1 tael of silver per day, which supposedly included meals. However, only 2 meals were provided daily, and the quality of the food could only be described as sufficient to stave off hunger. One could hardly hope for more. The daily fare primarily consisted of millet porridge, steamed corn buns, flatbreads, and pickled vegetables, with a meager bowl of meat soup, adorned with the faintest trace of oil. Served at night. Should one desire a more sumptuous feast, it was possible for an additional fee. The inhabitants of Jinwu City united in their exploitation of foreign visitors, displaying a collective spirit of animosity towards outsiders. Furthermore, Jinwu City served as the headquarters of Linghu Yi, rendering it an unavoidable locale for all who traversed the border. Thus, outsiders would only linger here out of necessity, and even then, they would hastily conduct their business and depart. Zhang Ruo, along with the Yuan brothers, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong, and Wu Da, along with his remaining 3 subordinates, comprised a total of 7 individuals. Even to maintain the barest existence, they required 7 taels of silver daily. While this may not have been astronomical in terms of lodging costs, it certainly qualified as exorbitantly expensive. Even in Chang and Apos, a traveler could manage with less than 1 tael of silver for meals included. The crux of the matter was the uncertainty surrounding when this predicament would conclude. As for negotiating with the innkeeper, Wu dared not entertain the thought. Despite the innkeeper's polite demeanor, this was the stronghold of a military commander. And the officer who appeared before them was a legitimate 5th-rank official, far surpassing Wu Da's rank. Once beyond the borders, Wu Da had encountered soldiers who were not inclined to reason. One moment they would be smiling and engaging in camaraderie, and the next, they could turn hostile, brandishing a blade at one and Apos' throat while barking commands. Their stay had already extended over 10 days, were it not for the presence of the formidable Yuan brothers. Wu Da and Zhang Ruo might have found themselves cast out, left to roam the streets. Jinwu City was a military stronghold, and nearly everything here was intricately tied to the army. For instance, in the inn where they resided, the main hall featured a wooden frame resembling a human figure, upon which hung a suit of armor, accompanied by a broadsword. The young attendant proudly proclaimed that this was the property of the innkeeper. This revelation surprised Zhang Ruo and his companions. The elderly man, who leaned on a cane while dozing at the counter, had once achieved great deeds on the battlefield. It was not uncommon for retired soldiers to take weapons with them, but to carry away a complete suit of armor was indicative of significant accomplishments. Such a low-ranking officer achieving such honors was indeed a matter of pride. In Jinwu City, even if one were a dragon, one must curl up. Even if a tiger, one must lie low. An ordinary vegetable vendor could wield considerable influence, and should one dare to offend him, a mere shout might summon an entire street of people to pursue and chastise the offender. Thus, for outsiders, maintaining a low profile and exhibiting humility was the wisest means of survival. At this moment, Wu Da wore a troubled expression. It was evident that the headquarters was intentionally creating difficulties for them. Starting tomorrow, I shall stand outside the command post each day, waiting. Zhang Ruo is quite obstinate. Despite his capabilities, he continues to avoid me. In this weather, how can one endure standing outside? Wu Da sighed, rendered speechless, as there seemed to be no other alternatives, leading him to resort to this desperate measure. The Yuan Rong brothers are proficient in martial arts, and Zhang Ruo sincerely hopes they will not serve Linghu Yi in the future, for that would be akin to aiding a tiger. Yuan Rong shook his head, saying, "Scholar, what meaning is there in enlisting within the borders? The majority of the forces inside are engaged in suppressing the downtrodden. My brother and I, being men of the rivers and lakes, have no desire to wield our blades against those suffering souls. And what battles are there to be fought at Yangwan? It is far more exhilarating to be outside the pass, where we can strike down the barbarians and savages. Each one we slay contributes to the stability of our Qing borders, providing a genuine sense of accomplishment. Our desire to enlist is not for titles or wealth. We merely wish to vanquish those savages." These 2 brothers, after participating in that battle, found their patriotic sentiments soaring, now wholeheartedly dedicated to the ideals of chivalry, seeking to serve the nation and its people, holding little regard for the trivial entanglements of their former lives in the rivers and lakes. Zhang Ruo felt helpless, for he understood that Yuan Rong's words were not without merit. If you truly wish to enlist, why not go serve under Xiao Changche? He is a man of pure military virtue. Zhang Ruo recalled Li Dachui's words. Such talent would be far better in Xiao Changche's hands than in Linghu Yi's. As long as they could slay the barbarians, it mattered little under whose banner they served. Yuan Rong chuckled, saying, "I have inquired among the soldiers familiar to us about the route to Jinwu City. With our skills, we could enlist and attain the rank of a 6th-grade Zhao Wu lieutenant. Though we may not hold actual command, we would primarily serve as the general's personal guards. By participating in numerous battles, we stand a great chance of rising to frontline commanding positions. If we truly wish to fight the barbarians, we should join Xiao Che. For as Li Dachui mentioned, he is the one engaged most with the northern Yuan, and he is steadfast in his opposition to them. If you too enlist, opportunities for merit will abound. Moreover, he will not undermine your achievements, unlike the uncertainty we face here. Without connections in the military, one might easily find themselves schemed against. The Yuan Rong brothers nodded in agreement. Regardless of the location, to stand out, one must either possess skill, have connections, or ideally, both. Without either, one might manage to scrape by within the borders, but in such a place as this, it would not take long before one is thoroughly exploited and left with nothing. Once you have settled your affairs, we shall seek out Xiao Che. Yuan Rong smiled. I trust he would not dismiss us. However, given our ages, it may feel somewhat embarrassing to serve as his personal guard. Learning knows no order. Those who excel are our teachers. Zhang Ruo replied. Indeed, Xiao Che may be young, yet he has earned his current position through sheer determination and skill. At the tender age of 16, he led 100 soldiers into military service. Over the course of 10 years, he has participated in more than 100 battles of various magnitudes. From the humble rank of an 8th grade Xuanwu school officer, he has ascended to the esteemed position of a 3rd grade charioteer general, accumulating commendable achievements through relentless bloodshed. Even the court of Chang and Apos, and holds him in high regard. Scholar. Forgive my candor, but initially, General Xiao did indeed rise through the ranks based on his martial exploits. However, once he began to shine, the court likely harbored ulterior motives, remarked Wu De, who was more attuned to the intrigues of the officialdom. Otherwise, it would be utterly inconceivable for one of merely 25 years to attain the rank of charioteer general. Zhang Ruo paused momentarily before responding. While there may be some truth to that, ultimately it is his own determination that prevails. The court's strategy of division is rather transparent. Does Ling Huyu truly not comprehend this? Or perhaps he simply does not care? Queried Wu De. Zhang Ruo scoffed. The tales of 2 peaches slaying 3 warriors. The decree of mutual favor, these strategies, immortalized in history, were hardly proposed with transparency. Yet, what of it? Each individual still unwittingly tumbles into this trap. The so-called open schemes are those where one is fully aware of the opponent and Apos' designs yet remains powerless to act. What can Ling Huyu comprehend? What can Xiao Che understand? The two will still harbor their own resentments. Noting the somber atmosphere in the room, Yuan Rong rose with a smile. Scholar, why not take a rest? I shall venture out to procure some wine and meat. Let us share a few drinks this evening. These past few days have rendered my palate utterly bland. Indeed, fate will allow us to meet again. The prices in Jinwu City are truly astonishing, yet our brotherhood possesses sufficient means. We shall not be impoverished by a meal. Yuan Rong added cheerfully. Chapter 42. To let him experience the moral teachings of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the fame of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, the struggles of the 7 heroes and 5 overlords during the spring and autumn period, all encapsulated in the fleeting rise and fall of empires. A few names etched in the annals of history, countless desolate mounds on the northern plains. The fields of our forebears lie in the hands of their descendants. And what is this talk of struggle but a mere brawl among tigers? In the study of Ling Huyi, the elegant calligraphy of a poem adorned the white wall opposite his grand desk. A work penned by the venerable Yu Entai during his travels beyond the pass over a decade ago, its meaning self-evident. When Li Guohuo entered, he found Ling Huyi once again contemplating this inscription, prompting a smile to spread across his face. The esteemed scholar, ever empathetic, seemed oblivious to the fact that history and Apos' great tide does not bend to our desires. At best, we are but driftwood seeking favorable currents. Should Ling Hu not act? Are there not other commanders like Zhang and Li ready to take his place? Ling Huyi chuckled as he returned to his seat, remarking, Indeed, the master's calligraphy is exceptional. I have endeavored to copy this poem for over a decade, yet have failed to capture its essence, transforming it instead into a mere caricature. Commander, Zhang Ruo has stood outside the camp for an entire morning, becoming a snowman in the process. He is a scholar, not young, and frail of health. He may well freeze to an unfortunate end, which would reflect poorly on you, Li Guohuo noted. Ling Huyu laughed lightly, inscribing his name on a document, responding, He is dressed sufficiently warmly. In this weather, he can endure a few days without issue. By the way, have the sentinels bring him some ginger tea to warm him up. Li Guohuo Kuden and Apos' tea helped but chuckle. You previously admonished Jishu to be magnanimous in great endeavors. How is it that you now display such pettiness? Wuden and Apos' tea provide him with amusement? I merely wish for Zhang Rua to experience the winds and snows beyond the pass. I have spent over 30 years guarding the borders of the Great Qin, enduring ice and snow, yet I find myself at a loss. Ling Huyi retorted with a cold snort. It is a pity he was not dealt with by the Qingshui River, now that he has arrived in Jinwu City. It seems he cannot be easily removed. Is it not infuriating? Commander, those who brought Zhang Rua beyond the pass truly disgust me. If he were to perish, they would accuse you of private vengeance, lacking magnanimity. If your ambition lies in establishing dominance beyond the pass, it may be inconsequential. However, your aspirations reach far beyond, and your reputation must not be tarnished. Yet, sparing him poses its own danger, as Zhang Rua is a particularly troublesome and fearless individual. If he remains beyond the pass, who knows what chaos may ensue? Li Guohua lamented, Zhang Rua is like a stirring stick in a cesspool. He is now entwined with the affairs of Tian City, making matters even more complicated. As they discussed these matters, Ling Huyi could not help but feel a sense of admiration for those far away, who could so precisely navigate the intricate interests among myself, Xiao Chanche, and Tian City, deftly maneuvering and leaving me to grapple with the repercussions. Truly, I hold them in the highest regard. Guohua, can you guess who this person is that has made their move? The commander replied, no need for guessing. They all likely have a share in it. In this matter, their intentions align perfectly. By ensnaring the commander outside the fortress, they can divert his attention from within, thus achieving their aims. Li Guohua remarked, therefore, Zhang Rua must be dealt with appropriately. Let us proceed according to the previously discussed plan. Since he has come to serve outside the fortress, he should be appointed as the magistrate of Yuanan. Ling Huyi placed his pen down on the desk and said, Yuanan is too close to Beiyuan. Historically, it has been the site of our fiercest conflicts. What if something were to happen there? Li Guohua hesitated. As Ling Huyi and Appos, chief strategist and trusted aide, he needed to contemplate more than just the immediate situation. As he previously stated, Ling Huyi aspired to dominate the realm, and reputation was of utmost importance. Having defended the borders for decades, Ling Huyi had prevented Beiyuan from advancing southward, earning him a reputation far superior to certain individuals within the fortress. It would be utterly unworthy if Zhang Rua were to jeopardize all of that. Understood. Li Guohua grasped the implication. If Zhang Rua survives, it reflects the commander's magnanimity, as he appointed a criminal to govern a county upon his arrival outside the fortress. However, if he were to perish, the blame could be placed on Xiao Chanche, thereby compelling him to draw closer to the commander. Upon returning, I must cultivate public sentiment regarding this matter. Ling Huyi nodded. Intelligence from the north indicated that although Beiyuan had suffered considerable losses, they had nonetheless defeated the largest factions of invading nomadic tribes, leading to a relative calm on the battlefield. They would require several years to assimilate the fruits of their victories, and these years would be crucial for us. The advice of Zhouji to dig deep and store grain resonates profoundly with me. The key to Tian City lies in Li Dachui. Zhouji is merely a man of arms, and without Li Dachui, Tian City is hardly a concern. Li Guohua asserted, negotiation must be our primary strategy regarding Tian City. Ling Huyi replied, the Zhou father and son possess no sense of belonging to the Great Qin. I believe that as long as I offer them enough, it will not be difficult to bring them under our banner. Xiao Chanche aims to eradicate Beiyuan, and at that point, the commander would only need to entrust the outer territories to him. He certainly would not hinder your endeavors. But what do the father and son of Tian City truly desire? Li Guohua expressed his frustration. It is beyond my comprehension. Why speculate? Ling Huyi waved his hand, saying, when the tide recedes, the truth shall be revealed. Guohua, what matters is the strength we wield. Absolute power allows one to disregard all constraints and rules. What is our current stock? We have 3 years' worth of provisions. Li Guohua stated, give me another 3 years, and I can secure an additional 2 years and Appos worth of supplies for the commander. With that, what do I have to worry about? Ling Huyi laughed heartily. You should focus more on this matter. Let Jishu handle the trivialities. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Jishu entered, his face alight with joy. Truly, greed can cloud one's judgment. Li Guohua shook his head. By the way, what was Chun Liang's reaction? The items sent by Wanyu were forced into the mouth of one of his subordinates, and then this subordinate was locked up with Chun Liang. After we interrogated Wanyu, we proceeded to see Chun Liang, only to find that the subordinate had long since perished. The poison was indeed remarkable. There were no outward signs of poisoning. Had it not been for Chen Liang witnessing the man die before his very eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. Ling Hu Jishu remarked. Ling Huyu waved his hand. Since the evidence is irrefutable, let us take action and apprehend him. I must ensure that the soldiers receive their due provisions promptly. As you command, Ling Hu Jishu exclaimed excitedly before dashing out. Outside the commander and Oppos' gate, Zhang Ruo had been standing there for an entire morning, accompanied only by the helpless Wu De. Both were covered in layers of snow, their eyebrows and beards crystallized with ice. Despite having donned ample clothing in preparation for the cold, they could not withstand the harshness of the weather. Wu De, being a robust warrior, was still able to endure. But Zhang Ruo was already shivering, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Scholar, perhaps we should call it a day? If you freeze, it would be quite dire, Wu De advised. Zhang Ruo stubbornly shook his head. To retreat in the face of difficulty would only invite ridicule from Ling Huyi. If we undertake a task, we must see it through to the end. Otherwise, it serves only to amuse others. Shaking off the snow from his shoulders, Zhang Ruo stretched his neck and called out loudly. Criminal Zhang Ruo requests an audience with General Ling Hu. He called several times, yet regrettably, no one acknowledged him. Even the 2 rows of sentinels stationed at the gate seemed oblivious to his presence, not even turning their heads to glance at him. Wu De was equally astonished. The guards at the commander's gate changed shifts every hour, yet during this time, they stood as still as statues, the accumulating snow transforming them into mere snowmen. With only their faces visible, if they did not blink or exhale, one could hardly discern that these were indeed living men. Is the general and Oppos' management of the troops so stringent? This would be unimaginable in Chang and Oppos, and reflecting on the recent skirmish with the barbarians. The elite forces beyond the pass need no further elaboration. If one day these troops were to enter the pass, which force within could possibly rival them? Even the finest from the southern 8 towns would likely pale in comparison. While lost in these thoughts, the commander and Oppos' gate suddenly swung open with a resounding boom, revealing a familiar figure emerging. Chapter 43. The woman taken away. Xiao Changche's residence in Jinwu City is a newly constructed mansion, having been established merely 3 years ago. This edifice was erected following Xiao Changche's audacious pursuit of the left noble king of Beiyuan, during which he abducted the king's favored concubine, returning with a reputation that soared to celestial heights, culminating in an imperial decree from the emperor himself, promoting him to the rank of charioteer general. In the 3 years since its completion, Xiao Changche has occupied this mansion for no more than a month in total. However, it has become a sanctuary for numerous individuals, primarily retired soldiers who have suffered injuries in battle. These men, now considered Xiao Changche's household servants, are essentially sustained by his financial support. They are all drifters, devoid of homes, occupations, or attachments, having no place in the military and facing a bleak future once their meager disability pensions are exhausted. In this desolate land beyond the borders, their prospects are grim. Xiao Changche, unable to bear witness to their plight, has taken it upon himself to provide them refuge within this grand abode. 2 years prior, Xiao Changche faced relentless assassination attempts from the left noble king, which led him to also bring Luo Hua and his son Xiao Qianli into this mansion. Luo Hua, the concubine he had seized from the left noble king, and Xiao Qianli, of course, is his son. The living presence of Luo Hua symbolizes an indelible humiliation for the left noble king of Beiyuan, subjecting him to ridicule within his realm. Thus, this high-ranking nobleman is fervently determined to eliminate her. Xiao Changche cannot perpetually conceal a woman within the military, so he entrusted her to this mansion in Jinwu City. The task for Beiyuan assassins to infiltrate Jinwu City is already formidable. Even if they succeed in breaching the city and Oppos' defenses, attempting to assassinate this mother and son within the confines of the mansion would be nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. The injured veterans, relying on Xiao Changche for sustenance, now dedicate their days to devising strategies to safeguard this pair. Presently, the Xiao residence, while not a den of peril, is indeed fraught with dangers akin to a path strewn with thorns. Even Xiao Changche, upon surveying the arrangements made by these veterans, could only lament that unless an innate expert were to arrive, these defenses would be insurmountable for any other intruder, who would likely face failure if not death. The greatest fear in any endeavor is a cadre of professionals, perpetually consumed with thoughts of advancing their expertise. Indeed, these injured veterans embody such a group. Holding Xiao Qianli and Oppos' hand, Luo Hua stands outside the mansion, surrounded by a cadre of veterans, all clad in pristine garments, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Xiao Changche. As he dismounted, the barely 2-year-old Xiao Qianli wobbled toward him, extending his arms for an embrace, calling out "Daddy" with an endearing urgency that could melt any heart. Behind this little one, Luo Hua beams with a smile, observing as Xiao Changche bends to lift the child, her eyes brimming with contentment. As Xiao Changche's guards unloaded barrels of wine marked with the emblem of Taiyan City from the carriage, the veterans erupted in cheers. The wine of Jinwu City is not much superior to water, with unscrupulous vendors diluting it, leaving one to ponder just how much water is mixed into each pound of wine. Yet even such wine is not easily procurable. The liquor from Taiyan, potent and exquisite, is virtually unattainable in the marketplace. More crucially, even if it were available, these veterans could scarcely afford it. As night deepens, the chimes from the clock tower, the tallest structure in Jinwu City, resonate. After the ninth toll, the curfew for Jinwu City commences. At this hour, aside from the patrolling soldiers, the night watchmen, and those possessing special permits, no one dares to wander outside, lest they face dire consequences. Fines, imprisonment, corporal punishment, or labor on the city walls all hinge on the whims of the patrolling guards. Following the ninth bell, Jinwu City succumbs to stillness and darkness. Inside the Xiao family mansion, however, a vibrant scene unfolds. Long tables are arranged in the spacious hall, laden with an abundance of poultry and fish, marking the family's reunion feast. Xiao Changche, bearing a wine jar, fills a bowl at each table, toasting with everyone before consuming the contents in one gulp. His remarkable capacity for alcohol allows him to drink several bowls without more than a slight flush to his cheeks, with a visage that blurs the lines of gender. Xiao Changche is often remarked by Li Dachui to be stunningly beautiful in female attire. If Li Dachui were to behold the currently slightly flushed Xiao Changche, he would surely be captivated. Yet, the seasoned veterans in the hall, having accompanied Xiao Changche for many years, have long grown accustomed to his peculiar charm. After the toasts, Xiao Changche waves farewell to the crowd and heads towards the inner quarters, followed by the hearty laughter of the veterans, who exchange playful remarks about the fleeting pleasures of the night and the general and Appo's preoccupations, wishing for another young master to join their ranks. In the inner quarters, as Xiao Changche enters, he finds the room aglow with candlelight, the fire crackling warmly, and the atmosphere stifling. Luo Waro, in a half-done attire, with her hair cascading freely over her shoulders, sits at the table where several exquisite dishes steam invitingly. Upon seeing Xiao Changche, Luo Waro smiles and rises to assist him in taking a seat, accepting the wine jar to fill the cups on the table. She pours more wine into his glass, softly urging, "Drink freely, indulge in your revelry, and allow yourself a restful slumber for the next few days." After savoring a few bites of food and a cup of wine, Xiao Changche astonishingly drains the half jar of wine he had brought in. Noticing Luo Waro's unwavering gaze upon him, he cannot help but exclaim, "You truly suffer for my sake." Luo Waro shakes her head, moving closer to embrace him, declaring, "I do not suffer. It is you who bears the true burden." Xiao Changche buries his head in her embrace, the effects of the wine overwhelming him, and he finds himself choking back tears. The invincible general, renowned throughout the land, weeps, reflecting on the days that have passed over the past decade. One wonders how he has endured such trials. Luo Hua gently patted the shoulder of the other person, saying, 3 years ago, when I first laid eyes upon you, I could never have imagined that you were, in fact, Xiao Changche. You are truly Xiao Changche." Xiao Changche lifted his head, wiping away the traces of tears from his face, and replied, "The most arduous times were those initial years. As my official rank grew, life became considerably easier. Moreover, my martial prowess has steadily increased. After a few challengers met their demise, none dared to speak ill of me again. Reflecting on the past seemed implausible. Yet you have achieved the impossible." Luo Hua took a seat opposite Xiao Changche and remarked, "From a young age, I sensed you were not like others." With her gaze slightly lifted, as if to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, she finally said, "Fortunately, you have been there to honor them, offering incense and paper offerings, for I, this shameless daughter, lack the courage to visit their graves. I must rely on you, but there is no rush. Let us not be hasty." Luo Hua continued, "We are still quite young, and we have ample time to plan our moves, taking one step at a time. How can we afford to be patient?" Xiao Changche sighed. Currently, the foundation of the Great Qin is trembling. Ling Huye's thoughts are no longer focused on the northern Yuan. His military preparations are not aimed at a northern expedition, but rather to seize the opportunity for a southern advance amidst any chaos within the borders. Should that occur, the lands beyond the passes would surely become expendable, and a northern campaign would be an even more distant prospect. If the Great Qin remains stable, Ling Huyu would not dare to enter the passes, would he? Naturally, the lands beyond the passes have withered, to my knowledge. Ling Huyu has toiled for years and has only managed to amass provisions for 3 years. This scant supply is insufficient for prolonged warfare. Thus, if the interior remains stable, he cannot advance with overwhelming force, and defeat is inevitable. If he were to breach the passes, would you accompany him? Of course not. However, united we stand strong, while divided we grow weak. If we reach that day, I fear it will lead to mutual destruction between us. Xiao Changche clenched his teeth. Chapter 44. Discontent yet helpless in contemplating the current situation, both individuals were enveloped in melancholy. Over the past century, the Great Qin had steadily declined, while the Northern Yuan visibly flourished day by day. When the Great Qin was established, the Northern Yuan did not exist. The lands were merely inhabited by nomadic tribes. More than 100 years ago, the Xiongnu nobleman Manba emerged and vanquished the prominent tribes of the Xianbei, Chang, and Di, initiating a relentless series of incursions. At that pinnacle of the Great Qin Empire, it could not permit the barbaric tribes at its borders to act with impunity. General Li Mai led a vast army beyond the frontier to confront Manba in a decisive battle. The battlefield was what is now known as Jinwu City. In a fierce conflict, Li Mai achieved a Pyrrhic victory, leaving the Xiongnu leader Manba gravely wounded. However, it was this very battle that compelled the Great Qin to ultimately acknowledge the existence of its adversary. Following Manba and Apos' demise, his son Baiyang ascended the throne and established the Great Yuan the following year. By then, the Great Qin was incapable of mustering a grand army for distant campaigns, thus commanding Li Mai to construct Jinwu City and establish a governor's office, with Li Mai becoming the first commander beyond the borders. Yet, victorious Li Mai bore the shame of this battle, incessantly contemplating the annihilation of the Northern Yuan as conflicts between the two sides persisted. Baiyang, facing instability in his position and severe fragmentation among other major tribes, adjusted his strategy by submitting to the emperor of the Great Qin, paying tribute, and seeking a marriage alliance. Baiyang governed for 40 years, being erudite and diligent, systematically transplanting the political structure of the Great Qin to the Northern Yuan, thereby creating a highly centralized empire with distinct Northern Yuan characteristics, suppressing the voices of other tribes to near silence. Upon Baiyang's death, his son Ingzhu succeeded him, possessing intellect rivaling that of his father, coupled with even greater martial prowess. It is indeed rare for a dynasty to have 3 successive emperors of such wisdom and sagacity, which has allowed the Northern Yuan and Apos' national strength to burgeon. Although Ingzhu is now advanced in years, his second son Tai Lu stands as a formidable figure that instills trepidation among the high-ranking officials of the Great Qin. It is evident that if Tai Lu were to ascend the throne, the Northern Yuan would welcome its 4th formidable monarch. Had it not been for the recent aggressive incursions of the Western and Northern Hu tribes, Ingzhu would not have been compelled to redirect his efforts to subdue those savages, and the fragile peace between the Northern Yuan and Great Qin would have long since dissipated. Nonetheless, under Tai Lu and Apos' leadership, the pressure on the Great Qin's frontier forces has increasingly intensified over the years. In stark contrast, the rulers of the Great Qin have grown progressively weaker, leading to domestic turmoil, with prominent families and clans eyeing opportunities to seize power. General Li Fu Yi commands an army of 100,000 and has dominated the borderlands for many years. There is no reason to believe he cannot aspire to the throne of Chang'an. In such a context, the hopes of Xiao Changche for a northern expedition to obliterate the Yuan are gradually transforming into a mere fantasy. If only Yu could become the foremost figure beyond the borders, mused Luo Hua, gently massaging Xiao Changche and Apos' shoulders. With a territory spanning thousands of miles and a population in the hundreds of thousands, if we unite in purpose, our strength would rival that of the Northern Yuan. In the theater of war, facing any adversary, I harbor no fear. Xiao Changche sighed. The confrontation between 2 nations on the battlefield is merely one facet of the conflict, and not even the most decisive one. Governance and financial management, those are realms in which I am utterly inept. Even if I were to assume the role of commander beyond the borders, I would likely fare no better than Ling Huyi. Isn't victory on the battlefield all that matters? Luo Hua, bewildered, replied, your perspective is overly simplistic. Xiao Changche chuckled softly. In the past, General Li triumphed over Manba in battle. Yet the end result was the establishment of a rival nation. Over the years, how many commanders have come and gone? We have scarcely tasted defeat ourselves. Yet the Northern Yuan grows ever stronger. This is not merely a war. It is a contest between 2 nations. The calculations and comparisons involved are numerous. Disheartened, Luo Hua mused. Currently, there is little hope for the great Qin. Ling Huyu harbors his own ambitions. Aside from devising our own strategies, what more can we do? We cannot refrain from action simply because of difficulties. Governance and financial matters do not necessarily require your direct involvement, as long as you lead well. You can recruit talent to handle those affairs. Yet, who would look favorably upon a mere warrior like myself? Xiao Changche responded. In tumultuous times, those with true ability are often seeking the right opportunity, eager to find someone worthy to assist, hoping to leave their mark on history. A man of my modest background is unlikely to attract any attention. One must always try. Luo Hua retorted defiantly. Speaking of which, Zhang Ruo was once a high-ranking official in charge of finances. Surely he possesses some capability. Now that he has been exiled here, why not bring him in? A man in misfortune might be grateful for a little kindness and could end up working for you. While Ling Huyu seeks to undermine the Great Qin and the northern Yuan covets its territory, you wish to defend the borders and protect the realm. You are indeed a loyal subject of the Great Qin, Luo Hua remarked with a tilt of her head. Two loyal subjects ought to resonate with one another and offer mutual encouragement. Xiao Changche regarded her for a moment before replying. Your words sound less like encouragement and more like sarcasm. ISN and Oppos. See that the crux of the matter? Luo Hua insisted. Xiao Changche nodded, conceding there was some truth to her assertion. Then why not seek out Ling Huyi and request Zhang Ruo's assistance? I cannot make such a request. He shook his head. If I do, Ling Huyi may become suspicious. If I refrain, he may insist on sending him to me, hoping to use my hand to eliminate Zhang Ruo. Oh, I see. Luo Hua laughed. Then wait for the right moment. From now on, remember to seek out talent. Such endeavors are like rolling a snowball. Once you start, it will only grow larger. With more people involved, perhaps someone exceptional will emerge. Such things are not easily achieved. The regions beyond the borders lack a rich cultural heritage. Among thousands, there are but a handful of scholars. Those from within view the borders as a desolate land of punishment, reluctant to come here. Take a look at Ling Huyi. His strengths are derived from his family within the borders. Anyone with even a modicum of talent from the Linghu clan has already ventured beyond. We, two solitary souls, with our band of brothers, excel at wielding blades against adversaries. However, when tasked with collecting taxes, calculating accounts, or drafting official documents, they wither away like flowers deprived of sunlight, unable to muster even a feeble response. By the way, what of Tai and Amp? Amp, Oppos, and City? What of Li Dachui? Luo Hua suddenly interjected. This individual is no ordinary man. Did you not assert that the rise of Tai and City would inevitably be spearheaded by him? Such a person. Could you not seek to enlist him? Would such a person even entertain my overtures? Xiao Changche chuckled. Perhaps he is contemplating recruiting me instead. What do you mean? Luo Hua asked, astonished. A mere horse bandit. A rather unique horse bandit, Xiao Changche replied. He possesses formidable martial prowess and commands the golden goose that is Tai and Amp, Oppos, and City. This is merely the surface. Though I am a third-rank cavalry general, in terms of true strength, he likely surpasses me by a considerable margin. If he indeed possesses such capabilities, aligning ourselves with him might not be out of the question. Luo Hua declared, whoever can vanquish the Beiyuan and slay the Yuan dogs. We shall follow, wouldn't you agree? Yet, Xiao Changche wore a distinctly discomfort expression. That may be so, but Li Dachui is truly insufferable. After exchanging but a few words with him, I find myself wishing to silence his tongue and twist his neck. Is this man truly so detestable? What has he done to you? Luo Hua queried, perplexed. Xiao Changche shook his head. It is simply his nature to be insufferably loquacious. He had the audacity to declare that if ever I fell into his hands, he would force me into women's attire to dance in Taiyan City, charging 100 taels for admission. He also remarked that my appearance is too delicate to instill fear on the battlefield and proposed crafting a devilish mask for me. Would you not agree? Such a man is indeed insufferable? Luo Hua erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, he possesses a sharp tongue, yet he is quite amusing. If only I could meet this man, to witness the one who can infuriate you yet leave you utterly powerless. Unremarkable, Xiao Changche retorted coldly. Even if you cannot slay him, you could still give him a good thrashing. Luo Hua suggested, intrigued. If his tongue is so sharp, a bruised mouth would surely render him speechless. Xiao Changche sighed. Alone, I might not best him. He is of similar age to me. I once fancied myself a rare prodigy in martial arts, believing that my training complemented my command in battle, providing significant advantages. However, upon encountering this scoundrel, I have come to realize that there are indeed others more capable, which greatly undermines my confidence. As the topic of martial arts training arose, Luo Hua could not help but furrow his brow. Your method of heaven and Apos' devastation is excessively domineering. The malevolent aura and murderous intent it engenders, while accelerating your prowess, also inflicts considerable harm upon your body, which only intensifies as your mastery deepens. The demise of Li Muyi in his prime, though attributed to unresolved frustrations, was likely also related to this very technique. For over a century, none have attained your level of proficiency in heaven and Apos' devastation. To be candid, it fills me with trepidation. In those days, Li Mai stood at the pinnacle of Xian Yuan, and now you have also ascended to the 9th rank. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path shall surely emerge. Xiao Chanshe consoled, stating that there are no perfect solutions in this world. Since I have reaped the benefits of this technique, I must also bear its drawbacks. Furthermore, the one who imparted the art of skyslaying to me once remarked that if I could find a martial arts master who embodies both the gentle and the firm, harmonizing yin and yang to perfection, he could help alleviate the hidden injuries within me. It is easier said than done, Luo Hua replied, expressing that innate masters are exceedingly rare, and to find one who practices a technique that balances the gentle and the firm, harmonizing yin and yang, is an extraordinary feat throughout history. Nonetheless, I am not without resources. I possess precious elixirs at my disposal. Mr. Fu from Hulu Valley has taken a liking to me and assured me that I could seek him out whenever I encounter difficulties. However, he also mentioned that treating the symptoms rather than the root cause would yield little benefit. He once remarked that when my strength reaches the pinnacle of Xian Yuan, he too would find himself at a loss for solutions. Chapter 45. The killing General Xiao Changsua and Apos' nerves were perpetually taut throughout the year. Be it official duties or personal matters, nothing seemed to afford him a moment of relaxation. This rare occasion of respite found him indulging in slumber until the very noon, blissfully unaware of the world around him. For his subordinates, this was an unspoken understanding. With their general and Apos' prowess, what could such a state of repose signify? Thus, they busied themselves with their own tasks, refraining from disturbing Xiao Changsua in his precious leisure. However, as afternoon approached, this tacit agreement was shattered. An envoy from the commanding general's headquarters arrived, urgently summoning Xiao Changsua to a meeting. Was it truly so pressing? Just within the span of a day and night, they had fallen into a trap? Dismissing the envoy, Xiao Changsua shook his head, realizing he had overestimated Wan Feng. Indeed, once a man's heart is tainted by greed, his intellect plummets dramatically. Reflecting on this, Xiao Changsua felt a surge of amusement. The landscape of Jinwu City today was palpably different from the norm. Armed soldiers rushed through the streets, while the expressions of the common folk were solemn and grave. Wan Feng, a general of the guard, was among the prominent figures beyond the pass. Although gradually overshadowed by Ling Hai in recent years, his potential for a desperate struggle remained undisputed, and he likely had hidden cards up his sleeve, should he resolve to fight to the bitter end. It was the ordinary citizens within the city who would suffer the consequences. Yet, by the time the news reached the commoners, their opportunity to flee would be lost, for the city gates would have been shut tight. From a distance, Xiao Changsua observed the banners fluttering atop the city walls, signifying the readiness of the troops aligned with the commanding general's headquarters. At this juncture, the only ones able to exit the city were Ling Hai's loyal forces. Wan Feng had indeed been trapped like a dog behind closed doors. The villages outside the city would also find no escape from Ling Hai and Apos' grip. It was likely that these places had yet to receive any news before being surrounded by Ling Hai subordinates, whether it was Li Guohua or Ling Hujishu. Executing such maneuvers was a trivial task. The general was leading the charge, with Chang Jian stationed at the command post. Xiao Dongwei, with a singular gleaming eye, remarked, Wan Feng truly lacks courage. I had thought he would put up a fight, yet upon Ling Hujishu's mere threat, he surrendered on the spot. When this man resorted to schemes to exploit the populace, his audacity had long since vanished. Xiao Changsua remarked nonchalantly, I suppose Ling Hujishu has reaped considerable rewards. Xiao Dongwei bobbed his head like a chicken pecking at grain. General, you cannot fathom the bounty. They retrieved 4 massive silver orbs from the Wan family estate. They are enormous. Xiao Dongwei gestured, initially estimating them small, then widening the distance between his arms, still finding it insufficient. In any case, they are quite large. Ling Hujishu has his men rolling these for silver orbs down the street towards the headquarters. General, you ought to procure one for us. I estimate they are worth no less than 100,000 taels. Greed was indeed a potent motivator. Xiao Changche shot him an exasperated glare. A mere coin can confound even the most valiant of heroes. Xiao Dongwei retorted, moreover, General, if you do not claim your share, the Grand Marshal will consume it all for himself. It is only fair that we partake in some of the bounty. The Grand Marshal has promised me 70%. And that is precisely what I shall receive, no less. Xiao Changche replied coolly, as for the rest, I shall determine that on my own. Then it's settled. It's settled. Xiao Dongwei beamed with joy. Their commanding officer was notoriously overbearing, even in the presence of the Grand Marshal, and had never been one to suffer losses. This time, having plundered Wan Feng's estate, everyone could expect a prosperous year ahead. Outside the headquarters, Xiao Changche cast several glances at two figures resembling snowmen, only to realize they were Zhang Ruo and the magistrate from Chang and Amp, Oppos. It seemed that Ling Huyi was not as magnanimous as he appeared. Xiao Changche smirked, dismounted, tossed the reins to a soldier, and strode in with his head held high. The two rows of guards at the entrance, standing like statues, bowed in unison to salute the esteemed cavalry general. Such is the power of reputation and stature. Xiao Dongwei, however, was less gracious. Approaching Zhang Ruo, he cackled like a duck. ISN and Imp, Oppos. The scholar Zhang? What brings you here, playing the snowman? Ha. Zhang Ruo shivered from the cold, casting a disdainful glance at the smug Xiao Dongwei, choosing to ignore him. With a huff, Xiao Dongwei tapped Zhang Ruo's snow-covered head with his whip, saying, You old rascal. Don't let the day come when you fall into my hands. If that day arrives, I shall make you regret it. Don't think that just because you have that Li Dachui protecting you, I will refrain from dealing with you. Others may fear him, but I do not. Zhang Ruo tilted his head skyward, rolling his eyes to express his disdain for Xiao Dongwei. Infuriated, Xiao Dongwei contemplated striking him again, but, sensing the solemn atmosphere around them, ultimately sheathed his whip, muttering, We shall see what unfolds. The atmosphere grew tense as the morning saw Ling Hu Jishu and his entourage depart the headquarters in grand fashion. Following them, soldiers bearing orders rushed out in all directions, and faintly, the sounds of drums echoed from within the city, signaling a mobilization of troops and a reassessment of defenses. Yet, Zhang Ruo found himself in a precarious position, a mere pawn awaiting judgment, while Wu De, an inconsequential magistrate, was also a stranger to the locale, left in the dark regarding the unfolding events. Yuan Rong hurried over, exclaiming, Scholar, we are in grave trouble. What has happened? Wu De inquired urgently. Are the northern Yuan attacking? Or have the barbarians infiltrated our ranks again? Impossible. This is Jinwu City. The tens of thousands of troops surrounding us are not mere decoration. Yuan Rong replied. I have just learned that Marshal Ling Hu has ordered the arrest of General Wan Feng. The city is on high alert, fearing that Wan Feng, cornered, might resort to rebellion. Zhang Ruo was taken aback. It was said that Wan Feng had allowed his subordinates to plunder and murder, then placed the blame on the barbarians. Now, the truth had come to light. Yuan Rong continued, for massive silver ingots were rolled out from the Wan estate, worth at least several 100,000 taels of silver. Both Zhang Ruo and Wu De stood there, utterly astonished. Inside the hall, an atmosphere of unease permeated the air. Some individuals wore expressions of uncontainable excitement this year. With resources dwindling, their subordinates were rife with discontent. But now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon them. Conversely, others exhibited signs of trepidation, particularly those under General Wei Wan Feng. Although, over the years, many had covertly pledged allegiance to the Great Marshal, they still remained nominally under General Wei's command. With Wan Feng's downfall, would their past actions alongside him resurface? If the inquiry were to delve deeply, it could spell disaster. Among the ordinary commanders, Wang De sat in silence, his countenance dark and brooding. The phrase the death of the hare brings sorrow to the fox echoed in his mind. For years, both he and Wan Feng had faced ostracism. Now, with Wan Feng's fate sealed, would he be next? Glancing at Xiao Changche across the room, he cursed inwardly, wishing for nothing more than to see that scoundrel break his own fingers while filing his nails. To save Wan Feng's life, it would require a united front against Xiao Changche, yet would Xiao Changche ever advocate for Wan Feng? The very thought was absurd. It was likely that Xiao Changche himself would relish the chance to crush Wan Feng's skull. Having worked alongside Xiao Changche for years, Wang De was well aware of his temperament. Alone and unsupported, he had no choice but to remain silent. He needed to find a way to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, perhaps by mingling with the influential figures in the court. Otherwise, he might soon find himself in the same dire situation. Li Guowo was methodically enumerating Wan Feng's transgressions. and it was unclear how long they had prepared for this moment. Astonishingly, Wan Feng was accused of over 100 offenses, any one of which could warrant a death sentence. The assembly debated, should this man be executed? After the grand inquiry, the great marshal's somber voice resonated through the hall. He must die? Immediate execution, without reprieve. The uproar of voices startled Wang De, who noticed that Xiao Changche remained unfazed, continuing to tend to his nails. Turning to the loudest voices in the room, he realized they were, in fact, the subordinates of General Wan Feng. Changche, Ling Huyi called out to Xiao Changche. Ling Huyi, with a smile, then turned to Wang De. Wang De promptly clasped his hands in salute, stating, Wan Feng deserves his fate. The great marshal has rid us of a significant threat beyond the borders. Yet, it must be remembered that Wan Feng was appointed by the court as a general. When in the field, the emperor and Appo's command may not apply. This is the military law, and even the court cannot interfere, Wang De asserted. Indeed, Ling Huyu nodded emphatically. The left general speaks wisely. We shall heed the words of the left general and the cavalry general. According to military law, let us execute this traitor, to cleanse our ranks and restore order beyond the borders. Wang De lowered his gaze, inwardly cursing. How did it come to pass that I am the one advocating for Wan Feng's death? Chapter 46. The uninvited guest Wan Feng could never have anticipated that his ultimate fate would be annihilation. Throughout the years, he had chosen to retreat step by step in the face of Ling Huye's relentless pressure. He tolerated Ling Huye's tactics of division, disintegration, and the recruitment of his most trusted generals, all while placing his own loyal subordinates in key positions. His only desire was for wealth, to lead a tranquil life as a prosperous gentleman. His son, Wan Yu, seized the opportunity presented by the barbarians and Appo's incursion to seek out Qinliang, borrowing troops from him. Disguised as a barbarian, he ruthlessly slaughtered 3 villages, amassing a considerable fortune. To his credit, he initially remained unaware of the implications of his actions. It was only when vast amounts of gold and silver flooded their estate that he grasped the gravity of the situation. However, by then, what could be done? Would he sever ties with his kin for the sake of righteousness? Naturally, that was an unattainable ideal. He could only consult with Chen Liang on how to handle the situation discreetly. Chen Liang, whom he had promoted from obscurity to the esteemed rank of a 5th-grade general, was a trustworthy ally, having married a daughter from the Wan family's auxiliary branch. Yet, Wan Feng could not have foreseen that Ling Hu, in dire need of funds, would seize this opportunity to gain wealth, popular support, and military loyalty, a trifecta of benefits. If such an opportunity were missed, would Ling Huyi still be regarded as a master of military strategy? With Ling Huyi's focus fixed upon Wan Feng, he could not remain passive and was actively seeking alliances and solutions. Yet, his son Wan Yu made a grave error, proposing the elimination of Qinliang. This reckless decision plunged Wan Feng into an abyss from which there would be no return. Initially, as long as Qinliang remained loyal, there was still room for maneuver. But now, with his son caught red-handed, and Qinliang confronted with the undeniable reality of Wan Yu's intent to silence him, despair washed over him, and he divulged everything. Turning to behold his son, Wan Yu, bound and kneeling behind him, Wan Feng was filled with regret for not having dealt with this scoundrel sooner. His indulgence had fostered a lawless disposition in Wan Yu, ultimately leading to the ruin of their entire clan. He raised his gaze to the execution platform, where former colleagues watched him with expressions ranging from joy to fear, sympathy to indifference. Ling Huyi, harboring treasonous ambitions, had eliminated rivals and laid blame on others. Wang De and Xiao Changche, today you watch as I am executed. Tomorrow, it may be your turn. Wan Feng suddenly leaped up, shouting in desperation. A soldier behind him kicked the back of his knee, and he collapsed in an instant. The soldier seized him, twisting his jaw with a swift motion, leaving him mute and voiceless. It was a tragic fate for Wan Feng, once a formidable warrior of the 8th rank, who had squandered his martial prowess in pursuit of pleasure over the years. Though he had once fought valiantly on the battlefield, he had been rendered powerless by Chang Jian during his capture. Now, to be humiliated by an ordinary soldier was a bitter pill to swallow, and many commanders present felt a pang of sympathy. Wang De, his eyelids twitching, pointed an accusatory finger at Wan Feng and bellowed, "You villain! Do you still have the audacity to plead your case here? What of the innocent thousands in Hejiazhai and the other villages? You have committed murder and theft, and to be associated with you is a disgrace to us all. As death looms, one still stirs discord. It is utterly ludicrous." Upon Wang De and Appo's utterance, the officials on stage finally grasped the gravity of the moment. This is a time to declare their stance. Failing to speak now could lead the commander to believe we sympathize with this wretch, which would be most unfortunate. Moreover, the evidence of this scoundrel's crimes is indisputable. His acts of murder and plunder are as solid as nails. The glimmering silver orbs that rolled out from his abode have stirred envy among all present. Instantly, a cacophony of shouts erupted, and some, driven by a desire for spectacle, even hurled their boots at Wan Feng with great fervor. As martial artists, their aim was unerring. A boot struck Wan Feng squarely in the face. Seated at the head of the execution platform, Li Guohua observed with a satisfied smile. However, when his gaze shifted to Xiao Changche, his smile waned. Xiao Changche, visibly disgusted by the chaotic scene unfolding before him, rose and addressed Li Guohua. The commander has summoned us to escort Wan Feng on his journey. Hence, I have come. However, I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Guohua, displaying no pretense, stood and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Please. Go about your business, sir. The commander merely wished for us to partake in this tale. Xiao Changche nodded and turned to depart. Yet, as he passed the individual who had thrown the boot, he deliberately stepped upon the man and amp, Appos, bare foot. The fellow yelped in agony, hopping about and ready to protest. But upon meeting Xiao Changche's cold gaze, he promptly silenced himself. Xiao Changche descended the platform, striding away with purpose. At this moment, Zhang Rua stood at the foot of the stage, not by choice but rather by the compulsion of the officials. As a convict assigned to the military, his position was rather peculiar, situated directly beneath the execution platform. Initially, upon hearing that Ling Huyi intended to execute the third-rank General Wei, Zhang Rua was filled with indignation. The general, appointed by the court, could only be dealt with by the court itself. Ling Huyi's actions were overreaching, tyrannical, a manifestation of his ambitious nature. Yet, as he listened to the scribe on stage meticulously proclaim Wan Feng's transgressions, Zhang Rua's sentiment shifted. Such a malevolent being, who inflicted harm upon the people, deserved death. How else could the commoner's fury be quelled? The onlookers, eager for spectacle, had already begun to hurl various projectiles, vegetable scraps, and dirt at the Wan family, leaving many of its members bruised and battered. Elderly and young, men and women alike, some closed their eyes in resignation, others wept bitterly, while a few cried out in protest. Annihilation of the clan. Given Wan Feng and Amp, Appos, as heinous crimes, it must be said that the punishment was not excessive. The act of slaughtering over 1,000 innocents and seizing their wealth for personal gain is a shocking atrocity, truly unparalleled and eye-opening. Xiao Changche's mood was far from pleasant. Even if Wan Feng had been reduced to a mere wooden figure in recent years, as long as he remained in this place, Ling Huyi would still tread carefully. Had he not committed such egregious offenses, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for Ling Huyi to execute him so decisively and seize his wealth. In the past, Wan Feng was able, to some extent, to share the burdens he bore. However, with his demise, the pressures he faced are evidently set to intensify. Wan Feng's death will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the military structure beyond the borders. Will the court appoint another General Wei? It seems highly improbable. If the court intended to deal sternly with Ling Huyi, Zhang Rua would not have appeared outside the borders. It is quite possible that Ling Huyi will recommend someone from his own circle to assume the role of General Wei, and that individual is likely to be Li Guohua. At this juncture, the court will undoubtedly refrain from offending Ling Huyi. His influence is poised to expand further in the coming year. The opportunists beyond the borders will naturally align themselves with him as the winds of change shift. Those who once supported him from the shadows may very well find themselves leaning towards Ling Huyi. Over the past 2 years, the minds of these individuals have become increasingly astute. Li Guohua and Ling Hujishu have privately engaged in considerable subterfuge. The local factions beyond the borders are now stirred. In the pursuit of power, should they fail, it is the leaders who bear the brunt of misfortune, while their followers retain numerous options. This endeavor, requiring minimal investment yet promising wealth across generations, has many eager to participate. Meanwhile, his singular focus on the northern expedition and the downfall of the Yuan dynasty has diminished the allure for local factions. After all, engaging in conflict with the northern Yuan offers little gain, for they are even more impoverished than those beyond the borders, and the losses incurred in such battles are indeed substantial. Reputation holds little value for the local factions beyond the borders. Those who steadfastly support him are primarily those harboring deep-seated grievances against the northern Yuan, yet their strength is considerably diminished. Their power has been nearly eradicated in their struggles against the northern Yuan. The path ahead is growing increasingly arduous. To become a tool for Ling Huyi, clearing the way within the borders, subsequently assuming governance beyond them, consolidating power, and launching a full-scale assault on the Yuan, is a course that Xiao Changche is reluctant to embrace. The uncertainties are simply too great. Could he potentially become the second Ling Huyi, acquiring all the craftsmen of the Wan family and their workshops? Luo Hua was both astonished and delighted. The craftsmen of the Wan family were renowned beyond the borders, and the general was indeed generous. Xiao Changche nodded in agreement. As they conversed, a household servant approached, carrying a box, and said, "General, a man outside claims to be your friend and wishes to see you." When I inquired about his identity, he handed me this box, stating that upon seeing its contents, you would know who he is. What is inside? Luo Hua furrowed his brow. The servant opened the box for inspection and revealed a demon mask, his expression somewhat peculiar. Xiao Changche, however, was filled with fury, swiftly grasping the recently unsheathed dagger at his waist and striding outside, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! How dare you come here? Just wait until I deal with you." Chapter 47. A hand that does not strike a smiling face. Seeing Xiao Changche in such a state of anger was indeed a rare sight for Luo Hua. As Xiao Changche drew his sword and strode outside, Luo Hua hurriedly grasped his arm, inquiring, "Who has provoked you to such fury? What mask are you talking about?" Xiao Changche replied indignantly, "Did I not mention this to you a few days ago? Who else could it be but that scoundrel, Li Dachui?" Luo Hua suddenly realized. Li Dachui had previously remarked that Xiao Changche appeared too effeminate, lacking the intimidation required on the battlefield, thus suggesting he craft a devilish mask. Initially, Luo Hua had thought Li Dachui was merely jesting at Xiao Changche's expense, never imagining that he would actually create and deliver a devil mask. Suppressing a laugh, Luo Hua took the box from the servant and retrieved the mask. Its design, craftsmanship, and material were all of exceptional quality, leaving Luo Hua in awe. This Li Dachui is indeed quite the character. She chuckled, raising the mask towards Xiao Changche's face. "Put it on and see if it truly frightens anyone as he claimed." As the mask adhered perfectly to Xiao Changche's face, Luo Hua stepped back to scrutinize him from head to toe. "Indeed, you look far more intimidating like this." Xiao Changche snatched the mask off, his expression sour. "Luo Hua, are you also joining him in mocking me? This fellow is quite tiresome. Such antics are certainly not beyond him," Xiao Changche remarked. "Regardless, he has come from afar, and this mask must hold some value. It is only proper to extend the courtesy of offering him tea. We must not lose our decorum, lest we become the subject of his ridicule. If we were to dismiss him, who knows how he would taunt us upon our next encounter," Luo Hua replied. Xiao Changche paused for a moment before nodding. "You are right. He is sharp-tongued and should not be given any leverage against us. Although he is detestable, he does have a knack for serious matters. He likely has other intentions for this visit." "You have finally come to your senses," Luo Hua exclaimed. "Perhaps that rascal is merely trying to provoke you, hoping to unsettle you before broaching his actual business with you. My vulnerabilities are not so easily exploited." Xiao Changche scoffed. Gesturing to the servant, "Invite that scoundrel in." The servant hesitated, unsure how to address the situation since he was instructed to invite someone referred to as a scoundrel. A stranger soon appeared in Xiao Changche's line of sight, a burly man with a scruffy beard, a face full of flesh, and a knife tucked into his waist. He walked with a gait reminiscent of a crab, his legs distinctly bow-legged. Had it not been for the prior identification of this man as Li Dachui, Xiao Changche would have struggled to find a single resemblance to him. Xiao Changche knew well that Li Dachui had no such physical peculiarities. "Xiao Changche, are you not going to invite me in?" boomed a coarse voice, entirely different from Li Dachui's usual tone. Xiao Chang stood resolutely at the center of the door, his gaze fixed intently on the face before him. At last, he discerned a hint of familiarity in the other eyes. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed he had erred, that the visitor was not Li Dachui. "My household does not entertain those who lurk in the shadows," Xiao Chang stated coldly. The burly man chuckled heartily. I see. I thought General Cheki was merely unwelcoming." "You are correct. I am indeed not welcoming you," Xiao Chang retorted. "You may turn and leave at once." "That would not suffice," the man replied. "I have matters of importance to discuss." He rubbed his face vigorously, and when he released his hands, a visage that made Xiao Chang's teeth grind with irritation appeared before him. The man's legs, previously crooked, now stood straight. "Let us disregard the attire for now. I have no alternative at this moment. Our physiques differ considerably. I am far more robust, while you are rather slender." Li Dachui assessed Xiao Chang from head to toe. "Your physique is enviable. You possess that rare quality of looking slim in clothes yet possessing substance when unclothed. When shall I have the opportunity to admire it? From within the room, a stifled laugh erupted, followed by the hurried retreat of footsteps. It was Luo Hua, unable to contain her amusement, who, upon realizing her folly, hastily fled. Xiao Chang had a guest, and she was covertly watching, unaware of the potential mockery that awaited her. Li Dachui, indeed, was a man of loose lips, yet undeniably an entertaining fellow. Xiao Chang's expression darkened. In a fit of rage, he stepped aside to allow entry. Come in and speak. Li Dachui, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered past Xiao Chang into the main room. Behind him, Xiao Chang clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, genuinely tempted to deliver a fierce blow, hoping it would result in immediate retribution. Are you inclined to strike me? Li Dachui inquired nonchalantly as he settled into his seat, regarding Xiao Chang with a bemused expression. What do you think? Xiao Chang inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, then inhaled again. He resolved not to allow this man to manipulate him, vowing to maintain his composure. I shall endure. Excellent, quite fitting. I find it most agreeable. Xiao Chang decided to cut through the tension swiftly, determined not to become ensnared in further debate on the matter. Hearing a slight commotion from behind the screen, Xiao Chang felt exasperated. Luo Hua was still lurking nearby. If he could perceive it, surely Li Dachui could as well. How vexing. Enough. Xiao Chang finally erupted. Li Dachui fell silent, but promptly produced another small box from his pocket. This is a gift for you, my dear friend. It is a newly crafted soap from Taiyan City, splendid for washing your face and bathing, with remarkable skincare benefits. Even old Master Fu from Hulu Valley praises it highly, though it is labor-intensive to produce and cannot yet be mass-produced. For now, it is reserved for my best friends to sample. Thank you. Xiao Chang gritted through his teeth. Li Dachui, resembling a mischievous child, produced a small wooden sword from his bosom, a gift for his nephew Qianli. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial sword. The wood from which it is carved was pilfered from old Master Fu, inherently fragrant, repelling snakes, insects, and mosquitoes alike. A truly remarkable item. Xiao Changche exclaimed in disbelief. You stole old Master Fu's fragrant wood? Merely pruned a branch. Li Dachui shrugged nonchalantly. That old miser chased me for 2 miles. Xiao Changche grimaced. If it were me, I would have severed your hand. Are you attempting to drag me into this affair by gifting Qianli such a thing? Just say whether you'll accept it. Li Dachui grinned slyly. Of course I accept. Such a precious item. Now that I bear the notoriety, I must seize it. Li Dachui clapped in delight. Exactly. Regardless of your acceptance, when next I encounter old Master Fu, I'll claim it was a gift to you. Now that the pleasantries are settled, you must have come to Jinwu City for an urgent matter? Not overly urgent. Li Dachui scanned the surroundings. I've accepted your gift, yet not even a sip of tea? Your hospitality is rather lacking, Xiao Changche. Before he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from behind the screen, and soon, Luo Hua gracefully approached with a tea tray, offering a cup to Li Dachui. Uncle, please enjoy some tea. Li Dachui shifted slightly, pressing his hands over the teacup and glancing at Luo Hua. Then looked up at Xiao Changche, saying, Sister-in-law is indeed a paragon of beauty, a perfect match for you. Luo Hua, poised and charming, smiled as she approached Xiao Changche. Uncle, you flatter me. I often hear the general speak of you. Today, I see it is indeed well-deserved. Surely the general has never uttered a kind word about me. Li Dachui chuckled. Uncle, you unjustly accuse my general. He often states that among the heroes of the world, you are the only one he respects. Li Dachui laughed heartily. Alas, were there thunder from the heavens, I could feign surprise by overturning my tea bowl. Luo Hua looked at him, puzzled. Uncle, please drink at ease. My general would never stoop to such base treachery. Xiao Changche waved his hand. You may leave now. I have pressing matters to discuss with brotherly. Luo Hua smiled and withdrew. Li Dachui took a sip of tea, stating, I have indeed come to discuss something important. Would you be interested in joining me for a venture? Xiao Changche narrowed his eyes. Do you take me for a bandit? I am utterly impoverished. And you are even poor. Li Dachui snorted dismissively. Are you implying that after Ling Hu you executed Wan Feng, you suddenly came into a fortune and are no longer in need? A gentleman values wealth, but only through righteous means, Xiao Changche asserted solemnly. Baoping Prefecture, Yansheng. Li Dachui declared. Are you intrigued? This is not a one-time transaction. Securing this place will yield a continuous influx of resources. You dare to target him? Do you think you can manage it? Xiao Changche's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback that Li Dachui aimed to engage with the formidable force of Yanshin beyond the borders. Chapter 48. Will you wait for me to treat you to a meal? The term treasure bottle prefecture refers to its geographical features. The Qingshui River and the Juma River, the two principal rivers beyond the passes, converge here. These rivers meander intricately, and the expansive fertile land nestled between them resembles a bottle, thus earning the name Treasure Bottle Prefecture. The city of Treasure Bottle is strategically situated at the confluence of these rivers, benefiting immensely from the convenience of water transport, making it a vital hub for maritime trade. With a flourishing water transport industry and rich arable land, Treasure Bottle Prefecture stands as an undeniable third force beyond the passes. The military magnate Ling Huyi, the naturally gifted Zhou Ji of Taiyan City, and then there is Yin Sheng of Treasure Bottle Prefecture. Ranking third in power signifies a notable strength. Although Yin Sheng himself is merely at the 8th rank of the Xin Yuan realm, his wealth enables him to gather a multitude of skilled experts under his command. More importantly, he possesses a unique naval force that is unrivaled in the entire region beyond the passes. With hundreds of warships, his influence cannot be underestimated. He is indeed the true authority on the Qingshui and Juma rivers. Those who make their livelihood on these rivers inevitably pay tribute to Yin Sheng. Even the formidable commander Ling Huyi treats him with utmost respect. When Yin Sheng visits Tai and Amp, Opos, and City, he is equally a guest of honor to Zhou Ji. As the commercial center of the entire region beyond the passes, the significance of water transport on these two rivers to Taiyan City is self-evident. Li Dachui's intentions towards Yin Sheng are transparently clear. He wishes to avoid being at the mercy of Yin Sheng. After all, if Yin Sheng were to become displeased, the trading of major commodities in Taiyan City would encounter severe disruptions. In recent years, Yin Sheng has been envious of the prosperity in Taiyan City, planning to elevate Treasure Bottle City into a competitive second trading center, with the convenience of water transport greatly enhancing the likelihood of success. However, what could he possibly gain by meddling in this affair? Merely serving as a henchman for Li Dachui? Moreover, should Li Dachui seize control of Treasure Bottle Prefecture, it would only inflate his power further, yielding no benefits for himself. Xiao Chanche squinted at Li Dachui, realizing that since Li had come to him, he must possess some form of leverage, as it was unlikely he could persuade him without a significant advantage. He was eager to discover what that advantage was. Li Dachui produced a map from his pocket and spread it across the floor between them. Xiao Chanche cast a brief glance before crouching down to examine the map closely. It depicted 3 points: Treasure Bottle City, Taiyan City, and his own Yuanan City. The routes of transport, mountains, rivers, villages, and towns were marked with remarkable clarity. Crucially, it was exponentially more detailed than the military maps in his possession. As a commanding general, Xiao Chanche understood well the importance of a comprehensive map for an army. Li Dachui also crouched down, his finger tracing the location of Treasure Bottle City, drawing a line that extended to Yuan and Opos and City. Do you see? If Yin Sheng harbors ill intentions, he could navigate the waterways from Treasure Bottle City and circle behind you within a day and night. At that point, you would be in dire straits. Why would Yin Sheng take action against me? Xiao Chanche scoffed, unconvinced. Li Dachui chuckled slyly. Surely you Don and Opos naively believe that Yin Sheng, this local behemoth, supports you unconditionally? Why would he refrain from taking action against you? If you are persuaded by this notion, you may leave at once. Xiao Chanche responded coolly. Ignoring the dismissal, Li Dachui continued. What if one day you decide to wage war against Beiyuan, launching your army deep into their territory? At that moment, if Yin Sheng were to mobilize his forces from Baoping City, even if your Yuan and Opos and City could hold its ground, what about the civilians outside the city? What about your supply lines? What reason do you have to believe Yin Sheng would not attack me? Xiao Chanche replied. Li Dachui raised his gaze, locking eyes with Xiao Chanche, and said, I have obtained reliable intelligence that Tiela will arrive at Baoping City in a month. His purpose is to persuade Yin Sheng to covertly ally with Beiyuan, serving as a hidden asset to maximize their effectiveness when needed. Nonsense. Xiao Chanche dismissed the claim outright. If Tiela truly goes to Baoping City, only those at the core of Beiyuan would be aware of such news. Would they leak it? How could you possibly possess such confidential information? Why not? Li Dachui replied languidly. The eldest son of the Beiyuan emperor has been at his side, engaging in fierce battles against the Hu tribe these past few years, a warrior unmatched in valor. The youngest son is stationed in Yindu, ensuring logistics for 2 fronts while maintaining order throughout Beiyuan. It is the second son, Tiela, who commands heavy forces at Qitong Gorge and Wild Boar Ridge. In the absence of Beiyuan's main forces, he has still managed to suppress Ling Huyi, thwarting any attempts he might have to gain an advantage. I can further inform you that this intelligence was deliberately leaked. My connections do not imply infiltration. Rather, the other party, being astute, deduced their ties to me and wished to use my influence to eliminate Tiela. Li Dachui laughed. That fellow is merely taking a gamble, thinking that if inquiries arise later, it would be impossible to trace back to him, and surely someone would take the fall for him. Your words have indeed piqued my belief. Xiao Chanshe inhaled deeply. I can roughly guess who you are referring to. Ingzhua, now aging, will undoubtedly determine an heir in the coming years for the stability of Biyuan. The competition among the royal family has always been fierce. The victor claims all, while the vanquished vanish without a trace. With the recent victory over the Hu tribe, this is indeed the opportune moment to establish an heir. Indeed, Tiela's proposition to sway Yansheng must have been in the works for a long time. His visit now is likely to finalize this matter, offering Yansheng a lucrative deal. Should Yansheng openly declare allegiance to Biyuan, the position of heir would surely be his. Xiao Changshe paced restlessly in the room, his expression shifting between hope and concern. If Yansheng truly allied with Biyuan, the border region would become perilous. So, are you willing to join me in this venture? Li Dachui proposed with a grin. One Tiela is worth more than the entirety of Baoping Prefecture. Eliminate him, among the next generation of the Northern Yuan. There will be no one else who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. To extinguish a formidable adversary in the prime of their growth is indeed a delightful prospect. Moreover, it would simultaneously eradicate the threat posed by Yansheng. Xiao Chanshe cast a sidelong glance at his companion. And Oppos, you appear to hold yourself in rather high regard. Are you perhaps plotting in your heart the moment when you might also rid yourself of me? A young man who cannot even embrace pride cannot speak of ambition and aspirations. You are, after all, a part of my plans, a future ally of mine. See, I have come to seek you out, and Oppos, Li Dachui replied with a smile. And Oppos, that is a task you cannot accomplish alone. Thus, you seek to draw me into your scheme. And Oppos, Xiao Chanshe retorted. Unimpressed by Li Dachui's declaration, how can you prove that your words hold any truth? Li Dachui shrugged his shoulders and replied, since the information is classified, there is naturally no evidence to present. I can only vouch for my character. Tai Lu will undoubtedly appear in Baoping City. And that will be our prime opportunity to act. Individuals like Tai Lu are not easily confronted at any given moment. Is your character truly worthy of my trust? Xiao Chanshe scoffed. Li Dachui feigned a look of grievance. Your words are quite hurtful. 3 years ago, when you pursued Asta, you merely sent a message my way. Yet I mustered my finest to hold off that fellow Wu Tu for you. One does not rise early without profit. You had your eyes set on the thousands of able-bodied men and women Wu Tu had captured. Xiao Chanshe retorted angrily, and ceased putting on such airs before me. Li Dachui immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Nevertheless, isn't it worth a try? Your lifelong ambition is to eradicate the Northern Yuan. Thus, a deceased Tai Lu would facilitate your future endeavors, while a living Tai Lu would only complicate matters further. Your plan is for us to jointly launch a surprise attack on Baozhou City. Tai Lu, being an exceedingly cautious individual, will not linger in such a perilous location. He will surely depart immediately, and he will not take many people with him. Xiao Chanshe continued, then we shall ambush him from outside. Li Dachui gave a thumbs up. If Tai Lu remains within Baozhou City, we cannot reach him. If he feels pressured, revealing his identity in a place like Baoping City will make it difficult for us to eliminate him. However, if he wishes to avoid being besieged by a large army and does not want Yansheng, this pawn, to be exposed and arouse our suspicion, he will have no choice but to leave Baoping City quietly with minimal escort. This, then, is our opportunity. Tai Lu will vanish silently from this world. Xiao Changshe's voice grew louder. The world will remain unaware of his presence in Baoping City, and we shall not acknowledge it either. A deceased individual, no matter how mighty they once were, is simply dead. Those who remain are primarily concerned with how to partition the spoils they leave behind. Any investigation into the truth becomes trivial. Once dead, they hold little value. And amp. Oppos, Li Dachui added, and amp. Oppos. Afterward, I shall claim Baoping City, and amp. Oppos. Xiao Chanshe fixed his gaze upon Li Dachui, declaring, you possess Tian City, while my distant and is but a land of destitution. I require a source of vital waters. I demand the water fleet of the esteemed Sheng. Li Dachui, with a smile, replied, in the future, Tai and amp. Oppos, and city and Baoping City shall unite as one, complemented by your distant and city, thus forming a formidable triangle. Within this triad lies our sphere of influence. Xiao Chanshe lowered his head, scrutinizing the map spread before him, inhaling deeply as he stated, "It is settled then. I presume you have already devised a plan?" "Indeed," Li Dachui responded, "everything is in place. All that remains is the favorable winds." With a deft flick of his foot, Xiao Chanche sent the map soaring into the air, expertly catching it and tucking it into his belt. He then fixed his gaze upon Li Dachui and urged, "Since everything is prepared, why do we not set our plans into motion? What purpose does it serve to linger here? Shall I wait for you to treat me to a meal?" Chapter 49. Wishes fulfilled. Gazing at the map sprawled across the table, Luo Hua was utterly astonished. It was remarkable that even the depths and shallows of the waterways were meticulously marked. His fingers traced the dense annotations at the bottom of the map, sending a shiver down his spine. Such a map was invaluable. How could that Li Dachui expect to keep it for himself? Did he truly believe he possessed only this one? Xiao Chanche remarked, "To be fair, he is rather generous. If this map belonged to me, I would never dream of revealing it to outsiders." Luo Hua chuckled. "You have borrowed money and provisions from him countless times when your affairs were not going well, and he has never refused you. Speaking of which, you still owe him a substantial debt. Don and Appos, to you? It is only right to treat him to a meal." Xiao Chanche scowled. This man is adept at taking advantage of kindness. If you invite him for lunch, he will start to expect dinner, and after dinner, he will think about staying overnight. Therefore, I cannot afford to give him even the slightest opportunity. Besides, I am not neglecting my debt. It is merely outstanding. Luo Hua observed Xiao Chanche with amusement. Whenever Li Dachui was mentioned, he always wore a look of exasperation. If Li Dachui possessed such a map that encompassed the entire region beyond the pass, it would indeed be extraordinary. Xiao Chanche shook his head vehemently. That is highly improbable. Creating a map with such detail requires a tremendous investment of manpower, resources, and, most importantly, time. What if he does? Luo Hua pressed. Xiao Chanche paused. If he does, then on the battlefield, he would gain an undeniable advantage at every turn. He nodded thoughtfully. The next time I see him, it is essential to gauge his intentions and ascertain whether he possesses more maps, particularly regarding the northern Yuan. Are you truly considering collaborating with him to confront Yansheng? Why not? Xiao Chanche replied. In truth, whether or not he has the Iron Lu does not matter. If I can secure Baoping Prefecture, my strength will rise significantly, rendering Ling Hai incapable of constraining me. Yansheng is formidable. I fear the general might be reluctant. Once rice is cooked, it cannot be uncooked. What alternative does he have? Xiao Chanche laughed. Moreover, Yansheng and Appos' collusion with the northern Yuan is well documented. If he were to trouble me, I would have ample evidence to humiliate him. I am not Wan Feng, whom he can simply eliminate at will. Still, one must exercise caution. A person like Ling Hai can be quite unpredictable. What you think he would not dare to do, he might indeed attempt. Just as we could not have predicted he would audaciously murder Wan Feng, Luo Hua remarked. He is increasingly unrestrained by the court. With every step the court retreats, he advances further. Thus, I not only need to grow stronger, but I also require formidable allies. Taiyan City. Luo Hua interjected with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Chanche affirmed. The intentions of Taiyan City are transparent. They seek to unite the weak to stand against the strong. Currently, among the three factions, I am the weakest. But if I obtain Baoping Prefecture, my power will increase, granting me a greater voice. Yet, even with Baoping Prefecture, I will still need capable individuals to manage it. Luo Hua sighed. Look at Yansheng, who possesses such vast territory, yet his strength pales in comparison to that of Taiyan City, which is but a mere locale. From where does the general summon his talents? Commander Linghu, I suppose Zhang Ruo will soon be dispatched to my side? Xiao Chanche chuckled heartily. Once Zhang Ruo arrives, I shall appoint him as a governor in Baoping Prefecture, overseeing this land and acting as a benevolent official. Let this fellow, who wishes to abandon the borders, become well acquainted with the people beyond. As for Baoping City and the docks, Xiao Chanche continued nonchalantly. Naturally, I shall have Li Dachui find someone to manage them. Baoping City ought to become a bustling trade hub, much like Taiyan City. While I may falter, Li Dachui will undoubtedly excel. And when the time comes, who shall claim the credit? Is that not simple? Xiao Chanche replied. Should it be realized, the one with the strongest fist shall take it all. If our strengths are evenly matched, then we shall simply divide the spoils. As for how to divide, Luo Hua laughed. It will ultimately depend on whose fist is more formidable. The stronger shall take a larger share, while the weaker shall settle for less. Ah, teachable child. Xiao Chanche bellowed with laughter. Beyond the camp, Zhang Ruo had transformed into a snowman. The weather grew colder each day, and the snowfall intensified, though bundled up tightly. Icicles still formed on his exposed eyelashes. Every half hour or so, he would stretch his neck and call out, "Criminal Zhang Ruo requests an audience with Commander Ling Hu." Yet, within the camp, no one paid him any heed. In recent days, Wu De had learned his lesson. No longer enduring the bitter cold alongside Zhang Ruo outdoors, but instead taking refuge beneath a nearby eave. Though still chilly, it was far better than standing outside. He could not leave without turning Zhang Ruo over. As Wu De brushed the snow off Zhang Ruo's body and attempted to restore warmth to his numbed limbs, a clerk, clad in scholarly attire, emerged from the camp. "Who is Zhang Ruo?" Wu De looked up and replied loudly, "Scholar Zhang is here. Does the commander wish to see him?" The clerk regarded them with disdain, fixing his gaze upon them. "I am inquiring about the criminal Zhang Ruo, not some scholar." Zhang Ruo straightened himself and took a step forward, nearly stumbling in the process. "I am Zhang Ruo. Does the commander wish to see me?" The clerk sneered. "The commander is occupied with state affairs and has no time for a mere criminal. Here, take this document. With it, leave at once and cease your incessant wailing outside the camp." Zhang Ruo took the document and glanced at it, astonished. "To Yuanin? To serve under the general of cavalry? How can this be? What? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to be choosy?" The clerk retorted. "Let me be clear. This is the borderlands, Jinwu City. You are no longer that high-ranking official who seeks to abandon our territories. Humph. Thankfully the emperor is wise and not swayed by your treacherous ilk. Otherwise, the lands we have guarded for generations would be laid waste by you scoundrels. I wish to meet the commander. I have matters to discuss." Zhang Ruo declared loudly. "Dream on." The scribe spat a mouthful of saliva onto Zhang Ruo's face, turned, and departed, leaving Zhang Ruo abandoned in the frigid wilderness. "To Yuanin? To serve under General Xiao Che?" In the inn, upon hearing this news, Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong were elated. "Scholar, did you not instruct us to enlist under the general? Now that you are going there as well, we can be together again. You may go. General Xiao will surely welcome you. However, as for my presence, it may incite disdain," Zhang Ruo replied with a bitter smile. "Yet it matters little, to me. The lands beyond the pass are all the same. Moreover, Li Dachui has stated that General Xiao is a man of pure military virtue, and perhaps serving under him could yield some benefit. Scholar, General Xiao is currently in Jinwu City. Since you intend to serve under him, should we not pay him a visit?" Yuan Rong suggested. Zhang Ruo shook his head. "He is now a third-rank general, while I am merely a condemned man awaiting orders. What face do I have to seek an audience? I shall go directly to his headquarters in Yuanin. If General Xiao wishes to see me, he will summon me there." Yuan Rong pondered for a moment and agreed with this reasoning. "When shall we set forth?" Wu De nodded. "Indeed, however, scholar. It is a rare opportunity to be in the frontier. I had planned to visit the renowned Tiandapos and city, which is not too far out of the way. Well, if we are to go to Tiandapos and city, do visit Qingyun and deliver a message that I am well. Will you not write a letter?" Wu De inquired. "No need." Zhang Ruo replied with a smile. "You have worked hard on this journey and lost several brothers along the way. Should I have a future, I will surely repay Tixing." Zhang Ruo nodded. "All right, then let us all rest early. We must set out at dawn." The next day, at the break of dawn, Wu De, sound asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of neighing horses. Wrapping himself in his blanket, he leapt up and opened the window slightly to look down, his heart racing in surprise. He saw Xiao Dongwei, the fearsome one-eyed general under General Xiao Che. At that moment, Xiao Dongwei sat confidently on his horse, flanked by a dozen equally menacing cavalrymen. "Zhang Ruo?" Xiao Dongwei grinned, though his smile held no warmth. "I am he," Zhang Ruo replied. "The general has received the official decree. You have been assigned to Yuanin City." "Huh. The general has sent me to escort you today, lest you be waylaid by bandits on your way. Let us go, then. I have little to prepare," Zhang Ruo stated. "May I have a horse?" The general, concerned for your well-being against the harsh winds of the frontier, has arranged for a carriage to ensure your comfort on the way to Yuan and Apos. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dongwei and Apos' laughter dripped with malice, and the mirth of the cavalrymen behind him sent chills down Wu De and Apos' spine. Chapter 50. The city and its inhabitants. The city walls are constructed from rammed earth, standing roughly 10 feet high. A modest gate tower flutters, a large flag emblazoned with the character Xiao, rustling in the biting wind and snow. Following a heavy snowfall yesterday, the ground is blanketed with at least half a foot of snow, yet the walls remain dark and devoid of any snow accumulation, clearly indicating that someone has been diligent in clearing the surface. In this frigid landscape, one would expect not a single soul to be seen, not even a stray dog. Yet the soldiers present maintain an air of meticulous discipline. Even with the arrival of Xiao Dongwei, the most favored general under the command of the cavalry general Xiao Changche. The gate guards adhere strictly to protocol, registering every detail, particularly for newcomers like Zhang Ruo and Yuan Rong, whose appearances are carefully noted. Though the descriptions may lack sophistication, they are nevertheless fairly accurate. Zhang Ruo is depicted as a frail scholar, while Yuan Rong is portrayed as a robust warrior. The names Yuan Rong and Yuan Tong are circled, indicating that such figures, akin to heroes of the realm, are under close scrutiny. The process at the city gate consumes a considerable amount of time, yet Xiao Dongwei, as their superior, shows no sign of impatience. This is the established order, one that all must respect. Xiao Changche commands merely 3,000 cavalry, yet within the formidable army of Ling Huyi, their combat prowess is unparalleled. The esteem Xiao Changche commands in the presence of Ling Huyi is a testament to the accumulation of such experiences. As the adage suggests, a glimpse reveals the entirety. Cold and resolute, the first impression Zhang Ruo receives of Yuan and Apos, and city is one of starkness. Upon finally entering the city, he notices the absence of towering structures. All buildings are uniform, made of rammed earth and topped with thatch, overlaid with a layer of mud. At this moment, many residents are armed with sticks, poking at the snow on their rooftops, causing large clumps to tumble down, eliciting hearty laughter from men, women, and children alike, suggesting a sense of camaraderie between the military and the civilians. This atmosphere starkly contrasts with Zhang Ruo's preconceived notions. Individuals like him typically harbor little affection for the military. And within the confines of the borders, both commoners and gentry frown upon the mention of soldiers. Yet here, the people appear joyful and relaxed, despite their apparent poverty. Yuan City is indeed a genuine frontline stronghold. The one-eyed general, Zhou Dongwei, remarks to Zhang Ruo, "Do you know, Scholar Zhang? We are less than 50 miles from the northern Yuan border, and cavalry could reach it in an instant. However, among the entire border region, Yuan and Apos, and city has suffered the least from northern Yuan assaults. For the past 2 years, their forces have not dared to approach. Do you know why? Of course, it is due to your Xiao Cheki." Zhang Ruo replies. Zhou Dongwei slaps his thigh and laughs heartily. That is one principal reason. The other is that the people of Yuan and Apos, and do not let vengeance linger overnight. If the northern Yuan dares to raid a single village, we retaliate by ravaging 10 of theirs. They take one of our lives, and we shall not rest until we have slain 10 of theirs. Grudges beget only deeper enmity. It is evident that you individuals possess a scant understanding of the realities at the frontier. Zhou Dongwei scoffed, stating that here, if one seeks to repay kindness with enmity, the other party will only take advantage of it. If you instill fear in your adversaries, they may hesitate to provoke you. As Che Qi articulated, regarding the northern Yuan people, should they offend us, we must retaliate. If they do not provoke us, we must still strike. Even if they plead for mercy, we shall not relent. Zhang Ruo preferred not to engage in such discussions with Xiao Dongwei, fully aware that conversing with a bull would be a futile endeavor, potentially inciting its wrath. Although Xiao Dongwei may not have received extensive education, he possessed keen insight. Merely observing Zhang Ruo and Apos, as expression, he discerned his thoughts and, unperturbed, chuckled. Once you have lingered here long enough, you will come to realize the validity of my words. Who knows, you might even become more ferocious than I. The county magistrate of Yuan and Apos, and, educated as he was, currently exhibited a more pronounced bloodlust than myself. After a brief interval, the group halted before a structure. A similar earthen hut, yet considerably larger than the previous ones, encased by an extensive rammed earth wall that enclosed a substantial plot of land. In the frontier, land is abundantly available, and one can enclose as much as desired. A sign indicating the Yuanan County office hung above the entrance, while the left wall bore weathered notices, now rendered illegible by the melting snow. To the right stood a large drum, its surface marred by a significant rupture, resembling a mere prop. There were no guards or soldiers stationed at the entrance. The gate stood wide open, inviting all who might wish to enter. "Come, let me show you what the scholars of Yuanan City are like," Xiao Dongwei exclaimed with laughter. The appearance of county offices across the realm is likely quite similar. Upon entering through the gate and traversing the snow-laden courtyard, one arrives in the county hall, where a plaque hangs high, intended to be polished with gold leaf. Though now it has lost much of its luster, significantly diminishing the hall's solemnity. The county hall, naturally, was drafty and cold as an ice cellar. Zhang Ruo even observed long icicles forming beside the main table, prompting a shake of his head. Within Yuan and Appos, in city, litigation was virtually non-existent, rendering the hall seldom utilized, perhaps only accommodating a few visitors from higher authorities each year. Adhering to principles of frugality, they refrained from excessive expenditure here. Money should be spent wisely, Xiao Dongwei remarked. Zhang Ruo resonated with the notion of prudent financial management. Previously in Chang'an, he had perceived the military's expenditures as boundless, a pit without a bottom. Yet upon arriving in Yuanan County and witnessing the current state of affairs, he could not help but wonder where the money was. Let us proceed to meet the county magistrate, Lu Yi. He is an erudite individual. Xiao Dongwei and Appos' words elicited an eye roll from Zhang Ruo, implying that he himself was not a scholar of note. Navigating around the hall, they reached the second courtyard, which also housed an earthen hut, albeit smaller in size. At that moment, a plume of smoke wafted from one of the roofs, evoking an ethereal ambience. Louis. With a thunderous roar from Xiao Dongwei, the door swung open, and the figure that emerged instantly dissipated the ethereal ambience. Clad in a thick cotton garment, remarkably devoid of patches, the bulky overcoat was cinched at the waist with a leather belt, enhancing its snug fit. Hair disheveled and hastily tied with a blue cloth ribbon, secured with a wooden hairpin, his eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks. Louis, what on earth are you doing? Xiao Dongwei and Appos' eyes gleamed with intensity. Are we smoking meat? Have you collected any money? Secured any supplies? Lu Yi resembled a creditor who had unexpectedly seen his debtor come into some wealth. Do you not realize who we are? Naturally, we have acquired what we need, but transporting supplies and funds takes time. Xiao Dongwei chuckled. Wan Feng has been executed by the commander, a third-grade official, and just like that, he and Appos' done for? Lu Yi expressed a fleeting surprise before reverting to his usual demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Ling Huye's execution of a third-grade official, which cast a shadow over Zhang Ruo's heart. The laws of the court truly held no value beyond the frontier. Lu Yi, after all, was a scholar. If he thought this way, one could only imagine the sentiments of the common folk beyond the borders, who were utterly illiterate. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang, once quite an esteemed figure, having served as a bachelor and a vice minister. Xiao Dongwei pulled Zhang Ruo toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled. Zhang the bachelor. Huh. The commander did not have his head taken, and instead, he has been sent to us? What is the meaning of this? Do you have any objections? Lu Yi shook his head vigorously. No objections. No objections. The commander has sent you to me. Is it to replace me as the county magistrate? Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. I could serve in the military, perhaps as a logistics officer. I could certainly perform that role competently. He tucked a pin behind his ear, inserted account books into his waist, raised his hands to his brows, and performed a formal bow. The humble Lu Yi pays his respects to Bachelor Zhang. Zhang Ruo reciprocated. Criminal Zhang Ruo pays his respects to County Magistrate Lu. Lu Yi laughed heartily. Let us not dwell on guilt for now. Come, take a look at these account books. You've served as the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. You must have seen much. These matters should not be difficult for you. As Lu Yi pulled Zhang Ruo into the smoke-filled room, Xiao Dongwei remained outside, calling out, I leave Bachelor Zhang in your care. Ensure his needs for food, clothing, and shelter are met. And remember, the position of County Magistrate Yuanan is not something you can evade. Arrangements will be made for Bachelor Zhang. Chapter 51. How can this be called stealing? Xiao Dongwei was exceedingly cordial towards the Yuan brothers. Individuals of remarkable ability are invariably welcomed, regardless of their location, especially when they express a desire to become your allies. The martial prowess of the Yuan brothers was notably high, reaching the 7th rank of Xian Yuan, surpassing Xiao Dongwei's capabilities. Moreover, as they were brothers, their combined skills elevated their level even further. Xiao Cheki's renown beyond the pass was formidable, yet this did not guarantee his ability to attract more talent. On the contrary, due to General Ling Hu and Appos' subtle intentions regarding Xiao Cheki, it was well understood that capable individuals with aspirations tended to gravitate towards General Ling Hu. Those who chose to ally with Xiao Cheki were genuinely brave souls, willing to engage in a life-and-death struggle against Bei Yuan, undeterred by the specter of mortality. Throughout their journey from Zhengwu City, Xiao Dongwei had provided the brothers with a general overview of Yuan and Appos and city. It was widely known that Xiao Changche commanded 3,000 cavalry. However, this figure did not accurately reflect the totality of his forces. These 3,000 were cavalrymen, and to maintain their exceptional combat effectiveness, he required an auxiliary force of 5,000, comprised of both civilians and soldiers. The funding allocated to Xiao Changche by the command was woefully inadequate to sustain this military contingent. Yet, Xiao Changche found no avenue to voice his grievances. Overall, General Ling Hu adhered to the financial provisions set forth by the court. While he might often withhold funds from other divisions, he had never done so with Xiao Changche. Nonetheless, the resources were still insufficient, leading Xiao Changche to frequently resort to the practice of waging war to finance further engagements. Whether it involved exterminating bandits or crossing borders to plunder Beiyuan, many of his endeavors were driven by the necessity of securing adequate provisions. Even so, this was often insufficient, and borrowing became a routine occurrence. Thus, Li Dachui emerged as a creditor to Xiao Changche. Our 3,000 iron cavalry possesses nearly 10,000 steeds, Xiao Dongwei proclaimed with pride. We even have dedicated caretakers for breeding superior war horses. Nearly half of our funding is consumed by these horses. 3 horses per person is quite impressive, Yuan Rong remarked with genuine admiration. The soldiers stationed within the city were, in truth, not true soldiers. They were half soldiers, half civilians, alternating between duty and agricultural work or engaging in small businesses during their off time. Only the 3,000 cavalry outside the city could be regarded as true warriors. Xiao Dongwei continued, cavalry requires ample space, which is why we do not garrison within the city. Instead, we have established 2 large camps outside, which we habitually refer to as the left and right camps. The left camp accommodates 2,000 men, while the right camp houses 1,000, along with the horse breeding grounds. The general resides in the left camp. We are now en route to meet the general. Upon reaching the outskirts, it became evident that Xiao Cheki's fame was indeed formidable. General Xiao, I must admit that I feel a bit anxious, Yuan Rong chuckled. The general appreciates talent, Xiao Dongwei replied. However, if the 2 of you truly wish to join us in resisting Beiyuan, then we are bound as brothers in life and death. What is there to be anxious about? Does General Cheki have any preferences or particular dislikes? General, could you perhaps divulge a hint to prevent us from committing any faux pas? Xiao Dongwei pondered for a moment and responded, indeed, there's nothing to share. However, it is advisable to refrain from extolling grandiose attributes when addressing our general. Such topics are best left unmentioned. Understood. Yuan Rong nodded. Xiao Cheki, who had an androgynous appearance, likely detested remarks of that nature. The group pressed forward against the biting wind and snow, the military camp now coming into view. It resembled the city, with rows of mud and straw huts, all blanketed by the heavy snowfall, save for the military encampment itself, where snow was scarcely visible, likely cleared by the soldiers just as it had been along the city walls. As they approached the barracks, the brothers Yuan Rong felt an increasing weight of pressure, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the area. Suddenly, Yuan Rong halted his horse, turning to Xiao Dongwei, the heavenly cleaving technique. Ah, brother Yuan, your knowledge is indeed profound. Xiao Dongwei chuckled. Many within the camp practice the heavenly cleaving technique, and I presume the same holds true for the Imperial Guard in Chang and Appos, and I too am a practitioner. Though my innate talent is lacking, I have only mastered the 6th tier of Qi manipulation, and I cannot even fathom when I might transcend to the profound origin stage. The heavenly cleaving technique emphasizes the cultivation of killing intent and malevolence. Given the general's years of warfare, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time. However, I have heard that this technique bears significant after effects. Have you given this any thought, General? As far as I know, high-ranking officers in Chang and Appos and have largely ceased its practice. Yuan Rong remarked. Xiao Dongwei chuckled lightly. I have yet to reach a stage where such considerations are necessary. One must attain the 9th tier of profound origin to encounter the issues you mentioned, and I fear I may never reach that level in my lifetime. So there is no need for me to dwell on it. Is it true that Cheki also practices this? Yuan Tong inquired suddenly. Xiao Dongwei and Appos' smile dimmed slightly as he nodded. Indeed, Cheki is currently at the 9th tier of profound origin. Yuan Rong gasped in astonishment at the age of 25. He had already reached such a pinnacle. The legendary Qin military god, Li Mai, had not achieved this level at that age. Li Mai passed away before the age of 50, having attained the peak of the 9th tier of profound origin. And it was rumored that his demise was linked to the heavenly cleaving technique. While this technique allows for rapid advancement through the harnessing of murderous energy, its detrimental effects are all too evident. After a brief interval, the Yuan brothers once again encountered Xiao Changche. He stood as he did during their last meeting, resembling a drawn sword, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity that made proximity feel suffocating. I have always sought out talented individuals, and should you two gentlemen wish to enlist, I would welcome you with open arms, Xiao Chanche stated with a smile. However, let me be forthright. If you can accept the military and oppos as strictures, then I would gladly have you join us. If you find such constraints intolerable, you are free to depart, and we can remain good friends. Speak plainly, General. The Yuan brothers said in unison, bowing respectfully. You both have been free-spirited heroes of the realm, accustomed to a life of leisure. The military is a different matter altogether, governed by stringent regulations. I am particularly strict in my command, and if you cannot abide by these constraints, it may be prudent to reconsider your enlistment. Yuan Rong chuckled. In life, there are rules everywhere, and naturally, the realm of martial arts is no exception. Regardless of the place, absolute freedom does not exist. This time, coming beyond the pass, my brother and I have truly broadened our horizons. Engaging in battle with the barbarians, we realize that as martial artists, it is of utmost significance to protect our comrades with what we have learned. Therefore, my brother and I are unafraid of the strict military regulations. Excellent. Xiao Chanche clapped and laughed heartily. You two, both at the 7th rank of Xin Yuan, are even stronger than Dong Wei. However, the military has its own rules. Without military achievements, one cannot assume the role of an officer and thus cannot lead troops. For now, you must serve as my personal guards. And once you have earned military merit, you shall be able to command soldiers. That sounds splendid, Yuan Rong replied. My brother and I have merely been wandering the martial world, not lacking in bravado and combativeness, but when it comes to commanding troops in battle, we are utterly inexperienced. Even if the general were willing to entrust us with soldiers, I would not dare to accept. To follow the general, a seasoned warrior, and learn by his side is a stroke of immense fortune for my brother and me. Yuan Rong, adept in the ways of the world, spoke these flattering words with such grace that not a hint of insincerity betrayed him. Xiao Chanche laughed heartily and extended his fist. Since that is the case, we shall be brothers from now on. There happens to be a significant matter at hand, and with the addition of you two, our chances of success will surely increase. The two brothers clasped fists with Xiao Chanche, exchanging smiles. The sound of the midnight drum echoed through the streets. Zhang Ruo pushed the door open, and the cold yet invigorating air revitalized him. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he heard the joyous voice of Lu Yi, the magistrate of Yuanan County. Behind him, a scholar is indeed a scholar. When it comes to handling these troublesome matters, you truly exhibit great finesse. I thought it would take 3 to 5 days. Yet you have organized everything in the blink of an eye. I am in admiration. How long have you held the position of magistrate? Zhang Ruo inquired. Almost 2 years. The previous magistrate was killed by the ruthless northern Yuan people while on an inspection tour. Lu Yi replied, unfortunately, after studying for a few years in a private school, I was recruited by the general to serve as magistrate. While being promoted is generally a good thing, the myriad of affairs has truly left me overwhelmed. I have lost 20 to 30 pounds over the past 2 years. Has the administration not sent officials to take over? Lu Yi sighed. In our region, no one is willing to come. Firstly, the general is strict, and secondly, there are frequent threats to life. Just think, it's only a few dozen miles. And those barbarians could strike swiftly, severing your head before fleeing. Even the general cannot protect you. Do you also practice martial arts? Zhang Ruo asked. Alas, I am merely a novice, a typical case of being inept in both literary and martial pursuits. To hold this position as magistrate was entirely unexpected, as Xiao Dongwei remarked. It's not that my ancestor's grave is smoking, but rather that it is on fire. Unfortunately, I do not even know where my ancestor's grave is. Otherwise, I would kneel and pay my respects, informing my forebears that I have become an official. Zhang Ruo laughed. You are actually quite capable. Although your actions may be slow, they are fundamentally well-structured. You possess a great deal of talent. If you do not mind that I am a convict assigned to military duties, I could teach you a thing or two in the days to come. That would be wonderful. Lu Yi, filled with joy, exclaimed, You have no idea. I cannot refuse the position of county magistrate. Yet, in fulfilling the role, I often face harsh rebukes for my shortcomings. As long as I can endure fewer scoldings, I am more than willing to learn. Please wait for me. Zhang Ruo was left speechless. I have managed to catch a chicken raised by the county office and Oppo's cook. If you would be willing to teach me, that would make you my master. Although I may not possess much, I could certainly treat you to a chicken. A true gentleman would not partake even in food that is offered without merit, let alone that which is stolen. Zhang Ruo, being pulled along by Lu Yi, observed the latter's delighted expression and sensed that his joy stemmed more from the prospect of enjoying a meal under his own name than from the opportunity to have someone like him as a mentor. If the county magistrate could be so frivolous, it was likely that the financial situation of Yuan and Apos and exceeded his wildest imaginings. Chapter 52. The Plan. Any ambitious commander, confronted with such a meticulously detailed map that incites both ire and awe, finds it impossible to resist its fatal allure. Where did it come from? Xiao Dongwei inquired urgently. From Li Dachui. Xiao Changche replied. Is there any more? Idon and Amp, Apos, Tino. Is his treasure so easily acquired? Xiao Dongwei paused, then nodded repeatedly, his gaze falling upon the demonic mask on the table beside Xiao Changche. General, what did you give him in exchange for this map? Upon noticing the meaningful look in Xiao Dongwei's eyes, Xiao Changche was infuriated and kicked him, causing him to stumble. What all thoughts are swirling in your mind? Despite being kicked, Xiao Dongwei chuckled, unfazed by the reprimand. We have been out for over a decade, and yet you have not made a single friend. Miss Luo Hua barely counts, as she ultimately cannot offer much assistance. However, I believe Li Dachui is quite commendable. At least he is genuinely good to us. Xiao Dongwei continued, General, regardless of this person's true motives and plans, we may very well consider him an ally. Xiao Changche sighed. Xiao Dongwei was unlike anyone else. When the northern Yuan invaded, the Xiao family, except for Xiao Changche, suffered greatly. Xiao Changche led the remnants of over 100 retainers into the military. Starting as a mere deputy, and over the years, he rose to prominence, becoming a pivotal figure among the troops outside the pass. The remnants of his force, including Xiao Dongwei, dwindled to less than 10 after the brutal battles of over a decade ago. In Xiao Changche's eyes, Xiao Dongwei was not only a loyal subordinate but also a dependable family member, someone he could rely on. Many of his secrets were known only to Xiao Dongwei and Luo Hua. Li Dachui wishes to unite with me to seize Beipingzu and eliminate Yinxing, Xiao Changche murmured, pointing to the black-marked Beipingzu on the map. Xiao Dongwei jumped up in disbelief. How is that even possible? Yinxing is formidable. If we attempt to bite off more than we can chew, we might end up losing a tooth. In the harsh winter, Yinsheng and Apos' navy has been reduced to infantry, diminishing their combat effectiveness by at least half, Xiao Changche asserted. Yet, even so, if we do not possess absolute certainty to strike him down decisively, we could face endless repercussions. Xiao Dongwei replied, at that point, the Great Marshal will not let us off the hook. General, for the past few years, the Great Marshal has been scheming to engulf us, aiming to turn you into his lackey. If we fail, we will have few options left. Look at our current predicament, Xiao Changche remarked. The situation within the pass is increasingly perilous, with various forces outside the pass taking advantage. The Great Marshal and Apos' power is growing stronger. While we still have the opportunity for autonomy, if this continues, one day we will either become vassals or vanish entirely. Capturing Beipingzu could enable us to become truly independent and in control of our own fate. Li Dachui has promised to grant us control over Baoping State after the matter is settled. He seeks naval forces and, at the same time, desires the operational rights of Baoping City. Xiao Changche remarked, Taiyan, Baoping, and Yuanan are interconnected, mutually reliant. In the heart of these three locations, transportation, whether by land or water, is exceedingly convenient, complemented by fertile and arable land. In Li Dachui's words, this is the foundation for achieving great undertakings. Who leads and who follows? Xiao Dongwei pressed. ISN and Apos, is it premature to discuss this now? Xiao Changche chuckled. Let us first secure our objectives. When the time comes, it will naturally be determined by whose strength prevails. That's reassuring. Xiao Dongwei nodded vigorously. The general is a court-appointed third-rank cavalry commander, with both reputation and status. He, a mere bandit, could never contest this position with you, General. As long as our strength is comparable, or even slightly inferior, this position will still belong to you. I share your sentiments. Xiao Changche smiled, and the room seemed to brighten. Xiao Dongwei was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, General, it would be wise for you to refrain from laughter. Xiao Changche paused, only to swiftly deliver a kick, but this time Xiao Dongwei was prepared and evaded. Are you aware of the Wild Wolf? Xiao Changche inquired. Of course, a notorious bandit group beyond the borders. Their mystique surpasses even that of Li Dachui. They seem to harbor a grudge against Yinxing, and wherever they appear, they seek him out. Over the past few years, several direct descendants of the Yin family have fallen into their hands, Xiao Dongwei replied. This Wild Wolf is under Li Dachui and Apos' command. Xiao Dongwei was once again taken aback, exclaiming, "Him again? How many secrets does Li Dachui possess? The wild wolf has emerged for 5 years now. Could it be that Li Dachui was plotting against Yin Shi all along? That is likely the case." Xiao Changche sighed. 5 years ago, Li Dachui was already planning for today. Such foresight is truly remarkable. The first step in this campaign is the wild wolf's appearance, rampaging through Baoping State, thus drawing Yin Sheng and Appo's forces out to pursue. Drawing the snake out of its hole, Xiao Dongwei remarked. Not so simple. Xiao Changche continued. The wild wolf will ensure that Yan's forces are fixated on him. You must understand, the Yin clan desires to strip the wild wolf to its very bones. Yet, during this process, the number and combat prowess of the wild wolf's bandits will astonish Yan's forces, prompting them to mobilize even more troops for the hunt. Until the Yin clan has committed all its strength to the battlefield. Xiao Changche raised his fist. When Yin Sheng and Appo's main forces are deployed, it will be our opportune moment to strike. Together, we can annihilate Yin Sheng and Appo's main forces. If we can accomplish that, then Baoping State will be ours. Xiao Dongwei's eyes sparkled. General, we shall prosper. You will command this battle. On Li Dachui's side, the one in charge should be his subordinate. The leader of the Earth Character Camp, Xiaji, Xiao Changche declared. Wire. Wait, General, 1 and Amp, Appo's, to you be commanding personally? Such a conflict, I fear, may be beyond my capacity to handle. Xiao Dongwei expressed his surprise. To you, such a minor skirmish is hardly significant, retorted Xiao Changche. When the time comes, Xiaji will also heed your command. This has been agreed upon with Li Dachui. Where are you headed? Inquiring about Xiao Changche's intentions, Xiao Dongwei questioned. There is much at stake here. It is troubling that the principal commanders of both sides are absent, both conspicuously missing. What could they be up to? Hunting, perhaps? You and Li Dachui? Xiao Dongwei instinctively lowered his voice. What is the objective? Tai Lu. Xiao Changche and Appo's gaze hardened. That scoundrel is doomed. Is Tai Lu in Baoping City? Indeed, Yin Sheng has established connections with Tai Lu, and that rogue is preparing to defect to the northern Yuan. Given Baoping Prefecture's strategic significance and advantageous geography, should he succeed in aligning with the northern Yuan, our circumstances would become dire. Were it not for this, I would not have readily acquiesced to Li Dachui's request for collaboration on this venture. Cursed be that traitor. How dare he forsake his heritage? Xiao Dongwei cursed vehemently. Yin Xing cannot be presumed to share our ancestral ties. Xiao Changche chuckled. Our Xiao family only established itself beyond the pass after the founding of the Great Chain. While the Yin family has a history in these territories that spans centuries, they are, in truth, the indigenous inhabitants of the borderlands. Perhaps their very bloodline is infused with that of the Hu people, rendering them less attached to the customs of the Chinese. Those not of our kin are bound to harbor divergent intentions. Xiao Dongwei remarked, our ancestor and Appo's adage rings true. As long as we are sufficiently formidable, we can compel all ambitious souls to grovel at our feet, becoming our subordinates. If we remain weak, we cannot fault others for trampling over us. Xiao Changche asserted. On this point, my sentiments align with Li Dachui and Appo's. Then let us proceed. I shall commence preparations at once. Inform the troops that this mission entails raiding several dens of horse bandits, revealing our true purpose only until the final moment before action. Understood. Chapter 53. The foundation of existence. As one traverses southward from the Helan Mountains towards the interior, an expanse of vast wetlands unfolds, stretching for hundreds of miles. This treacherous landscape, with its perilous mountains and expansive marshes, forms a natural barrier, rendering the area scarcely trodden by human feet. Here, only the birds, with their innate ability to soar through the skies, can find refuge. Regarding this place as their paradise, the terrestrial creatures are similarly scarce. The omnipresent swamps, quicksand, and hidden currents lie in wait, ready to devour any who dare to venture into this forbidden realm. This is a universally acknowledged no-man and Appo's land. Unless one is driven to desperation, seeking refuge from calamity or fleeing from those they ought not to provoke, few would dare to tread here. Of course, during winter, the dangers diminish significantly, as nature alleviates some of the traps, allowing them to re-emerge only with the blossoming of spring. However, the winter months present their own challenges, as sustenance becomes exceedingly elusive, with even the birds scarce. Amidst the vast, snow-covered landscape, a sudden formation of dark specks emerges. As these figures draw closer, it becomes evident that they are a band of knights. In what the world deems a death trap, these knights navigate with familiarity, even engaging in playful pursuits. Their laughter ringing across the frozen expanse, only to be silenced by the biting wind, which scatters their mirth across the desolate terrain, infusing it with a semblance of vitality. This troop does not traverse the wetlands in a straight line, but rather meanders through, following an obscure path known only to them. Lidachui raised his hood, observing his overly jubilant subordinates, and shouted, "Make sure your hats are secured. Protect your eyes. Do not let your pride lead to snow blindness. You will rue the day. El-san, I must inform your wife that you visited the Ingshun Tower in Taiyan for a night of indulgence." Someone called out, "With your wife and children at home. I guarantee she will wield a broom to chase you into the cold. Old four, should you dare to speak out, beware that I shall sever your manhood, condemning you to a life of servitude." El-san retorted angrily, Old four, we are brothers, are we not? You cannot witness my family torn apart. My wife is a fierce tigress, one to be approached with caution. Next time we venture out, I shall treat you all at the Ingshun Tower. Indulge to your heart's content." El-san immediately softened his stance. Laughter erupted among the ranks. "Third brother, how can you be so selective? Do we not deserve a chance to converse with third sister-in-law?" El-san grimaced, a pack of ingrates. Observing his exuberant comrades, Lidachui felt a swell of joy. This expedition had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he completed a transaction with a prominent figure from the capital, safeguarding Zhang Ruo, but he had also forged a closer bond with Xiao Che. Their collaboration was merely the beginning, and with both parties moving towards a common goal, the future appeared promising. As for the young woman Zhang Qingyun, aside from being the daughter of Zhang Ruo, she appears to possess commendable talent and intelligence work. At the very least, the report she prepared for Lidachui regarding the expansion of the intelligence system within the borders was well-reasoned and comprehensive, complete with proposals and action plans. Should she truly implement even half of her envisioned strategies, it would undoubtedly be an unexpected boon for Lidachui. Although the current focus lies beyond the borders, intelligence necessitates proactive planning, fostering gradual yet significant outcomes. Waiting until the moment of need to begin gathering information would render it futile. Allowing Zhang Qingyun to take a venture is ultimately advantageous for Lidachui. The vast marshlands are traversable, albeit previously fraught with peril and intermittently accessible. Years ago, when Lidachui emerged from Taiyan City, accompanied by Fang Xiaomao, Xiaji, and a group of others embarking on their adventures, their weakness compelled them to seek refuge in secluded places, difficult for others to discover. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and these daring youths chose this expansive marshland, leading to years of exploration and development. With the extraordinary presence of Lidachui, this group transcended the marshlands and established their foothold at the southern base of Helan Mountain. The Helan Plain, a 100-mile expanse, became a veritable paradise for them. The steep northern slopes of Helan Mountain were perceived as a natural barrier by the northern tribes, while the vast marshlands, stretching hundreds of miles and nearly 50 miles wide, rendered this region a treacherous path for those from the south. Lidachui's band of horse bandits made the Helan Plain their base, embarking on a path of unrestrained growth. Over the course of more than a decade, Lidachui's ranks burgeoned rapidly, and the roads within the marshland were continually reinforced and widened, while more nefarious traps awaited unwelcome visitors. Of course, the Helan Plain today bears little resemblance to its desolate state over a decade ago. Now, tens of thousands reside here, engaged in production, with the population burgeoning rapidly. Xiao Che has been unable to uncover the whereabouts of the over 30,000 young men, women, and children that Lidachui had seized from the Wutu. The answer lies within the Helan Plain. The journey of Lidachui has been one of continuous population growth, with individuals occasionally emerging from seemingly desolate areas, some from unremarkable snowdrifts, others from sturdy, gnarled trees, and some even leaping forth from the ground itself, having excavated their burrows. They have joined Lidachui's ranks, advancing towards the Helan Plain. Villages began to emerge like stars scattered across this land bestowed upon them by heaven. Unlike the villages beyond the borders, these presented an entirely different layout, all meticulously designed by Lidachui himself. In his own words, he aimed to transform the Helan Plain into a new rural landscape within this territory beyond the borders. In a village characterized by uniform houses with earthen walls topped with gray tiles, surrounded by lush fields of fertile land, each household having 50 acres, one can find 100 families gathered together. The roads are well connected, meticulously leveled and compacted with gravel, ensuring that even on rainy days, the paths remain traversable. 3 years prior, such villages numbered merely in the dozens on Helan Plain. Yet now their count has surged into the hundreds. Thousands of young adults, women, and children have settled in this region, transforming initial trepidation and fear into contentment and joy, with many wishing for eternity in this newfound paradise. Over these 3 years, they have toiled diligently, overcoming hardships to create a haven of comfort. The chaos, slaughter, bloodshed, and death beyond the frontier seem entirely disconnected from this idyllic existence. Reflecting on those years feels like recalling a distant dream. For Lidachi, 3 years mark a transformative journey for these people. In the beginning, there was no tenderness, only resolute decisions and strict obedience. Any disobedience met with swift punishment, ranging from hunger and beatings to the gravest consequence of execution. Under such pressure, rules and laws became a shared understanding. Lidachi required stability, a burgeoning population, and the establishment of familial bonds among the inhabitants. Thus, upon their arrival, the young adults, women, and children were mandated to form families within 10 days. Those who complied first were granted residence in the earthen houses, embarking on their new lives. After this period, those who had not formed families were roughly divided into 2 groups, assigned numbers, and forcibly paired into households, despite the imbalance in male and female numbers, leaving many bachelors unaccounted for. However, this was of little consequence. It is often said that forced unions yield bitter fruits, yet on Healan Plain, Lidachi aimed to ensure that even the coerced would bear sweet results. As the years passed, over 90% of the unions established bore fruit, and today, the sight of children frolicking about is ubiquitous. According to statistics, over 5,000 new lives have graced Healan Plain in these 3 years, much to Lidachi and Appo's delight. The presence of children stabilizes families, binding them more closely to their leader. Of course, Lidachi and Appo's meticulous efforts to settle these people, build their homes, and allocate land were not solely for the purpose of nurturing offspring. Taxes and labor obligations remained unchanged. The demands of the authorities outside mirrored those within this community. The sole distinction here is that the burdens are manageable, devoid of excess exploitation. After fulfilling their obligations, families find sufficient resources not only to thrive but also to garner a modest surplus. The amount collected is the result of careful calculations by Lidachi and his followers, rather than arbitrary imposition. In truth, the contributions made on Healan Plain surpass those required elsewhere, albeit with greater returns here. Chapter 54. Competition as a source of motivation. Aside from taxes and labor, military service constitutes another significant affair on the plains. With a populace primarily composed of strapping youth, there is no shortage of soldiers. Each village, comprising 100 households, is required to contribute one able-bodied man who participates in training during the agricultural off-season. A village thus forms a small unit, 10 of which amalgamate into a larger battalion, and 10 battalions culminate into a full army. Lidachi and Appo's direct subordinates typically reside within these villages and are often leaders within their communities. Their daily tasks involve military drills and the impartation of martial skills. When the call to arms arises, these individuals gather to accompany Lidachi into battle. At present, however, Lidachi does not require the young men of Healan Plain to engage in combat. Their presence serves more as a reserve for the future. After several years devoid of warfare, these young men have come to regard their training as a form of enjoyment. Moreover, Lidachi finds great satisfaction in the emergence of talent among them, as the bandits teach the youth basic combat techniques. Although they have missed the prime age for martial training, those who manage to reach even a rudimentary level of proficiency can become pivotal members of the military. The task of wielding weapons and charging into battle when the time is ripe will naturally fall to Lidachi and Appo's core troops. In truth, Lidachi places greater value on the small children who scurry about, for they represent the true future. The endeavor to seize dominion over the world is measured in decades, and he harbors no sense of urgency. The principle of demonstrative effect has always proven most effective. No extensive promotion is required from Lidachi and his men. The mere presence of an exemplar will inspire others to emulate their deeds. Even those who lack ambition may feel compelled to strive for betterment by the influence of their families. If a neighbor's wife adorns herself in new garments and jewelry while one cannot afford such luxuries, or if another's child enjoys the finest toys and meals while one's own son is relegated to meager fare, how can one find solace in such a situation? They were once of the same ilk. If others can achieve it, why cannot I? In Healan Plain, this is precisely how Lidachi operates. Through the course of military training, the most exceptional individuals emerged, each subsequently guided by an experienced soldier as a mentor, imparting wisdom through both words and actions. Li Dachui is reluctant to send these fledgling warriors into battle unprepared. He is nurturing future officers. After several rounds of training, these individuals evolve into competent soldiers. An opportunity unattainable through mere agricultural toil on Helan Plain. In just 1 year, the thousands of able-bodied men have been stratified into various tiers, inciting not only envy and jealousy among the less fortunate, but also a fervent desire to strive for improvement. On Helan Plain, military service is not the only avenue for distinction and achievement. Those who cultivate the land skillfully and achieve higher yields than others are rewarded. And those with specialized skills are particularly sought after, whether they be blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, or tanners. As long as one possesses a craft, there exists a place on the Helan Plateau to showcase one and Oppo's talents. In the eyes of Li Dachui, the Helan Plateau has entered a state of healthy competition, where individuals influence one another and engage in rivalry, resulting in an ever more prosperous and powerful Helan Plateau. In another decade, the next generation on the Helan Plateau will have fully matured, and by that time, the population here will have grown to at least 200,000. However, such aspirations cannot thrive on the Helan Plateau without the right foundations. After the first cohort grew into members of the military and brought wealth to their families, nearly every household became willing to invest in this endeavor. The men beyond the pass are not lacking in wildness or a spirit of adventure. They merely require a fierce leader to guide them, and they can certainly see themselves as wolves. It is widely known that Li Dachui commands 3 elite battalions known as Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Heaven Battalion is particularly renowned, as they are typically the ones charging into battle alongside Li Dachui, and they are the strongest of the forces. Within a troop of 300, over 60 have attained the first level of chi manipulation, a truly formidable feat, given that in a standard army of 10,000, there might be only 100 such individuals. When they first emerged 3 years ago, they immediately drew the attention of the world, and the Wutuwa suffered significant losses at their hands. The Earth Battalion seldom engages in battle and was only seen during the conflict with Wutuwa 3 years prior. Their primary task at that time was to assist in the escape of the young and strong from the control of the Northern Yuan army. Even so, throughout that month-long skirmish, they inflicted considerable pain upon the Northern Yuan forces, and the Earth Battalion and Oppo's leader, Xia Ji, alongside the Heaven Battalion and Oppo's commander, Fang Xiaomao, became prominent figures beyond the pass. The most enigmatic of the 3 is the Man Battalion. It remains unclear whether they participated in that particular battle 3 years ago. By the end of that confrontation, many bandit factions from beyond the pass saw an opportunity for plunder, resulting in a chaotic surge against Wutuwa's forces, who had amassed considerable wealth. The saying goes that greed leads to death, and many bandits disappeared entirely during this conflict. Some recklessly challenged the well-organized Northern Yuan troops and faced severe defeat. These overconfident bandits, believing that if others could succeed, so could they, charged headlong into battle against the regular Northern Yuan forces, only to vanish without a trace. The reality is that sometimes, what works for others may not work for you. Others who disappeared were consumed in a cycle of treachery among the bandits themselves, a fundamental law of survival beyond the pass. The Man Battalion undoubtedly made its presence felt during this conflict, yet their specific actions remain shrouded in mystery. Presently, it is speculated that Xiao Changche is the leader of the Man Battalion. Upon the Helan Plain, there exists no fortifications, merely a gatehouse constructed from stone and massive timber. Above the lintel, the 3 characters Helan Yuan are inscribed in a flamboyant script, undoubtedly the handiwork of the venerable Confucian scholar, Yu Entai. However, Yu Entai was oblivious to the existence of Helan Yuan. He was deceived by Li Dachui into inscribing these characters, which were subsequently etched here. Passing through this gatehouse signifies the true entrance into Helan Yuan. Gathered here are the key figures, awaiting the leader and Oppo's return. At the forefront stands an elder, approximately 50 years of age, adorned with a scholar's cap and sporting 3 wisps of long beard. Wrapped in a great cloak, he appears not particularly resilient to the cold, his face flushed as he frequently dabs at his nose with a handkerchief. This elder is Mao Daxian, the governor of Helan Yuan, a title self-bestowed by Li Dachui and his compatriots. The purpose of adopting such a title is to facilitate governance. With tens of thousands of citizens, and a number that continues to grow each year, effective management necessitates a structured administrative body. It is impractical to govern the populace solely by military law. The likes of Mao Daxian and his peers are present here because they were lured by Li Dachui's cunning schemes. Taiyan City is a splendid locale, drawing talented individuals from beyond the borders. After all, many in this world feel their talents remain unrecognized. Tie and City offers these individuals opportunities to shine, prompting a myriad of uniquely skilled yet overlooked talents to seek their fortunes there. Tie and City serves as a reservoir for nurturing and selecting talent. However, finding individuals apt for managing Healing Yuan is far more challenging than sourcing martial or medical talents. This scarcity is not due to a lack of educated individuals. Tai and City boasts a plethora of scholars, but rather the difficulty lies in finding those whose philosophies resonate with Li Dachui's and who can embrace his myriad novel ideas. Many scholars, during their studies, become ensnared by rigid conventions, and only a few dare to break free from these constraints. Those who do are often deemed unconventional, while those willing to embrace Li Dachui's innovative philosophies can be considered truly extraordinary. Though rare, such individuals do exist, and Mao Daxian is one of them. Consequently, he has assumed a leading role in Healing Yuan. In Li Dachui's absence, he presides over affairs. Others, such as Xiaji, the commander of the local garrison, are tasked solely with military matters and do not interfere in civil affairs. Li Dachui has endowed him with considerable authority, and Mao Daxian has indeed lived up to Li Dachui's trust, faithfully implementing each of Li Dachui's ideas and directives. He even identifies gaps and innovates, adapting to local realities, thereby presenting initiatives that the common folk willingly embrace and practice. This remarkable capability has earned him Li Dachui's profound admiration. Li Dachui was acutely aware that certain notions of his were indeed at odds with the currents of contemporary society. However, after undergoing a transformation at the hands of Mao Daxian, the essence of these ideas remained intact. Yet they could now be articulated with clarity and reason that resonated with the present. For this alone, Li Dachui felt that the remuneration he provided to Mao Daxian was rather insufficient. Nevertheless, it was evident that the old man was not motivated by mere wages. His ambitions were grand. He harbored aspirations of one day proving himself, of overturning those who once looked down upon him, and finding satisfaction in trampling them underfoot. Yet, for now, he still chose to remain an obscure figure, self-proclaiming as the former governor of Healan, unknown to the broader world. Chapter 55. Let us see who possesses greater skills upon witnessing His Majesty and Apos' arrival. When Li Dachui dismounted, Mao Daxian tucked his handkerchief into his sleeve and strode forward, bowing deeply with both hands raised to his brow. Behind him, the civil officials emulated Mao Daxian and Apos' demeanor, while the martial officers, led by Xiaji, placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed in salute. These ceremonial protocols had been established by Mao Daxian after ascending to Healing Yuan. Outsiders perceived Li Dachui and his companions as mere bandits, yet Mao Daxian held a different perspective. In his eyes, Healing Yuan was a fertile ground for monumental accomplishments, and his band consisted of individuals with grand aspirations for the world. To achieve great feats, one must set clear objectives early on, and to realize these ambitions, a concrete action plan is essential. Implementing such plans necessitates a robust organizational structure, which, in turn, demands adherence to established rules. Etiquette stands paramount among these regulations, underscoring the importance of hierarchy and order, which must never be disrupted. These principles were precisely what Li Dachui had previously overlooked. Even Zhouji, the lord of Tai and Apos, and City, had never contemplated this matter deeply. It was not that they lacked the desire. Rather, Li Dachui's mind simply did not resonate with such notions. Zhouji, wherever he went, was invariably met with respect, but Mao Daxian was distinct. He was a learned man who grasped the significance of rules and order. He understood that while brute force may yield temporary dominance, true resilience and longevity in one's endeavors necessitate prioritizing regulations and order above all else. Consider the present turmoil within the Qin Empire, beset by internal strife and unrest, yet Ling Huyi, commanding an army of 100,000 beyond the borders, hesitates to openly march his forces into the realm, all due to the principle of propriety. Ling Huyi is reluctant to bear the ignominy of rebellion and treason. It was a similar path that the Li family took when they supplanted the Daiyong dynasty. Ah, Mao Gong, in this biting cold, your health is fragile. Why venture out? Li Dachui stepped forward, supporting Mao Daxian with both hands while speaking soothingly. It is only natural for me to welcome your majesty upon your return after months away. Mao Daxian stroked his beard and smiled, clearly relishing the feeling of being esteemed and distinguished. Mao Gong, are you reproaching me for indulging in worldly splendor? Li Dachui laughed heartily. You have mistaken me. My recent outing was immensely fruitful. I shall share it with you shortly. After uttering these words, Li Dachui turned his gaze to the group of civil and military officials behind Mao Daxian and boomed, "How is everyone?" "Well, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." The crowd responded in unison. Li Dachui and Appos, as attention then fell upon Xiaji, who, with her tall stature, pouted and wore a displeased expression. Aside from the initial bow she offered to Li Dachui, she remained silent, averting her gaze and appearing quite irked. Li Dachui chuckled softly, recognizing that Xiaji was indeed different. Mao Daxian was summoned by Li Dachui, akin to a companion, a like-minded ally, and also defined by a clear hierarchy as both master and employer. In contrast, Xiaji had been by Li Dachui's side since childhood. Their bond was akin to that of family, a connection steeped in blood. The carriage, drawn by 4 magnificent steeds, progressed steadily along the tracks they had previously traveled. They had merely set foot on Helan Plain, yet it would take them the better part of a day to reach their ultimate destination. Zhang Rua had already arrived in Yuan and Appos, and Xiao Chache must have welcomed him. Li Dachui elaborated to Mao Daxian about the current situation below the mountain. It seemed that Xiao Chache had never intended to kill Zhang Rua from the outset. His demeanor suggested he sought to acquire this individual. Xiao Chache's mastery of military strategy was unparalleled. He was a born general, and one who wields such tactics is undoubtedly adept at manipulating the hearts of men. The stratagem of feigning capture indeed ensnared us all in his web of deception. Mao Daxian, stroking his 3 long braids, remarked, "Yet from another perspective, this is a fortuitous development, as it demonstrates that Xiao Changche and Ling Huyi are not united in their intentions and can be divided. Thus, our earlier plan to seize Baoping City and establish a stable triangular region is all the more assured." He has agreed to this undertaking. Li Dachui exclaimed with a smile. "Should this joint operation succeed, we will forge a solid partnership with him, making subsequent matters decidedly easier. Perhaps he even desires to contest control over this territory with you." Mao Daxian chuckled. Allowing him to harbor certain illusions is beneficial. It fosters cooperation. If he were to realize from the outset that he cannot compete with us, he would likely refuse to collaborate. Li Dachui replied with a grin. On the surface, his position is indeed more advantageous. The illustrious general of the 3rd rank of the Qin dynasty possesses far greater charisma than we, mere horse bandits. Mao Daxian laughed heartily, drawing an imaginary circle in the air. Once this triangular region is established, Ling Huyu will pose no threat. He could attempt to strike while we are still unsteady. Li Dachui acknowledged that possibility is not to be dismissed. Ling Huyi views the lands beyond the pass as his exclusive domain and would not tolerate a rival force of comparable strength. Once this triangular region is formed, he will surely recognize its implications. Hence, we must eliminate Tai Lu, Mao Daxian sneered. Tai Lu holds significant sway in the northern Yuan. Should he perish here, the northern Yuan would not let the matter rest. Ling Huyi, as the commander beyond the pass, would immediately face formidable pressure from the northern Yuan. At that juncture, he would likely prioritize soothing and rallying us to resist the northern Yuan rather than pursuing our annihilation. After all, if the northern Yuan advances, he would be left with nothing. The informant from the northern Yuan has indeed conceived this very strategy, Li Dachui remarked. With the demise of Tai Lu, he could seize the opportunity to ascend to power, launching a campaign under the pretext of avenging Tai Lu. Should he achieve victory against the stationed troops beyond the frontier, his position would be solidified. In truth, even if he were to falter, instigating conflict between the 2 factions would compel the northern Yuan to bolster their military presence at the border, thereby incrementally enhancing his own strength. Mao Daxian clapped his hands in mirth. "Excellent. Everyone seems to have their own schemes in play. Let us see how it all culminates. As for us, we currently find ourselves in a disadvantaged position, yet once chaos erupts at the border, Ling Hai will lack both the energy and resources to contend with us. Given 2 or 3 years, we will genuinely mature." A flush of excitement crossed Mao Daxing's face, yet he ultimately maintained a shrewd demeanor, swiftly regaining his composure. "My lord, these matters pertain to the years ahead. However, we still have pressing issues to address at present." "Oh, what matters?" "This year, grain supplies on the Helan Plain are rather strained. If we barely manage to endure this winter, we will encounter problems come spring. We must procure grain from elsewhere." "Is there a grain shortage on the Helan Plain as well?" Li Dachui expressed surprise. "How could this be?" "The wild wolves have brought too many people to the plain this year." Mao Daxian responded with some exasperation. "Did you not previously instruct that the wild wolves should strive to bring as many able-bodied men, women, and children to the Helan Plain as possible to bolster its population, he has faithfully executed your command. Especially after winter's onset, the population on the plain surged dramatically. In just the past month, the wild wolves have sent nearly 3,000 individuals. Over the course of this year, nearly 10,000 more souls have been added to the Helan Plain. Upon arrival, these newcomers possess nothing. The costs of providing them with housing, livestock, agricultural tools, and clothing are immense. Coupled with the necessity of feeding an additional 10,000 mouths, our grain supply is critically low. Furthermore, as we prepare to mobilize the army, the deployment will not merely involve the 3 battalions of Tion, D, and Rin. We will also need to engage the reserve troops, correct? Li Dachui nodded. Besides the 3 battalions, I plan to mobilize 3,000 reserve troops. Once the army moves, provisions must precede them, Mao Daxian stated. I will inform Tian City to prepare food supplies for the impending spring famine. Li Dachui added, with over 10,000 newcomers arriving at once. How can this year possibly be favorable? Mao Daxian scoffed. Linghai is recklessly stockpiling grain, causing prices to soar beyond the frontier. In an effort to curb the power beyond the borders, various strategic materials are being subjected to embargoes and restrictions within the borders. Taxes and labor burdens on the populace continue to rise, leading to increasing numbers of families being driven to ruin. Many have resorted to abandoning their lands to become itinerants or joining bandit groups, all in a desperate bid for survival. The Helan Plain, in a sense, has offered them a lifeline. The wild wolves remain as soft-hearted as ever. I suspect that what he has sent is not limited to just able-bodied individuals, women, and children. Mao Daxian nodded. There are indeed many elderly among them, each coming from different households. Moreover, my lord, among these individuals, there are even some spies from the Iron Curtain and Black Ice platform. Just keep an eye on these individuals. There is no need to concern yourself with them excessively. Much like the spies infiltrating Tian City from various factions, what does it matter? At times, they can even be utilized to great advantage. Chapter 56. I have matters to attend to yet. The figure of Xia Ji was nowhere to be seen. In times past, she would invariably be the first to arrive, darting over like a lark to greet Li Dachui. Where could she be? Li Dachui, feeling somewhat disoriented, inquired. He nodded, accepting the explanation that indeed, it was a busy time. However, it was evident that Xia Ji's absence was not solely due to this. The young lady possessed a rather intricate mind. Li Dachui's residence on Helan Plain was far from a simple abode of mud and thatch. It was a grand estate spanning several acres, nestled between mountains and rivers. Its architectural style splendidly embodied the delicacy and grace of the south, a striking contrast to the rugged and robust aesthetics favored in the north. The buildings harmoniously complemented the surrounding landscapes, creating an impression that they were not merely constructed upon the scenery but were instead naturally intertwined with it. As if the absence of such a dwelling would render the place incomplete. The estate was designed by Li Dachui himself, yet only a handful of individuals resided there. These 3 companions had accompanied him since his departure from Tian City to become a bandit. Among them, Xia Ji and Fang Xiaomao were of similar age to Li Dachui. Having been chosen by the city lord, Zhou Ji, as his young maid and playmate, while the elder, Yalang Gu Xiaoman, was over a decade their senior. Having joined Li Dachui at the age of 15 as a bodyguard, years had passed, and they had all matured into renowned figures beyond the Great Wall. The selection of this site had not been without effort. While other regions languished under a blanket of snow, enveloped in the chill of winter, this residence remained a verdant oasis, with flowing waters and rising mists, giving it an ethereal quality, akin to a paradise. The source of this enchantment was a hot spring located beneath the estate. Upon discovering this locale, Li Dachui was elated and promptly claimed it as his future residence, recognizing the rarity of finding such a haven amidst the icy expanse. During the construction of the estate, the hot spring water was channeled through meticulously crafted conduits, encircling the property several times, with even the subterranean areas of the house designed to allow the warm waters to flow through. Consequently, the rooms remained toasty and inviting, even in the depths of winter, reminiscent of springtime warmth. Fang Xiaomao was the leader of the Tianzi camp, though few soldiers resided on Helan Plain. Most were stationed in Tian City and its vicinity, summoned only when Li Dachui required their services. The 300 soldiers of the Tianzi camp were among the most esteemed citizens of Tian City, each adorned with at least a silver medal, commanding several subordinates. When the need arose, these subordinates could swiftly converge, forming a well-trained and unified military force at Li Dachui and Apos, as command. In a mere span of days, The entire city of Tian can muster a formidable army of at least 30,000, with the foundation resting upon the 300 of the Tianzi camp. The incursions by Li Dachui's band of marauders may appear to consist of only several hundred at a time, yet in truth, each contingent of 300 is distinct. The core 300 of the Tianzi camp can be regarded as the officer cadre of this military force. Unless under extraordinarily unique circumstances, it is rare for them to be assembled and deployed en masse. The recent encounter with Xiao Changche left even the seasoned Xiao Dongwei astonished, primarily due to the formidable prowess concentrated within what he presumed to be a mere handful of warriors. It is difficult for Xiao Dongwei to fathom that within a force of several hundred, there exists such a remarkable concentration of martial prowess. However, placed within a larger army of tens of thousands, their numbers would not seem excessive. In reality, Li Dachui does not necessitate such a role. The command of the troops on Helan Plain lies with Xiaji. The structure of the Dizzy camp is quite similar to that of the Tianzi camp, with the former emphasizing infantry while the latter focuses on cavalry. Xiaji's 300 men in the Dizzy camp are akin to officers, each commanding dozens or even hundreds of young warriors. Yet, thus far, they have not been assembled for any large-scale military engagement. Unlike the frequent offensives led by the Tianzi camp's leaders, the Dizzy camp has seen only a select few, honed under Li Dachui's guidance, while the remainder remains at a training level. This means that the foundational training has been solidly established, having undergone 3 years of rigorous preparation. Few armies across the realm can boast such extensive foundational training. Nonetheless, a solid foundation does not guarantee outstanding performance in actual combat. Many individuals who appear exceptionally capable in routine assessments may falter spectacularly when faced with the true crucible of battle. Hence, Li Dachui intends to send Xiaji and 3,000 men down from the plain to expose them to the realities of warfare, to confront their own trial by fire. This marks a preliminary assessment orchestrated by Li Dachui for his troops. For, in any case, the forces under the command of the stern Sheng and Beipingzu can only be deemed a competent army, yet they cannot be classified among the elite of the realm. Only those like the 3,000 soldiers under Xiao Changche, the personal guards of Ling Huyi, or the regular troops of Biyuan truly represent the formidable armies of the world. As for the Chang'an Imperial Guard, according to Zhang Ruo, their capabilities are rather lackluster. In the south, the 8 garrisons of the southern Zhou, which can contend with the southern Chu, are expected to be formidable. Military experience is forged through a series of battles, much like a martial artist. Regardless of one and Oppo's high level of attainment, without having engaged in actual combat, one is likely to falter when the time comes to confront an adversary. Such is the nature of crossing borders to engage in lethal encounters, when 2 combatants are equally seasoned. The one of higher rank can dispatch the lower-ranked opponent with little more effort than slicing through vegetables. I do not know, however, during the day. I observed her wearing a rather displeased expression. Li Dachui remarked with a grunt. Could it be that Miss Zhang Qingyun and Oppo's affairs have caused her some displeasure? Fang Xiaoma speculated. Young master, that little girl is feeling jealous. Ha ha. Who would have thought that the fiery and boisterous Miss Xia could exhibit such jealousy? Just like any ordinary young lady. Do not speak nonsense. Li Dachui glared at him. Xiaji is like a younger sister to both of us. Would one jest with a beloved sibling? She considers me a true elder brother, but she may not regard you as one. Fang Xiaoma chuckled. That little girl has quite the temper. She might just need to vent her frustrations on you. Xiaoman will arrive as early as tomorrow, Fang Xiaoma remarked. To be honest, the times we have gathered together over the years have been few and far between, often missing one or the other. The last time Xiaoman wrote, he mentioned he already has white hair, and he is not even 40. 38. Li Dachui corrected him. He has simply been overly worried. Once this matter is resolved, he shall be able to relax considerably and no longer need to hide in the shadows. Indeed, among us, he has borne the most burdens. Fang Xiaoma nodded repeatedly. As they conversed, they entered the dining hall, where they seated themselves, and Fang Xiaoma promptly ordered the dishes to be served. The 4 of them had shared meals together since childhood. Even when they were young, Gu Xiaoman could never resist Li Dachui's insistence. In just a few days, this table would be filled, Fang Xiaoma joyfully proclaimed, to be honest. The meals prepared by the cooks you personally trained here at home suit my palate far better than even the finest dishes crafted by celebrated chefs in Tian. As footsteps echoed, someone entered the dining hall, carrying a tray laden with dishes. Mid-sentence, Xiaoma suddenly ceased speaking, resembling a duck caught by the throat, abruptly silenced. His gaze became fixated on the newcomer. Dressed in a delicate light blue narrow-sleeved top, draped with a white silk shawl, and adorned with a golden-red skirt that swayed gracefully with her steps. The gentle jingling of her headpiece complemented her elegance. Xiaji, Fang Xiaomao stammered as he beheld the approaching lady. Her exquisite attire merely served as a canvas for her beauty, with meticulous makeup and radiant hair ornaments that glittered as she moved closer. Even before she approached, the subtle fragrance wafting from her garments left Fang Xiaomao almost incredulous. Had Xiaji always possessed such remarkable beauty? Why had he never noticed before? Xiaji gazed steadily at him, and Fang Xiaomao, suddenly coming to his senses, leaped up, exclaiming, "Young master, Xiaji, I just remembered there are matters I must attend to. I shall be off." Without waiting for Li Dachui to respond, he dashed out with a swiftness that exceeded his usual proficiency in martial arts. Chapter 57. The distressing matter. Li Dachui was struck with astonishment. It dawned on him that he had never truly noticed how remarkably radiant Xiaji appeared when adorned. Xiaji had come to Li Dachui and Apos' side at the tender age of 5, a little mate carefully selected by Zhouji to serve him. In terms of both her appearance and her martial aptitude, she was indeed a rare gem. Alongside Xiaji, Xiaoman and Xiaomiao had also been personally instructed in the martial arts by Zhouji. Over the span of 10 years, they had trained together, dined together, and studied together. Thus, Li Dachui had grown accustomed to the presence of this young woman. As time passed and they ventured into the wilderness, the maturity and ruthlessness Xiaji displayed often overshadowed the fact that she was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful girl. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged companionship with Xiaji, akin to being in a fragrant garden yet failing to perceive its scent, that they had never regarded her beauty. This was further compounded by her infrequent adornment. Clad in armor while leading troops into battle, she often returned home drenched in sweat, a scent potent enough to deter even the most persistent of mosquitoes. What need had she for embellishment in such circumstances? Thus, Xiaji and Apos' unexpected and meticulous preparation today astounded Li Dachui. "Ah, my Xiaji is indeed so lovely," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. "You nearly left me unrecognizable. You've startled me, even sending Xiaomiao fleeing." Xiaji set the tray upon the table, arranging the food and wine with care. Then, fixing her gaze upon Li Dachui, her large eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, glistening with the imminent threat of spilling over. "Stop. What are you plotting now?" Li Dachui poured himself a cup of wine, regarding Xiaji. "The moment you wear that expression, it surely means you seek something from me. Speak. I have never denied your request when I am able. Do not feign ignorance." Xiaji's voice quivered. Li Dachui tapped the table, saying, "What am I pretending not to know? You have been acting strangely today. The Xiaji I know is always straightforward and decisive, not hesitant or timid. What is it you desire?" In an instant, Xiaji stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Master, how do I compare to that Zhang Qingyun? Is she more beautiful than I?" Li Dachui scrutinized her from head to toe and replied, "That little girl Zhang Qingyun must be around 16 or 17, still yet to blossom. How could she possibly surpass my Xiaji in beauty? You possess both a lovely face and an enviable figure, while she has nothing of note. Is her martial prowess superior to mine?" he added, laughing. "What nonsense! You are a genuine master at the pinnacle of the 7th rank. While she wouldn't even be able to lift a feather. What has come over you today?" he continued. "Why compare yourself to a mere girl? Then in what regard does she surpass me?" Xiaji retorted angrily. Li Dachui scratched his head and mused, "If there is any area where she excels, it may be that she has read more books than you. It is said she has considerable talent in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though I have yet to witness it firsthand. It is often said that a person who is well-read possesses an inherent grace, and this young girl embodies that sentiment. Indeed, her demeanor is quite commendable." Tears brimmed in Xiaji and Apos' eyes and cascaded down her cheeks as she exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew you would like someone like her. It is not my fault that I have read little. I have been trained in martial arts since childhood to protect you, my lord, Haven Ti. Enough." Li Dachui slammed his hand on the table. "Who said I like that kind of person? Isn and Apos. T at you who admires her?" Xiaji and Apos' eyes sparkled with hope. "I like her. Nonsense." Li Dachui retorted angrily. "I am not a dog, capable of liking a woman I have only met once, especially a young girl." Upon hearing this, Xiaji leaped up joyfully, sidestepping to Li Dachui and Apos' side. Grasping his sleeve with a flushed face, she shyly inquired, "Then, does my lord like me?" Li Dachui scrutinized her from head to toe and replied slowly, "You are like my own sister. How could you expect me to have feelings for you?" From elation to dismay, Xiaji's expression darkened, and she exclaimed loudly, "My lord, I do not wish to be your sister. I am not your sister. We have been together since we were 5. Don't forget about Fang Xiaomao and Gu Xiaoman. We have shared meals, studied, practiced martial arts, bathed together, and slept under the same quilt. If I am not your brother, what else could I be? Xiaji, you, along with Xiaomao and Xiaoman, are my closest kin, and I treasure you above all else." Li Dachui placed his hand on Xiaji and Appo's shoulder, saying, "When you ask if I like you, how could I not? But this affection is that of family. Do you understand?" Xiaji sank to the ground, on the verge of tears. "I do not understand. If you do not comprehend, then think about it slowly. Come back to me once you have figured it out." Li Dachui exclaimed, lifting Xiaji abruptly. "You spend all day pondering frivolities. What is occupying your mind?" Xiaji turned to leave, weeping openly. Watching her retreating figure and hearing her unrestrained sobs, Li Dachui couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Now that they were older, various troubles began to surface. He pondered, despite Xiaji being 5 years younger. She was already 20, and in the common world, girls married at 15. It was time to consider finding her a suitable partner. However, given the current circumstances, the timing seemed premature. Finding a suitable match for a girl like Xiaji would indeed be a challenge. She possessed exceptional martial prowess, and few men of her age or slightly older could rival her skills. Moreover, her esteemed position as a core member of his armed group made it difficult for ordinary men to approach her, as she would likely look down upon them. Putting himself in her shoes, he would also be reluctant to seek a wife who surpassed him in every aspect. Despite Xiaji's submissive demeanor in front of him, she had a formidable temperament, and the strong officers of the Earth character camp would not dare to breathe freely in her presence. This is the foul temper cultivated by myself, Gu Xiaoman, and Fang Xiaomao since childhood. After all, she is a young girl, and naturally, the 3 men have always indulged her in every way. Now, however, Fang Xiaomao and Gu Xiaoman are unbothered, while I find myself in a quandary. I must make her understand that I have always regarded her as a younger sister. Such feelings cannot be misconstrued. To be honest, I have never truly been fond of any girl. Zheng Qingyun? Reflecting upon that diligent young lady currently striving in Taiyan City, Li Dachui cannot help but shake his head. Her tenacity, unwavering spirit, and sharp intellect, in my eyes, would make her an excellent subordinate. But as a partner? Once again, I shake my head. What then is the ideal woman I seek? Suddenly, a familiar visage springs to mind, becoming increasingly vivid in my thoughts. A chill runs down my spine as I abruptly slap myself. Appalled. This is absurd. I am a normal man, without a single flaw. A cheerful day gives way to a restless night, as Li Dachui tosses and turns, haunted by a particular notion. Gu Xiaoman was intercepted by Fang Xiaomao just as she ascended Helan. At 38, Gu Xiaoman is the eldest among the 4, having always played the role of the protective older brother to the others. Although their relationship is nominally that of master and servant, in truth, they are akin to siblings. United in spirit, their martial arts training was personally imparted by Zhou Ji, Gu Xiaoman, Fang Xiaomao, and Xiaji all practiced his techniques, while Li Dachui's training, reportedly inherited from his mother, was only briefly guided by Zhou Ji before he was left to navigate his own path. Li Dachui's uniqueness became apparent as they grew older, and Zhou Ji made it clear that without this singular distinction, his martial arts would remain unattainable. To date, Li Dachui has forged a considerable gap between himself and the others. He has already reached the 9th rank, while Gu Xiaoman and Fang Xiaomao are at the 8th. And Xiaji stands at the pinnacle of the 7th, just a step away from the 8th rank of Xinyuan. At their age, such prowess is indeed remarkable. Yet it is somewhat understandable given their backing of an innate master. As long as no unforeseen events occur, and he continues diligently on this path. Entering the realm of innate mastery is a certainty for Li Dachui, who faces no barriers. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman is merely a step away from the 9th rank of Xinyuan. A breakthrough could happen at any moment. And that little girl throwing tantrums? Gu Xiaoman remains unfazed. What is the matter? Am I to take it out on you? Yesterday, when I attempted to persuade her, she kicked me out with ease. Fang Xiaomao slaps his thigh, exclaiming, "That girl has made further progress." Chapter 58. Be yourself. With a resounding thud, Gu Xiaoman forcefully kicked open the door to Xiaji's room, causing Xiaji to immediately cover her head with the blankets. What is wrong? Afraid to face the world? Gu Xiaoman's words dripped with sarcasm as she stood at the foot of the bed. Suddenly, Xiaji sat upright, glaring at Gu Xiaoman, and exclaimed, "What is there to be afraid of? I'm merely feeling sad." Gu Xiaoman chuckled mischievously. Shall I launch a surprise attack on the gentleman, capture him, bind him, and stow him away in your bed to consummate your unfulfilled desires? Yuwoon and Amp, Oppos, T stand a chance against him. Xiaji pouted. Together with the little cat, we could mount a sudden onslaught. That would be sufficient. Gu Xiaoman glanced at Fan Xiaomao, whose face darkened as he stared at the ceiling. What if I secretly concealed an exceptionally effective knockout drug and, taking advantage of the gentleman's momentary distraction, incapacitated him? What do you think? Fan Xiaomao scoffed. Are you really considering taking such action? Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing? Senior brother? What am I doing? You're the one with such intentions. Gu Xiaoman retorted fiercely. When we approached the gentleman, what did master instruct us? I merely tested you, and you failed the trial. If I don't give you a good thrashing, you'll never learn humility. Xiaji, in a fit of anger, protested. It was your suggestion, not mine. It was indeed my suggestion, but you were genuinely contemplating it. Gu Xiaoman exerted more pressure with her hands. Yet, Xiaji dared not resist, gripping Gu Xiaoman's hands and proclaiming loudly, Senior brother, I admit my fault. I simply have feelings for the gentleman. But he does not want me. At this point, Xiaji was overcome with sadness and began to cry out loudly. Be quiet. Gu Xiaoman glared at Xiaji with an expression of fierce indignation. Look at you, all adorned and dressed in red and green. Is this the decisive Xiaji? A leader of thousands of elite warriors? Does the gentleman prefer this version of you? I inquired, and Zhang Qingyun, who is always meticulously groomed. How can I not follow suit? Xiaji retorted angrily. She is who she is. Why must you emulate others? You are you. Be your true self. To imitate Dong Shi is merely to become a source of ridicule. This attire does not suit you at all. Gu Xiaoman insisted. What suits you is what is best. Do you understand? Am I to wear armor and wield weapons every day, reeking of sweat? Xiaji lamented. While I feel comfortable this way, the gentleman does not appreciate it. In his eyes, I fear I may be perceived as little more than a man. But I am a woman. Even Cat Brother says I am quite fair in appearance. When I donned this outfit, the gentleman remarked that I looked beautiful. You are indeed beautiful. Yet you have lost yourself. Gu Xiaoman replied coldly. What sort of person is the gentleman? Is he one who can be enchanted by mere appearances? No matter how stunning or exquisite, to him, they are merely objects of fleeting admiration, easily forgotten. It is lamentable that after so many years by his side, you have not grasped the essence as swiftly as Zhang Qingyun, who, despite her brief acquaintance with him, immediately discerned the key and acted on it. What more could she have done? What could she possibly accomplish? Is she not merely a vase adept in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry? Such individuals abound in the Yanchun Tower of Tian City, exclaimed Xiaji in frustration. Little cat, speak to her. Gu Xiaoman angrily rapped on the floorboards. Sit up straight. Fan Xiaomiao glanced at Xiaji, whose tear-streaked face resembled that of a calico cat, and remarked. Upon her arrival in Tian, Zhang Qingyun entered the Jiqiu courtyard. Within less than 10 days, she submitted a proposal to the young master for establishing an intelligence network within the borders, and implementation has already commenced. Should she successfully establish this network, she will undoubtedly become a pivotal figure, ascending to the third position within the Jiqiu courtyard. When our grand ventures beyond the borders commence their advance inward, her significance will undoubtedly be amplified. Xiaji listened in a daze. With a vigorous shake of her head, she pondered the effort Zhang Qingyun was investing to become an indispensable figure in the young master's future, while she herself remained stagnant. Gu Xiaoman continued, Little Ji, it is only when you become irreplaceable that you will hold the utmost importance to the young master. Otherwise, you will merely remain a relative due to childhood ties. You must comprehend how to become an irreplaceable presence beside him. Irreplaceable? Xiaji murmured. Indeed, Gu Xiaoman affirmed. If you do not take this first step, then the remaining matters need not be discussed. Xiaji gazed at Gu Xiaoman for a moment, then suddenly leaped up, tearing her splendid garments in a flurry. Seizing her leather coat from the head of the bed, wrapping it around herself, and grabbing the dagger from the table as she strode purposefully toward the door. What are you doing? Fan Xiaomiao called out loudly. I am going to become an irreplaceable person, Xiaji declared. I will not concede to that Zhang Qingyun. Who does she think she is? That may be better than your current state. Gu Xiaoman retorted. Does the young master truly harbor no romantic feelings for Xiaji? Fan Xiaomiao questioned, feeling a sense of injustice. Considering Xiaji possesses both talent and beauty, albeit with a slightly wild temperament. We have grown up together and know each other too well. How can you not have any romantic feelings for her? Gu Xiaoman countered. I have always considered Xiaji as a sister since childhood, Fan Xiaomiao replied. The young master feels the same. Gu Xiaomin shrugged. Does that not imply that no matter what Xiaoji does, there is little hope? Not necessarily, Gu Xiaomin chuckled. Perhaps one day, circumstances might change. In matters of love, who can predict? They are not true siblings. If Xiaoji can indeed become the irreplaceable person I speak of, it may naturally lead to unforeseen developments. By the way, I have yet to meet that Zhang Qingyun. Does the young master truly have any interest in her? Fang Xiaomiao shook his head. The young master speaks fervently. Yet nothing significant transpires. At present, he merely harbors intentions of utilizing the Zhang family. If Zhang Ruo were to become the most capable aide of Xiao Chanshe, this bond of affection would undoubtedly strengthen the ties between the two parties. Moreover, the intelligence network that Zhang Qingyun is currently establishing within the borders could indeed compensate for our deficiencies. As for that girl's feelings towards the young master, it remains uncertain, Fang Xiaomao remarked. It seems that Zhang Qingyun harbors some admiration for the young master, and given their current reliance on him, it is only natural for her to develop feelings. However, I believe this maneuver of the young master lacks decorum and could tarnish his reputation. Yu Xiaomin laughed heartily. What is there to be ashamed of? If the young master were to achieve great success in the future, it would matter not whether it is Zhang Qingyun, Xia Ji, or even a few other young ladies involved. Chapter 59. Two rebels Li Dachui, wielding a pair of tongs, unearthed the charred taro from the fire pit. Blowing away the soot, he gently peeled it back to reveal the pristine white flesh within. Offering it to the opposite Mao Daxian with a smile. Enjoy it while it and amp. Oppos. As hot. It's most fragrant when warm. Mao Daxian accepted the taro, taking a hearty bite, hissing as he savored it, allowing the rich aroma to envelop his senses before finally swallowing. Indeed, this is the impetus for our current endeavor, Li Dachui remarked. If we execute this plan successfully, we shall not have to fret over financial matters for quite some time. Mao Daxian waved his hand dismissively. You need not elaborate on the particulars of this affair. I am one who tends to speak in dreams. Knowing too many secrets can be perilous, for I fear inadvertently revealing them. Li Dachui chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. However, there is another matter I must address, Mao Daxian continued. Once this task is completed, your strength will be evident and cannot be concealed any longer. The truth of Tian City and Helan Plain will be laid bare for all to see. At that juncture, subtlety will no longer suffice. One must instill fear when necessary, and thus, a standing military force is imperative. What are your thoughts on these future concerns? Indeed, Mao Daxian affirmed, the foundation of the military lies in land grants. We are not lacking in land at present, Li Dachui replied with a smile. In the triangular area we have planned, there exists abundant fertile black soil. Beyond land grants, the families of the military will naturally benefit from tax reductions, labor exemptions, and the spoils of war will belong to them, among a plethora of other advantages, all designed to kindle their fervor for battle. Of course, achieving merit on the battlefield and ascending the social hierarchy is another path to pursue. And how will the soldiers' rations be addressed? Mao Daxian inquired. Aside from providing necessary supplies during campaigns, the soldiers will need to furnish their own weapons, armor, mounts, and provisions, Li Dachui replied, blinking. We shall implement regulations regarding weapons and armor, and our workshops will be responsible for their production, allowing the soldiers to purchase them. In this manner, all parties will benefit. If we adopt a rotational system for the soldiers, with a turnover each year, Helan Plain could supply 10,000 able-bodied men, rotating every 2 to 3 years, thus preserving the strength of the populace and avoiding disruption of agricultural cycles. Mao Daxian suggested. Should you continue to achieve victories with minimal losses, a virtuous cycle will indeed emerge, he added. Since the Lord had already devised plans, Mao Daxian felt no need to elaborate further, but he urged, just remember, beyond the passes, while martial strength is paramount, lasting power requires a solid foundation. If you merely aspire to be a local tyrant, then relying on Helan Plain, Tai and Oppos, and City, and the aforementioned triangular area will suffice. However, if you seek to dominate beyond the passes, or even to extend your reach further, these resources will be far from adequate. Indeed, the current situation reveals that Ling Huyu wields control over a third of the territories beyond the pass, secretly maneuvering countless pawns while relentlessly striving to expand his power. I am far inferior to him, and naturally, I cannot afford any semblance of complacency. Master Mao, there is no need for you to test my resolve. Defeating Ling Huyi and establishing dominance beyond the pass is merely my initial endeavor. What is your greatest aspiration in life, Master Mao? Li Dachui inquired with a smile. My utmost ambition in this lifetime is undoubtedly to govern the world, replied the esteemed Mao Da. If you wish to govern the world, must I not ascend to the throne myself? Li Dachui jested. When I sought your esteemed presence in the past, Master Mao, did you not already set such lofty aspirations? At that time, my sole desire was merely to earn a living. The salary you provided was generous enough for me to indulge in a carefree existence. Mao Da candidly confessed. It is only in these past 2 years that thoughts of rebellion have surfaced in my mind. Master Mao has always harbored rebellious thoughts. Why not align yourself with Ling Huyu? At least his superficial strength surpasses mine. Li Dachui queried. Mao Da shook his head repeatedly. Ling Huyu may appear resolute. Yet in truth, he is indecisive, constantly second-guessing himself, clinging to life, reputation, and wealth. Though he seems formidable, he is, in essence, a hollow figure, a mere paper tiger. Should he refrain from rebellion, he might continue to dominate the region beyond the pass as a local strongman. However, once he instigates an uprising, he is bound to face defeat and demise, with his lineage in peril. I did not expect your evaluation of me to be so favorable. Li Dachui raised his teacup. To that end, let us toast. I shall drink tea in place of wine, and offer a salute to Master Mao. Mao Da laughed heartily. While I may lack in other areas, my discernment of character remains quite sharp. Modesty aside, over the past 3 years, Healing Yuan has flourished remarkably, transforming from a state of decline to its current prosperity, all thanks to Master Mao's contributions. You have procured the finest ingredients. If I cannot transform them into a splendid feast, how could I possibly justify your generous compensation? Is Master Mao solely motivated by salary? Names hold significance, power is desired, and profit cannot be overlooked. Mao Da remarked. In this world, a man seeks nothing less. Given that, might you clarify your origins and background for me? In the past, it was of little consequence for you to govern Healing Yuan, but as I prepare to step into the limelight, I must be aware of the details concerning my foremost subordinate. I had the Jiqiu Institute investigate, yet yielded no results. Li Dachui spread his hands in exasperation. But someone of your stature should not be so obscure. Who, indeed, are you? What matter? The day I govern the world. Mao Da raised his head, his eyes slightly misty. That will be the moment I return in glory. Chapter 60. Gathering Tu Jiaojiu leaned against the doorframe, observing her husband, Ding Ergua, laboring in the yard, sweat glistening on his brow as he chopped firewood. Their son, barely a year old, frolicked in the snow, blissfully unaware of the cold and the burdens weighing on his mother's heart. At just 18, Ding Ergua was a year younger than Tu Jiaojiao, yet they had already welcomed a son nearly 2 years of age. Their paths converged 3 years ago in the tumultuous backdrop of the Helan Plain. During the invasion of the northern Yuan, a devastating sweep across the border shattered the lives of the Tu and Ding families. The 2 survivors became captives of the northern Yuan, ultimately brought to the Helan Plain by Xiaji. Merely 10 days after their arrival, fate compelled 2 strangers, thrust together by a mere coincidence of drawing the same number in a lottery, to forge a family. Thus, the naive youths, 15-year-old Ding Ergua and 14-year-old Tu Jiaojiao, embarked on their life upon the plain. How could I not go? After a long pause, Tu Jiaojia finally spoke. The calamity of 3 years ago had cast a profound shadow over her, and the memories of their eventual rescue from war still sent shivers down her spine. The thundering hooves of war horses, the glimmer of knives, and the piercing arrows had torn through the bodies of the northern Yuan soldiers before them, splattering blood that stained her garments. That was her most immediate understanding of war. Life was as fragile as grass. In the chaos, some refugees became mere casualties of the conflict. While she considered herself fortunate, surviving to reach the plain, finding a husband like Ding Ergua, who was honest and tender, and now having a son, filled Tu Jiaoji with a deep sense of contentment. She wished for her husband to be spared from the horrors of 3 years prior. This time, it was a voluntary enlistment, selected from those who signed up. If you do not enlist, you will not be chosen. Tu Jiaojiao asserted, do not deceive me. You know I can read a few characters. The notice from the authorities is posted at the village entrance. It is better to be poor than to live in fear. Our family can still get by. With unwavering conviction, she declared, as long as we are together, I shall be content. Ding Ergua shook his head, Jiaojiao. Although you do not voice it, I know your life was once quite splendid before coming to the plain. You must have been a young lady of distinction. Your skin is so fair, your hands so delicate, devoid of calluses, and you can read. Certainly, you are not of humble origins like us. By being with me, you have sacrificed much. He insisted, I will ensure you live a good life. I will not let you toil in the fields with me." Tears welled in Tu Jiao Jiao and Appo's eyes, her gaze fixed on Ding Ergua, stunned. "Fear not, for the instructor teaches us martial arts. Many fail to succeed, but I am different. I have already become a practitioner. The instructor told me I have attained a rank, and if I join the army, I could serve as a squad leader, commanding 5 men. Ding Ergua chuckled, extending his bare arm, the muscles rippling, a testament to his strength. The instructor also mentioned that the martial practice we are engaged in is formidable on the battlefield, capable of withstanding fierce combat, and through diligent training, one can progress remarkably swiftly. He further remarked that at my age, there exists boundless potential, and perhaps I might ascend several levels further. If I can master the art of chi manipulation, our family will thrive within the realm, potentially allowing me to become the village chief. Upon witnessing the resolute determination in Ding Ergo, Tu Jiao Jiao wiped her eyes and entered the house. After a while, she emerged with several strings of coins, stating, "Since you are set to go, head to the workshop in the town and procure all the implements mentioned in the notice. Should the funds prove insufficient, feel free to defer payment. I shall repay it gradually. 10 men comprise a squad, 100 form a company, 300 make a battalion, and 1,200 constitute a regiment. For Healing Yuan, a company essentially represents a village. During the organization process, efforts are made to group individuals from the same village or those familiar with one another together, thus enhancing combat effectiveness during battles. The adage brothers fight together, fathers and sons join the fray holds considerable truth. Due to the thoroughness of their training, the military mobilization in Healing Yuan is remarkably swift. Each soldier is equipped with a set of leather armor, a broadsword, a crossbow, 30 arrows, a spear, a short iron spade, a food container, a water flask, and 30 days and Appos worth of rations. Additionally, each unit has 20 horses. In the absence of horses, mules or donkeys suffice, utilized for transporting tents and other supplies. All these items must be provided by the soldiers themselves. Within the government-operated workshops of Healing Yuan, all these materials are available for purchase. Each workshop specializes in a particular type of merchandise, and all weapons adhere to strict quality standards. Soldiers who acquire substandard weapons have the right to lodge complaints. And if the allegations are substantiated, the workshop manager will face severe consequences. Ding Ergo is among the first batch of soldiers to descend from the realm. As a newly minted martial artist in the solidification stage, he has achieved his aspiration of becoming a fire captain, akin to Huang Dafu from his village. However, Huang Dafu is a seasoned veteran returning for a second descent, while Ding Ergo remains a novice. In a village, there are 10 squads. Regardless of past grievances or conflicts among them, once they are formed into an army, unity is paramount. This was emphatically reiterated by the regiment commander during their first assembly with the squad leaders post-formation. Following their establishment, military law is to be observed. The commander, who is also the village chief, Zhou Wu, sternly informed them, during the march, there will be individuals designated to announce military laws. It is advisable that you memorize each one. Should you violate them, and I find it necessary to behead you, do not claim injustice. Ding Er and Appos. Go had always perceived village chief Zhou Wu as a kindly figure, particularly patient when instructing him in martial arts. Yet at that moment, confronted with the chief and Appos' fierce demeanor, he felt as though he scarcely recognized him. On the second day of assembly, Ding Ergo discovered that the military law was indeed no idle threat, as the 2nd Regiment executed a soldier. The unfortunate man, in a fit of madness, caused a commotion during the night and was promptly dragged beneath the flagpole by their commander, who severed his head with a single stroke. For the first time, Ding Ergo sensed the stark distinction between soldiers and civilians. This brother, too, likely harbored dreams of advancement and prosperity, much like himself. Yet he had lost his life before even engaging in battle. Li Dechue stood beside the gate tower, observing the first contingent of troops descending from the heights, an unending stream passing before him. He felt a profound satisfaction with the spirit of this battalion, a result of years of tireless effort to instill in these men a fervent desire for warfare. The wild wolf had already descended a few days prior, ready to initiate the curtain of conflict. Luring the enemy is no simple task. Failure could mean the enemy remains unfold, with the worst outcome being the enemy devouring the bait hole. Yan Sheng, as the 3rd major force beyond the pass, had endured considerable trials, making it no easy feat to deceive him. For this day, the wild wolf had prepared for several years, consistently opposing the Yin family, provoking their ire to its zenith. Now, as the Yin family faced a critical juncture, the wild wolf dared to taunt them. Should the Yin clan fail to demonstrate their strength, they risked being looked down upon, thereby losing crucial bargaining power. Capturing this cunning and slippery adversary would indeed be a formidable challenge. My lord, each squad leader possesses at least a solid foundation of cultivation, and each regiment commander has at least mastered the energy manipulation, remarked Xiaji, standing proudly beside Li Dechui. After 3 years of relentless training, this army will undoubtedly match any formidable force of the era. Yet they must endure the crucible of war. Li Dechui responded. The trials of blood and fire are the indispensable path to becoming a strong army. Compared to Xiao Changche's seasoned 3,000 iron cavalry, we still have a long way to go. The Earth Division is no less capable, Xiaji retorted defiantly. Wherever the military banner points, victory is assured. Just wait and see, my lord. Indeed, such spirit marks a promising beginning. Li Dechui regarded Xiaji with appreciation. After the tumultuous events, it seemed as though Xiaji had transformed, bringing him much joy. When he inquired of Gu Xiaoman how she had managed to help Xiaji open up, Gu Xiaoman merely smiled and refrained from answering. While Fang Xiaomao diverted the conversation, let it be unsaid, as long as Xiaji focuses on his work without wandering thoughts, that suffices. When the second batch of 1,200 men descended, Li Dechui followed them down from Helan Yuan, and then silently vanished without a trace. Chapter 61. Thunder strikes on level ground in the realm beyond the pass. Taiyan City holds a far greater allure than Jinlu City. If Jinlu exudes an air of solemnity, imbued with a sense of iron and blood, then to wander the streets of Tai and Apos, and brings Wu to a distinct aroma of wealth. It is difficult to fathom the abundance of diverse goods in a city beyond the pass. Can you cross the Yangguan with a load of dozens of pounds? Wu De remarked to his subordinate with a hint of indifference. With you as our leader, naturally we can. The subordinate replied. Wu De remained silent and continued onward. In Chang'an, items worth their weight in gold can be found here at a mere pittance, while conversely, items of little value in Chang'an are considerably dear here. Wu De understood that in recent years, the court had begun to impose restrictions on trade beyond the pass. Essential commodities such as salt, iron, tea, tung oil, and hemp have become increasingly difficult to transport freely. Consequently, prices for these goods have soared beyond measure. The scarcer they become, the more people hoard them. And the more they hoard, the higher prices climb, a vicious cycle indeed. Some have seen their families ruined by the court and Apos as policies, while others have amassed fortunes. No matter how strict the restrictions may be, they cannot deter those with connections. These regulated goods continue to flow unabated, albeit at inflated profits compared to previous years. Settle in with peace of mind. I shall cover all expenses. Wu De chuckled. Taiyan is renowned beyond the pass, a veritable gold pit where everything is costly. Yet it is said to be the safest haven beyond the pass. Here, one must simply avoid causing trouble. Will everything truly be on your account? May I then visit the ancient tower? I caught a glimpse of it upon arrival. It is a house of pleasure, and after months away, I am near my wit's end. If you truly wish to go, I fear you may end up being left there as a grand teapot when we depart. Wu De replied with a grin. That expense, however, I will not reimburse. His subordinate groaned. Then it seems we can only indulge our eyes. Experiencing the many sights here is a credential in itself. Though this journey has been arduous, and some brothers have even perished, it provides you with greater leverage for future promotions, Wu De declared as he straightened his attire. Feel free to explore the city. I have some matters to attend to outside. As he stepped out of the inn, Wu De glanced around before striding westward. Upon his return, as the lanterns began to illuminate the evening, he was taken aback to find his 3 subordinates indulging heartily at a table in the corner of the hall, while a young man he did not recognize was eagerly urging them to partake further. Upon noticing Wu De and Apos' entrance, one of his subordinates rose, his tongue slightly tangled. Boss, do you have acquaintances in Taiyan? This young fellow is remarkably hospitable. Upon learning we are your subordinates, he insisted on treating us to a feast. The wine of Taiyan is truly excellent, delightful wine. Wu De furrowed his brow slightly and respectfully inquired of the youth. I do not wish to impose, but I cannot recall having had the pleasure of your acquaintance. My memory has always been quite reliable. The young man smiled and returned the gesture, saying, though Wu Tixing does not recognize me, I, too, am seeing you for the first time today. However, my master is an old acquaintance of yours. Grateful for your past kindness, upon hearing of your arrival in Tai and Apos, in city, he wished to invite you for a gathering. Unfortunately, I arrived just as you had departed and only encountered these few brothers. As fate would have it, I thought it best to extend an invitation to indulge in some drinks together. And who might your master be? Wu Da inquired, increasingly perplexed, as he pondered where he might have made an acquaintance in Tai and Amp, Opos, and City. Pray, follow me, and you shall soon discover, the young man replied politely. It is not fitting to speak of my master's name here. Hearing this, Wu Da hesitated momentarily. Rest assured, Wu Ti-Xing, we are in Tai City, where no one dares to commit wrongdoing. My master holds both status and influence here. He merely wishes to express his gratitude for your past generosity. The young man assured him. Very well, I shall accompany you. May I ask your esteemed name? Wu Da nodded in agreement. I am Luo Ying, the youth replied. Upon hearing Wu Da's consent, a smile illuminated Luo Ying's face as he turned to Wu Da's subordinates, saying, Brothers, feel free to order whatever you desire. It shall be charged to Luo Ying's account. The few captives who had already indulged to a state of mild intoxication eagerly nodded. The wine of Tai and Opos and City was not akin to the insipid beverages found elsewhere. It was genuinely fine wine, albeit quite expensive, priced at 2 taels of silver per pound, an expense most could scarcely afford. With a generous benefactor at hand, they felt no need for restraint and resolved to drink to their heart's content, caring little for Wu Da's intended destination. Secure in the knowledge that no one dared to resort to violence in Tai City. As the young man guided them along, Wu Da became increasingly apprehensive, for it was evident that their current path led to a locale beyond the reach of ordinary folk. The throng of people diminished while the road widened, with the residences on either side growing ever more opulent, and the presence of patrolling guards became increasingly pronounced. Clearly, those who wished to meet him, as Luo Ying had suggested, were individuals of considerable standing in Tai City. Please, Luo Ying said, bowing slightly before the entrance of an extravagant mansion that stood apart from its more modest neighbors. Wu Da hesitated, observing the mansion's unmistakable grandeur. Who, if I may ask, is your master? He queried. My master has been awaiting your arrival. You shall recognize him immediately, Luo Ying replied with a smile. Having come this far, I shall proceed. Wu Da took a deep breath and followed Luo Ying through the grand entrance. To his astonishment, Luo Ying led him directly past the first 2 courtyards and into the third. The first courtyard served as a reception area, the second as a study, and the third as a serene tea room. To be ushered directly to the third indicated that the master of this abode did not regard Wu Da as an outsider. At the entrance to the tea room, a lone figure stood waiting. Upon seeing Wu Da, the individual gracefully bowed in greeting. Wu Tixing, having traveled 1,000 miles from Chong and Opos, and has been under your considerate care throughout the journey. Light Cloud feels utterly indebted and, upon hearing of your arrival in Tai City, humbly extends this invitation, hoping for your forgiveness. It is none other than Zhang Qingyun. Wu Da is overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, women possess a significant advantage over men from birth, just a few days apart. The timid and cautious young lady who journeyed with him is now residing in a grand mansion in the precious real estate of Tai City, surrounded by numerous servants. The person who recently invited him, Luo Ying, if he is not mistaken, must possess at least the cultivation of a Qi master, yet serves as her subordinate. It must be the handiwork of Li Dachui. Li Dachui claimed to have properties in Tai City, and it appears he spoke the truth. It seems that Li Dachui has indeed become a close aide to Zhang Qingyun. So it is Miss Qingyun. Although Wu Da feels a pang of envy, he breathes a sigh of relief. The earlier unease has dissipated in this moment. Throughout the journey, he merely fulfilled his duty. For who does not respect the heroes of the Zhang family? Without Wu Tixing and Opos' care, the safety of him and his daughter would have been in question. The young lady, though not adept at drinking wine, possesses some skill in brewing tea, and thus prepared a pot of fine tea for Tixing, hoping he would not hold her humble hospitality against her. Zhang Qingyun smiled as she courteously invited him. Within the room, the fragrant sandalwood incense wafts through the air. And on the tea table, a small red clay stove burns brightly beneath a teapot, with steam rising from the boiling water, and a complete set of tea utensils arranged atop. At this moment, some prefer the traditional method of brewing tea, while others favor the simpler approach of steeping with boiling water. Regardless of the method, an entire art of tea has developed. Judging by the setup, it is evident that Zhang Qingyun favors the recently popular method of steeping with boiling water. This technique, which offers a bitter taste initially but reveals sweetness upon prolonged sipping, is one that Wu Da appreciates. Simple and unpretentious, it requires merely a pot of boiling water and a handful of tea leaves, making it an excellent choice for both nourishment and refreshment. However, Zhang Qingyun's tea preparation is notably meticulous. Wu De, seated across from her, watches intently as she skillfully brews the tea. Just by observing the packaging of the tea leaves, he knows that this box must be of considerable value. In this borderland, tea leaves are indeed a form of hard currency. As he watches the emerald liquid pour from the teapot, it fills the delicate teacups to the brim. After filling 4 small cups before Wu De, Zhang Qingyun finally sets down the teapot and says, "Wu Tixing, do sample my craftsmanship," cautiously lifting a tiny teacup. She tilts her head back to savor the tea, not swallowing immediately, but allowing it to linger in her mouth for a moment before slowly swallowing. With each subsequent cup, she drinks a bit more quickly. "Excellent tea," Wu De praises. Zhang Qingyun smiles as she sips delicately from her cup, her enchanting gaze fixed on Wu De, and says, "Wu Tixing, the purpose of my invitation today is twofold. First, to express my gratitude, and second, to seek your collaboration." Wu De and Apos' expression turns quizzical. "Miss Qingyun, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Qingyun smiled, setting down her teacup. "Currently, I am working for the bandit Li Dachui. Under his command, there exists a dedicated organization responsible for intelligence gathering. My expertise lies primarily in statistical analysis and financial accounts, leaving me with little else to offer. As a newcomer, I find myself somewhat isolated and eager to achieve results to establish my foothold. After much contemplation, I realized that only Wu Tixing could assist me. Fortunately, fate has favored me. Just as I was thinking of you, you arrived in Tian City. I am merely a head constable. Miss Qingyun has sought my assistance, but she has approached the wrong person." Wu De shook his head. Zhang Qingyun replied with a smile. "Our people are likely at that grocery store in the West City that you have visited. If all goes well, I believe I will soon discern what kind of person Wu Tixing truly is. Please, do not be so quick to dismiss me." Like a clap of thunder from a clear sky, Wu De straightened in his seat. Chapter 62 Cooperation. From the adjacent room came the faint sound of breathing, belonging to a highly skilled martial artist. Observing the seemingly innocent and charming Zhang Qingyun before him, Wu De sighed with a wry smile. "Miss Qingyun, may I inquire who resides next door?" "You truly need not be so cautious. This is Tian City, and even with the boldest audacity, I would not dare to act recklessly here, would I? And you are?" Gazing at the pale, bearded rotund figure, Wu De felt an uncanny familiarity. "I am Li Kaisen, the steward of the Lord and Apos' manor in Tai and Apos and City." Li Kaisen took a seat on a nearby stool. "The steward of the Lord and Apos' manor?" Wu De exclaimed in surprise. Li Kaisen nodded. "In truth, there is no need to keep secrets from you, Wu Tixing. Ma Fei Li Dachui is also the young lord of Tian City." Wu De lowered his head, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. "So it is. Li Dachui indeed wields significant influence in Tian City. Then how should I address him?" Wu De inquired. "A name is merely a designation. You may call him Zhang San or Li Si, it matters not." Zhang Qingyun smiled. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. There is no necessity to pry into every detail. Much like yourself, is there?" Wu Tixing pressed on. "How did you know I possess another identity?" Wu De felt a tinge of resentment. This identity was not a mere whim, but a genuine role he had fulfilled for decades. "This matter I shall elucidate," Li Kaisen stated. "You may be unaware, but my young master possesses a unique martial skill that allows him to gauge the cultivation level of others, as long as they do not exceed his own." Wu De was taken aback. Perhaps Wu Tixing had employed some secret technique to suppress his own cultivation to a remarkably low level. Li Kaisen continued, however. "Much like a person who has traversed the vast changes of time, no matter how they attempt to masquerade as an unsophisticated rustic, they will inevitably reveal subtle flaws. During that battle in the dilapidated temple against the bandit Aoshing, although you presented yourself as merely a 6th-tier chi manipulation practitioner, your technique, insight, and judgment were evidently superior to the level you displayed. Of course, one might attribute this to experience. Yet when combined with the peculiar nature of my young master's martial training, the flaw becomes rather pronounced." Zhang Qingyun remarked softly. "Wu Tixing, had you exerted your full strength at that time, would your subordinates not have perished? Did you truly allow your brothers to die before your eyes simply to conceal your identity?" Wu De fell silent for a moment, lifting a cup of tea before him, draining it in one gulp, yet he was unaware whether the taste was bitter or sweet at that moment. Had it not been for Li Dachui's appearance, they would not have perished, Wu De declared. "I could certainly have slain those scoundrels, yet Li Dachui's arrival compelled me to restrain myself from revealing any vulnerabilities." Zhang Qingyun sighed softly, remarking, "He harbors suspicions about you, while you remain wary of him. Both of you conceal ulterior motives. leading to the needless demise of several of your subordinates in that dilapidated temple and in the journey ahead. Wu Tixing, what do you think those gentlemen still drinking in the inn would feel if they were to uncover the truth? I fear they would distance themselves from me. Wuda responded, perhaps it is for the best. Given that my identity has been exposed, their departure may extend their lives. A person like me is unworthy of friends. Upon uttering these words, a faint crackling sound emanated from Wuda and Appo's being. Li Kaisen squinted, while Zhang Qingyun gazed at Wuda with a hint of curiosity, sensing that he seemed to have grown slightly taller in that moment. At the pinnacle of the 8th rank, Li Kaisen declared, now, Wu Tixing, can you reveal to us your true identity? We did not actually visit the grocery store in the west of the city, for even if we had, it is unlikely we would glean any useful information. A hidden Black Ice Pavilion, entrenched for years, would not possess knowledge of the core matters of the Black Ice Pavilion. It would only serve to confirm your affiliation with them, Wuda stated. My true name is indeed Wuda. Apart from my role as Tixing, I also bear the responsibility of constructing the network of infiltration for the Black Ice Pavilion across the realm. The title of Tixing allows me to traverse the world openly, and when the mood strikes, I can apprehend those heinous villains. Wuda continued. The original Black Ice Pavilion beyond the gates has become obsolete, reduced to a mere tool of Ling Huyu. Thus, you have come to reactivate the previously established reserve personnel, have you not? Zhang Qingyun inquired. Wuda, astonished, replied, Miss Qingyun. Your esteemed lineage as a woman of a noble family is remarkable. You are aware of such matters? Wuda nodded, indeed. Tai and Amp, Appo's, and City is a hub for intelligence gathering beyond the gates, and the Black Ice Pavilion naturally regards this place as a primary base of operations. Wu Tixing, curious, asked, what is your standing within the Black Ice Pavilion? Wuda remained silent for a moment before responding. I have just ascended to the 4th rank this year. The former 4th was deposed and imprisoned due to failures in the intelligence war against Nanchu. Who would have thought I would catch such a significant fish? Li Kaisen exclaimed joyfully. Wu Tixing, allow me to clarify further. Since our young master grew suspicious of you in the dilapidated temple, he will naturally pay closer attention to you. Comprehensive surveillance has been in place since your arrival in Jinwu City. I was completely unaware, Wuda exclaimed, a sense of humiliation washing over him, a disgrace intolerable for a seasoned spy. They will only observe you and harbor no hostility. No actions will be taken against you, Li Kaisen assured him. Although our Jiqiu Institute does not possess the extensive history of the Black Ice Pavilion, we have our own unique capabilities. Aware of your distinctiveness, we observe you while conducting thorough investigations on everyone you encounter. Once we ascertain their identities, yours will inevitably be revealed. Wuda nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. Jiqiu Institute, discerning autumn through a single leaf. What do you intend to accomplish by unveiling my identity? As I previously stated, it is, of course, collaboration. Zhang Qingyun replied with a smile. How do you propose we collaborate? Wuda inquired. The Black Ice platform is currently in a weakened state beyond the borders. Those loyal to the court have been thoroughly eradicated by Ling Huyu. The dead stakes I have just activated can only maintain the most basic functions. And to truly exert influence will require time. If we are to collaborate, wouldn't that mean we are the ones benefiting? We are not collaborating with the Black Ice platform. We are collaborating with you, Zhang Qingyun declared. The Black Ice platform has operated for centuries. Now nothing more than a bloated facade devoid of substance. Yet we hold you and your dead stakes in high regard. What do you mean? We wish to invite you to join our Jiqiu Institute, Zhang Qingyun continued. In the past, our focus lay beyond the borders, in places like Beiyuan. But now we seek to establish our presence within. If you join us, it would not merely yield twice the results for half the effort. It could propel us to unprecedented heights. Is Li Dachui also plotting a rebellion? Wuda asked in astonishment. Let us not stray too far, Li Kaisen interjected, shaking his head vigorously. For now, we only wish to secure a foothold beyond the borders. To be candid, we aim to supplant Ling Huyi, and thereafter, confront Beiyuan. If we accomplish all this, and the Great Qin remains as mired in stagnation as it is, we may very well have to consider actions within the borders. Indeed, presently, the court has no effective means to deal with Ling Huyi. Collaborating with us could, in fact, constrain him, should we manage to replace him. The court might even breathe a sigh of relief. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Qingyun remarked with a smile. Who can predict what lies ahead? Perhaps once we succeed, we would willingly serve the Great Qin in securing the borders. If I refuse, does that mean I shall not leave this room today? No. Zhang Qingyun laughed, shaking his head repeatedly. If Wutixing does not agree, we shall part ways amicably. You shall go your way, and I shall continue on my own path. It is said that in business, if a deal cannot be struck, one should still maintain goodwill. Let us leave a thread of connection today, so we may meet again in the future. Wuda looked at the other party with a hint of disbelief. Is that truly the case? This seems quite contrary to the modus operandi of those engaged in this line of work. Chapter 63, A Good Beginning. Wuda fell into silence. Zhang Qingyun spoke the truth. The focus of their attention lay beyond the borders, while within them, there was little of significance to concern oneself with. Any collaboration on their part was merely a strategic move for the coming years, if not decades. Conversely, if he were to refuse, the court beyond the frontier would be left in utter darkness. He lifted his gaze, landing it upon Li Kaisen. Zhang Qingyun had only recently arrived. The emphasis should be on Li Kaisen. Li Kaisen, however, smiled and spoke. Wutixing, the one in charge is Miss Qingyun. I am merely here to maintain order. Primarily to ensure that you do not act impulsively, perhaps considering taking a hostage or something of the sort. Do you think so little of me? Wuda retorted. Though Li Kaisen's smile faded. In my view, the people of Haibing Tai are indeed quite inadequate. Wuda immediately grasped the essence of this remark. Li Kaisen was previously familiar with some individuals from Haibing Tai, and these individuals likely held significant status. Li Kaisen promptly closed his mouth. Uncle Pang, perhaps you should speak less. Individuals like Wutixing are truly astute. They can trace the lineage of others with just a hint, Zhang Qingyun remarked with a smile. What does Jiqiu courtyard desire? Wuda inquired. We find ourselves in a vacuum within the borders and naturally wish to establish our own influence, Zhang Qingyun replied. Next, we will weave a network inside the borders, with a focus on major cities such as Chang'an and Luoyang. In such places, without formidable figures to maintain order, one might not survive long. You wish for me to maintain order for you? Wuda chuckled. Wouldn't that be akin to having a weasel guard the chickens? Are you certain these domains will still belong to you in the future? To dare to do so is to possess the confidence to back it up. Zhang Qingyun laughed lightly. Who knows, perhaps in a few years, Wutixing will willingly join Jiqiu courtyard. Wuda observed Zhang Qingyun, who appeared entirely assured, and felt a twinge of unease. Having accompanied Zhang Ruo and her father for thousands of miles, he had gained some understanding of Zhang Qingyun. This woman was indeed extraordinary. She was not one to boast recklessly, but had previously been constrained by worldly prejudices and social conventions. Now, it seemed she had received ample nourishment and support. Ready to blossom like a peony long held in bud, now poised to flourish in the wind. After all, I stand to gain from this, Wuda nodded. I agree to this matter. Excellent. Zhang Qingyun filled both their cups with tea, lifting her own first. I do not drink alcohol, so let tea suffice. Wutixing. From now on, we are family. The future development of Jiqiu courtyard in places like Chang'an will depend on your support. Their cups clinked lightly, and they both drank deeply. Zhang Qingyun then produced a gold medallion from beneath the table and gently pushed it toward Wuda. What is this? In Taiyan City, citizens were awarded jade, gold, silver, or bronze medallions based on their status. Li Kaisen retrieved a jade medallion from his own belongings and placed it on the table, stating, This is mine. Wutixing, do not underestimate the gold medal. Within the jurisdiction of Taiyan City, encompassing hundreds of thousands, including the subordinates of the young master, there exist no more than 30 medals. Each medal bears a number, signifying your rank within our organization and the personnel and resources you may command. The distinct patterns and engravings on the medal further indicate your department and the nature of your duties. Wuda gently caressed the gold medal in his hand, pondering. I have done nothing, yet I have become the 36th figure in Taiyan City? In truth, the young master holds you in high regard and has a genuine fondness for you. Zhang Qingyun remarked, You are a warrior who embraces solitude, indifferent to fame and fortune, dedicating the majority of your life to silently safeguarding the great Qin in the shadows. The young master believes that the great Qin still stands strong largely due to individuals like you. If one day, even those like you lose hope in the great Qin, then its downfall would be inevitable. Would have felt a stirring within, his eyes moistening. He never imagined that someone so far from the borders, a bandit, would truly understand and admire individuals like them. Within the borders, in the court, they were disparagingly referred to as hounds and lackeys, vilified by the gentry and aristocracy, never permitted to stand in the limelight. He silently clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The young master expressed his willingness to wait for someone like you. And during this waiting period, it would be prudent to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation. Zhang Qingyun continued. You seek information from beyond the borders, while we desire knowledge from within. You wish to curb Ling Hu Yi's ambitions, while we aspire to replace him. Wu opposed his most pressing concern. If you could replace him, would you not harbor ambitions towards the inner regions? Not for the time being. Zhang Qingyun replied emphatically. Once we supplant Ling Hu Yi, our focus will not be on internal affairs but rather on the northern Yuan beyond the borders. Ling Hu Yu cannot obstruct the northern Yuan and Appos, advance southward. Hence we seek to test our strategies. Of course, if one day individuals like you no longer hold hope for the Great Qin, we would naturally march into the borders. How can this be substantiated? Wu tucked the medal into his bosom. An intriguing matter? Wu contemplated. This development would undoubtedly alter the power dynamics and influence beyond the borders, making it worthy of my attention. In no more than a month, the truth shall emerge. Zhang Qingyun stated. We are cooperating with you, Wu Tixing, not with the Black Eyes platform. Zhang Qingyun cheerfully corrected. This distinction must be clear to you, Wu Tixing. All right. Aside from me, no one from the Black Eyes platform shall be privy to this matter. Wu promptly affirmed. The following day, Wu and his 3 subordinates relocated from a lavish yet poorly serviced into a quaint private courtyard. Though small, the courtyard was fully equipped, complete with servants and maids, and the daily meals were varied and sumptuous, bringing delight to his 3 companions. The young girl, who had been escorted all the way, upon reaching the borders, experienced a remarkable transformation, swiftly rising to become a wealthy individual in the city of Tian. Moreover, her companion was a man of considerable influence beyond the borders, a fact that left the 3 constables in deep contemplation. They silently expressed their relief, grateful that they had been attentive in serving the father and daughter duo throughout the journey. Had anything gone amiss, they might well have found themselves facing not fine wine and sumptuous feasts, but rather the grim reality of violence. Ah, women, especially those of striking beauty. They truly must not be offended. One constable raised his glass and downed a generous measure of fine wine, wistfully remarking to his companions. Indeed, the other 2, already slightly intoxicated, concurred. Was not Zhang Qingyun a living testament before their very eyes? They were acutely aware that she had become the woman of Li Dachui, a formidable figure in the outer territories, someone whose voice carried weight even among the likes of Ling Hu Yi and Xiao Chanche. Furthermore, the fallen brothers had been granted substantial compensation, and after glimpsing the contents of those delicate boxes, they could not help but envy the deceased. For what they could scarcely earn in a lifetime, those brothers' families would now enjoy in their later years. They found solace in this thought. From behind the window, observing the 3 constables engaged in merriment, Wu remarked, we must also extend our gratitude. What momentous event transpired in Chang and Appos, 25 years ago? Wu furrowed his brow and replied, 25 years ago, I had just entered the ranks of the Black Eyes platform. Though merely a lowly figure, I was well informed compared to the average person, yet I recall no significant occurrences during that time. Does Miss Qingyun possess any leads? This is simple, Wu stated. As long as it is not a document sealed within the Tianzi No. 1 pavilion, I am entitled to inquire freely. That is splendid. A smile graced Zhang Qingyun's face. I am eager to uncover what extraordinary events transpired 25 years ago that could stir the heavens and move the spirits. Chapter 64. The Art of Strategy. The man on the shore responded with a sound and turned to leave. Below the riverbank, sheltered from the wind, 7 or 8 tents were scattered like stars, surrounding a slightly larger one in the center. The man carried a crystal-clear ice column into the main tent, where a bronze furnace was vigorously burning high-quality silver charcoal. A young man sat cross-legged on a cashmere blanket, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing the man enter, he set the book aside and smiled. Rua, is Galo still fishing? The man referred to as Rua sliced off a piece of the ice column and placed it into a kettle, replying with a grin, Your Highness. You know how Galo is. He is hooked on fishing. Whenever he has even a moment to spare, he is at it. I really don't understand the allure of fishing. I prefer casting a large net. Whether there are fish or not is immediately evident. The young man chuckled. Galo enjoys the anticipation of the catch. For him, it's about the journey rather than the outcome. Rua shrugged his shoulders and took a seat opposite the young man, carefully adjusting the silver charcoal with a pair of small iron chopsticks. Your Highness, what are our chances of success on this endeavor? To be honest, I am quite anxious. We've been at odds for many years, and the animosities run deep. If you approach recklessly and Yinxing turns against you, you could find yourself in peril. What? The valiant Rua, a mighty captain of my forces, who charges into battle without hesitation, is actually feeling apprehensive? The young man laughed. If it were just me, I would charge into Baoping City without a second thought. After all, I could simply die there. But your highness, your status is far too precious, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Rua punctuated his words by chipping at the ice, steam rising softly, causing the young man's features to appear somewhat blurred. This young man was none other than Tai Lu, the second prince of the Northern Yuan, commanding tens of thousands of troops stationed at the crucial juncture of the Bronze Gorge, right on the border with the Great Qin. He was among the most powerful figures in the Northern Yuan at present. Over the past 2 years, the Northern Yuan army had effectively divided into 3 segments. The primary force had advanced northward under Emperor Yingzhou to resist the southern and northern barbarian tribes for 2 years. The second contingent was led by Tai Lu, opposing the Qin forces. The third was under the command of the left noble king, a C2, stationed in Yin capital. However, a C2's forces were primarily tasked with maintaining domestic security. Although numbering over 100,000, they were dispersed across the Northern Yuan, exhibiting varying degrees of combat effectiveness. Some, like Wu Tu, were valiant warriors, while others merely idled away their days. This illustrates the Emperor Yingzhou and Apos' trust in Tai Lu. With the main force engaged in the northern campaign against the Hu, if the Qin were to seize the opportunity and Tai Lu could not hold the line, the Northern Yuan would face threats on 2 fronts, leading to imminent ruin. Yet, over the past 2 years, Tai Lu and the Qin garrison commander Ling Huyi had maintained a tacit peace. While Ling Huyi had his own motives, should Tai Lu reveal any significant weakness, he would certainly not hesitate to take advantage and conquer him. However, Tai Lu left no opportunities for Ling Huyi. Throughout these 2 years, he displayed not only formidable military leadership but also remarkable political acumen that left many in awe. This is also one of the reasons many people, both within and outside the realm, regard Tai Lu as the next successor of the Northern Yuan. The political system of the Northern Yuan largely mirrors that of the Qin dynasty. However, it diverges significantly in its approach to succession. The Qin dynasty established its heirs early on, educating them from a young age, and once the heir reached a certain age, they would assemble their own team to partake in the governance of the state. In the Qin, the crown prince's faction wielded immense political power, capable of influencing the court and Apos' affairs. In contrast, the Northern Yuan refrained from appointing a crown prince, with the emperor secretly designating an heir whose identity would only be revealed upon the death of the preceding emperor. Until that moment, all princes were considered potential candidates. Thus, the fierce rivalry among the princes is quite understandable. The Northern Yuan's emperors, over generations, showed little concern for the brutal competition among the princes. Rather, they tacitly encouraged it. For the Northern Yuan, which was significantly weaker compared to the Qin, only the most formidable emperors could lead the realm against the might of the Qin without facing annihilation. This method of cultivating successors, akin to nurturing venomous insects, indeed resulted in emperors of remarkable caliber over several generations. Those of lesser ability perished early in the competition, while the utterly incapable remained uninvolved in the bid for the throne, content to receive their stipends and await their end. Tai Lu faces stiff competition, whether from his elder brother Zhibi, who is currently fighting against the barbarians in the northern frontier, or from the 4th Prince Akadan, who is assisting the left sage King Aslan in Yendu. Both possess considerable strength within the realm. Unlike Tai Lu, Zhibi and Akadan have their maternal families to rely upon, as their mothers hail from some of the largest tribes within the Northern Yuan. When it comes to noble lineage, Tai Lu and Apos' mother is indeed the most distinguished. She is the princess of Changlu from the Qin, a niece of the current Qin emperor, making Tai Lu, by familial ties, a grandson of the Qin emperor. However, this noble lineage presents Tai Lu with not support, but rather resistance. A significant portion of the Northern Yuan populace is opposed to the idea of their emperor and Apos' bloodline mingling with that of the Qin. Thus, regardless of Tai Lu's excellence, he is not among their favored choices. Another faction does not care about lineage, yet political discord places them in direct opposition to Tai Lu. He advocates for a complete emulation of the Qin system to establish a pure centralized authority rather than the current hybrid system of the Northern Yuan. This proposition encroaches upon the fundamental interests of a considerable segment of the nobility, who naturally cannot permit Tai Lu and Apos' ascension, as his rise would signify their demise. Tai Lu currently bears immense pressure. His elder brother Zhibi has spent the past 2 years by the emperor's side, devising strategies, leading charges, and repeatedly achieving merit, thus deepening their emotional bond. Moreover, his accolades are conspicuously evident to all. The esteemed Akdun commands Yendu, quelling domestic unrest while simultaneously organizing supplies for the military. In the northern front, The resistance against the Hu is progressing smoothly, with the prospect of completely subduing the eastern and northern Hu on the horizon. Aik Dun's efforts are indeed commendable. Meanwhile, the situation in Tiela has remained tranquil for 2 years. A silence that belies the strenuous efforts and sacrifices made to maintain this peace. A skilled warrior seldom garners acclaim. Yet the absence of such acclaim can signify a lack of opportunity for recognition. Who, then, emerges as the protagonist in this southern expedition? Is it the formidable elder brother Zibi, who decisively strategizes in the northern territories? Or is it the cunning Aik Dun, orchestrating from Yindu? Or perhaps it is the one who has been in constant opposition to the Great Qin? Tiela contemplates these matters, finding himself at a disadvantage. Even if he were to assume the role of a prominent figure, would his elder brother and Aik Dun feel at ease? Surely not. Among the princes vying for the throne, only the one who ultimately prevails escapes a grim fate. The attempted seduction of Yinsheng and Baoping Prefecture began a year prior. Perseverance is key. Should Yinsheng be completely subdued and Baoping Prefecture secured, the forces of the Great Yuan would penetrate the borders like a wedge, effectively splitting the region in two. With Yinsheng's naval fleet as support, the Great Yuan's army could strike with impunity, leaving Ling Huyi in a state of utter disarray. Ling Huyi is certainly no loyal subject of the Great Qin. When the situation becomes dire, he will have but 2 paths to choose from. First, to surrender to the Great Yuan, or second, to abandon the outer territories and retreat with his troops into the inner lands. Tiela surmises that Ling Huyi will undoubtedly opt for the latter, a choice most advantageous for a treacherous minister and the one Tiela fervently hopes he will make. Should Ling Huyi take this route, it would signify a definitive break with Chang'an, leaving rebellion as his only means of survival. The entry of 100,000 elite troops from the outer territories into the inner lands would plunge the Great Qin into chaos, a scenario that brings Tiela great delight. Under his meticulous planning, he could effortlessly acquire vast tracts of land, stretching over 1,000 miles and home to millions, while simultaneously instigating internal strife within the Great Qin, thereby laying a solid foundation for the forthcoming Great Yuan offensive against the Qin. Such monumental achievements far surpassed the mere slaughter of thousands by his elder brother, or the clandestine machinations of the third prince, who feigns humility. Is there risk involved in this endeavor? Certainly. Yet, in light of the immense potential rewards, these risks pale in comparison. Tiela does not underestimate Yinsheng. Rather, in the current circumstances, Yinsheng would not dare to harm a single hair on his head. Yinsheng is no solitary figure unaffected by the fate of his family. The Yin family has deep roots in the outer territories, their lives and fortunes intertwined with Baoping Prefecture. On the surface, none would dare to challenge Tiela, but beneath it all, he has made additional arrangements to ensure his safety. The best strategy in warfare is to conquer through cunning. Chapter 65. The prelude unfolds having successfully persuaded Yinsheng of Beipingzu. One essentially gains control over the 2 principal rivers beyond the pass, the Qingshui River and the Juma River. Acquiring the naval forces of the Yin family signifies a tactical mobility that is paramount. For Ling Huyi, this is akin to removing the fuel from the fire. Ambitiously dreaming of establishing a stronghold beyond the pass to reign as a sovereign, and subsequently gazing longingly at the vibrant world within. What course of action will Ling Huyi take upon realizing that this land cannot be his bastion, but rather a burdensome encumbrance? Will he engage in a desperate battle to safeguard this territory of the Qin against the Yuan? That would indeed be a farcical notion. Ling Huyi, unwilling to become a sacrificial pawn, yearns to remain on the chessboard as one of its players. His only recourse is to retreat the forces inward. This is a classic case of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. The entry of this fierce tiger, Ling Huyi, into the inner territories will pour oil onto the already raging fire of the Qin's plight, igniting a conflagration that will spiral out of control, leading the Qin to complete its final journey amidst the blaze. For the northern Yuan, this constitutes a monumental strategic victory. The chaotic Qin will transform into a hunting ground for the Yuan, and within this arena, those qualified to become true adversaries of the Yuan are few and far between. At that moment, Jero entered, proudly bearing a freshly caught fish, its weight likely exceeding 10 pounds, now rendered solidly frozen. With deft precision, Jero wielded his knife, slicing the delicate fish flesh as thin as gossamer, arranging it neatly upon a platter. The translucent fish, illuminated by the firelight, revealed its intricate patterns with clarity. Setting the platter before Tiela, Jero remarked, "Your Highness, this scheme is indeed a product of profound foresight. However, I fear that despite your calculations concerning Ling Huyi, individuals such as Xiao Chan Che and Li Dachui may still pose significant obstacles in our path. Do you believe Xiao Changche will not follow Ling Huyi into the inner territories? Lu Yi inquired. Tiela picked up a slice of fish, savoring it slowly. Xiao Changche commands merely 3,000 troops, insufficient to sway the overarching tide. Regardless of his prowess on the battlefield, what impact can he truly have? 3 years ago, during the battle that brought disgrace to Astu, how might the outcome have differed had Wu Tu arrived in time? What if we had chosen to lend him assistance then? Lu He erupted into laughter. Your Highness speaks truth. Asta firmly aligned himself with the third prince, often creating difficulties for you. That battle left him irrevocably shaken. The third prince had once believed Asta could be a fierce ally, yet ultimately, he has proven to be but a mere hound, lacking strength. Even a military deity must kneel before the broader scheme. A few localized victories cannot alter the overall trajectory, thus, Xiao Changche is of little concern. However, the unpredictable Li Dachui remains a source of uncertainty. Our intelligence on him is regrettably sparse. Without a thorough understanding, we cannot devise targeted strategies. And such an unstable factor warrants our utmost caution. This individual first drew our attention 3 years ago, yet to this day, we have only uncovered his intricate connections to Taiyan City. Glow felt a twinge of frustration. All he needed was a bit more time. Previously, this individual had lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, but now he resembled a famished wolf basking in the light, leaving behind a trail that could be easily followed. Tiela nodded in agreement. We must expedite our investigation. I do not wish for any unforeseen variables to emerge in this grand scheme. Rest assured. Glow shot a glare at Ru, who was voraciously devouring fish fillets beside him. A considerable portion of Glow and Apos' own share already consumed by the glutton. With a chuckle, Ru rose, balancing a plate in his hands. You converse with His Highness. I shall step outside to assess the perimeter. In the snow-capped peaks of Baoping Prefecture, Jixiang, a group stood atop the highest point, gazing at the distant plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky. Commander, all has been thoroughly investigated. Yan Ku has escorted a substantial supply of provisions, having departed the manor 2 days prior, and is en route to Baoping City. Presently, the manor is under the guard of Yan Ku and Apos' eldest son, Yan Shan, who possesses a martial prowess of the 5th rank. The most formidable warrior remaining in the manor is a man named Zhou Huan, who has achieved a meager 6th rank through rigorous training. The manor also houses over 300 estate workers, yet the main force has been taken away by Yan Ku. He likely never anticipated that we would raid his stronghold. Han Qi declared, wrapped tightly in a white cloak, a sense of triumph evident in his demeanor. Gu Xiaoman raised a single-tube telescope, a remarkable contraption crafted by a skilled artisan over several years, an expensive yet invaluable tool for distant observation. While the naked eye could only discern the distant smoke, this instrument revealed the entire layout of the manor, even distinguishing small moving figures. We shall strike after nightfall. Tonight, we will spend the night in the village. It is quite chilly outside. Yu Xiaoman carefully stowed the telescope close to his chest and turned to descend the mountain. First, they would deal with the manor, then launch an assault on Yan Ku's forces. The campaign against Yan Xing of Baoping Prefecture would commence with him. This estate in Jixiang was known as Jizhuang, owned by Yan Ku, the brother of Yan Xing, the lord of Baoping Prefecture. Despite the presence of the term Xiang in its name, Jixiang was, in fact, a county among the numerous counties under Baoping Prefecture's jurisdiction. It ranked lower in both population and size, and was situated quite far from Baoping City. However, it boasted a significant advantage, lying at the foot of the Helan Mountains. Although the Helan Mountain range was treacherous, such perilous terrains were often abundant in natural treasures. Renowned medicinal herbs, such as aged ginseng and Hishou Wu, thrived in this area, known for its superior quality. Moreover, several villages and towns near the Helan Mountains had successfully experimented with cultivating these precious herbs, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Though inferior to the wild varieties, in terms of medicinal value, their quality and appearance surpassed that of external sources. This greatly enhanced the significance of Jixiang. Thus, Yan Ku arrived here, and the Ji Manor was established. A vast collection of medicinal herbs was stored within the estate for sorting. The finest were naturally offered as tribute to the esteemed Yan Sheng, while those of moderate quality were traded. The least desirable were processed into various medicinal pills right within the manor for sale. For the Yin family, Ji Manor represented an inexhaustible reservoir of wealth. This time, Yan Ku ventured to Baoping City, taking with him the majority of the skilled personnel from the manor. This was partly due to the treacherous journey. Although common bandits dared not provoke the Yin family, reckless ones like the wild wolves specifically targeted them. Among the cargo was an exceptionally valuable millennium-old ginseng, which Yin Xing intended to present to a highly esteemed guest. Other items, such as medicinal products, could be replaced if looted, resulting merely in a financial loss. But the ginseng, once discovered, had been carefully nurtured within Ji Manor. If it were to be stolen, it would be irreplaceable. Therefore, not only did the 7th rank Yan Ku personally take charge, but he also brought along most of the skilled personnel from the manor and a portion of the station troops. The biting wind howled, and the darkened sky seemed poised to descend upon them. Standing atop the watchtower, Yinshan bundled herself tightly, revealing only her eyes. Regardless of whether one possessed the 5th rank or even advanced to the 8th or 9th, without innate abilities, the harsh cold remained unbearable. Young master, in this frigid weather, who can endure the outdoors for long? Is that not courting death? Remarked Zhou Huan, leaning on an iron rod, wearing a dogskin hat, with long ear flaps secured tightly beneath his chin, while his nose was reddened by the cold. The patrolling brothers and the lookouts expressed their grievances. Nearly frozen to the bone, Yinshan shot a glance at Zhou Huan and retorted, "Zhou instructor, do you think I am beneath your notice simply because my father is absent?" He made it abundantly clear that every aspect of our defense and vigilance must be executed with greater diligence than usual. Cold? How cold can it be? Do you not see that I am here as well? Zhou Huan chuckled, gazing into the dark expanse beyond the manor. Indeed, young master, your presence sets an example. The estate guards, who receive their wages, certainly have no grounds for complaint. Naturally, I would not dare disregard you, as I owe my livelihood to the estate master. Just so you know, Yinshan replied coolly. In Ji Manor, one need not lift a finger, yet can earn a salary of over 1,000 taels a year. Such fortune is rare to find. Could it be in Tian City? Certainly not, Zhou Huan laughed. Why not, young master? You take a moment to rest in the watchtower. Warm yourself by the fire? I can keep watch here. Very well. Yinshan tightened her cloak and nodded. These men of the martial world needed to be kept on their toes. Otherwise, they might truly believe themselves to be formidable. After all, being merely of the 6th rank at over 40 years of age suggested a limited future. For herself, mastering the 6th rank was within reach. And the 7th rank was not beyond hope. Upon entering the watchtower, a warm breath enveloped me. Seated beside the hearth, I lifted a jug and poured myself a glass of wine, which I gulped down in a single draught. Standing by the door was Zhou Huan, slightly hunched, exuding an air of utmost humility, yet a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. After completing these tasks, Zhou Huan adjusted Yinshan in her chair, exited the watchtower, and secured the door. Good day, head instructor Zhou. Greeted several village guards, bowing in respect upon seeing him. Well, everyone should take a moment to rest. The young master has expressed understanding for your hard work and has decreed that patrols be adjusted to once every half hour. Zhou Huan waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, young master. Thank you, head instructor Zhou. The guards rejoiced in their newfound respite. Watching the guards disperse, Zhou Huan approached the entrance with a smile, removed the bolt from the door, and leisurely ascended the watchtower once more, making his way to the turning mechanism that secured the drawbridge. In the distance, within the shadows, 3 crimson dots blossomed sequentially amidst the darkness. Zhou Huan grasped a large axe from the side and made a swift motion. Suddenly, amidst the howling cold winds, the sound of rapid hoofbeats pierced through the air. As Zhou Huan raised the axe high and brought it down with force, the drawbridge crashed down with a thunderous roar. Chapter 66. The importance of choice over effort. A multitude of crackling torches illuminated the vicinity of the city gate, casting a brilliant glow over the area, while beyond, shadows danced ominously. Yin Xing, accompanied by several prominent figures from his family, stood within the dimness of the gate, fully aware that today they were to receive the significant envoy from the northern Yuan, Tai Lo. Despite the fact that the entire Baoping city was under curfew, Yin Sheng felt an overwhelming need for discretion. No matter how clandestine the arrangements, they remained shrouded in secrecy until the moment the truth would inevitably be revealed. However, by that time, the outcome would be set. Victors are seldom scrutinized. Beyond the borders, the Yin family wielded considerable influence. Otherwise, they would not have held dominion over the strategically vital Baoping prefecture. Even before the emergence of the Great Qin and the Great Yuan, the Yin family had thrived in this land, a fact that instilled in them a sense of pride. Their survival through the ages was attributed to judicious choices made at every critical juncture. The tides of history inevitably lead to crossroads every few centuries, where decisions outweigh mere effort and significance. Choosing wisely could usher in centuries of prosperity, while a misstep could lead one to an audience with the King of Hell. In this instance, Yin Sheng chose the Northern Yuan, albeit reluctantly. Deep down, he harbored reservations about bowing to the Yuan dynasty. Although the Northern Yuan had undertaken significant reforms, emulating the Central Plains, Yin Sheng perceived their efforts as mere mimicry, rife with errors. Fortunately, the strength of successive emperors had maintained stability. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Ling Hu's ambitions to invade the borders and claim dominion over the realm grew more fervent each day. Should he choose to mobilize his forces, formidable figures like Yin Sheng would undoubtedly be coerced into rebellion. For refusal would mean certain demise at Ling Hu's hands before any incursion. At that defining moment, the fate of Baoping Prefecture would hang in the balance. And even with the presence of innate experts in Tai and Amp, Oppos, and City, resistance would likely lead to obliteration. However, Yin Sheng held no optimism for Ling Hu and Amp, Oppos' outcomes post-invasion. While the border forces were indeed elite, abandoning vast territories and millions of citizens to pursue an ill-conceived quest for supremacy would inevitably result in moral condemnation and public outcry. Though often underestimated, morality possesses a potent weight when the time comes for reckoning. Among the esteemed families of the realm, the Ling Hu clan lacked profound heritage. Their current standing was merely a product of Ling Hu's decades of diligent efforts, reflecting on the true aristocratic families within the borders. Yin Sheng concluded that should Ling Hu venture into the heart of the realm, he would likely find himself as the unwitting architect of another success, perhaps even facing utter annihilation. Yin Sheng had no desire to be buried alongside him. In the past, the Li family had ascended from regional power to supreme authority. Yet what others accomplished does not guarantee Ling Hu would achieve the same. For decades, they have entrenched themselves beyond the pass. Yet they have failed to compel those outside to bow in submission. With prosperous cities like Taiyan and formidable local figures, alongside the defiant Xiaochache, the capabilities of Ling Hu seem rather limited. He aspires to contend for supremacy in this vast realm, but Yin Sheng perceives this ambition as somewhat overreaching. After careful consideration, Yin Sheng concludes that it is prudent to seek an escape route sooner rather than later. The alliance with Tai Lu aligns perfectly with his intentions. If Ling Hu departs, who will inherit this vast territory beyond the pass? It can only rightfully belong to the Great Yuan. The Northern Yuan will not covet the lands within at this juncture. But the territories beyond are indeed their cherished aspiration. The Yin family is unwilling to abandon their homeland to follow Ling Hu into uncertainty. They desire to continue flourishing on this land, thus leaving them with no alternative but to choose Tai Lu. Tai Lu is an excellent ally. A man of extraordinary talent who dreams of governing the Great Yuan, yet has faced ostracism by the Northern Yuan nobles due to his mother. For a regional power like Yin Sheng, Tai Lu's thirst for capable individuals is palpable. The Yin family's demands have always been modest. As long as they can maintain governance over Baoping Prefecture, they are content. A dozen fine steeds emerged slowly from the shadows, entering the illuminated area. The leading knight lifted his hood, revealing his visage. Unlike the typical Northern Yuan nobility with their yellow, curly hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, this knight resembled an ordinary youth from the Qin. Yin Sheng led a group from the darkness, clasping their hands in respect towards the mounted knight. It was the first time Tai Lu laid eyes on Yin Sheng in person. Though he had seen portraits before, strikingly similar to the real man, those artists were mere craftsmen. They could depict skin and flesh, but capturing the essence was always elusive. Baoping Prefecture boasts favorable geographical conditions with fertile land, situated at the confluence of two rivers. Renowned for its wealth and home to hundreds of thousands, the Yin family stands as the de facto rulers of this land. The common folk in Baoping Prefecture are aware only of the Yin family, oblivious to the Yuan, and even less so to the Qin. Tai Lu scrutinized Yin Sheng as he emerged from the shadows into the light. Generally, the Qin people are somewhat shorter than the Yuan, yet Yin Sheng was tall, likely surpassing even his own subordinate, Lu He, by half a head, standing well over 9 feet tall. With a square face and pronounced features, his nose prominent. Despite being over 60, he was remarkably well preserved, appearing to be of similar age to Lu He, who had only just turned 40. The imposing presence acquired from years in high office was unmistakable to Tai Lu, although his expression remained impassive. The subtle movements of his brows and eyes revealed the demeanor of a commanding figure, an individual of substance. Yin Sheng, the leader of Baoping Prefecture, had met with the prince. Tai Lu dismounted, extending his hands to assist Yin Sheng, exclaiming, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of Inspector Yin. It is a privilege to finally meet you." Tai Li's fluent Chang'an dialect astonished Yin Shang, but upon recalling that his mother was Princess Changlu, he found himself understanding. Your Highness has arrived, and under ordinary circumstances, we would have adorned the place in celebration. However, given the current perilous situation, we must keep things modest. And I hope your Highness does not take offense, Sir Yin humbly expressed. Sir Yin has underestimated me. Tyla chuckled, saying, Am I the sort to indulge in vanity and ostentation? It is far more prudent to remain grounded and attend to our affairs. Sir Yin laughed heartily, gesturing for him to enter, yet Tai Lu seized Sir Yin and Apos' hand, exclaiming, Why not walk arm in arm with the prefect? Two robust men, amidst a throng of admirers, strolled hand in hand. Upon reaching the Grand Yin residence, Tai Lu paused, his heart stirred with a blend of awe, simmering anger, envy, and admiration. The magnificent hall loomed before them, illuminated brightly, a stark contrast to the dim glow at the city gate. Countless lights adorned the opulent mansion of the Lord of Dingping Prefecture, rising in layers, likely soaring to heights exceeding several dozen meters. The polished jade stone foundation alone stood over 10 meters tall, and as he gazed up the white jade steps, Tai Li's expression flickered with uncertainty. Even my father and Apos' palace pales in comparison. Yet, this Sir Yin is merely a local landlord of Dingping. Your Highness, please. Sir Yin smiled at Tyla. Outside. The winter was harsh, yet warmth wafted from within the grand doors. Once everyone stepped into the hall and the doors closed, the atmosphere transformed, reminiscent of a spring day. With esteemed guests in attendance, the humble abode shines bright. A modest offering of wine is prepared to convey our sentiments. Your Highness, please take a seat. Sir Yin bowed in invitation. Tala shook his head. You are the host. I am but a guest. It is improper for a guest to occupy the host's seat. Please, Sir Yin, take the honored position. Sir Yin responded with a smile. Your Highness's noble status far surpasses that of a mere rustic like me. Naturally, you should take the seat of honor. If we can foster a congenial and enjoyable rapport, where you are the sovereign and I the subject, it would be fitting for you to occupy the place of honor. However, as our relationship remains undefined, we may only consider ourselves friends. As friends, it is only right that the elder takes the seat of honor. With a smile, Tyla proceeded to sit cross-legged at the first table on the right, while Luhi and Guluo stood behind him. In that case, I shall take the liberty. Sir Yin laughed as he occupied the host and Apos' seat, and the other members of the Yin family followed suit, settling into their respective places. As Sir Yin lifted a jade rui and gently tapped it against a jade wall, a clear sound resonated, and the doors on both sides of the grand hall swung open. Young maidens clad in fine silk entered gracefully, each carrying dishes. Meanwhile, the soft strains of a qin and shao wafted in from an undisclosed location, perfectly balanced, loud enough to uplift the spirit yet subtle enough not to drown out the conversations. A mastery that left all in attendance in awe. Chapter 67. The steam rising from the sour plum soup dissipated swiftly in the cold wind as Tyla stood on the terrace, admiring the night view of Baoping City. With a sip, he found that the biting cold and snow rejuvenated him far more effectively than the sour plum soup. In just a few words, he could quickly establish a camaraderie with those around him, making them perceive Tai Lu as a trustworthy friend. How beautiful, Tai Lu remarked with a smile towards Gelo. He was inebriated, not from excessive drinking, but rather from his role in shielding Tai Lu from alcohol. Yet, with so many people present, even Lu He, who possessed remarkable tolerance, succumbed to drunkenness. Gelo had previously declared his abstinence from alcohol. Otherwise, he too would have been subjected to excessive drinking. Is it not to showcase their prowess to your Highness? Gelo inquired. If every night is so brightly lit, even the oil for the lamps would be a considerable expense. What do you think of Yinxing? Tyla responded, a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. It is like a colossal tree that, despite its trunk being nearly hollowed out by insects, appears lush as long as a few veins remain alive. Yet, should a storm arise, this tree may very well break. Thus, while they can still endure, we shall approach. With our support, this tree will find it challenging to perish. Is your Highness truly prepared to entrust Baoping Prefecture to the Yin family indefinitely? Gelo questioned, somewhat discontent. Such a splendid place. A ruler must be true to their word. Tyla chuckled. What if the Yin family remains the governor of Baoping? As long as we secure the naval forces and control the wealth, bestowing them eternal prosperity is hardly a challenge. Consider it as buying horse bones for 1,000 pieces of gold. I see, Tyla nodded. Therefore, I am not yet prepared to rest. I await someone. As he spoke, a guard entered. Your Highness, there is a man surnamed Yen, claiming to be an old friend of yours. who wishes to meet. Ah, he has arrived. Tai Lu smiled at Gilo, recalling a young man he had fortuitously encountered years prior, with whom he had found a delightful rapport. Gilo understood that this individual was undoubtedly Tai Li's informant in Baoping. The scheme to sway Yin Sheng had been ongoing for quite some time, without intermediaries to facilitate communication. Establishing a swift and fundamental trust between the two parties would have been exceedingly difficult. Yin Sheng and Apos' face turned ashen as he gazed upon the disheveled figure before him. On such a significant day, this individual brought in exceedingly grim tidings. The wolves were on the prowl. The Ji Manor had been breached, and all the Yin family members left within were slaughtered, while women and children were cast out into the wilderness. There was little to reproach in such actions. Yet, why divert forces to protect these women and children? Such a division of strength merely offered the wolves an opportunity. Perhaps, expelling these vulnerable souls into the freezing elements was intrinsically part of the wolves' sinister plan. Ultimately, the outcome was the complete annihilation of Yanku. Ji Zhuang was reduced to mere ruins. The ancient ginseng, aged over 1,000 years, which Yanku had intended to present to Tai Lu, now lay in waste. The critical factor was the emergence of the wild wolf at this juncture, ruthlessly committing murder and plundering, revealing the Yin family's insufficient grip on the entire Baoping prefecture, and raising questions regarding the true extent of their power. This was all part of his bargaining leverage with Tai Lu. The stronger one is, the better the price one can command when selling oneself. Investigate. Discover the whereabouts of this beastly wolf. Yin Sheng thundered. Surround and eliminate him. I refuse to hear any news of this man by next year. With a single punch, a sturdy table splintered into fragments. The clan leader's fury was palpable, and the members of the Yin family were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The brightly lit Baoping city, initially intended to showcase the Yin family and Apos' strength to Tai Lu, had now transformed into a sleepless night of turmoil. After a flurry of activity throughout the night at dawn, a fleet of knights rapidly departed from Baoping City. The main forces of the Yin family were stationed in Baoping City, yet this time, Yin Sheng issued a command for a total mobilization across the prefecture. Everyone was to engage in reconnaissance and encirclement, ensuring that this wild wolf could not escape. Once his location was identified, the wild wolf would find no avenue of escape. With the entire Baoping prefecture mobilized, they amassed over 20,000 troops, a force far beyond what a mere bandit could contend with. Previously, they had refrained from action, deeming it unworthy of the effort. However, the wild wolf had undeniably crossed Yin Sheng and Apos' red line and provoked his ire. To not respond with overwhelming force would render him utterly insignificant. Having not yet fully allied with the northern Yuan, he had already allowed the aristocrats of the north to regard him with disdain. In a grove of white poplar trees, Gu Xiaoman stood atop a tree stump, facing 7 or 8 bandit leaders who wore expressions of sheer excitement. These were allies recruited by Gu Xiaoman. Though each bandit group was small in number, the individual skill level was notably high. They had exerted considerable effort in breaching Ji Zhuang, and Gu Xiaoman had compensated them well. After the village's fall, they were free to claim whatever treasures they desired. Accompanying Gu Xiaoman, these men had first sacked Ji Zhuang and were now intent on eliminating Yanku. This venture promised to yield them substantial rewards, ensuring a prosperous year ahead. The bandit leaders erupted in laughter. Brother, if such a splendid opportunity arises again, to be sure to inform me. Working under the wild wolf was exhilarating. There was no need for intricate planning, just wielding blades, with minimal risk and maximum reward. Brother, shall we not embark on another venture? Contentment brings joy. Gu Xiaoman clapped his hands disapprovingly. The Yin family is not to be trifled with. Ji Zhuang holds great significance for them. Having breached Ji Zhuang, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Are we to flee? Do you truly wish to confront the Yin family directly? Do you believe you possess that capability? I certainly do not. If you cannot, then we certainly cannot. Heeding your counsel, we shall disperse. As the crowd bid farewell to Gu Xiaoman with great fanfare, moments later, a throng of bandits dispersed like birds and beasts. On the pristine white snow, only a series of hoofprints remained, destined to vanish swiftly with the falling snowflakes. Boss, how long do you think these people can survive under the relentless pursuit of the Yin family? Zhou Huan approached Gu Xiaoman, a playful smile gracing his lips. Not more than 10 days, it will all come to an end. Gu Xiaoman replied, this time is unlike any other. In the past, the Yin family would chase us for a while and then relent, but this time, they are likely to pursue us with a deadly determination. You are indeed astute, boss. With these people drawing the Yin family and Apos' attention, We can slip away with ease. Zhou Huan chuckled. Who said I intend to flee? Gu Xiaoman shot him a glance. I and Oppos. V noticed that after over a year at Jizhuang, you've gained at least 2 fingers and Oppos worth of extra girth. Yet your wits seem to have diminished. Now reduced to mere fat. One eats and sleeps well. How could one not gain weight? Zhou Huan replied, somewhat aggrieved. You are the one who sent me here. This past year has been stifling. Gu Xiaoman kicked Zhou Huan aside, saying, taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. This time, our objective is to dismantle the Yin family. What? Zhou Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Do we possess such capability? You must be jesting. Just follow instructions and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Gu Xiaoman asserted, from now on, the Baoping Prefecture will be ours. Since it is ours, we cannot allow these nefarious individuals to continue their reign of terror. Naturally, we will eradicate them with the Yin family's assistance. Understood. Work hard and speak less. Zhou Huan declared, eagerly following Gu Xiaoman with his stick in hand. Chapter 68. The encirclement Sun Liuji moved with the agility of an exceedingly nimble monkey, skillfully darting through the chaotic battlefield. To him, the horse was merely an impediment to his prowess, thus after the initial clash, he abandoned it. At times, he would strike the horse's legs, jab their bellies, or poke their rumps, while at others, he leaped onto the backs of his enemies, deftly driving his sharp daggers into the chinks of their armor, severing vital arteries with precision. Wherever there was the slightest opening, he would slip through, evading capture. The imposing armored warriors found themselves helpless against this wiry figure, resorting only to furious roars as they helplessly watched their comrades fall beneath his blade. Yet, Sun Liuji was consumed by despair. He understood that his fate was sealed. It was not fear of death that troubled him. After years of living as a bandit, he had faced death countless times. With wealth, he indulged. Without it, he resorted to theft, and death was merely a part of the game. However, this time he had amassed a considerable fortune. Concealed within his garments were tens of thousands of taels in silver, along with several precious jewels. Enough to allow him a lavish year in Tian City. Alas, that aspiration seemed unattainable now, for he was encircled by the elite forces of the Yin family, led by Yin Dong, the son of Yin Sheng. At that moment, the sounds of his companions' struggles, or rather their cries, had faded away. They were likely all dead. As bandits, they thrived in disarray, but against a well-trained elite army, defeat was inevitable. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the Yin soldiers to spread out around him. Sun Liuji finally caught his breath, standing still with his mouth agape, like a fish cast ashore. Surveying his surroundings, he found his comrades strewn lifelessly across the ground. Countless cavalry roamed nearby. From his experience, he estimated there to be at least 2,000 or 3,000. He realized his survival was improbable. The deeds of his band had surely reached Yin Dong's ears by now. Several soldiers from the Yin family began to strip the slain bandits of their bulging satchels. Upon opening them, they presented their contents to Yin Dong: gold, silver, and fine silks. Yin Dong sifted through the bounty, his fingers brushing against blood-stained gold tokens bearing names he recognized, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Among them was a familiar face. Closing his eyes, the image of that mischievous child, not yet 10 years old, appeared before him, another victim of these ruthless marauders. In the aftermath of the raid on Jizhuang, no male of the Yin surname had survived. With spear in hand, he dismounted, approaching Sun Liuji step by deliberate step. General Yin, I surrender, Sun Liuji declared loudly. My skills are decent. I could serve you, which is surely preferable to my death. Yin Dong chuckled darkly. Very well. If you wish to live, kneel and call me grandfather. If your voice is loud enough, I might even allow you to serve as a lieutenant beneath me. Sun Liuji and Oppos' eyes sparkled with unexpected determination amidst the scornful gazes of the multitude. He knelt down with a resounding thud, bowing his head reverently, grandfather above. Your grandson pays his respects. Yin Dong let out a hearty laugh, his pace unperturbed. Good grandson, allow me to cleanse you of your sins. Suddenly, a crimson blossom burst forth, a flower the size of a bowl materializing in midair, its shadow revealing a chilling glimmer. Sun Liuji fell to the ground, his shoulders hunching as 2 crossbow bolts shot forth from beneath his garments. Crawling like a serpent, he darted swiftly toward Yin Dong. His martial prowess had always been grounded, and his earlier display of submission was merely a ruse to disorient Yin Dong. Should his opponent become complacent, he might seize the opportunity to capture Yin Dong and use him as leverage for survival. Though the prospect was dim, it was not entirely absent. For a desperate man like Sun Liuji, as long as he still drew breath and could move, rebellion was a natural instinct. His strategy was sound. Yet the gap in their martial arts was insurmountable. Sun Liuji and Apos' skills were distinctive, but at merely the 6th rank, he had regressed over the years, indulging in pleasures of wine, lust, and wealth. In contrast, Yin Dong, in the prime of life at his 40s and the heir apparent of the Yin clan, was disciplined and had reached the 8th rank in martial arts, promising a brighter future than even his father and Apos'. Sun Liuji's calculations might have borne fruit had his foe been of comparable skill. However, when faced with such overwhelming power, all his schemes dissolved into mere illusions. The crossbow bolts zipped through the air like lightning, yet Yin Dong's stride remained unbroken. With his left hand wielding a spear, he deftly flicked his fingers, the bolts reversing course and hurtling toward the serpentine figure of Sun Liuji. Caught off guard by this turn of events, Sun Liuji felt his advance thwarted. He half rose, wielding his short blades to deflect the bolts, but this brief pause left him exposed to a barrage of spear strikes. Suddenly lifted, it was not by his own volition, but by a spear that pierced through his chest, hoisting him aloft. As the pain surged, Sun Liuji looked down at the weapon embedded in his torso, then up at Yin Dong, whose left hand gripped the spear with a murderous intent. With a primal scream, he hurled his 2 short blades toward Yin Dong, a final gesture of dignity from a man on the brink of death. Such futile attacks bore no consequence. Yin Dong, with a flick of his wrist, cast Sun Liuji aside, who fell heavily to the ground. Turn him into minced meat for the dogs, Yin Dong commanded, mounting his horse and galloping away as his soldiers surged forward, their blades descending in unison. They harbored a deep-seated animosity toward this short man, having lost several comrades at his hands. Baoping City. Yin Xing removed a piece from the sand table and casually tossed it into the wastebasket beside him. Smiling, he remarked to Tai Lu, Sun Liuji, the last heir of the Guantai Huazhou and Apos' Dissecting sect, has been eliminated today after a decade of dominance beyond the pass. It is a pity that the martial arts of the Dissecting sect will now be lost. They possessed a unique character. In the wastebasket lay 3 or 4 discarded flags. Are there truly so many bandits in Baoping Prefecture? Tai Lu observed the 7 or 8 flags still standing on the sand table, feeling perplexed. Certainly not, Yin Xin replied. Under my family and Apos' governance, Baoping Prefecture has always been orderly, prosperous, and tranquil. However, beyond the pass, this is indeed a fundamental sin. Those bandits would plunder elsewhere with minimal gain, but in Baoping Prefecture, a successful raid yields significant rewards. Every autumn until the onset of winter, these bandits flock here in droves. It has long ceased to be surprising. The onslaught has been relentless, particularly in the past 2 years, with bandits emerging in continuous waves. General Linghu harbors grand aspirations. Naturally, he does not regard this desolate, harsh land beyond the pass as worthy of concern. Committing acts of exploitation poses no moral dilemma for him. Yet, for me, it is different. I am a native of this land. This is my home. Yin Xing's eyes were filled with compassion. I cannot idly watch as he wreaks havoc on the livelihoods of the people here, Your Highness. Tala nodded, saying, I empathize with the intentions of Inspector Yin toward the people. If we do not inflict pain and instill fear in these marauders, they will soon return. Among them, the wild wolf stands out as the most cunning and vicious. Capturing his head would serve as a deterrent to the others. Those who covet Baoping Prefecture must weigh their strength against that of the wild wolf. What of Li Dachui? Tai Lu inquired with a smile. Li Dachui claims to be a bandit, but in truth, he has long transcended that role. Yin Xing glanced at Tai Lu, chuckling. Though he rose to prominence as a bandit, he now resembles a businessman. He is thriving on the Helan Plain. The Helan Plain? Tai Lu furrowed his brow. Indeed. The Helan Plain, Yin Xing confirmed. 3 years ago, he seized tens of thousands of able-bodied men from your nation's Wutu, bringing them to the Helan Plain. It is a remarkable area, with the Helan Cliffs to the north and a vast marsh stretching hundreds of miles to the south. I am unsure how he managed to forge a path through it, but even General Linghu acknowledges his significant stature. The Helan Plain is difficult to conquer? Impossible to conquer, Yin Xing insisted. There are paths within the marsh, yet only Li Dachui and his men know them. If one wishes to launch an attack, one must take a detour. But imagine, Your Highness, while you are circumventing, Li Dachui suddenly emerges from the marsh to strike. Who could withstand such an encounter? The elite forces under Li Dachui and Apos' command have already tested the mettle of your nation as we to general. Tyla nodded. Does Inspector Yin believe there is a possibility of collaborating with this Li Dachui? As far as I know, he is quite the mercenary. As long as the price is right, he is open to negotiations. If the funds are insufficient, no discussions can yield results. Money, to me, is rather worthless. Tyler chuckled. Can Governor Yin get in touch with this individual? I am quite eager to meet him. We could search for him in Tai and Appos, and city. This person not only possesses a penchant for wealth but also indulges in life's pleasures. His grand estate in Taiyan surpasses even that of the city lord's residence. At present, he is indeed a man who keeps a treasured beauty in his golden house. Ha ha ha. Is there truly such a person? With a love for both riches and allure, I find such a character quite appealing. Tala likewise erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 69. Such talents regardless of who they are. Every individual is born as a blank slate. Even the most nefarious of parents do not instill in their children, from the moment of birth, the intent to inherit their malevolent legacy and become universally despised. On the contrary, they typically aspire to raise their offspring to be honest and virtuous individuals. The descent into depravity occurs gradually throughout the journey of growth. As one becomes increasingly tainted by the society that surrounds them, the initial subtle hues deepen over time, culminating in a complete moral corruption. This is a gradual process. Are there saints in this world? Undoubtedly. However, saints are revered figures, worthy of worship and veneration, existing in the lofty heights of society, which does not concern Tiela in the slightest. Generally speaking, saints often lack a connection to the common folk. Their unwavering principles may serve as ideals. Yet such ideals frequently crumble under the weight of reality. Tiela is unperturbed by Ling Hu Yi. For the latter and Appos, flaws are glaringly apparent to him. He feels free to exploit these shortcomings, knowing that even if Ling Hu is aware, he must still reluctantly acquiesce. Similarly, the vulnerabilities of the esteemed Yin Sheng are starkly evident. He desires to safeguard his family and cling to the meager advantages he possesses. Yet, Tiela finds himself troubled by individuals like Xiao Cha Che. This Qin man has transformed the act of slaying the Yuan into an obsession, and his execution capabilities are formidable. The crux of the matter is that, thus far, no exploitable weaknesses have been uncovered in him. He is a ruthless and unyielding figure. Li Dachui has risen abruptly in recent years. However, as a mere bandit, Tiela does not regard him with much concern, even though he has grown immensely powerful. Now that he has learned of Li's proclivities for wealth and beauty, the situation becomes even more manageable. One can simply cater to his desires. At times, stubbornness is merely a reflection of misaligned values. Tiela believes that, given an adequate price, a brigand will possess no moral scruples, no patriotic sentiments, nor any grand notions of national duty. Does the wolf still have a few more days to leap about? Tiela inquired with a smile, observing the encroaching red flags on the sand table. These red flags represent the military forces mobilized by Baoping Prefecture. In contrast, the black flags inscribed with white letters signify the scattered, fleeing bands of bandits. As a military commander, Tiela can discern at a glance that the officer in charge of the encirclement is exceptionally skilled. Under his command, the various units coordinate effectively, tightening the noose around the bandits with strategic precision. The one responsible for the encirclement is my son, Yin Dong. What do you think, Your Highness? Yin Xing asked, somewhat smugly. General, Yin possesses considerable prowess. Tiela acknowledged with a nod. With an army of 50,000, he should be able to maneuver with great dexterity. However, this wolf appears quite adept as well, consistently identifying weaknesses and gaps, evading General Yan's elite forces. Along the way, he has already decimated several military contingents. If this individual possessed no discernible caliber, he would have long since met his demise. Yin Xing chuckled, however. This time, his fate is sealed. Tai Lun nodded in agreement with Yin Sheng and Amp Appos' assessment. Yin Dong and Amp Appos' strategy was remarkably sophisticated. Whenever the wolf dared to show its face, a contingent of the Yin clan's elite would swiftly converge upon the sound. Their intent, however, was not to obliterate the wolf outright, but merely to ensnare it. This encirclement was akin to a spider's web, notably elastic. The moment any point was disturbed, the web would constrict towards that point. Although the wolf appeared to dart about with ease, its room for maneuver was gradually diminishing. This wolf was significantly inferior to Yin Dong, as judged by Tai Lo. Observing the wolf's reactions, it was evident that it had yet to recognize the nature of its adversary's trap. Were it in his position, after a few probing attempts, he would discern that the only chance of escape from such a snare lay in piercing directly to the core, targeting the heart of Yin Dong and Amp Appos' forces. Ironically, what seemed to be the enemy and Amp Appos' strongest point was, in fact, its most vulnerable, representing the sole glimmer of hope. If this continued, the ultimate outcome would be the wolf becoming thoroughly encircled, devoid of any escape routes, ultimately leading to its complete annihilation. Once the wolf was ensnared, he might attempt to persuade it to surrender, for despite its inferiority to Yin Dong, it was still a rare talent. Particularly notable was its keen sense of danger. As for its strategic and tactical shortcomings, those could be cultivated over time. A bandit, lacking systematic training, achieving such a level could indeed be described as a prodigy. If it could be persuaded to join their ranks, it could serve as a counterbalance to the Yin family in Baoping Prefecture, thereby enhancing his dominion over the Yin clan. Du Xiaoman casually broke off a piece of icicle and popped it into her mouth, crunching it loudly, while several subordinates followed closely behind. "Bring forth the map," she commanded. Extending her hand, one subordinate promptly produced a rolled parchment from his cloak and handed it to her. After glancing at it, Du Xiaoman kicked a nearby log, causing it to tremble violently, dislodging the accumulated snow, which cascaded down upon several individuals, leaving them covered in snowflakes. A pine squirrel, roused from its slumber in a tree hollow, peered down at the snow-covered figures below. Panic-stricken, it swiftly darted up to the treetop, leaping from branch to branch until it vanished from sight. Du Xiaoman shook herself, brushing off the snow, then stomped her foot, causing the freshly fallen snow to hover momentarily in the air as if guided by an unseen hand, before gently settling aside to reveal the dry ground beneath. Spreading the map on the ground, several heads leaned in closely. "We are 50 miles from our ultimate destination. No detours. This final stretch, we shall proceed in a straight line," Du Xiaoman declared, pointing to a specific location on the map. "Commander, opting for a direct route will inevitably lead to several skirmishes, each one bound to be a hard-fought battle." The fine hairs on Zhuzha's upper lip had recently begun to darken, and he tugged at his barely there mustache, which hardly resembled one at all. This child had apparently heard from someone that by pulling at it more often, his facial hair would grow in faster. As the youngest among the 3 captains under Du Xiaoman, and arguably the youngest in the entire battalion, Zhuzha had always harbored a certain anxiety about his age, fearing that he might not command the respect of his subordinates or that the other captains might look down upon him. At the age of 20, he had already attained the 6th rank of Qi mastery, and it was certain that he would eventually ascend to the advanced ranks of Xin Yuan. Under the leadership of Li Dachui, individuals who displayed such potential in martial arts were given significant attention, and the martial arts they practiced had been meticulously selected by innate masters like Zhou Ji, ensuring they aligned perfectly with their inherent traits. It is worth noting that Tai and Appos and City also invested in gathering various martial arts secrets from across the realm, but such a notorious reputation was conveniently shouldered by Li Dachui, the bandit leader, with debts aplenty, who cared about a tarnished reputation. An abundance of martial arts secrets flowed into Taiyan City, where a dedicated group would meticulously review and refine these teachings. The presence of an innate master like Zhou Ji elevated even the most mediocre martial arts to a higher caliber. Basic martial arts skills would be disseminated widely among the common folk, whether or not they succeeded in mastering them. Even gaining strength and fitness was a commendable outcome. After all, having a modicum of strength was beneficial, even for laborers in the fields. Individuals would inevitably rise to prominence, and these emerging talents were the focal point of Taiyan City's nurturing efforts. They would be assembled and, based on their respective talents, granted superior martial arts training. Zhuzha was one such individual who had emerged from humble beginnings as the son of a butcher selling lamb in Tai and Amp, Appos, and City. Now a leader possessing the esteemed silver insignia of the city. "Are you afraid?" Du Xiaoman teased him, noting that Yin Dong was an 8th rank master. Zhuzha pouted. "Of course, I cannot compete with Yin Dong at this moment. However, we have our commander with us, and if we charge directly, given Yin Dong and Appos' current position, he may not even be able to catch up. I just feel a pang of concern for my men. I fear many of them may not make it to the destination. In battle, casualties are inevitable," Du Xiaoman remarked. "I share your concern. But unless we endure a few grueling encounters, we will never become the finest army. Young man, it and Appos, it's not that I look down upon you. But compared to those ruthless fighters from the Tianzi camp, you are still mere infants. Do not take offense. In the past, we picked our battles, biting at the weak and skirting around the strong. But that will no longer suffice. We shall no longer be bandits, but a true army. Do you understand what it means to be an army?" "Of course I understand," Zhuzha declared proudly, puffing out his chest. "Haven and Amp, Appos, we always trained following the military model. Therefore, moving forward, we must engage in real battles as an army. Death is unavoidable, and it is likely that even more lives may be lost in the future. Only by becoming stronger than others can one survive. Let the brothers understand this clearly." Those who live prosper and rise in status, while those who perish are deemed unfortunate. Understood. Zhuge declared loudly. Boss, what should we do about the two factions that have recently aligned with us? He Li, the captain of a large squad, inquired. Stroking his lush beard, Zhuge glared at He Li, feeling as though this gesture was a direct affront to him, instinctively tugging at his own few hairs, only to withdraw his hand as if shocked. To be able to identify issues at the last moment and break through layers of obstacles to stand with us is no small feat. Wild Wolf chuckled. Old he. Just go and clarify things with those two. Tomorrow, they will lead the charge. Should they survive, I, Wild Wolf, will reward them with a bronze medal for their efforts. If they excel, a silver medal may also be within reach. Is this to give them a glimpse of the prize? Just a slight hint. Gu Xiaoman smiled. If you want people to risk their lives, you must provide them with hope. It all depends on whether they can seize the opportunity. Chapter 70, In Death. One soul ascends. In life, one endures for eternity. Lu reclined against a grand tree, his hands clasping a leg of lamb as he devoured it voraciously. Towering at 8 feet, and with a waist measuring 4 feet, he resembled a door plank whether standing or seated. Beside him lay 2 hefty battle axes, each weighing no less than 20 pounds, a weight few could wield. This year, having been invited by the wolf to partake in the assault on Jizhuang, Lu was no stranger to such endeavors, though the stakes had escalated this time due to the prominence of the Yin family's interests in the conflict. Little did he realize that this venture would stir a hornet's nest. Not long after parting ways, Lu discerned the gravity of his predicament. The relentless pursuit from the Yin family was unyielding, each wave of assailants succeeding the last. He narrowly evaded one group only to find himself confronted by another. The banners of his pursuers varied, indicating their origins from both the north and south. Ordinarily, these factions, though affiliated with the Yin, seldom united. What did this signify? It indicated a full-scale mobilization. The entirety of the Yin forces in Baoping Prefecture had been roused. Lu felt a chill of despair. With only a handful of men at his command, his strength was but a meager iron nail. The prospect of escape, relying solely on his limited resources and abilities, was futile. His only hope lay in aligning himself with a stronger ally, and at present, the sole viable option was the wolf. Surrender? Lu had contemplated this possibility. However, during his flight, he witnessed the fates of several groups of bandits attempting to seize Jizhuang. Such gruesome outcomes extinguished any desire for capitulation. Some had perished in battle, while others bore wounds that suggested they had been tortured to death. Lu was acutely aware of the nature of these individuals. When cornered, they would undoubtedly plead for mercy, yet none emerged alive. The brutal reality was that the Yin family sought no prisoners. Thus, he found himself with little choice. A skin of wine was thrust before him, and upon raising his gaze, Lu recognized Jin Bao, the leader of another band he had encountered en route to the wolf. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vessel and took a generous swig. Regarding Jin Bao with curiosity, "What is it you wish to convey?" Jin Bao gestured toward the distance. Lu followed his indication to see a group of the wolf's subordinates seated together. 10 men encircled, silently chewing on jerky. A skin of wine circulating among them as each took a sip before passing it along. Upon comparison, Lu realized the stark disparity. His own men appeared disheveled and ragtag, a motley crew. In previous collaborations with the wolf, he had overlooked this aspect, but now, after spending time together, it became evident that the wolf's followers resembled a well-drilled army rather than mere ruffians. Jin Bao lowered his voice. Is there truly a difference? Having stripped the lamb leg of its meat, Lu licked the bone clean, rendering it smooth and gleaming, to the point that even a dog might turn its nose up at it. Oh, there is indeed a significant difference. Jin Bao surveyed his surroundings, leaning closer to Lu Yo, his voice dropping even lower. This time, I fear we have all been played by the wolves. It seems that a great calamity is about to befall Beipingzu, and we are merely pawns, oblivious to our manipulation. Ignorance is bliss, but one must not speak with half-hearted understanding, for it could cost us our lives. Lu Yo tossed his bone club to the ground and looked up at Jin Bao, his eyes squinted like a narrow slit. We have no choice now. The Yin family has not afforded us the opportunity to surrender. Jin Bao sighed. Those scoundrels. Had they given us a single chance for survival, I would have turned against them immediately. Suddenly, the sound of crunching footsteps drew their attention. Jin Bao straightened in a flash, and Lu Yo followed suit. Brother He, do you require our assistance? He Li smiled and produced an object from his bosom, extending it towards them. Releasing his grip, a silver medal dangled before them. The two leaned closer to examine the emblem. Tian City? They echoed in unison. I never expected you two could read. He Li chuckled. We may not be literate, But we have indeed seen this metal before. Leo's gaze towards Healy shifted. Brother since you possess the identity of Tian City, why do you toil in this unprofitable business alongside your comrades? Healy's smile deepened with meaning. The wolf leader also possesses a similar token, albeit in a different hue, gold. Before Jin Bao could process this, Leo's expression changed dramatically. His eyes blinked rapidly as he asked, "So, the wolf leader is from Tian City? You all are from Tian City? What do you think?" Healy neither confirmed nor denied. Leo and Jin Bao exchanged a glance, instinctively standing straighter. Tian City. That is a place backed by innate masters. Within its jurisdiction, no one dares draw a blade or fire a shot. To do so is simply a death sentence. Yet, the existence of a band of robbers hailing from Tian City was unfathomable. What does the wolf leader want from us? I will brave fire and water without hesitation, Leo declared. So will I. Jin Bao's face flushed with excitement. Could this be the opportunity to align with a powerful ally? If they secured Tian City's backing, who could they fear in the future? We are headed for Monter Mountain next. However, we shall not take a detour. We plan to strike straight through. Healy regarded the two and smiled. Are you prepared to accompany us? Of course, Leo replied without hesitation. Very well. Tomorrow, you two shall be the vanguard of our forces. How does that sound? Leo was taken aback, staring at Healy, and after a pause, he said, While I am willing, I fear we might jeopardize the wolf leader's grand designs. Healy smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that. The leader has stated that if you serve as the vanguard and reach Monter Mountain alive, he will procure a medal of the same kind for you. If you are inclined, you may consult with the leader. If not, that is also acceptable, but you shall not accompany us tomorrow. You will be on your own. With that, Healy turned and departed with purposeful strides. Comrade, what shall we do? We are tasked with forging a path for them, risking our lives in the process. Lu took a deep breath and strode forward, keeping pace with Healy. To forge a path is to court death, yet failing to do so guarantees our demise. We have no choice. If one is willing to bear the brunt of danger, they shall not fear toppling an emperor. Death is but a fleeting moment. Should we survive, we shall live on for eternity. As the first light of dawn broke, wisps of smoke began to rise from the forest. The bandits made no effort to conceal their fire as they prepared their meal, seemingly oblivious to the threat of discovery by enemy forces. Naturally, such reckless behavior did not go unnoticed by the scouts of the Yin clan. As a troop of Yin soldiers approached, the bandits had already feasted and were ready to strike. The distant sound of arrows echoed, growing ever closer. The scouts of the bandits emerged into view, and at the sound of the resounding horn, the bandits mounted their horses and formed ranks. Leading the charge were Lu and Jin Bao. With a clash of their axes, Lu turned to Jin Bao and exclaimed, Brother, we shall survive. Jin Bao replied, If we make it through this ordeal, I will retire to Tian City and leave this life behind, hoping to die peacefully in bed. If we survive, I will join the Wolf King in pursuing even grander ventures. If I evade death this time, I shall surely escape it forever. Lu laughed heartily, urging his brothers. Onward, my comrades. On the snowy expanse, two cavalry forces collided with a thunderous impact, akin to a red-hot iron rod piercing the snow, hissing as steam rose. Moments later, a rotund figure brandishing two mighty axes leaped from the throng, blood splattering from the blades, glistening in the sunlight as it fell upon the snow, creating small craters. The bandits rode away, leaving the disheartened Yin soldiers to gaze mournfully at the retreating figures. Yin Dong bent down, scooping up a handful of snow and rubbing it fiercely against his face. The icy water cleared the fog from his mind, as information rapidly converged upon him. The whereabouts of the Wolf King became evident. With no escape left, the Wolf King was left with no choice but to fight recklessly. Hat Mountain would serve as the final resting place he had chosen. Relay the order to all troops. By nightfall, we shall encircle Hat Mountain. Should we fail to arrive on time, we shall face military justice. Yin Dong commanded sternly. One by one, carrier pigeons soared into the sky, dispersing in all directions. Chapter 71. The perpetually infuriating fellow last night. A blanket of snow fell, yet today, in a surprising turn of events, the sun graced the sky. However, for those journeying forth, this was not a fortuitous occurrence. The landscape was awash in blinding white light, and prolonged exposure rendered the eyes sore and weary. Experienced travelers would fashion eye shields from animal hides or cloth to safeguard their vision. Xiao Chanche led his horse forward at a leisurely pace. The snowfall was so heavy that the path was obscured. He was unwilling to risk his loyal companion injuring itself by stepping into an unseen crevice. Thus he took the lead in probing the way. A wisp of smoke curled up from the forest ahead, breaking the silence of this white realm and illuminating his surroundings. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he guided his horse toward the source of the smoke. Before him emerged a dilapidated earthen and thatched cottage nestled within the trees. Xiao Changche scoffed softly. Both he and his steed exuded a domineering presence. The black horse, belonging to Li Dachui, possessed a sleek ebony coat devoid of any stray hairs. Yet its name, Little Black, seemed an unworthy appellation for such a majestic creature. In contrast, Xiao Changche's warhorse was named White Jade Lion, resplendent in its pure white coat. The pair embodying a striking dichotomy. Little Black, your visitor is a friend, show some decorum. From within, the voice of Li Dachui echoed. And the previously restless Little Black fell silent. After casting a glance at Xiao Changche and his horse, it snorted loudly and resumed its curious digging in the snow. Xiao Changche patted White Jade Lion and Apos' head and strode directly into the dilapidated dwelling. Inside, a fire blazed robustly, though the house was drafty, with a significant hole in the thatched roof allowing the cold air to seep in, beneath which lay a thick layer of snow. The only relatively comfortable spot was the corner where Li Dachui sat. Carrying a long, wrapped parcel, Xiao Changche approached Li Dachui and took a seat directly across from him. Li Dachui lifted a purple clay teapot and poured a cup of tea into a small porcelain cup before him. The tea shimmered a golden hue, both in color and aroma, perfectly brewed. I started brewing as soon as I estimated your arrival. Impressive, Wuden and Apos, do you say? Li Dachui declared with a hint of pride. Rest assured. This cup has been boiled with water and is entirely new. No one has used it before. Xiao Changche cast a sidelong glance at him, and, tilting his head back, downed the cup of tea in one swift motion. Why are you telling me this? I am not one plagued by cleanliness obsessions. Li Dachui huffed in response. Oh really? Do not forget, I have visited your home. With just a glance, I could discern your habits. On the battlefield, you may be indifferent, but when not engaged in combat, you are rather particular, more so than a woman. Xiao Changche regarded Li Dachui, his expression slowly sharpening. Have you planted spies within my home or my army? Yes. Li Dachui replied with a mischievous grin. Upon seeing Li Dachui's demeanor, Xiao Changche's expression calmed, and he extended his cup once more, prompting Li Dachui to refill it. Are you not concerned I may have indeed planted spies? Do you wish to instill suspicion in me? Such trifling tricks are best left aside, Xiao Changche remarked coolly. Li Dachui chuckled lightly. Have the grains I sent been received? Indeed, they have. Thank you. Xiao Changche and Apos' expression softened somewhat. No need for thanks, it is not a gift. After all, for it requires payment. Li Dachui poured himself a glass of water, sipping it leisurely. Speaking of which, you have accumulated quite a debt to me over these past 2 years. There is no rush. The matter of repayment is not pressing. I understand your financial constraints. Xiao Changche replied. Li Dachui smiled. There are ways to settle debts, are there not? Xiao Changche narrowed his eyes. What do you propose for settling the debt? Shall I don women's attire and dance in Tian City? That is not entirely out of the question. Li Dachui's demeanor brightened noticeably, however. Upon seeing Xiao Changche's other hand reach for a nearby pouch, he coughed lightly. Just a jest. Do not take it to heart. By the way, how is that Zhang Rua faring? Quite well. Xiao Changche and Apos' expression eased as he nodded. As expected of a high-ranking official, he possesses considerable skill. Compared to him, Louis is but a mere trifle. You are fortunate, Li Dachui remarked with a sense of awe. This individual is truly capable. Over the past 2 years, he has managed the accounts for the Great Chain, sorting through a chaotic mess and, in my view, extending the dynasty's longevity by at least 5 years. And now, he is working for you. You ought to wake up smiling. Is he truly that remarkable? Then why doesn't Ling Huyi employ him? Paths that diverge do not conspire together, Li Dachui explained. This man is deeply loyal to the Great Chain. Consider this, Ling Huyi is poised for rebellion. Would he wish to keep a loyalist like Zhang Rua close by? I had hoped you would eliminate Zhang Rua, but it seems you are not so easily deceived. Do you think I am foolish? Not foolish, yet a gentleman can be led astray by integrity. Zhang Rua possesses qualities that are quite vexing, Li Dachui added. Now that you see his capable side, you will soon discover the aspects that are quite irksome. Xiao Changche and Apos' beautiful eyes twinkled as he inquired. How do you fare with your bandit queen? Li Dachui paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. What has piqued your interest in her? Curious indeed. After all, Zhang Rua is currently working for me. Is it so wrong to show concern for his daughter? Xiao Changche raised his teacup for a sip. If you were to abandon her, I would give you a beating. Li Dachui clicked his tongue. You speak as if you could best me. Whether I can or cannot, we shall see. Xiao Changche and Appos, as hand hovered again over the pouch. Enough. Even if there is to be a confrontation, it is not the time. Li Dachui waved his hands repeatedly. Once we have dealt with Tai Lu, we shall have a proper contest. Have you confirmed that Tai Lu has entered Baoping City? Xiao Changche inquired. Confirmed. Li Dachui replied, accompanied by 10 guards, among whom you are familiar with Lu He and Galuo. The remaining few are of no consequence. Is it wise for someone like Tai Lu to travel with so few? Is there no other arrangement? He believes this journey is exceedingly clandestine. Li Dachui sneered. Even with other arrangements, can we not manage with just the two of us? Xiao Changche fell into a contemplative silence. Li Dachui's assertion held merit. He himself was at the 9th rank of the Xin Yuan realm, and though Li Dachui's true capabilities were shrouded in mystery, he was undoubtedly of equal caliber. Together, two masters of the 9th rank could accomplish anything. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. Xiao Changche expressed this sentiment. Xiao Changche rolled his eyes. You do not even bear the surname Li. Your surname is Zhou. Who said that? I indeed carry the name Li. Li Dachui replied with a serious demeanor. This left Xiao Changche momentarily stunned. Are you not the son of Lord Zhou? Just because I am his son, must I necessarily bear the name Zhou? Is being a godson not acceptable? Li Dachui retrieved 2 buns from his pack, skewered them on a stick, and set them over the fire to roast. Xiao Changche scrutinized Li Dachui, increasingly bewildered by the truth of his claims. If Li Dachui were indeed not Lord Zhou's son, then the implications could be profound. Stop staring. You want into Appos, to glean any insights. Li Dachui stroked his beard, jesting. My visage is a fade. Even if I revealed my true self, it would be far less appealing than your countenance, which is indeed a feast for the eyes. Hearing such frivolity, Xiao Changche and Appos, brows furrowed, and a surge of anger welled within him. He inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain his composure. For reasons unknown, being in the presence of this infuriating Li Dachui made it exceedingly difficult to regulate his emotions. I am prone to speak without thinking. Do not take offense. Li Dachui was the quintessential trickster, striking with one hand while offering sweet words with the other, leaving one with nowhere to vent their frustration. Observing Xiao Changche's escalating fury, he quickly switched to a softer tone. The technique you practice, the Feishanshu, naturally harbors an accumulation of resentment within. Thus, one must prioritize self-cultivation and serenity. Was it not Li Mai who, during his free time, would visit the temple to pray to the Bodhisattva for this very reason? I do not pray to the Bodhisattva. Xiao Changche retorted coldly. I know you do not believe in heaven or spirits, only in yourself. Li Dachui continued, however. This Feishanshu technique is such that mere obstinacy will not exempt you from its consequences. Have you not maintained a good rapport with old Fu? Has he not offered any solutions? Even if there were a solution, would it be effective if communicated to you? That remains uncertain. Li Dachui chuckled. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, even if it involves my old man. It is merely a matter of a single request. We are now friends, comrades, and brothers. Well, perhaps we can skip the brotherhood. Why can we not be brothers? You are far too handsome. Associating with you would make it challenging for me to find a wife. Thus, it is prudent to minimize our time together. Before he could finish his statement, a flurry of fists appeared before him. Li Dachui laughed heartily, effortlessly shifting his seated form back several feet, allowing the strike to land in empty space. Chapter 72. If you can't repay, go dance. As Li Dachui observed the signs of an impending outburst from the other party, he hastily presented a golden brown bun he had just baked. Taste my craftsmanship. Ordinary people cannot savor buns made by my own hands. Xiao Changche cast a sidelong glance at him, accepting the bun, and coldly remarked, Is that so? Your so-called wife of the bandit chief cannot savor them either? Li Dachui shrugged. Why do you keep bringing her up? Are you well acquainted with her? From your tone, it seems you harbor some disdain for her. What is the reason? A piece of bun nearly lodged in Xiao Changche's throat, and he had to stretch his neck to force it down, followed by a few light coughs. Before he irritably retorted, What does she have to do with me? You, who clearly came out to conduct serious business, yet carry tea sets and various condiments, appear rather frivolous. Where is the frivolity in that? Li Dachui protested, raising his voice. Work is work, and life is life. One must not neglect the latter because of the former, mustn't and Appos. T1? Besides, although I indulge in good food and drink, I have never neglected my duties, have I? At this point, he grew smug, leaning closer to Xiao Changche and declaring, At the very least, I lead a more fortunate life than you do. And you still owe me money. Xiao Changche tore off a piece of the bun, and, while chewing, coldly stated, Why are you leaning in so close? Are you trying to show off or provoke a fight? I have always been this way. Unconvinced. If you are unhappy and refuse to lend me money, do not expect me to repay my previous debts. Lidachui raised his thumb in admiration. You and Oppos, re quite cunning. Are you waiting for me to be displeased so you can seize the opportunity to default on your debt? Dream on. I keep meticulous records. Not only do I have the principal, but also the interest. I forgot to mention, we signed an agreement with quite the hefty interest. Xiao Chanche was taken aback. What hefty interest? Lidachui erupted into laughter. Since the first transaction 3 years ago, you have likely accrued over 1 million taels in debts. What? Xiao Chanche leaped up. I keep accounts. All the supplies converted to silver clearly amount to less than 5 or 600,000 taels. Are you trying to swindle me? He glared at Lidachui. How could I possibly swindle you? The contract is in black and white. Who told you not to read it carefully? Lidachui retorted. If you default, I will post a public notice in Yuan and Amp, Oppos, and City. What is a public notice? Xiao Chanche inquired. Simply put, it is a proclamation detailing your defaulting behavior. Posted everywhere. Lidachui asserted, repaying debts is a matter of natural justice. If you refuse to repay, even your soldiers and the common folk will look down upon you. Xiao Chanche slowly sat back down, his eyes glinting with suppressed fury. Are you plotting to silence me? You ought to think twice. My father is not one to be trifled with. Furthermore, those IOUs are currently in the Lord's manor of Tian. You cannot simply seize them. Lidachui beamed with confidence. Observing the disconcerting expressions on the faces before him, Xiao Chanche coldly replied, Who said I am defaulting? I certainly acknowledge my debts, but I simply have no means to repay. What can you do about that? Interest upon interest is no trivial matter. Lidachui kindly warned, in another 2 years, it will double again. By then, it will amount to 2 million taels. Remarkable. I donned women's attire and danced in the city of Tian. Lidachui momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, Xiao Chanche swiftly snatched away another bun from his hands, ruthlessly tearing off a piece to shove into his mouth. One dance, and all debts are wiped clean. Love it or leave it, Xiao Chanche declared. Xiao Chanche dancing is worth this price. After finishing the bun, he seized the small purple clay teapot from in front of Lidachui, biting the spout and drinking with wild abandon, before casually tossing the teapot back to Lidachui. Observing Lidachui fumble to catch the teapot, Xiao Chanche exclaimed, Let us go? I haven't eaten yet. You devoured both buns. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Not a crumb left for me. Having grown accustomed to seizing opportunities to eat, he added, Sometimes, there are days when one has nothing to eat at all. Xiao Chanche, lifting his cloth bag, turned to leave. Let us rest at the fields first. If Tai Lu runs away, I'll make you pay. Lidachui, with no other choice, packed the necessary items into his bag and followed behind Xiao Chanche. Then, the two men froze in place. 2 horses, one black and one white, were huddled together. The black horse, a rare and magnificent stallion, was grooming the white mare, known as the White Jade Lion, who held her head high with an air of arrogance. The black horse, unlike other war horses, was uncastrated and thus had a notoriously fiery temperament. However, in battle, he was unmatched in ferocity. The White Jade Lion, a mare, was always kept in a separate stable in Xiao Chanche's army, for any stallion daring to approach her would be met with a brutal kick or bite. Yet, at this moment, despite her haughty demeanor, she showed no signs of rejecting the black horse's advances. Lidachui, after a moment of stunned silence, burst into laughter, as if witnessing his own awkward son unexpectedly wooing a wealthy and beautiful neighbor, filled with pride and joy. Xiao Chanche, however, darkened in countenance, approached and raised a whip, striking the White Jade Lion on her rear. The mare let out a distressed whinny. Swiftly mounting his horse, Xiao Chanche flicked the reins and rode away. Behind him, Lidachui patted the black horse's head, repeatedly praising, Not bad, not bad. Put in some more effort. Seize this opportunity to win over the White Jade Lion and have her bear you some foals. As if understanding Lidachui's words, the black horse snorted excitedly. Once Lidachui was mounted, he eagerly bolted after the white figure ahead. It is not easy to be a horse. Proud as the black stallion was, he naturally did not wish to compare himself with inferior steeds. Having finally found a suitable match, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Mount Hatter. Originally, it was merely an unremarkable hill, rising a mere 100 steps from base to summit. Yet, due to its solitary presence within a 10-mile radius, it has unexpectedly become a scenic spot, occasionally drawing visitors who seek to admire the expansive views. However, From a military perspective, this hill, known as Hat Mountain, is unequivocally a perilous stronghold. Once surrounded, escape becomes nearly impossible. Yet, at times, the knowledge of its treacherous nature does not deter one from venturing forth. For in moments of desperation, when this location remains the sole refuge, there is little room for choice. At this moment, Hat Mountain has been seized by a group of soldiers. Lu sits upon a tree stump, his upper body exposed, while Jinbao tends to his wounds. Both have fought valiantly to reach this point, and their survival thus far is a testament to their undeniable skill, and indeed, a stroke of fortune. Lu bears a gunshot wound to his abdomen, a grievous injury that, while it has pierced through his flesh, has fortuitously spared his vital organs, rendering the wound more alarming in appearance than in consequence. Jinbao, limping and with his head bandaged like a zongzi, has been supporting Lu as they traverse this tumultuous terrain. Their comrades, loyal and courageous, have shielded them at all costs, allowing them to arrive here with a handful of steadfast allies, a stark contrast to the many brothers they have lost along the way. The sight of so many fallen comrades weighs heavily on Jinbao, who contemplates the futility of their struggle. If I am rendered immobile, I implore you, my friend, to end my life swiftly. Do not let me fall into the hands of the Yin family. They would surely seek vengeance upon us. Speak not of such morbid thoughts. Lu responds, appearing remarkably at ease. Rest assured, we shall survive this ordeal. Jinbao lifts his gaze to the encamped forces below, and to the relentless tide of the Yin family and Oppos, as troops approaching, with perhaps 20,000 foes. How many of us remain? 1,000, at best? Are you blind? Lu retorts, snatching the bandage from Jinbao's hands and fashioning it into a flamboyant bow. Rising to test his mobility. Surely you've noticed something peculiar during our ascent? What could there possibly be? The trees have been nearly cleared. Jinbao begins, only to stop abruptly, turning his attention inward. From the outside, the forest appears dense, yet having just emerged from its depths. He knows the truth. The woods have been stripped bare. As they charge forward, many have been laboring to fell the trees. The wolves are prepared, and they have made their preparations right here. Jinbao blinked at Lu Yu, seeking understanding. Lu Yu smiled and remarked, we are the cicadas. The mantis captures the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lurks behind. But who, I wonder, will that yellow sparrow be? Chapter 73, Ascending to Greater Heights, regarding updates during the New Year period. I would like to mention that there will be daily updates at 8 a.m. Please do not complain about the frequency. Even the writer has family obligations during this festive season, and a multitude of tasks to attend to. Normal updates will resume after the holiday. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the readers. Brother Zhu. Lu Yu wore a radiant smile, merely indulging in idle speculation. Zhu scrutinized the two men from head to toe and remarked, intelligence is a virtue. Otherwise, one would not have survived until now. There is no need for modesty. Lu Yu nodded vigorously. Indeed, Brother Zhu is absolutely right. Observing the rotund figure nodding in deference, Zhu chuckled softly and strode away. It was He Li who patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and said, do not take it to heart. Xiao Zhu is simply of that temperament, youthful, yet fundamentally kind-hearted. As you engage more, you shall come to understand him. He is a brother who would willingly shed blood for his kin, though the words were casually spoken. The underlying significance was profound. It signified that He Li was genuinely considering these two as part of his family, hence his remarks about future interactions. Liu felt warmth swell within him upon hearing this. How could I not care? I have always regarded Brother He and Brother Zhu as my closest allies. Lu Yu exclaimed with fervor, Brother He, once this battle concludes, I shall treat you and Brother Zhu to an outing at the Spring Welcome Tower. You must grant me this favor. Upon hearing the name of the Spring Welcome Tower, He Li's eyes lit up, and his demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. You must have earned quite a bit these past few years, fatty. Rest assured, I shall not skimp on expenses. Brother He, the Wolf King mentioned that when we arrive at Mauer Mountain, he would provide me and Fatty with 2 silver tokens from Tian City. Jinbao interjected cautiously. He Li raised an eyebrow and replied, the Wolf King is a man of his word. What he promises is as solid as a nail. You shall receive your tokens. Once this battle is over, I will ensure they are arranged for you. However, acquiring silver tokens from Tian City is no trivial matter. One must apply, undergo a review, and finally obtain approval, which could take at least half a month. Not a problem, I can wait. I shall go to Tian City to await my tokens after this battle. Jinbao beamed with delight. Fatty invited me to the Spring Welcome Tower. Don't you have anything to contribute, Jinbao? He Li inquired with a smile. Of course, I shall also contribute to the Spring Welcome Tower. Jin Bao declared with a thump on his chest. Healy nodded. I shall remember that. Fatty, given your injuries, I suggest that you both refrain from participating in the upcoming battle. Instead, assist with some chores inside. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, brother he. Liu beamed. Relieved that the invitation to the spring welcome tower had proved beneficial, sparing them from peril. To speak candidly, he did not wish to fall before dawn. Dying before victory would be the most unfortunate fate. Jin Bao cautiously asked, Brother he, when will the reinforcements arrive? Healy chuckled softly, gazing at the twilight sky. The day is drawing to a close, and the harsh winter has rendered us akin to fish on a chopping board, so he will not rush to attack. He will undoubtedly wait until tomorrow, until all his forces have gathered for a concerted assault. Thus, this evening is relatively uneventful. The true turning point lies in the morning, when the harsh winter will launch a full-scale assault, with forces 20 times our own. With a gulp, Jin Bao swallowed nervously, his complexion paling slightly. He was merely a minor bandit, commanding at most 30 to 50 subordinates. Whenever he encountered a regular army, he would promptly flee. Now, under the fading light, he gazed at the increasingly numerous banners gathering below, wavering in his belief that he would receive his silver medal. When the time comes for us brothers to be needed, just call out, brother he. Liu Yi declared earnestly. To fight alongside you and the Wild Wolf Chief, to share life and death, is something that Fatty can boast about for a lifetime. Even in death, it would bring great joy. Healy laughed heartily. Rest assured, Fatty, you one team meet your end. Watching Healy's retreating figure, Jin Bao murmured, Brother he is quite decent, yet that Zhu Jia, though young, has quite the temper and an air of disdain. Liu shot him a glance. Babe, you must show Zhu Jia threefold respect compared to brother he. Why is that? Jin Bao queried. In the Wild Wolf's ranks, Healy holds a far superior position to Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia hasn't even matured yet. Who knows what backing he possesses? Keep your voice down. Liu urged. Are you truly oblivious? Consider the ages of Zhu Jia and Healy. Who possesses greater martial prowess? Is that even a question? Indeed, it requires no inquiry. Zhu Jia, barely 20, stands shoulder to shoulder with Healy under the Wild Wolf and Appos. As command, their martial skills closely matched. Yet, do not forget, Healy is nearly twice Zhu Jia's age. What will Zhu Jia become in 20 years? Jin Bao took a deep breath. Babe, from now on, we shall follow the Wild Wolf Chief. We are only in our 30s. We will surely rely on Zhu Jia in the future. It would be wise to curry favor with him, as it can only yield benefits. I shall follow you, Fatty, Jin Bao remarked, crunching on a shard of ice. My mind is too simple to ponder such matters. I'll just follow along. Hearing Jin Bao's words, Liu chuckled, playfully ruffling his hair. In war, brothers fight side by side. Let us strive together for a prosperous future. Fatty, can you guess who the reinforcements might be? At this, Liu lowered his voice, whispering. It's possible that the Lord of Tian City himself may intervene, capturing the thief by first seizing the king, shooting the man by first shooting his horse. Surely not? A congenital master, a being akin to a deity, personally taking lives? Why not? Liu replied. Even deities must eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Not to mention this deity has many to support. Moreover, a bandit's offspring necessitates a long-term plan by the parents. Fatty, you are quite the scholar. Jin Bao nodded vigorously. Baoping City, Waterfort. At this moment, both the Qinshui River and the Jumahu River are completely frozen. And it will not be until March or April of next year that they will thaw, allowing these vital arteries beyond the borders to resume their operations. Currently, the numerous vessels, both large and small, docked within Baoping City, are all secured in the shipyard, where the ice is diligently broken each day to ensure that the water fortress remains unfrozen. Your Highness, this is the naval force of Baoping City, unparalleled beyond the borders. Yin Xing proudly proclaimed. After a century of management and accumulation, the Yin family has attained this foundation. Your Highness, with this naval force, you shall dominate the borders and effortlessly defeat Ling Huyi. In Sishi, it is not so simple. Tiela shook his head. The opportunity for us to capitalize on this will only arise once. Success hinges upon surprise and concealment. Once our adversary realizes our alliance, the advantage of the naval force will be significantly diminished. Thus, we have but a single chance to strike down Ling Huyu. After that, it will only serve as a means of transportation. Moreover, the harsh winter weather beyond the borders. Look, all the vessels are idle now. Yin Xing sought to raise the stakes, while Tiela aimed to lower them, naturally exaggerating the naval force's merits while magnifying the weaknesses of the other. This one opportunity is sufficient, Yin Sheng asserted. What do you say, Your Highness? Tiela laughed heartily. While these vessels are indeed important, what I value more is the Yin family. Regardless of these ships, I would still make full use of you, Cixi Yin. Yin Sheng chuckled. Your Highness, why not come aboard to take a look? Our Yin family and Appo's warships do possess some admirable qualities. Just as they were about to broaden their horizons, though our great Yuan dares to claim invincibility. Naval combat is truly not our forte. Tiela stepped confidently onto the gangplank. As Yin Sheng prepared to follow, someone rushed toward them from behind. Cixi, Cixi. The newcomer wore a look of elation. The eldest son has just sent urgent news. Our army has driven the wolf into Hada Mountain. Troops from various directions are converging there, and the wolf has nowhere to escape. The eldest son says that tomorrow we can launch a full-scale assault to eradicate this menace that has plagued Baoping Prefecture for years. A mere petty thief. Daring to extract a tooth from a tiger must be prepared for the consequences. Yin Sheng scoffed. Tiela, however, smiled and said, Cixi Yin, since we have the wolf cornered, why don't we go and witness the spectacle? I am curious to see what sort of formidable being this wolf is, to warrant such a grand effort on your part to eliminate it. That sounds splendid, Tiela exclaimed with delight.